We get a bigger table? Ladies, I'm Luchuan from Luchuanfeng. What's your names? Luchuan asked eagerly. I'm Fu Dodo, I'm Zhang Ting, I'm Huang Wenwen, I'm Wan Xiaowei. Fu Dodo, so it's her, the top freshman beauty, lively and cute, a bit like Bao Xiangyan. No, she's even prettier than Bao Xiangyan. Not only is Dodo beautiful, but their entire dormitory is filled with beauties. There's not a single one who looks bad. Damn, it really is true that birds of a feather flock together. I never thought that beautiful women would be so proactive when they meet handsome guys. I've never experienced such treatment in my life. Beautiful women actually chase after guys to eat together? What a scumbag. No wonder he didn't get back together with his ex. It turns out he's looking for new love. What good can come from hanging out with Luchuan? This guy's reputation has long been tarnished. Not only does he flirt with girls everywhere, but he also lives off them, making the girls pay for the hotel rooms. This guy is clearly a gigolo. The boys at another table pointed and whispered about Lu Chuan and Li Chen. Lu Chuan might not have heard, but Li Chen heard everything clearly. This guy actually made the girls pay for the hotel rooms? How did he manage that? After a meal, Lu Chuan was busy running around, being overly attentive. He started boasting about all sorts of strange experiences. The girls were shocked, feeling that Lu Chuan was well informed and knowledgeable about both ancient and modern times. Lu Chuan, I didn't expect you to know so much. You even understand the supernatural events that broke out nationwide 6 years ago. That's natural. The supernatural events 6 years ago was referred to as the revival of spiritual energy. But do you know what the revival of spiritual energy really is? The so-called revival of spiritual energy refers to a special energy mutation produced by certain molecules in the air. This energy mutation is contained in the oxygen, and once the human body inhales it, the genes and cells will merge with it, leading to some kind of mutation, awakening supernatural abilities, or developing the body's genes. You should know that our brains have not been fully developed. Only a tiny part has been utilized, while the vast majority may never have the opportunity to be developed in this lifetime. The human body is full of mysteries. Some people carry ancient genes, while others are naturally smarter. Not everyone is born the same. In this world, there have long been legends of ancient martial artists. Back then, the mutated energy in the air was likely more abundant, meaning the spiritual energy was richer. Therefore, ancient people discovered and utilized this energy, creating specialized methods for absorption, which led to the legends of ancient martial artists who were far stronger than ordinary people. They could even pluck flowers and leaves from a distance and injure others from afar. This situation continued until the Ming and Qing dynasties, when the mutated energy in the air began to thin out, and the ancient martial artists became weaker. With each generation, some sects even lost their lineage, disappearing into the river of history. This period is referred to as the Age of Decline. The Age of Decline lasted about 300 years, especially in modern times, when there were almost no ancient martial artists around. All the wars in the world were replaced by firearms and artillery. Until 2050, 6 years ago, when the mutated energy molecules in the air began to become active again, leading to the resurgence of ancient martial artists and the birth of many supernatural beings across the country. Some people awakened their ancient genes directly under the impact of mutated energy, unlocking the mysteries of their genetic locks, thus awakening special abilities. For this reason, the higher-ups of Longxia country even established a high martial academy specifically to recruit supernatural beings and ancient martial artists for study. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. The High Martial Academy closed down just 2 months after its establishment. The mutated energy in the air was only active for 2 months before it fell silent again. My cousin awakened powerful supernatural abilities 6 years ago and was specially recruited to study at the High Martial Academy, receiving a monthly bonus of 200,000 without doing anything. These things, in fact, most people don't know about them. After all, awakening special abilities is a rare talent, 1 in a million. We ordinary people can only look up to them. Lu Chuan said with a face full of emotion. Senior Lu Chuan, you know so much. I didn't expect you to know about such secrets. Zheng Ting praised. They're just trivial matters. Zheng Ting, how about we add each other on WeChat? I can find you another day for a heart-to-heart talk. Actually, I have many qualities you don't know about, but unfortunately, people always misunderstand me. Sure. Ding. Lu Chuan successfully added Zheng Ting on WeChat. The meal was finished. Li Chen directly scanned the code to pay. He knew Lu Chuan would never pick up the tab. This guy never pays when eating with girls. Dodo, I'm glad to meet you all. To apologize for not replying to your message last time, let me give you a little gift. Li Chen pulled out 4 bracelets from somewhere. Here, 1 for each of you. They're just some worthless trinkets. Fu Dodo held the bracelet in her hand and immediately felt that the material was unusual. Is this a glass-type jade bracelet? Dodo, are you joking? A genuine glass-type jade bracelet is probably worth over 1 million. This must be a fake that Li Chen bought on Taobao, otherwise, how could it be so bright and transparent? It feels like it's made of glass, Zheng Ting said. Li Chen immediately took back the bracelet he had handed her. It's really not something valuable. If you don't want it, that's fine. Since the girl didn't want it, Li Chen naturally wouldn't insist. Everything should be left to fate. Huang Wenwen and Wan Shelwei didn't seem to mind. Each took one. Even if it was a fake bought on Taobao, it was still a gift, and exposing it in person would be somewhat impolite. Only Fu Dodo knew. This thing might actually be real. Li Chen drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom, a luxury car worth over 10 million. The gifts he gave couldn't possibly just be something worth 100 or so from Taobao, right? Unless he was really renting the luxury car? Thank you, Senior Li Chen. I really like the gift you gave me, Fu Dodo said with a sweet smile. Dodo, what's so special about a fake bracelet? Last time, a senior gave you a Van Cleef & Arpels bracelet and you didn't even accept it. That bracelet I checked online was worth over 30,000. Zheng Ting looked down on the fake on Fu Dodo's wrist. Glass-type jade? She just couldn't believe that someone would casually give away a bracelet worth $1 million. And 4 of them? Are you wholesale? It must be fake. 100% fake. There's no chance it's real. Zheng Ting was very certain in her heart. After leaving the barbecue restaurant, Zheng Ting, in her quest for truth, insisted on taking Fu Dodo and the others to a jewelry store for appraisal. Boss, can you take a look at this bracelet and tell us how much it's worth? Now, the group arrived at a legitimate jade store. Zheng Ting asked with a smile. Such street stall fakes were worth at most 100 or 2, nothing more. The boss looked at the bracelet on Fu Dodo's wrist and immediately perked up. He shone a flashlight on it. Good stuff. High ice glass type with such perfect quality. This level of jade is rarely seen on the market. You can hardly find it in regular stores. This has reached a collectible level. Based on the current market buyback price, it should be worth around 2 million, the jade store owner immediately assessed. What? 2 million? Boss, are your eyes playing tricks on you? This thing is worth 2 million? Isn't it fake? Zheng Ting exclaimed in shock. Who told you this is fake? The authenticity of jadeite is easy to determine. It's not like Hetian jade, where fakes are rampant and can even be indistinguishable from the real thing. This is also the reason why jadeite prices have remained high in recent years. I've been in this industry for over 10 years, and I can tell at a glance whether it's real or fake. What about this one? Zheng Ting raised Huang Wenwen's wrist again. This one is also of glass type, although it's slightly inferior to the previous one, it's still worth around 1.2 million. And this one? Zheng Ting lifted Wan Shelwei's wrist. This bracelet is also real. Damn, where did you get so many exquisite jadeites? You suddenly have 3 at once. If you're willing to sell them to me, I'm willing to add an extra 600,000 on top of the previous price. How about a firm price of 5 million? Crazy. Zheng Ting thought the boss had lost his mind. Something was definitely off. You want to spend 5 million to buy back 3 bracelets that Li Chen casually gifted? This means you probably sold them for a high profit? Really? Boss, is this bracelet really worth 1.2 million? If I sell it, can you transfer the money to me? Sure. I'll prepare the contract right away. The boss quickly took out a formal buyback contract. They signed it under the camera. After the process was completed, Huang Wenwen actually received a transfer of 1.2 million. This wave left even Huang Wenwen herself shocked. This was no joke. She really received 1.2 million. Damn, Dodo, what kind of identity does Li Chen have to give us such an expensive gift? I don't know what Li Chen's background is, but the last time I saw him, he was driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom at his school, the latest model worth over 10 million. Fu Dodo explained. Dodo, why didn't you tell me earlier? Li Chen actually drives a Rolls-Royce Phantom? Then the bracelet he gave me must also be real. That's over $1 million for me. Zheng Ting felt heartbroken. She almost regretted it to the core. This was over $1 million, especially after seeing the balance in Huang Wenwen's bank account. It was simply heart-wrenching. How many part-time jobs and years of work would it take to earn that million? Damn you. Dodo, can you give me Li Chen's WeChat? Since he gave us such an expensive gift, I want to thank him in person. I plan to treat Li Chen to a meal later. Huang Wenwen said seriously. Yeah, Dodo, this gift is too valuable. If I don't show some gratitude, I'll feel uneasy. Please give me Li Chen's WeChat too. Wan Shelwei also said with a face that suggested it was only right. Hearing this, Fu Dodo found it hard to refuse. She could only pass Li Chen's WeChat ID to them. The two instantly looked delighted. Dodo, I just reflected on it. I was indeed a bit rude. Next time, I'll apologize to Li Chen in person, so please give me his WeChat too. Zheng Ting was now full of fighting spirit. She had previously mocked Li Chen on purpose after hearing some rumors in the alumni group. They said Li Chen abused his ex-girlfriend and borrowed money at high interest, making his ex pay it back. Such a man, even if he was handsome, she found very unappealing. It seemed the truth was not like that at all. She had been blinded by rumors and misunderstood Li Chen. This was clearly that bitch Feng Zixuan who, fearing others would discover Li Chen's good qualities, deliberately slandered him with rumors, even saying he had a mental illness, thus reducing many competitors without anyone noticing. Her heart is truly despicable. This woman is too scheming. Xuanzi, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but you really are too clumsy with your words. Fu Dodo and her roommates are all beauties. Why can't you show a little more? I admit you have a certain charm, but can charm be eaten? Charm only has a supplementary effect when it comes to attracting girls, but it's not decisive. Lu Chuan had an expression of frustration. Especially with beautiful women, many don't care about looks. You're too aloof, always waiting for girls to chase you, and this often leads you to miss out on beautiful women. Well, I can't just go around licking girls like you, can I? You're wrong. If I lick one girl, I'm indeed a simp, but if I lick 100 girls, then those 100 girls are my simps. Do you know how many girls I've added on WeChat in the past 3 years? 2,000. From school, outside school, from neighboring schools, from society, gamers, any day I can easily ask a girl out to hang out. This is my trump card. There's no trick, just a lot of people. Do you know why I don't pay the bill? Because with so many people, if I had to pay for every girl I date, how could I possibly handle that? So, I never pay for a single meal. Moreover, I only make friends with them and never express any intention to pursue them, so it's reasonable that I don't pay. But there are always some girls who mistakenly think I'm dating them, and when they drink too much, they want me to accompany them. I can't refuse their hospitality, which leads to a lot of misunderstandings. Lu Chuan once again made his astonishing remarks. Li Chen was speechless. Ding dong. Huang Wenwen requests to add you as a friend. Ding dong. Wan Shelby requests to add you as a friend. Ding dong. Zhang Ting requests to add you as a friend. Would you like to verify? Suddenly, 3 friend requests popped up on Li Chen's phone. Lu Chuan glanced sideways. He was instantly incredulous. Wow, are girls nowadays this proactive? They all actively add you as friends? I get it, Xuanzi, don't be fooled. Lu Chuan had a look of sudden realization. What do you mean? Do you think that them adding you as friends means they have a crush on you, that almost every girl is interested in you? If you really think that, then you're gravely mistaken. These 4 girls all live in the same dorm. Their private relationships go without saying, and among them, Fu Daodu is clearly a bit closer to you. So, these women are likely sent by Fu Daodu to test you. If you can't hold back and accidentally get tempted, Fu Daodu will definitely think you're a scumbag. This is clearly a trap. They might be discussing you in their dorm right now. Lu Chuan analyzed with a knowing look. They said they really liked the gifts I gave and want to treat me to a meal next time. Li Chen directly accepted the friend request. Not listening to the advice of the elders will lead to losses right in front of you. You're still too young. I never said I wanted to pursue Fu Daodu. What's there to test? That night, Li Chen returned to the Wanjiangyiping penthouse. He moved in directly with his bag. After all, there was nothing lacking in the space. He also took down all the rental listings on the platform. After the last kidnapping incident, he completely lost the desire to be a landlord. That was just a childish fantasy from his student days. Thinking about lying back and collecting rent felt very comfortable. The reality proved that collecting rent was not comfortable. The monthly rent was only a mere 500,000, and for that he received numerous harassment calls every day, along with tenants haggling with him. Of course, from the tenant's perspective, haggling is a normal market behavior. But Li Chen felt it was a waste of time and energy. A single gold brick is worth more than 5 million. It really isn't necessary to haggle with tenants over a few thousand in rent. Moreover, he had already realized that listing over 100 properties for rent on the intermediary platform was indeed a very high-profile act. It was easy to attract investigation. Taking down all listings was urgent. Apocalypse. 9 o'clock in the morning. Li Chen, as usual, went to bed early and got up late. Early this morning, the roar of several planes suddenly echoed in the city sky. About 5 planes glided over the city, and from these planes countless flyers were scattered. Papers filled the sky, fluttering in the wind. Many survivors picked up these flyers from the planes. It seems to be military planes. What's written on the flyers? Hurry, show me. Dear survivors, the apocalypse has arrived, and it has been nearly 3 months. During these 3 months, we, the Blue Star humans, have faced countless calamities. 95% of humanity has perished as a result, order has collapsed, evil runs rampant, and the world is like hell, with laws completely non-existent. Fortunately, 5% of humanity has survived. We are the spark of human civilization, and we must not give up easily. After 3 months of effort by the Longhai military, we have rebuilt the human survivor base and rescued a large number of survivors. Currently, the Longhai survivor base has exceeded 10,000 people and has produced around 500 evolvers. We have enough arms, abundant supplies, a functioning power system, clean water sources, a reconstructed social order, and a strong team of evolvers. We can protect the survivors from the attacks of zombies and mutated beasts. Join the Longhai survivor base. We welcome all survivors and all evolvers to join us in overcoming this disaster together. I, Yuan Tianyi, leader of the Longhai base, a level 5 evolver, welcome your arrival. On this flyer from the plane, there was not only a written introduction from the military leader but also a map of the base at the bottom. According to the map's directions, if one continued 50 kilometers north or south of Haicheng, they would reach the Longhai survivor base. As soon as this flyer was released, it instantly stirred everyone up. For all the survivors struggling in the apocalypse, this was undoubtedly a lifeline. Great! I didn't expect that General Yuan Tianyi has established Such a large survivor base, and he's a level 5 evolver, that's amazing. With Captain Lee, a level 3 evolver, being so powerful, wouldn't a level 5 evolver be like a god? General Yuan Tianyi is already a leader of the younger generation in the military. He became a major general at 30, coming from a warlord family. Before the apocalypse began, he already commanded a large army and had a vast arsenal. After the outbreak, whether facing natural disasters or the attacks of zombies or mutated beasts, he had enough means to respond, so it's quite normal for him to have obtained a large number of zombie cores and mutated beast meat in advance and rapidly grow into a high-level evolver. Why don't we go and join General Yuan? Joining a larger survivor base is undoubtedly a safer option, Lin Longhui immediately suggested. As soon as he said this, many people were tempted. This matter still needs to be discussed with Captain Lee. If Captain Lee is willing to join General Yuan, then we can go together. It's better to have someone to look out for each other on the way. What if Li Chen disagrees? If Li Chen disagrees, we can part ways. We are not his dogs. Does he think he can control us if we want to join a larger base? Ziyan, why don't you come with me to the Longhai base? We're both level 2 evolvers, and once we get to the Longhai base, we might even secure a position. Plus, with such a large base, the supply situation will definitely be more reliable. Lin Longhui began to persuade. Upon hearing this, Mu Ziyan immediately fell into a dilemma. She still hoped that Li Chen could join them in going to the Longhai base. After Li Chen got up, he noticed many people discussing a flyer. The entire survivor team had, thanks to Li Chen's generous provision of crystal core supplies yesterday, almost all transformed into evolvers. Although the vast majority were only level 1, the strength of the entire team was no longer comparable to before. Captain Lee, take a look at this flyer. Guafu Gue handed over a flyer. Li Chen focused his gaze. His expression was indifferent. What Longhai base? What supply provision? Could this base have more supplies than he did? Wasn't that ridiculous? As for the level 5 evolvers, Li Chen acknowledged that they had an advantage in resources, which allowed them to temporarily outpace him, and that was understandable. But it wasn't a big deal. What's wrong? Are you all interested in this Longhai base? Captain, although you are a space-type ability user and have seized some supplies early on due to your advantage, there will come a day when we can no longer rely on what we have. To be frank, I believe joining the Longhai base is undoubtedly a better choice for our current team. Moreover, our entire team is now made up of evolvers. Joining the Longhai base will surely secure us a place. In this apocalypse, we need to band together and unite more strength to face greater risks. I hope the captain can lead us to join. Lin Longhui said without hesitation. If you want to leave, then leave on your own. I won't force you. Anyway, I'm not interested in this Longhai base. Captain, you. Alright, let's eat. Fine, since the captain is so stubborn, I, Lin Longhui, request to leave the team. Captain Lee, how about we? Many people hesitated to speak. What? Do you all want to leave the team? Too? Alright, I see now that many of you are considering joining the Longhai base today. Then this is how it is. If you are willing to follow Lin Longhui to leave and join this Longhai base, step forward. I'm giving you a chance now. You can exit the team, and I won't stop you. As soon as Li Chen said this, the entire place fell silent. After a while, someone stepped forward. It was one of Lin Longhui's underlings. This was understandable, as he had always followed Lin Longhui. However, once this person stepped forward, it quickly triggered a chain reaction. 1, 2, 3, more and more people began to step forward. The 8 speed-type evolvers who had joined yesterday all stepped out of the team. Several people from Li Chen's side also followed suit. I'm sorry, boss, I want to go to a bigger survivor base. Please grant me this. The moment Zhou Xiaoqian stepped out of the team, Li Chen was genuinely surprised. Zhou Xiaoqian, you were one of the earliest members of our team. I believe I haven't treated you poorly. Are you sure you want to leave my team? Li Chen asked again. This actually expressed a hint of wanting to salvage the situation. But Zhou Xiaoqian ultimately nodded firmly. I want to go. I'm sorry, boss. Without your help, I might not have become a level 2 evolver so quickly, and I'm almost on the verge of breaking through to level 3 now. But I still want to go to a bigger base. My water-type ability might be utilized more in a larger base. Everyone has their own aspirations, I can understand. You can go. Since Zhou Xiaoqian had already made up her mind to leave, Li Chen no longer insisted. He didn't lack a water-type ability user to provide a water source. If he wanted water, he could store hundreds of tons of clean, pure water in his space at any time. But others didn't know that. Currently, in the entire team, only Zhou Xiaoqian was a water-type ability user. If she left, even washing vegetables and cooking would become difficult. As a result, more people began to have second thoughts. They stood with Zhou Xiaoqian on Lin Longhui's side. Ultimately, out of a team of 93, 55 people actually wanted to leave. Only 38 remained, firmly standing with Li Chen. Yang Jian, aren't you leaving? Sorry, Brother Longhui, Captain Li helped me break through to level 2, lent me over a dozen level 1 crystal cores and quite a bit of food. I haven't repaid my debt to the team yet. I can't just walk away. No matter what, I have to repay my debts first. Yang Jian said with a silly expression. Alright then, Ziyan, are you really not leaving? Lin Longhui urged again. Yes, Captain Li, I believe we will meet again one day. I can't abandon my team, I hope you can understand. I can only repay your life-saving grace next time. Mu Ziyan hesitated for a long time but ultimately chose to leave. From then on, Li Chen's team, which was about to exceed 100 members, suddenly shrank by more than half, leaving only 37 people. Damn it, a bunch of ungrateful scum, they all deserve to die. Boss, as a brother, in my heart, I, Hong Mao, will never betray you. These bastards will definitely regret it later. Hong Mao said indignantly, even his whole body was burning with anger. Guo Fugue, why aren't you leaving? Li Chen turned to ask. The big base has its advantages and the small team has its strengths. If they go to Longhai base, can they really live better? That's not certain. I know all too well the face of the upper echelons. That Yuan Dashuai could break through to level 5 in such a short time, he must have drained the entire base's resources, turning everyone into his dependents. Even if we take a step back, even if this Yuan Dashuai has a bit of conscience and really does protect a region as a military district big shot, do you think he would trust his own guards or those external evolvers? There will definitely be different treatments. The big base may have resources, but whether they can be allocated to you is another matter. I'm getting old and I'm not willing to take such risks. Guo Fugue analyzed rationally. His words reassured all the remaining team members. Shadow had not said a word from beginning to end. She just stood firmly behind Li Chen. Very well said, they're leaving. Is their loss. I can only say they know nothing about my, Li Chen's, trump cards. After this choice, the rest are all our own people. Since they are our own, I will not hold anything back. From today on, you can obtain enough living supplies from me, unlimited supply, as much as you want. I still have a batch of level 1 crystal cores and I will quickly help everyone advance to level 2 evolvers. You will be grateful for this choice. Li Chen waved his hand. Suddenly, a large batch of supplies began to appear out of thin air. Cigarettes, beer, liquor, grains, fruits, steaks, pig trotters, lamb, various seasonings, mineral water, everything was there. It was like a large supermarket for daily necessities. There was nothing Li Chen couldn't produce. Wow, there are even bananas and dragon fruit. I used to love eating fruits. If only there were chilled watermelons, it would be perfect. Sun Yuhan said, taking a bite of banana and dragon fruit, her face full of happiness. Chilled watermelon? No problem. Li Chen really pulled out 5 large chilled watermelons, adding hot pot, beer, and barbecue. These little days, to hell with the Longhai base. Today, everyone should rest and recharge for a day, and then we'll sprint for upgrades. Crystal cores and supplies are more than enough. Tomorrow we'll switch to hunting mode. Red hair, looking at you, you should have reached the peak of level 2. I'll give you 10 level 2 crystal cores, aim to break through to level 3 today. If you can break through to level 3, I'll reward you with 10 cigarettes. Boss, it's a deal. I'm definitely breaking through to level 3. After a day of consumption and crazy feasting, the strength of Li Chen's team saw a significant boost. Although the number of members had decreased quite a bit, the overall strength experienced explosive growth. First was Red Hair, who finally broke through to level 3. With the breakthrough, Red Hair's control over fire became incredibly powerful. Even without using gasoline barrels, his destructive power was off the charts. He could even manipulate a 20-meter-long fire dragon, instantly turning an area the size of a basketball court into a sea of flames. Next, Guo Fugue broke through to level 2. His level 2 magnetic ability was beginning to show its prowess. Li Chen gave him 100 small throwing knives, which he wielded with ease. This ability was absolutely overpowered for harvesting ordinary level 1 and 2 zombies on the battlefield. Eagle also broke through to level 3, with his eagle eye scan covering a radius of 30 kilometers. What surprised Li Chen the most was that Sun Yuhan actually broke through to level 3. Her growth rate was incredibly fast. After a day of resting and recharging, 5 level 3 evolvers emerged from the team: Li Chen, Shadow, Red Hair, Eagle, and Sun Yuhan. Among the remaining 32 members, 20 successfully broke through to level 2. The last 12 remained at level 1, but they were not far from level 2. In a team of 37 evolvers, 25 were above level 2, making this team's strength quite formidable. Meanwhile, Lin Longhui, Mu Ziyan, Zhou Xiaochen, and a team of 56 evolvers had finally arrived at the Longhai base after a grueling 60-kilometer trek, following the map's guidance. Along the way, they encountered numerous thorns and hardships, facing 2 zombie hordes and 1 mutated rat swarm. Fortunately, all of them were evolvers, and with Lin Longhui and Mu Ziyan's impressive combat abilities, the entire team faced no major dangers. They only suffered 1 death and 5 minor injuries before successfully reaching the Longhai base. Upon arriving, they were all overjoyed. The Longhai base was bustling with survivors coming and going, a scene of prosperity. They hadn't seen so many people in a long time, as if they had suddenly returned to a civilized society. Great, we finally made it. My legs are about to give out from all that walking, but we've successfully arrived at the Longhai base. This is indeed a big base, with such high walls and so many survivors. Look at those soldiers on the city wall, all armed to the teeth, giving a strong sense of security. Li Chen is too stubborn and short-sighted, truly ignorant. Hello, we are an evolver team from Haichen. Currently, our team has a total of 55 members with 3 level 2 evolvers. We came here specifically to seek refuge after receiving the airplane flyers from General Yuan Tianyi. Lin Longwei said to a female officer in charge of filling out registration forms, his tone friendly. What's all the noise? Can't you line up? Shut the hell up. Now, each of you come over to get a registration form, fill in your name, age, date of birth, place of origin, and the type and level of your awakened abilities. I don't want to repeat myself. The registrar shouted with extreme impatience. Zhou Xiaoqian, Lin Longwei, and Mu Ziyan frowned. Immediately. After all, they were second-level evolvers, respected figures outside. Why was the registrar's attitude so poor? But thinking about the long line of people registering at the base entrance with the ordinary survivors, queue even longer, it was understandable that the registrar was a bit impatient given the workload. Forget it. Endure for a moment and peace will come. After filling out the registration form, remember to submit one first-level crystal core per person, and second-level evolvers must submit one second-level crystal core to receive a Dragon Sea base identity token. With this token, you can freely enter and exit the base. Why do they not have to submit anything? Lin Longwei immediately pointed at another group of ordinary survivors. It seemed that these ordinary survivors did not have to submit zombie crystal cores to enter the base. They live in tents inside the base. Do you also want to live in a tent? Looking at the group of survivors who look like beggars, Lin Longwei gritted his teeth and chose to submit a second-level zombie crystal core. The others in the line also submitted their respective crystal cores. These cores were hard-earned, and they were starting to feel dissatisfied. But since they were already here, they couldn't just turn back, could they? They decided to endure for now. After filling out the registration form and submitting the crystal cores, they finally received their identity tokens for Dragon Sea Base. First-level evolvers received a 1-star token. Second-level evolvers received a 2-star token. Third-level evolvers received a 3-star token, and so on. Once inside the base, they were led by staff to complete the check-in procedures. The entire group was dispersed, and they were not housed together. Lin Longwei, Mu Ziyan, and Zhou Xiaoqian were each taken to a small 20-square-meter single room. The room was very shabby, with cobwebs and mouse droppings. However, it barely had a private bathroom and shower. Are we really going to live in a place like this? Mu Ziyan asked incredulously. Yes, this is already considered a luxury single room in the base, but I just saw a group of villas inside the base. Those are for third-level evolvers and the leader's personal guards. By the way, this single room is not free. You need to pay 1 second-level crystal core every week. Upon hearing this, Mu Ziyan immediately regretted it. Had she known, she wouldn't have followed Lin Longwei to such a hellish place. Was this even a place for people to live? Lin Longwei and Zhou Xiaoqian faced similar situations, each in rooms of about 20 square meters. The first-level evolvers had it worse. They lived in dormitory-style mixed accommodations, crammed into a room with a dozen people, with no private bathroom or shower. However, seeing ordinary survivors setting up tents in the square, with no shelter from the wind or rain, made them feel a bit better. At least they had a place to shield themselves from the elements. When dinner time came, Mu Ziyan almost vomited. Zhou Xiaoqian also found it hard to swallow. What the hell is this food? The yellow rice is mixed with sand, there are no side dishes, and it smells sour. Who the hell can eat this? However, her complaints were met with disdain from several base evolvers. Cut it out. Do you think this is still before the apocalypse? What time is it now? Just having something to eat is already good enough. Exactly. If you think you're so great and don't want to eat spoiled food, wanting to have plain white rice instead, you can go to the second-floor cafeteria to exchange for it. One level 1 crystal core can be exchanged for 2 tails of white rice, 1 level 2 crystal core can get you a meat dish, and with 1 level 3 crystal core, you can even exchange for gourmet dishes made from mutated wild boar meat. It all depends on whether you're willing to part with it. In the end, Zhou Xiaoqian, Lin Longwei, and Mu Ziyan still couldn't stomach the spoiled food and went to the second-floor cafeteria. The second-floor cafeteria was indeed a bit more refined. However, the prices were outrageous. What the hell? A plate of stir-fried shredded potatoes actually costs 3 level 1 crystal cores? A plate of braised pork only has 6 pieces and costs 1 level 2 crystal core? That's too expensive. It was clear that the exchange prices at the second-floor cafeteria were at least 20 times more than those at Li Chen's place. This was ridiculous. Forget it, how about we just make do today? I heard that the evolvers in the base can take on tasks or team up to go outside and kill zombies to obtain crystal cores. With our abilities, we can still afford to eat at the second-floor cafeteria. Lin Longwei began to speak with determination. But how many zombies can we kill in a day? As level 2 evolvers, we have a large appetite. If we can't fill our stomachs, we won't have the strength to fight zombies. But if we use all our crystal cores to eat at the second-floor cafeteria, how will we level up? Mu Ziyan rolled her eyes and asked. This question was quite perplexing. Zhou Xiaoqian. Look, this cafeteria seems to have a special task for water-type ability users. I just saw that this task requires supplying at least 10 tons of water every day to eat for free at the second-floor cafeteria. 10 tons of water? I estimate I would have to exhaust myself to do that. Zhou Xiaoqian suddenly began to miss Li Chen a bit. When she was with Li Chen, she could enjoy hot pot beer and barbecued steak without a care. In this Longhai base, even as a water-type ability user, she wasn't being utilized properly. Why was that? I heard that there are 2 level 3 water-type ability users in Longhai base who can easily provide 500 tons of clean water to the base every day. Level 2 water-type ability users seem to only be able to do odd jobs. Lin Longhui directly struck at the heart of the matter. In the city, around 9 in the morning, Li Chen took out all 200 tons of gold from his space and stored it in the private warehouse he had just bought. He also contacted Zhao Dahai, asking him to establish a jewelry and gold company. The name would be Li Dafu. The main business would be selling various types of jewelry, gemstones, and gold ornaments, or investing in gold bars, and he directly gave Zhao Dahai 5% of the original shares. At the same time, he instructed Sun Xiaobiao to prepare to acquire 10 supermarkets and a large-scale ecological breeding farm. Around 11 in the morning, Li Chen took a plane to the Far East province. After transferring for more than 3 hours, he finally arrived at the border town of Dongling between Longxia country and Baixiang country. This town, due to its proximity to Baixiang country, occasionally had sightings of Baixiang girls on the streets. Many of the young Baixiang girls were quite beautiful, fair-skinned, lovely, with long legs. Due to their different ethnicity, they generally developed faster. The elementary school-aged Baixiang girls looked like middle schoolers. The middle schoolers looked like college students. They blossomed early into graceful figures. Therefore, their legal marriage age was much earlier than that of Longxia country. Li Chen strolled along the streets of Dongling town, feeling a distinct exotic charm. To obtain that batch of arms in advance, Li Chen directly contacted the person in charge. He inquired whether they could arrange for the delivery tonight. The person in charge said that delivering tonight was fine, but it would require extra payment. An additional 2 million for expedited fees was needed. It seemed that as long as one was willing to pay more, many problems could be resolved. The delivery and settlement location were confirmed. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, Li Chen walked directly out of Dongling town and found a deserted spot. With a thought, he focused his mental energy on the shoes beneath his feet, and then he controlled the shoes to slowly rise into the air. Instantly, it seemed as if he was floating in mid-air, continuously ascending. After flying to about 300 meters, he quickly sped off in the direction of the White Bear country. This was Li Chen's first time flying with his shoes. Although it was his first attempt, he adapted quickly. The learning and adaptation ability of a level 3 evolver is inherently strong. Moreover, flying with the shoes, which only required lifting his 100+ pounds with mental energy, was very easy. For Li Chen, there was absolutely no pressure at all. Li Chen's flying speed increased rapidly, soon breaking through the borderline and directly entering the territory of the White Bear country. "Mom, I think I saw someone flying in the sky?" A child leaned out of the window just in time to witness Li Chen flying with his shoes. "Where? There's no one flying in the sky, I didn't see anything." A young woman approached. She peered out the window several times but saw nothing. "Mom, the person has already flown away. I really saw it, that person flew up into the air and zoomed off." Tutu, didn't I tell you? Children shouldn't lie. You can't deceive your mom, or I'll have to spank you. I didn't. I really saw it. Mom, you have to believe me. Humph. Lying. I think you really need to be taught a lesson. The young woman began to scold the child. The little boy was left in tears. Boo-hoo, why? Don't adults believe him? He really saw it. As Li Chen flew, he didn't go too high. If he flew too high, his phone would lose signal. He kept Google Maps navigation on throughout the journey. By 9:20, he arrived at the designated trading location. The trading spot was an abandoned road rarely frequented by people. 3 military trucks were parked by the roadside. A dozen White Bear mercenaries armed with assault rifles were chatting with an Asian man. The trading time is 9:30. We haven't seen a single soul on this road. The other party isn't trying to play us, are they? Anyway, the commission has already been received. If they're more than 5 minutes late, we'll just leave. I wonder what kind of people from Longxia country want such a large batch of arms. I'm curious to see what kind of power they have to successfully transport this batch of arms into Longxia country. His name is Zhou Kai. He's an international bandit. I've checked and his identity seems fine. Pfft, what international bandit? Just a petty thief playing at kidnapping and extortion, not worth much. Just as these White Bear mercenaries were chatting, a strange figure suddenly descended from the pitch-black sky. The figure floated down, making an extremely exaggerated entrance that shocked everyone. The dozen armed mercenaries were directly stunned. The Asian arms dealer was also momentarily frozen. I am Zhou Kai. Where's my cargo? Li Chen, wearing a black mask and sunglasses, asked coldly. Cargo? Why yes, you guys, hurry and open the cargo truck. The back door of the military truck opened. Inside were wooden boxes, each containing assault rifles, submachine guns, shotguns, handguns, sniper rifles, and a large quantity of ammunition, grenades, mortars, individual rocket launchers, and high explosives. There were about 100 boxes in total. Li Chen walked to the back of the truck and waved his hand, and to everyone's astonishment, the boxes of arms began to float up automatically. Then he flew to Li Chen's side and vanished into thin air. One box after another disappeared right under the noses of the mercenaries. Everyone's mouths dropped open. They were all dumbfounded, stunned, like wooden chickens. Dead silence. The entire place was dead silent. After a while, over 100 weapon boxes were all collected by Li Chen into his space. I hope you won't mention today's events to outsiders, nor spread what you've seen, or you'll bear the consequences. Do you understand? Li Chen walked up to the Asian arms dealer and gently patted his shoulder. He said coldly, "You understand?" I understand." The arms dealer broke out in a cold sweat. "That's good to hear." Li Chen smirked. As soon as he finished speaking, he took 2 steps forward, seemingly floating in the air, and flew away. His mysterious shadow turned into a dark dot under the moonlight, quickly disappearing at the edge of the sky. All that was left was a group of stunned white bear mercenaries and the Asian arms dealer. Is this Mr. Jokai, the legendary practitioner of ancient Eastern martial arts, a congenital realm expert? Or could he be a sky-level ability user? Could it be that after 6 years, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has revived and congenital warriors and sky-level ability users have emerged? But what would such a powerful person want with these weapons? Even high-ranking officials in Longxia would have to pay their respects to such a big shot. Why would he come to me, a small arms dealer, to buy weapons? Xiao Tianyu found this situation utterly absurd. Whether it was a congenital realm expert or a sky-level ability user, they belonged to a generation of masters. Their status was exalted. A big shot of his caliber could just ask the military department for some guns and ammunition. Would the military department dare to refuse? Why resort to smuggling? It made no sense. He couldn't understand. Did big shots behave differently from others? Half an hour later, Li Chen returned to Dongling Town and found a hotel to stay in. In the apocalypse. At 10 in the morning, Li Chen once again went to bed early and got up late. But no one thought much of it, because every evolver, when material conditions are relatively sufficient, would more or less give themselves a little extra care. When they consumed zombie crystal cores to strengthen and upgrade, they didn't want to be watched by others. They all secretly hid a way to level up. As the leader, Li Chen had his own space and ample resources, so it was understandable that he spent a little more time strengthening himself every day. Around 10:30, Li Chen gathered all the team members. Shadow, red-haired Eagle, Sun Yuan, Wofugui, Yang Jian, and a secondary Earth-type ability user named Huang Chao, who is currently the core of Li Chen's team. Today's task is to conduct a large-scale cleanup of the streets, residential areas, and the major shopping malls where zombies are gathered. At the same time, we will collect supplies and crystal cores, including rescuing ordinary survivors. Although yesterday's airplane flyers attracted quite a few evolvers and ordinary survivors to voluntarily join the Longhai base, you must understand that those who have the ability to cross dozens of kilometers and successfully reach the Longhai base either have evolvers leading them or belong to relatively large teams with many people, vehicles, or weapons. Only this group of people can survive the journey through various crises and successfully reach the Longhai base. For ordinary lone survivors, trying to traverse the city streets alone while facing attacks from various zombies or evolved beasts is undoubtedly a life-and-death situation. Therefore, the promotion of the Longhai base actually did not consider those solitary, ordinary survivors. They have essentially been abandoned. For us, competing with the Longhai base for people is clearly not advantageous, so we can only absorb these ordinary lone survivors and cultivate them selectively. You may wonder why I want to absorb ordinary survivors. Isn't that a waste of food? I want to tell you that I am different from the Longhai base. I will not give up on anyone. Li Chen's speech was meant to convey one message. He, Li Chen, was not lacking in food. No matter how many people there were, he could support them all. Moreover, the more people there were, the more individuals he could gather to collect jewelry and gold for him. The efficiency would be higher. It was a guaranteed profit. Li Chen didn't have to pay them salaries or provide social insurance. A little food each day was enough to keep them satisfied. With so many cheap and useful employees, why not take advantage of them? Once these words were spoken, many members of the team brightened up, especially Sun Yuhan. Her eyes sparkled with determination, and she grew increasingly appreciative and respectful of Li Chen. Among the other team members, some agreed with Li Chen, while others disagreed, even secretly cursing him as a fool. In this apocalypse, how could he still be so altruistic? To actually use precious resources to support those ordinary survivors? Wasn't that pure foolishness? How many people would truly be loyal to him? Everyone was just using him. If one day he became useless, would they not immediately turn against him? It wasn't wrong for them to think this way. But Li Chen didn't care. Loyalty was originally a bond tied to interests. Li Chen's words made the team members increasingly recognize him. It was true that they cursed him as a fool, but wasn't his altruism even better? This way, they could extract more benefits from him. Others who took the lead would definitely not be as easy to manipulate as he was. Only someone with such righteous ideals, a naive altruist, would not be harsh on their teammates. So naturally, they would support and endorse him. Human nature is selfish, yet they do not wish for others to be selfish. Boss, no matter what decision you make, I will support you. Red-haired immediately said. Captain, I knew you were different from others. In this apocalyptic world, only someone like you, who has a sense of justice and is unwilling to give up on ordinary survivors despite facing numerous difficulties and hardships, can lead human civilization to continue. Sun Yuhan said excitedly. Leader, I truly did not misjudge you. I, Guofugue, am willing to pledge my loyalty to you, and this time it is sincere. Me? With a sense of justice? Li Chen was speechless. He felt these guys might have misunderstood him. How could they think he had a sense of justice? But Li Chen just wanted to use these survivors as black slaves. You are working for free without even realizing it. Li Chen's exploitation would make even capitalists weep. Alright, no need for extra nonsense. Now I will distribute weapons to you. With a wave of his hand, Li Chen pulled out one wooden box after another from his space. The boxes opened, revealing an array of firearms inside. Barrett sniper rifle. Damn, this is the Barrett sniper rifle I've been dreaming of. With this heavy sniper, I can instantly take down a level 3 zombie king from 500 meters away. The eagle exclaimed in ecstasy. He was extremely confident in his shooting skills. Not to mention, he had now awakened the level 3 eagle eye skill. It came with a locking feature. His dynamic perspective was incredibly strong. His judgment of wind speed and resistance was exceptionally precise. He could achieve instant headshots within 2,000 meters. Not only is there the Barrett, but also submachine guns, semi-automatic rifles, handguns, shotguns, rocket launchers, and grenades. What the hell, boss, did you rob an armory? Red-haired exclaimed in shock. With so many weapons, even an ordinary person wielding them would have explosive lethality. When the apocalypse first broke out, I awakened my spatial abilities, so I took advantage of the chaos to loot an armory. This is also one of my trump cards. Li Chen casually rambled on. Whether they believed it or not was up to them. Boss, if you had moved these weapons out earlier, Zhou Xiaoqian and the others wouldn't have left at all. Humph. That bunch of ingrates, it's better they left. A group of traitors, what's there to miss? In the future, when they come crawling back begging us to take them in, we won't want them. Exactly, maybe after Lin Longhui and the others reach Longhai base, they won't even get a decent meal eating spoiled food and pig slop every day. Haha brother, although what you said is quite satisfying, Lin Longhui, as a second level evolved, surely wouldn't end up in such a sorry state, right? So what if he's a second level evolved? Longhai base probably won't miss him. Now that we have so many weapons, our speed in killing zombies will definitely far exceed theirs. We will definitely be able to obtain more crystal cores and supplies. What can Lin Longhui, Zhou Xiaoqian, and Mu Ziyan compare with? The 37-member evolved team each received their own assigned firearms and ammunition. Along with military daggers and other close combat weapons, they were almost fully armed. Let's go! With a command from Li Chen, the whole team set out. Their first target for this operation was Yida Plaza. The foot traffic at Yida Plaza and Yida Commercial Street was extremely large. After the apocalypse broke out, this place had gathered the most zombies in the city center. Boss, based on my observations, there are nearly 10,000 zombies gathered around Yida Plaza and Yida Commercial Street. Among them, the second-level zombies may exceed several hundred. Even the third-level zombies, from what we've observed, there are at least 12. Eagle used his eagle eye to scan and observe the distribution of zombies in Yida Commercial Street in advance. With such a large horde of zombies, even if Li Chen's team was fully armed, it would be difficult to confront them head-on. Therefore, they needed to occupy advantageous terrain. They had to set up gun positions in advance and prepare for fire coverage. Huang Chao, it's time for you to play your part. Your Earth-type ability can change the terrain. I need you to build a trench at the entrance and exit of Yida Commercial Street and narrow the exit for me. Li Chen instructed. Okay, boss, I guarantee I'll complete the task. Huang Chao waved his hand and a yellowish halo appeared in his palm. When he pressed his hands to the ground, an incredible change occurred instantly. A large amount of soil began to automatically pile up and shrink. One wall of earth after another started to emerge from the ground. Soon, a trench was formed. At the same time, the entrance and exit of the commercial street also had walls of earth creating a narrow passage at the exit. Not bad, Huang Chao. Your Earth-type ability to change the battlefield terrain is simply a divine skill. In these 3 minutes, you've done at least a month's worth of work. For a renovation team, Eagle couldn't help but praise. It's all thanks to the boss's training. If it weren't for the boss taking me in, I would just be an ordinary useless survivor. Huang Chao blushed and humbly replied. He was only 17, quite young, and a bit shy about the praise. Shadow, you are now the fastest person in our team, so I can only assign the task of attracting zombies to you. You will lure the zombies over while we set up firepower here to give the zombie horde a hard hit, Li Chen said to Shadow. Okay, no problem. Shadow nodded. There was nothing she was dissatisfied with. With her speed of 3 seconds per 100 meters, even the third level Zombies couldn't catch up to her. Eagle, you go to a high point and be responsible for sniping the third-level zombies. Yes, boss. Hong Mao, I'll give you 100 grenades. With your fire-type ability, don't act too soon. Wait until the zombies gather in large numbers and form a zombie tide, then you can immediately provide fire coverage. Yes, boss. Li Chen's arrangement was exactly the same as Zhang Chang's previous strategy of having Li Chen lure the zombies. However, Li Chen's setup was more meticulous, with better equipment. The team also had more members. Of course, there were also more zombies. Li Chen was applying what he had learned effectively. Soon, the shadow disappeared into the trench and swaggered directly into the commercial street. In an instant, a large number of zombies detected the scent of fresh human flesh and blood, crazily rushing towards the shadow. Roar! 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 The shadow did not run immediately. Instead, she continued to delve deeper, ruthlessly toying with dozens of zombies. More and more zombies were provoked by her, but they couldn't catch her at all. She weaved through the horde with incredible agility, her movements astonishing. Even many second-level zombies couldn't touch a single hair on her. Until a 3-meter-tall third-level zombie was arrogantly provoked by her, the entire the commercial street's zombies collectively erupted. Countless high-level zombies let out commanding roars. The tide of corpses surged forward. The shadow dared not be reckless and immediately made her escape. She actually ran up walls and leaped across rooftops, using her nimble movements to break through the dense horde. Then she deliberately slowed down, luring the tide of corpses into the ambush zone. The shadow was amazing, attracting thousands of troops all by herself, going in and out of the horde, even toying with third-level zombies. Such incredible movement and positioning are simply a model for us speed-type evolvers. The tide of corpses is coming, prepare to fire. Ready, fire. With Li Chen's command, more than 30 automatic rifles fired simultaneously. The concentrated firepower turned the front row of zombies into a sieve. There was no need to aim because the front was filled with zombies, any shot would hit. In an instant, a blood mist filled the air. Over 100 zombies were instantly killed. The strong smell of blood drove the horde even crazier. Get ready to reload, continue fire suppression. Tat 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 tat. The battlefield turned into a meat grinder. The charge of the zombies became increasingly terrifying. Li Chen suppressed them with dual guns as the tide of corpses reached a scale of over 1,000. Grenades ready. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, grenades were thrown. Explosions erupted in the center of the tide of corpses. Shockwaves rolled, dust flew, and flames soared into the sky. The grenades created terrifying lethality within the dense horde. Countless zombies were blown to pieces. Ah, this feels great. Take down this bunch of losers. Kill, kill, kill. With the advantage of firepower, over 1,000 zombies were taken down in just 10 minutes. Damn, there are too many zombies. My gun barrel is almost turning red. It won't explode, will it? Change guns. Li Chen equipped all his teammates with 3 guns each just to prevent the barrels from overheating and exploding. He had plenty of ammunition, sufficient firepower, and could still change guns. The horde of zombies couldn't get through at all. Even the second-level zombies all fell under the dense fire coverage. But soon, with the appearance of 5 third-level zombies, the situation began to reverse. The third-level zombies were incredibly hard, like bronze skin and iron bones. Not only were they tall and had astonishing defense, but they were also fast. Ordinary rifles and submachine guns found it difficult to inflict any damage on third-level zombies. Bullets hitting third-level zombies felt like mosquito bites, completely non-lethal. At most, they could only inflict a slight injury on the third-level zombies, and that was under massive fire coverage. This is bad. The third-level zombies are about to charge in. We can't suppress them with our firepower. Few teammates panicked as they saw the third-level zombies getting closer. He almost couldn't steady his gun. Don't panic, I'll handle the level 3 zombies. Li Chen leaped up, the spaceblade in his hand coalescing. 5 spaceblades shot out in an instant. 3 level 3 zombie kings had their necks severed by the invisible spaceblades. The other 2, surprisingly, were missed by Li Chen. Perhaps controlling 5 spaceblades simultaneously made his predictions less accurate. Or maybe the speed of the level 3 zombies was too fast, their senses too sharp, allowing them to dodge. Just then, a loud gunshot rang out from a higher vantage point. The level 3 zombie that had just dodged Li Chen's spaceblade was hit in the head by a round from a Barrett sniper rifle. The last level 3 zombie that charged in was bombarded by Hong Mao's fire dragon. Guo Fugue fired his throwing knives. Other teammates launched a rocket launcher, concentrating fire and killing it. In this intense exchange of fire, at least 3,000 zombies were shot dead. Tat 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 tat. The horde of zombies had no concept of fear. Even after countless deaths and injuries, they continued to charge forward. It seemed they would not rest until they had torn these humans to shreds. Roar! At that moment, an unexpected situation arose. Among the horde of zombies, a massive ice zombie, about 5 meters tall, appeared. This giant ice zombie was covered in ice armor, and a glimmer of intelligence sparkled in its eyes. The ice zombie waved its hands, and a terrifying cold wave swept over the air seemed to freeze. The temperature suddenly dropped to -50 degrees. Even Hong Mao, the fireman, was shivering from the cold. The ice zombie pointed with both hands. Above the entire Yida Commercial Street, countless ice spikes seemed to coalesce, thousands upon thousands. The terrifying ice projectiles, with powerful piercing force, rushed madly towards the trench of the evolution team. What the hell is this? Monster? It can even control the weather? Could this be a level 4 zombie? A level 4 zombie has already mastered elemental power? No wonder those level 3 zombies dared not run. It turns out a level 4 zombie has been born. Damn it, get out of the way. Li Chen and the others quickly dodged and took cover inside the buildings of the commercial street to avoid being pierced by the ice spikes. However, once they were inside, they completely lost their firepower suppression over the horde. In this situation, if they were surrounded by the zombie horde, the consequences would be unimaginable. The situation was extremely dangerous. At this moment, the eagle was shivering in the high tower, but his gaze remained resolute. The Barrett sniper rifle was ready. Now's the time, die. The eagle's keen eye locked on, and a shot rang out. The Barrett produced a loud gunshot. The terrifying recoil made the eagle's arm ache. A single armor-piercing round hit the level 4 ice zombie 1,100 meters away, penetrating its ice armor and instantly blowing its head off. The terrifying power could even penetrate an armored tank. Although the level 4 zombie had incredible defense, it was still a mere mortal. It never expected that it could be headshot from 1,100 meters away. The big boss had just appeared and was already taken down. This was something no one had anticipated. No one expected the eagle, wielding the Barrett, to become so fierce, able to headshot a level 4 zombie from a kilometer away. Eagle bro, you're amazing. Damn, that shot could make you a legend. That marksmanship is incredible, I'm impressed. Everyone, continue the fire suppression. The level 4 zombie is down. Today we kill whoever stands in our way. Kill, kill, kill. The 37 members of the evolution team transformed into a battlefield reaper. Each wielded dual guns, their firepower astonishing. They were evolutionaries themselves, with strength and stamina far exceeding that of ordinary people. Moreover, their adaptability to learning was incredibly fast. In just half an hour of shooting practice, their marksmanship had already become very precise. The wasted bullets were decreasing, while the number of headshot zombies was increasing. With accurate strikes, the zombies fell faster. The attack from the zombie horde is starting to weaken. There shouldn't be any greater impact now. Let's break out and clear out Yida Commercial Street. The zombie horde began to thin out, and soon all of them were down. The entire commercial street was littered with zombie corpses, resembling a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Li Chen led the team to collect the zombie crystal cores and various supplies left in the commercial street. Some people found the branded clothes in the commercial street very appealing and casually took a few pieces. Others knew that Li Chen liked gold, silver, and jewels and could exchange them with him, so they immediately ran to break into the gold shop and started a spree of looting. Almost every teammate returned with their arms full, unable to carry all their loot. Fortunately, Li Chen had space. 5 hours later, Wo Fugui began to tally the results. Boss, this time we've had a super bumper harvest. In this battle, we collected a total of 1 level 4 crystal core, 9 level 3 crystal cores, 520 level 2 crystal cores, and 6375 level 1 crystal cores. We also seized supplies from 3 gold shops, 5 jewelry stores, and 2 large supermarkets. All of it is ours. Damn, old Gua, if you hadn't counted, I wouldn't have known we were this fierce. We hardly lost a single member and took down 10,000 zombies. Ha, it's still thanks to the awesome weapons and equipment provided by the boss that we could clear the zombie horde without any injuries. After this battle, our Xianshan team will probably become famous in the world. Very good, everyone has worked hard this time. With so many zombie crystal cores and supplies, I believe it won't be long before all members of the team can evolve to level 3. Now, everyone follow me to the nearby community to rescue survivors. Li Chen distributed some dry food to everyone. They ate while moving, clearing out some scattered zombies along the way. In the nearby community, they quickly found some lone survivors. Moreover, the firepower coverage from Yida Commercial Street had been so intense that it made a lot of noise. Many lone survivors thought the army had come to rescue them and actively requested to join. Li Chen did not refuse. Soon, the team expanded to over 200 people. When the entire team reached a familiar community, Li Chen led them inside. There was someone he knew in this riverside community. He wondered if the person had starved to death. He arrived at room 3002 in Building 7. He knocked on the door but received no response. Li Chen violently kicked the door open. He broke in directly. This was a luxurious flat of over 200 square meters, and the inside was very clean. Even in the apocalypse, it was spotless. The house was decorated warmly. Li Chen walked into the bedroom and found Gu Sisi lying on the bed. She had been starved to the point of skin and bones, looking extremely emaciated. She was wearing a princess dress, almost to the point of being on the verge of death, lacking even the strength to get up from the bed. Seeing this, Li Chen quickly took out a bowl of porridge and fed her a few spoonfuls. Gu Sisi opened her eyes and saw a familiar figure. It's you! Li Chen, I went downstairs to look for you several times, but you weren't there. I thought you had already been eaten by the zombies outside. I didn't expect to see you again, Gu Sisi said with a face full of surprise. She had never imagined that as the campus belle of Nandu University, the daughter of a jewelry tycoon, a princess of wealth, she would one day be reduced to the point of starving to death. Before dying, I surprisingly had never experienced a man, never felt the joys of adulthood. What a heartbreaking regret. If I had known back in school, I wouldn't have been so reserved. I was already prepared to wait for death. Unexpectedly, I was saved again. Li Chen appeared once more at the most desperate moment of my life. The connections in this world are truly marvelous. Don't speak, finish this bowl of porridge first to regain some strength. After finishing a bowl of porridge, Gu Sisi felt much better. It was as if she had been pulled back from the brink of death. Chief, the people downstairs just reported that during the search for survivors in this community, they found quite a lot of gold, silver, jewelry, jade antiques, and rare gemstones. They want to know if the chief is available to exchange some supplies. Guo Fugue ran to the entrance of 3002 to report. Sure, today we will rest here. Let's temporarily stay in this riverside community. Each person can choose a large flat. If it's a family unit, then the whole family can choose one large flat. 10 minutes later, everyone gather on the first floor. I will distribute supplies and rewards based on the results of this operation, Li Chen said methodically. Okay, Chief, I will pass the message down. 10 minutes later, all 37 fully armed evolvers, along with 188 newly joined survivors, gathered, a total of 225 people. Many survivors, facing a chief evolver like Li Chen, appeared somewhat timid. They didn't dare to meet Li Chen's gaze directly. Chief, I heard that here we can exchange gold and jewelry for food. 1 kilogram of gold jewelry can be exchanged for 1 kilogram of rice or other ingredients. Is this true? A Boulder survivor directly asked. It is true. I have a special exchange list here. You can take a look. Li Chen took out the exchange list. 1 kilogram gold equals 1 kilogram rice. 1 kilogram gold equals 0.1 kilograms beef equals 0.1 kilograms pork equals 0.1 kilograms lamb. 2 kilograms gold equals 1 fire axe. 10 kilograms gold equals 1 level 1 zombie crystal core. 20 kilograms gold equals 1 handgun, 20 rounds of ammunition. 50 kilograms gold equals 1 submachine gun, 200 rounds of ammunition. Items of equal value in jade, jewelry, antiques, artworks, rare minerals, and energy can be exchanged for food, weapons, and crystal cores, with gold as the anchor unit. This was a handwritten item exchange list. It wasn't particularly detailed, but it provided a general idea. When the survivors saw this exchange list, their eyes widened in disbelief. Who would have thought that in this apocalypse, gold and jewelry, which no one cared about, could be exchanged for so many good things with Chief Li Chen? Not only food, but also weapons and evolution crystal cores. This was simply a rhythm for us to spiral upwards. Chief, I happen to have some gold bars and jewelry. How much can I exchange for these? A clever-looking young man decisively opened his backpack. Inside were about a dozen gold bars and quite a few exquisite jade pieces and jewelry. He had heard that Captain Li liked these things, and the members of the Evolver team were also collecting them, so he specifically dug them out from someone else's home. Not bad, these can be exchanged for 3 gene of rice, plus 1 level 1 zombie crystal core. Chief, I want to exchange. Sure. Li Chen casually took out supplies from his space and exchanged them. Next. Among these survivors, almost all have received hints from their teammates, and to varying degrees, they have collected some valuable items during their search for other survivors. Some have collected a lot, not only able to exchange with Li Chen for food but also to trade for crystal cores and weapons. Others have collected less, but they can still barely trade for something to eat. They won't starve to death. As for the 37 members of the Evolve team, Li Chen is even more generous. All team members will receive a reward of 20 level 1 crystal cores, 10 level 2 crystal cores, 5 kilograms of rice, 3 kilograms of beef, 3 kilograms of lamb, and 5 kilograms of pork. The appetite of the Evolved is quite large. These ingredients are essentially just enough for their meals for 2 or 3 days. Especially when upgrading with crystal cores, they consume food even faster. If it's a level 3 evolved like Shadow, Red Hair, or Eagle, they could finish it all in a day. Therefore, for level 3 evolved, Li Chen has even more rewards. Eagle, your performance in this battle was evident to all. I will give you an extra 100 kilograms of beef, 100 kilograms of lamb, and 100 kilograms of pork. You can come to me anytime to exchange with food tickets. Additionally, I will give you 50 more level 2 crystal cores. Boss, the credit for this victory still goes to you. If you hadn't given me the Barrett sniper rifle, I would never have been able to snipe that level 4 Ice Corpse. Eagle said humbly. With so many ingredients, wouldn't that mean he could feast for a month? At least he wouldn't have to worry about food and drink for a month. Shadow, your role in luring the zombie horde was also significant. I will give you 50 kilograms of beef, 50 kilograms of lamb, 50 kilograms of pork, and 30 level 2 crystal cores. Okay, thank you, boss. Gu Cece, you just joined my team. I shouldn't give you special treatment, but you are the first survivor to use a gemstone necklace to exchange for food. That necklace of yours is actually very expensive. Speaking of which, last time I took advantage of you. So I will give you 10 level 1 crystal cores and the corresponding food materials as compensation. Last time, the How You Blue, a top blue diamond that Gu Cece wore around her neck, sold for several hundred million. Li Chen was cultivating her into an evolved, which was quite generous. But Gu Cece didn't think so. What blue diamond? It was worthless now. Li Chen might have taken a liking to her, which made her heart race. Could it be that she was about to experience the joys of adulthood? She really looked forward to that day coming soon. The more Gu Cece thought about it, the redder her cheeks became. They were rosy, like a little apple. Soon, Li Chen had almost finished distributing the rewards. Although level 2 crystal cores are half as effective for level 3 evolve, they still have some effect. As long as enough is consumed, they can still aid in evolution. As for the 9 level 3 crystal cores and 1 level 4 crystal core, no one else even thought about touching them. Such upgrading resources are only for Li Chen to enjoy. Currently, the entire team does not have enough resources to cultivate 2 level 4 evolved at once. So naturally, Li Chen gets priority for upgrades. After the team meeting, Li Chen found a private room and began to consume the level 3 crystal cores. After swallowing 1 level 3 crystal core, a powerful energy surged through his limbs. A cool sensation rushed to his head. Li Chen's brain domain expanded rapidly at a visible speed. In no time, it expanded to 735 cubic meters. This means that just 1 level 3 crystal core allowed his brain domain to expand by 200 cubic meters. A feeling of hunger soon followed. Li Chen began to eat. Then he consumed the second level 3 crystal core, taking the third level 3 crystal core, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, the seventh, the eighth, the ninth. After swallowing 9 consecutive level 3 crystal cores, Li Chen felt that his body had become so powerful it was almost terrifying. With a casual strike, he could probably exert a force of 50 tons. The space blade, condensing 20 shots at once, was completely effortless. Even more surprisingly, his brain domain space had expanded to 2,335 cubic meters. This made the space that was almost full suddenly much more spacious. Very good, my current state should have reached the peak limit of a level 3 evolver. Taking a level 4 crystal core should allow me to successfully break through to level 4. Yuan Tianyi, the leader of the Longhai base, is already a level 5 evolver. If I break through to level 4, I will only be 1 level away from him. In the 3 months since the apocalypse, the strongest evolvers should be around level 5. It's not to say there are no evolvers stronger than Yuan Tianyi, but he definitely belongs to the peak of the first tier. With my current rate of advancement, catching up to him is not out of the question. Li Chen took out the crystal core of a level 4 ice corpse and swallowed it in one bite. The crystal entered his stomach. This time, there was no explosive burning sensation. Instead, a bone-chilling coldness instantly swept through his entire body. Li Chen trembled uncontrollably from the freezing. Damn, why is it so cold? Could it be because the level 4 ice corpse awakens the ice element, so its crystal core carries ice energy, making it this cold? Damn it, this is even colder than when the apocalypse first broke out at minus 70 degrees. Under the impact of the energy from the level 4 ice corpse crystal core, Li Chen's body actually began to form ice blocks. Before long, he seemed to be completely encased in ice. His limbs were icy cold. The chill was piercing. His body temperature gradually dropped. Only his heart was still beating weakly. It beat 2 or 3 times per minute. It was almost like being completely frozen. However, Li Chen's vitality was incredibly tenacious, and his peak level 3 physical quality allowed him to endure even in this state of being completely frozen. Time passed second by second. 2.5 hours later, a surge of ice energy merged with his brain domain space, and it seemed that his space had gained an ice attribute energy. His body was also undergoing some kind of mutation. The frozen state gradually thawed. A powerful ice energy gathered in his chest. Am I awakening ice abilities? Is it actually the ability of the level 4 ice corpse? Is this the awakening of a second ability? It can be like this? The ice abilities that Li Chen awakened at this moment were not level 1 abilities but directly awakened level 4 abilities. The air temperature within a 5-kilometer radius was almost under his control. He could instantly drain the heat from the surrounding air, dropping the temperature to minus 70 or 80 degrees. It could freeze someone into an ice sculpture. This ability would be terrifying in team combat. Even evolvers would be greatly affected. There's actually an unexpected surprise. Now my brain domain space has expanded to 3,335 cubic meters, breaking through level 4 has directly increased it by 1,000 cubic meters. The level 3 and level 4 crystal cores have all been consumed. Indeed, high-level crystal cores improve quickly and have strong effects. This boost was enough to create a gap between Li Chen and the vast majority of evolvers. For level 1 and 2 evolvers to break through, it could be said to be not difficult. With a little bit of resources and means, they could reach this level. Advancing to level 3 was slightly more challenging and required a lot of resources. Advancing to level 4 was very difficult. After all, level 3 and level 4 crystal cores are hard to find. Killing 10,000 zombies only yielded this little bit. City, 12 noon. Li Chen checked out of the hotel. He returned to Far East Airport like a normal traveler after some sightseeing and took the flight back to Jiangcheng that day. Hey! President Li, the Li Dafu Jewelry Group has just been successfully registered. Recently, the market for investing in gold is booming. Possibly due to the sluggish real estate market, people are reluctant to buy houses, and many with spare cash are willing to invest in gold bars instead. Especially here in Longxia, many people are buying gold. Those wealthy aunts and uncles buy several gold bars at a time. I heard that Zhou Xiaofu's investment gold bars are almost sold out, and their selling price is generally 50 yuan higher than the international gold price. If we sell at the normal market price, isn't that a bit of a loss? I feel that gold can continue to rise. Why don't we hold off on selling for now and stock up? Wouldn't that be more profitable? After all, this stuff doesn't depreciate much, it basically keeps rising and can resist inflation. Holding it long term is definitely a guaranteed profit. Zhao Dahai suggested to Li Chen over the phone. He didn't know where President Li got so much gold and jewelry, but the international gold market was indeed booming lately. Perhaps it was due to the turbulent international situation. Gold, as a safe haven asset, naturally soared. Many gold shops had even started to limit their sales. Of course, normal gold jewelry has a very high craftsmanship premium, so gold jewelry still sells normally, but the purchase quantity of investment gold bars was indeed restricted. Everyone else was hoarding gold. On Li Chen's side, a large amount was being sold at normal market prices without any premium, which seemed like a losing proposition. It's fine, we'll just sell normally, I have enough supply, Li Chen said calmly. But I'm worried that Zhou Xiaofu, Wang Dasheng, Zhao Shengsheng and these gold and jewelry companies will directly source from us. Last time, I caught a supplier who bought 100 kilograms of gold from us at a low price and then sold it for 20 yuan more per gram, which nearly drove me crazy. They casually flipped it and made us 2 million. Speaking of this matter, Zhao Dahai was clearly very angry. A profit of 2 million was so easily taken away by the other party, which left him feeling quite unhappy. It's fine, if they want to source, let them source. The price of gold will likely drop soon. Alright then. Although Zhao Dahai did not agree with Li Chen's view on the gold situation, he had no choice since the supply was all from Li Chen. He decided to take out some money to buy Li Chen's gold supply and stock it himself. Li Chen couldn't understand the gold situation, but he knew that as long as he kept supplying endlessly, the market price of gold would definitely be driven down. How much it could be driven down he didn't know, but it couldn't keep rising indefinitely. So let those jewelers source as they pleased. It didn't matter. When the time came for a price war, Li Chen wasn't afraid at all. His gold had no cost. Who could offer a better price than him? Li Dafu Jewelry was officially established. On Sun Shoubiao's side, discussions were also underway regarding the acquisition of supermarkets and farms, and they had already begun to implement it. As long as the funds were in place, it could be settled quickly. When Li Chen returned to Wanjingyipi, it was already 8:30 p.m. After a day of flying and driving, Li Chen fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. He didn't need to be very tired to sleep. As long as he closed his eyes and used his mental power to induce hypnosis, he could instantly fall into a dream and return to the apocalyptic world. The fastest speed only takes 5 seconds. The apocalypse. 8:30 a.m. Li Chen's team, 225 people, except for Li Chen himself, who was absent. All the others had gathered and started a fire to cook a large pot of rice. After a night of evolution and upgrades, the entire team had produced 72 new evolved individuals. The original squad of 37 had all broken through to level 2 or above. Now, the weakest among them was also at level 2. Among them, Yang Jian, Guofugue, and Huang Chao had reached the peak of level 2 and were not far from breaking through to level 3. Additionally, there was a level 2 ability user named Meng Haoyu who surprised everyone. He unexpectedly took the lead, surpassing Guofugue, Huang Chao, and Yang Jian, and broke through to level 3 first. Moreover, this kid awakened a spatial ability. Not only did he possess an internal space, but he also mastered a special skill of the spatial system teleportation. After awakening his spatial ability, this kid had kept it a secret from the team. Instead, he stealthily hid it and claimed to be an ordinary strength-type evolved individual. During the battle with the zombie horde yesterday, he did not reveal any special traits. Until this morning, when Meng Haoyu successfully broke through to level 3. He not only had an internal space of 50 cubic meters but also achieved a maximum teleportation distance of 300 meters, allowing him to teleport 5 times in quick succession. With such a divine skill, anyone who wanted to kill him would have to think twice. Even if Li Chen personally took action, he was confident he could easily escape. This was his trump card. Thus, he boldly approached Sun Yuhan again and personally made her a heartfelt breakfast. Little did he know that this carefully prepared breakfast was devoured by the ruffian Hongmao. Not only did Hongmao eat it, but he also arrogantly claimed that Meng Haoyu was a toad wanting to eat swan meat. How dare a mere level 2 strength-type evolved individual pursue a woman that his brother Hongmao had set his sights on? Are you looking for death? Hong Mao's arrogant attitude completely infuriated Meng Haoyu. Unable to endure any longer, Meng Haoyu finally exploded in frustration. He challenged Hong Mao to a duel using his teleportation skill to catch him off guard and stabbed him in the kidney with a single strike. Hong Mao nearly died. Fortunately, Sun Yuhan acted quickly to save him, using her green light skill to bring him back. In this battle, Meng Haoyu made a stunning impression, causing everyone in the team to look at him with new eyes. No one expected that even the team's explosive output, the level 3 fire-type ability user, was almost killed by him. Since he had already been exposed, Meng Haoyu simply admitted that he had awakened a spatial ability. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he became the next Li Chen. He too could store a large amount of supplies in his own space. If Li Chen could be the team leader, why couldn't he? Meng Haoyu. Yuhan, I can finally pursue you openly now. I, Meng Haoyu, am definitely not a toad. One day, I will become a dragon in the sky. Meng Haoyu thought to himself. Everyone, move aside, the leader is coming. What's going on? Why is everyone gathered here? Aren't you eating? Why is there blood? When Li Chen saw the blood on the ground, he immediately turned pale and asked, Leader, just now Meng Haoyu and brother Hong Mao had a fight. Brother Hong Mao almost got stabbed to death by him, but fortunately, sister Sun Yuhan acted in time to save him. The blood on the ground is all brother Hong Mao's. What happened? Hong Mao actually couldn't beat Meng Haoyu? Leader, let me explain. Guo Fugui stepped forward to explain, and only then did Li Chen understand the whole story. Good heavens! Meng Haoyu had hidden himself quite well. Awakened with spatial abilities, he had remained silent all along. Now, having broken through to level 3 in order to slap the red-haired guy in the face, he finally revealed his true strength. Could this possibly be a protagonist template? Alright, I've understood the situation. I didn't say this before, but now I warn you all, from now on, without my permission, there shall be no internal strife within the team, especially not for the sake of a woman. If such a thing happens again and disrupts the harmony of the team, don't blame me for turning against you. Li Chen's gaze sharpened. He casually raised his right hand and pointed into the void. Over 20 spatial blades instantly sliced toward a building 100 meters away. All the load-bearing walls and columns of the building were severed. Boom! The next second, this 50-story luxurious riverside skyscraper suddenly collapsed. In an instant, dust flew everywhere. Steel and concrete scattered across the ground. The entire building crashed to the ground, shaking the earth for several kilometers around. It was as if a small earthquake had occurred. This shocking scene left all the team members present dumbfounded. One by one, they gaped as if they could fit an ostrich egg in their mouths. This was insane. A mere point into the void, and a 100-meter building came crashing down. Is this really the power that humans can possess? It's too exaggerated, right? Terrifying. Frighteningly terrifying. Extremely terrifying. Even Li Chen himself felt it was a bit exaggerated. He had only cut a few load-bearing columns and walls. The collapse of the 100-meter building was something he hadn't anticipated. He had originally just wanted to show off a little, but unexpectedly, it turned into something big. Well, since he had already shown off, he might as well go all the way. Li Chen stood with one hand behind his back, his expression still calm. He casually pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his space. Lighting one with a lighter, he exhaled a puff of smoke. Then he walked over to Meng Haoyu and casually patted him on the shoulder. You've successfully broken through to level 3. I'm very pleased. Keep it up. In my team, you don't have to be cautious about hiding yourself. Even if you are a spatial ability user like me, I won't harm you. I hope that one day, my team can have more strong individuals like you. Starting today, your rations in the team will triple. In the future, a portion of the supplies collected by the survivors can also be stored in your hands for safekeeping. As soon as Li Chen said this, all the teammates were shocked. Meng Haoyu's heart was also stirred. He didn't expect Li Chen's generosity to be far greater than he had imagined. In the team, a spatial ability user had emerged who could threaten his position, yet Li Chen not only showed no signs of suppression but seemed to want to cultivate him. Specifically, such magnanimity was admirable. Of course, everyone was also astonished by Li Chen's powerful personal strength. Only a person with strength can command respect. Without strength, having a big heart won't keep subordinates in check. That would be raising a tiger to trouble oneself, courting death. Raising a tiger to trouble oneself and wisely utilizing talent are essentially just a hair's breadth apart. Captain, I, Meng Haoyu, admire you. Li Chen flicked the ash from his cigarette, his face calm. In fact, some of the ragged packages, bedding, pots, pans, shoes, and clothes collected by the team were things Li Chen had no desire to store in his space. Even some expired snacks from supermarkets in the apocalypse were things Li Chen truly didn't want. However, many members of the team, having experienced hunger and suffering, were very frugal and couldn't bear to throw anything away. They even enjoyed the expired snacks. Unfortunately, there were quite a few of these expired snacks, and since the teammates couldn't take them, they could only store them in Li Chen's space. Now there's Meng Haoyu, just in time to throw all those broken packages, pots, pans, expired snacks, right at him. It saves quite a bit of trouble. Meng Haoyu's awakened spatial ability is teleportation. With such a divine skill in hand, Li Chen is afraid he won't be able to catch up with him. Rather than letting him run off and make enemies, it's better to keep him close, making it easier to manage. The leader's broad-mindedness truly earns our respect. From another perspective, if I were Leader Li, I probably wouldn't tolerate someone like Meng Haoyu who has the same spatial abilities. That's true, but the leader has already broken through to a level 4 ability user, far stronger than Meng Haoyu. Although Meng Haoyu has also awakened spatial abilities in terms of vision and mindset, he is nowhere near Leader Li. Even as a level 3 ability user, he's still competing for attention. Compared to Leader Li, he's just a child who hasn't grown up. It's no wonder Meng Haoyu acts like a sycophant. Sun Yuhan is not only beautiful and kind-hearted, but also a level 3 healer. She's the darling of the entire team. Everyone is afraid of getting hurt and will eventually seek her help, so they all take special care of her. Who wouldn't want to marry her? With Sun Yuhan around, you'd find it hard to even think about dying. Everyone began to discuss animatedly. Red-haired brother who had been stabbed in the kidney was bouncing back to life in just a few minutes, showing just how important a top-tier healer like Sun Yuhan really is. Both Red-haired and Meng Haoyu were ready to fight to the death for Sun Yuhan, but they didn't realize that in Sun Yuhan's eyes there was only Li Chen. She just didn't dare to look directly at him, which is why she rarely communicated with him. But it's often the case that those who have feelings for someone are the ones who hesitate to engage directly. Everyone performed very well today. Our team now has 109 evolved individuals, including 72 level 1 evolved, 31 level 2 evolved, and 6 level 3 evolved. Our team's strength has once again seen a rapid increase. So I announced that, starting today, our Future Survivor Base is officially established. As for why it's named the Future Survivor Base, it's because I believe that each and every one of you present will have a bright future. The hardships of yesterday are behind us. In the future, you will surely have a glorious path ahead. Li Chen's speech was powerful and resonant. Although it may seem like he was just making empty promises, what if it really came true? Meng Haoyu, I now officially appoint you as the logistics minister of the first squad of the future base, with the authority to handle all materials except for collecting crystal cores. By the way, I will also hand over a portion of the supplies from the space for you to manage. I hope you won't let me down. If anyone has some less important material needs in the future, you can directly approach Minister Meng for assistance. After Li Chen finished speaking, he decisively pulled out a large pile of luggage from the space. In addition to some teammates' pots and pans, there were also many food items collected from the Yida Plaza supermarket yesterday. There were wafer biscuits, instant noodles, potato chips, and even ham sausages that had only expired a month ago. These are all good things. He originally thought that the supplies Li Chen mentioned would only include some junk. There was no way he would actually give him real ingredients and useful supplies. Who would have thought that everything Li Chen brought out was actually good stuff? Although the instant noodle packaging was torn, it could still be eaten after soaking in hot water. Many of the bread bags only had a few pieces of bread that were moldy. Most of the rest were still good, which is also a good thing. Not to mention, there were ham sausages that had only expired a month ago, apples that were half rotten, bananas that were half black, and eggs that were slightly smelly. Their bodies as evolved beings are robust. Eating moldy or rotten food is not a problem at all, and they won't get sick. These things can fill their stomachs at critical moments. They are life-saving treasures. Many survivors suffering from hunger and cold would love to eat but can't even get their hands on them. Meng Haoyu roughly estimated Li Chen had almost handed over most of the food supplies he collected yesterday from the Yida Plaza supermarket to him. What a level of trust and reliance. He was truly underestimating Li Chen's intentions. As long as he controlled these supplies, it was essentially no different from being the boss, because almost all the collected supplies were in his hands, except for the crystal cores. Li Chen's move was a complete delegation of power to him, absolutely a heavy responsibility entrusted. Meng Haoyu inexplicably felt a sense of responsibility weighing on him. This felt somewhat similar to his ideal of holding a significant position, commanding respect, and wielding power. Li Chen brought out a lot of supplies, nearly filling his 50 square meter space before he stopped. Meng Haoyu was now full of vigor. Leader, thank you for your trust. Rest assured, I will manage these supplies well and will not let everyone down. Meng Haoyu vowed earnestly. Very good, I believe in your abilities. Li Chen smiled with a crooked mouth. Finally, he had gotten rid of a pile of junk, and he felt much better inside. Today's task is to continue clearing the nearby streets of zombies and rescue more survivors. For those who are afraid to fight zombies on the battlefield, I won't force you. You can take care of laundry, cooking, and cleaning. You can still provide some residual labor value for the team and exchange it for some food with me. With the increase in rescued survivors, naturally, some children and disabled individuals appeared in the team. It was indeed a bit forced to have children and disabled people fight zombies. Li Chen couldn't just support them for free. So, arranging some cleaning, laundry, and cooking tasks for the children and disabled individuals was a way to make the best use of resources. At this moment, Li Chen spotted a beautiful figure in the crowd. Gu Cece, you seem to be in much better spirits today than yesterday. Gu Cece's body was still very thin, but she looked much fuller than the skin and bones state from yesterday, and she appeared radiant. Her bright eyes seemed to speak. Li Chen, I like you. Ah. Li Chen was stunned. It seemed he just heard Gu Sisi confessing to him, but her mouth hadn't moved, and no one else seemed to have heard her speak. Gu Sisi, what ability did you awaken? Reporting to the leader, it seems I awakened the ability of mental communication. I can speak in others' minds without opening my mouth, and I can also connect the mental brainwaves of two people together, allowing two teammates to communicate directly through mental awareness. What a strange ability. Gu Sisi's awakened power seemed a bit special. It wasn't the most common evolution related to strength or speed. It wasn't related to the 5 elements or any special elements either. And mental communication, while it seemed useless at first glance, could actually be quite useful depending on how it was applied. Gu Sisi, does your mental communication ability have a distance limit? Yes. I just tried it with 2 teammates and the maximum distance I can connect is only 500 meters. After they are mentally connected, they can not only communicate through awareness but also share vision. 500 meters? Awareness communication? Shared vision? Can you connect multiple people's mental brainwaves at the same time? I haven't tried that yet, but it should be possible. Gu Sisi nodded. She is not at a high enough level yet. If she can reach level 2 or 3, even with a mental connection among multiple people, it shouldn't be too much of a strain. Li Chen thinks this ability is incredible. Just imagine, if the entire team, all the highest level evolvers, could establish a mental connection, wouldn't that mean others could also have the powerful vision of an eagle, capable of seeing for dozens of kilometers? One person with 1,000-mile vision, the whole team would have 1,000-mile vision. Or in a team battle where conflicts are intense, if they could communicate mentally, the teamwork would definitely unleash a stronger combat power. The entire team could instantly become a solid unit because of Gu Sisi's presence. On the battlefield of multiple combatants, the effects of Gu Sisi's special ability might even surpass those of Meng Haoyu. Li Chen decided to focus on her training. Meanwhile, at the Longhai base, Lin Longhui, Mu Ziyan, Zhou Xiaoqian, and 52 other Level 1 evolvers had only spent 2 short days there and were already feeling overwhelmed. They were filled with various unpleasant emotions. It was hard to bear. This Longhai base is really too much. Yesterday, I went with a large team from the base to fight zombies and hunt evolved beasts. I barely managed to kill 10 level 1 zombies and 1 mutated rabbit. This was hard-earned loot I risked my life for. But the Longhai base actually demands half of it back. This is just too heartless. If I had known it would be like this, I might as well have followed Captain Li. At least he only takes 20% of the loot. Yeah, during those 2 days with Captain Li, we at least got to eat meat and there was plenty of rice. Now, we're stuck eating spoiled food, pig slop, first thing in the morning. It's disgusting. I really don't want to live here anymore. At night, more than 10 people cram into one dormitory and someone snores. We even have to line up to use the bathroom. The whole dorm smells like stinky socks. I can't take it anymore. You guys in the boys' dorm are better off. Our girls' dorm is even dirtier. Someone has used the same sanitary pad for 7 days without changing it. I almost threw up. It's so disgusting. It's all Lin Longhui's fault. If he hadn't brought us to this hellhole, we could be enjoying good food and drinks with Captain Li. Maybe even hot pot and beer. Damn it, stop talking. The more you say, the worse I feel. Those ordinary survivors have it even worse. They're all dragged off to do hard labor, repairing walls and hauling dung. They can only exchange it for a bit of thin porridge, and it's that yellowish kind made from rotten old rice. They actually think this place is pretty good. I'm so fed up. In just 2 days, not only did they have to hand over half of the crystal cores they obtained, but the remaining half also had to be used to buy supplies, pay rent, and cover meal costs. Don't think that the spoiled food they eat is free. In fact, even spoiled food comes with a charge. It's just that this pig slop is relatively cheap, so everyone can afford it. After 2 days of turmoil, Zhou Xiaoqian, Lin Longhui, and Mu Ziyan finally lowered their pride. They dared not go to the second floor cafeteria anymore and returned to the first floor cafeteria to eat pig slop. Lin Longhui, I really regret it. I felt uncomfortable the first day I came to Longhai base, and now I feel even worse. We might have made a wrong decision. Maybe if we had followed Captain Li, we would be much better off. Mu Ziyan complained with dissatisfaction. She, a level 2 lightning type ability user, once a campus goddess, student council president, and team leader, had ended up in this miserable state. It was too terrible. Ziyan, the difficulties we are facing now are only temporary. I've already inquired, and there is a very clear distinction in treatment between level 3 and level 2 evolvers. We just need to break through to level 3, and we can become the captain of an independent team at Longhai base, with the authority to lead an evolution team to hunt zombies and mutated beasts outside the base. Moreover, we only need to hand in 30% of the crystal cores we obtain. We can also enjoy various supplies from the base, and breaking through to level 3 can still get us a villa. We have already reached the peak of level 2, and we are not far from breaking through to level 3. Just hold on a little longer, good days are coming soon. Lin Longhui immediately encouraged. He certainly couldn't let Mu Ziyan go back to find Li Chen. That would be a slap in his face, right? Since he had already severed ties with Li Chen, he can only go down this path to the end, with absolutely no possibility of turning back. Lin Longhui also cared about his face. Zhou Xiaoqian, once your water-type ability breaks through to level 3, you can supply 500 tons of water to the base. Even General Yuan Tianyi would value you highly. I've inquired, and the two level 3 water-type ability users in Longhai Base have very good conditions and treatment. They not only live in villas but also have 5 or 6 servants attending to them, and their status is quite high. As long as you break through to level 3, you can completely turn your situation around. Lin Longhui's words made Zhou Xiaoqian, who was originally wavering, firm in her resolve again. Indeed, going back to find Li Chen to request to return to the team would be too humiliating. She found it hard to accept. Breaking through to level 3 could reverse the situation. This was the only way out. But breaking through to level 3 is not easy. I originally thought that taking 10 level 2 crystal cores would allow me to successfully break through to level 3, but that's not the case. I've already taken 11 level 2 crystal cores and still haven't broken through. I estimate that I need to prepare at least 9 more level 2 crystal cores and 100 pounds of food supplies to have a chance to successfully break through to level 3. After swallowing a mouthful of the thick, green rice paste that was as unappetizing as pig food, Zhou Xiaoqian's face turned green. This was too disgusting. Rotten vegetable leaves and moldy rice cooked into pig food, and there were even maggots inside. How gross. Damn. Eat up. Maggots are also protein. We level 2 evolvers have strong digestive abilities. Eating this won't give us diarrhea. We must fill our stomachs now and try to save the crystal cores for the breakthrough. I estimate that based on our current situation, in 3 to 5 days at most, we will successfully break through to level 3, and then we won't have to endure this kind of humiliation anymore. Lin Longhui continued to brainwash them. After all, he was a big man and didn't care about these details. What does it matter if he eats pig food for a few days? It won't kill him. A real man can endure. They were about to break through to level 3, so they should just hold on a little longer. Zhou Xiaoqian and Mu Ziyan ate the pig food while secretly wiping their tears. Longhui is right, enduring a little humiliation now is nothing. Once we break through to level 3, life will definitely get better. Longhai Base will surely have a place for us in the future. Once I catch General Yuan Tianyi's eye, I will definitely be able to hold my head high. Zhou Xiaoqian held back her grievances and began to eat the pig food in big bites. It seemed that eating it in large mouthfuls made it not feel so disgusting anymore. It was just rotten vegetable leaves with maggots and moldy rice, right? As long as I close my eyes and swallow it down, I won't even know what I'm eating. If I close my eyes, I won't throw up. The 3 level 2 evolvers began to devour the pig food wildly. Oh, aren't those the 3 proud level 2 evolvers from a couple of days ago? Didn't they think the spoiled food on the first floor was unfit for human consumption? Why are they eating so happily today, each having 3 big bowls? Looks like they've bowed to reality. The second floor cafeteria is so expensive. How could ordinary level 2 evolvers afford to eat there? They probably ate there a couple of times and went broke, so they had to come down to the first floor for spoiled food. You say they're being Sundara like a bunch of clowns. Ha ha. At this moment, Li Chen led his team, searching for survivors while heading towards the World Trade Center. The World Trade Center was also swarming with zombies, rivaling Yida Plaza in its density. Located in the heart of the old city, it had a commercial street with an enormous flow of people. Before the apocalypse, this place saw over 100,000 visitors daily. After the outbreak, it had directly turned into a paradise for zombies. It could also be called a forbidden zone for human survivors. The zombies gathered here were endless. From one end of the street to the other, a 3-kilometer stretch with dozens of intersecting commercial intersections was almost entirely filled with zombies. They were packed tightly together, making one's scalp tingle just to look at. No survivor dared to pass near the World Trade Center commercial street unless they were tired of living. However, there were also many high-level zombies in this area. Boss, after my detailed observation, the number of zombies in the World Trade Center commercial street is approximately around 50,000, with level 2 zombies possibly exceeding 3,000, at least 100 level 3 zombies, and I found 3 level 4 zombies. As for level 5 zombies, I didn't spot any. Eagle, 5 kilometers away, used his eagle eye to scan and made a rough judgment about the environment of the World Trade Center commercial street. Upon hearing this, Li Chen frowned. The number of zombies was indeed a bit too much. Even though their team was fully armed now, equipped with firearms, facing so many zombies still felt insufficient. Damn it, if only we could get an intercontinental missile over here, one shot would wipe out a large area. I bought so many weapons, if we go all out, we might run out of bullets. Li Chen did not blindly issue an attack order. It was still the old rule. Huang Chao, go to the front intersection and build a temporary elevated point, then use earth walls to create a small alley in a zigzag shape. We'll ambush the zombies from the high point at the zigzag's head. The zombies trying to rush up the slope will inevitably slow down. We'll set up rifles, submachine guns, shotguns, and sniper rifles at the zigzag exit, a total of 200 guns plus 10 mortars and remote-controlled explosives installed by the roadside. That should be enough to deal a devastating blow to the horde of zombies charging at us. Shadow, it's tough on you again this time. You lead 6 level 2 speed-type ability users to form a speed-type lure team, but this time, there's no need to attract all the zombies, just a small portion will do. We'll eliminate them in batches. To form a sufficiently long battle line, Li Chen extended the lure ambush location to 2 kilometers this time. This way, unexpected situations could be avoided. In case the horde of zombies at the World Trade Center Commercial Street went into a collective riot, Li Chen would have enough time to order a retreat for the main force. Eagle could also observe the battlefield situation in advance. Luring zombies, of course, came with certain risks. However, Li Chen was very generous to the teammates who lured the zombies, rewarding them with plenty of supplies afterward. For example, Shadow had already accumulated enough supplies to last her 2 months. This made some speed-type evolvers willing to actively join the zombie luring team. It wasn't that they weren't afraid of danger, it was mainly because Li Chen offered quite a lot. Luring zombies once could earn at least a week's worth of exquisite meals. Wasn't that much more reliable than aimlessly searching for supplies? Half an hour later, Huang Chao, using his Earth-type ability, finally surrounded the front intersection with a zigzag wall over 70 meters long, 2 meters thick, and 3 meters high. There was also a 200-meter-long slope, and the defensive earthen walls built at relatively high points for gun placements. This project was indeed no small feat, and it left Huang Chao quite exhausted. If a construction team were to undertake it would take at least 6 months to complete. Yet Huang Chao, all by himself, finished the work equivalent to a 100-man construction team in just half an hour. That was truly impressive. Red Hair, go plant the bombs. Shadow, you can set off now. Okay, leader. Shadow nodded. She led 6 speed-type ability users and quickly vanished at the street corner ahead. Eagle, keep an eye on the movements ahead. Goose Cece, switch the eagles. Perspective to me. Okay, brother Li Chen. Goose Cece nodded. It was unclear whether she was doing it on purpose. Why call so intimately? If you keep calling me that way, others might think we have something going on. Goose Cece immediately activated her telepathic communication skill. Li Chen vaguely sensed a gentle wave of mental energy emanating from her. This wave was different from ordinary mental power. It seemed to possess a strong affinity and inclusive properties. She could accurately capture Li Chen's brainwaves and those of the eagle, establishing a chain of mental wave connection through her. Brother Li Chen, don't resist. You need to accept me in your heart so we can connect better. Goose Cece said. Okay. Li Chen nodded. He willingly resonated with Goose Cece's spirit, and soon, the visual feed from the eagle appeared in his mind. It was as if the eagle's optic nerves were directly connected to Li Chen's eyes, opening a second perspective. The eagle's keen eyesight was like a god's view, able to overlook a radius of 50 kilometers from the sky. And everything was crystal clear. Roads 10 kilometers away looked as close as those 10 meters in front of him. The field of vision completely surpassed human limits, and it was a 360-degree perspective. It seems the eagle has made significant improvements recently. His field of vision is much larger than he mentioned last time. The eagle might be a bit lacking in close combat, but his abilities in other areas were overwhelmingly strong. From the eagle's perspective, Shadow and the others quickly entered the intersection of the Guamao Commercial Street at a very fast pace. Split up and act, Shadow commanded. The 6 speed evolutionaries instantly transformed into running experts, charging into the street filled with zombies. Roar! 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 Soon, a large number of zombies were enraged, starting to frantically chase these speed evolutionaries. Shadow took the lead, advancing rather than retreating, and charged straight into the dense horde of zombies. She even ran directly on top of the zombies' heads. Many first-level zombies with fragile skulls were crushed under her feet. Second-level zombies were also mercilessly toyed with as she stepped on their heads. She seemed to skim over the surface like a dragonfly, her body incredibly light, weaving through the tide of corpses. When she stepped on the head of a 3-meter-tall third-level zombie, it was immediately enraged, letting out a thunderous roar and crazily pursuing Shadow. Realizing the situation was dire, Shadow quickly made her escape. With a speed of 2.9 seconds per 100 meters, she burst forth. The other 6 speed evolutionaries also attracted a considerable number of zombies chasing them at different forks in the road. Soon, Shadow and the 6 second-level speed evolutionaries converged on the main road, running wildly together on the wide thoroughfare. Damn, this is so thrilling. The 7 humans ran frantically, all exceeding 5 seconds per 100 meters. Behind them, thousands of zombies were in hot pursuit, with the second-level zombies and 2 third-level zombies chasing the hardest, nearly catching up to one of the speed evolutionaries. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Shadow took action, turning around to pull out the 7.62 assault rifle from his back and emptied the magazine directly at the level 3 zombies. Tat 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 tat. With the magazine empty, the 2 level 3 zombies in the front row had their skin broken and instantly became even more furious. But this also slowed their speed. The speed evolver who was about to be caught thus escaped a disaster. Thank you, Shadow. If it weren't for your intervention, I might have been done for this time. Don't talk, just run. Speaking while running at full speed would obviously affect the burst of speed. Shadow could save him once, but not a second time. The distance of 2 kilometers is neither long nor short. For the 7 speed-type evolvers, it was merely a brief minute and a half. Thousands of zombies were led to the slope of the crossroad. The zombies have been drawn over. All teammates prepare to fire. Not good. Nie Xiaofeng is about to be caught. Bang! The eagle raised the Barrett and instantly fired. 800 meters away, the level 3 zombie that was about to catch up to Nie Xiaofeng was shot through the head by a heavy sniper round. Nie Xiaofeng escaped another disaster. This kid had almost been done for twice. Once saved by Shadow, once saved by the eagle. Among the level 2 speed-type evolvers, he was the slowest. Others could at least run 100 meters in under 5 seconds, while he could only manage 100 meters in 5.5 seconds. He was practically a disgrace among level 2 speed-type evolvers. Soon, the horde of zombies entered the ambush range. All teammates prepare to fire. 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters, 80 meters, 50 meters. The atmosphere was stifling. Fire! Tat 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 tat. The 200 guns set up by Li Chen's team instantly opened fire. In an instant, a storm of bullets poured out. The horde of zombies fell like wheat being harvested, collapsing in large patches. All level 1 and level 2 zombies were shot dead under the covering fire. Only that level 3 zombie, tough-skinned and thick-fleshed, was finally taken down by a rocket launcher. Over 3,000 level 1 zombies, more than 200 level 2 zombies, and 2 level 3 zombies were all killed within 5 minutes. This battle was very easy. Li Chen didn't even have to take action, and the fight was over. Next, they began to clear the zombies and collect the zombie cores. They tallied the post-battle consumption and results. This work was all handled by Guo Fugue. An hour later, all the cores were collected, and the zombie bodies were also stored in Li Chen's space. The battlefield was successfully cleaned up. These bodies might be used in the future to feed high-level zombies actively cultivating high-level zombie cores. It could be considered a form of waste utilization. Mainly, the corpses were strewn all over the place, greatly affecting the next ambush plan. Shadow, let's continue. We'll proceed according to the original plan. Shadow once again led the speed team to lure the monsters. Second wave annihilated 5,000 zombies, seized 3,806 level 1 cores, 391 level 2 cores, and 5 level 3 cores. Third wave annihilated 3,600 zombies, seized 2,966 level 1 cores, 302 level 2 cores, and 3 level 3 cores. Fourth wave annihilated 1,000 zombies, seized 903 level 1 cores, 89 level 2 cores, and none for level 3. Fifth wave annihilated 2,000 zombies, seized 1,609 level 1 cores, 198 level 2 cores, and 6 level 3 cores. The sixth wave completely annihilated 8,630 zombies, confiscated 6,630 level 1 crystal cores, 599 level 2 crystal cores, 16 level 3 crystal cores, and 1 level 4 crystal core. In the sixth wave of battle, a level 4 fire-type zombie appeared. 3 speed-type ability users unfortunately lost their lives while luring the zombies, which was truly regrettable. However, in the end, this level 4 zombie was personally slain by Li Chen using the Blade of Space. After this wave, Li Chen discarded all the level 1 zombie corpses. He only collected the corpses of level 2 and above zombies. There were simply too many level 1s, and he could no longer carry them. Let these corpses be devoured by other zombies. Boss, we don't have much ammunition left. The consumption during these 6 waves of zombie charges has been too severe. I estimate we can fight at most one more time, Guo Fugue said. Then let's not push it too hard. We've already been in high-intensity combat for 7 or 8 hours today. Let's head back and rest for a bit. Li Chen replied. He was already very satisfied with today's harvest. A few more waves might just yield enough level 5 zombie crystal cores. Boss, we have a situation. Just as the main force was preparing to retreat, Eagle suddenly began to report. What situation? I discovered a large convoy of evolved beings about 10 kilometers away, rapidly approaching the Guomao Center Commercial Street. This convoy is fully armed, driving military armored vehicles, and the entire team has around 500 people. Their strength should be considerable. Military armored vehicles? Could they be coming from Longhai Base? Li Chen frowned. He remembered the flyers from a couple of days ago. Longhai Base had unknowingly siphoned off half of his people. Gu Sisi, connect me to Eagle's perspective again. Okay, brother Li Chen. When the Eagle Eye perspective was shared, it was clear to see that the military vehicles from Longhai Base were indeed targeting the Guomao Center Commercial Street. They had also set their sights on the massive horde of zombies here. Interesting. At that moment, in another convoy, Lin Longhui, Zhou Shaoqian, and Mu Zian were all sitting in a vehicle with expressions of pride. I didn't expect that this time we would be so lucky to follow Commander Yuan Tianyi personally leading the team to the Guomao Center Commercial Street to clear out that massive horde of zombies. Mainly because the commander's personal guard is responsible for securing the base, otherwise it wouldn't be our turn. Then we must perform. Well, this time to earn the commander's favor. Those who can follow the team this time are all at least peak level 2 evolved beings, along with 12 level 3 evolved beings and 2 level 4 evolved beings. Our team of 500 people has extraordinary combat power, and with full armament, clearing the Guamao commercial street is completely not a problem. The evolved army from Longhai base was currently buzzing with discussion. In the front vehicle of the convoy sat a mature man around 30 years old. He had a square face and sharp eyes, exuding an aura of righteousness. A powerful presence radiated from him, making one's heart race. This was not just the aura of someone who had long occupied a high position, but also the overwhelming pressure of a level 5 evolved being. He was the leader of Longhai base, Commander Yuan Tianyi. Before the apocalypse began, he was already a standout among the younger generation. After the apocalypse started, he became a legendary figure. The convoy from Longhai base was incredibly ferocious along the way. They showed no regard for any zombie hordes, essentially killing their way through the city, creating a bloody path of thorns. They had specialized speed-type ability users to collect crystal cores. Remarkably, even peak level 2 speed-type ability users could only perform tasks like extracting crystal cores and cleaning up the battlefield within the team. This was enough to prove that the overall strength of this team was exceptionally formidable. They cleaned the battlefield at an astonishing speed. In no time, they had collected several bags of crystal cores. In less than 20 minutes, the Longhai Legion had reached the Guamao commercial street. Faced with the densely packed, surging horde of zombies, the Longhai Legion did not employ any tactics at all. They simply pushed through, unleashing explosive firepower, completely disregarding the zombie horde's attacks. The level 4 zombies at both ends of the commercial street were thoroughly enraged. They directly led an army of 30,000 zombies to completely surround the Longhai Legion. In an instant, under the onslaught of the tidal wave of zombies, the Longhai Legion found themselves at a disadvantage. Dozens of evolvers, overwhelmed by the zombie assault, were dragged into the horde and bitten to death. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. From within the Longhai Legion's convoy, a young man dressed in a Zhongshan suit shot out from the roof like a cannonball. He leaped into the air, propelling himself 50 meters high. Then, with a punch aimed downwards, a terrifying arc of electricity accompanied his strike. The punch slammed into the ground. Boom! A loud explosion echoed as the concrete floor was blasted into a pit over 3 meters deep. A level 4 water-type zombie was instantly obliterated. Not only that, but the terrifying electric arc, upon striking the ground, did not dissipate. Instead, it transformed into a blue high-voltage electric net, spreading wildly in all directions. Within a radius of 100 meters, all zombies, whether level 4, level 3, or level 2, were instantly killed. They were turned to char in an instant, clearing a vast area. The power of that punch directly annihilated 1,000 zombies, including 1 level 4 zombie and 10 level 3 zombies. This strength was simply terrifying. The entire scene fell into dead silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Li Chen and the Eagle, who were watching from a distance, were taken aback. Is this the level 5 evolver Yuan Tianyi? Looks like a lightning type ability user. He really is impressive, killing 1,000 zombies with one punch. With strength like that, he can almost completely disregard firearms. He can slaughter tens of thousands of zombies alone, unstoppable. In 1 against 10. We should retreat. Given the current situation, we shouldn't engage with the Longhai base or provoke any conflict. Li Chen immediately ordered. Roar! Just as Li Chen was about to lead everyone to retreat, an unexpected situation arose. Suddenly, a section of ground near the Guamao Center commercial street caved in. A massive deep pit nest emerged. A terrifyingly loud zombie roar, filled with unparalleled rage, charged directly towards the Longhai evolver team. The shadow moved with incredible speed, almost reaching 100 meters per second. It transformed into an afterimage in the air. In an instant, the Longhai evolver team was pierced through. Over 100 level 2 evolvers fell dead on the spot. A mutated zombie with transparent wings flashed a bloodthirsty glint in its eyes. What the hell is that thing? How can it be so fast? Not good, that's a level 5 speed-type mutated zombie. I didn't expect a level 5 zombie to emerge from the Guamao Center. This is terrifying. It's moving so fast I can't even see it, and no guns can hit it. Roar! The level 5 mutated speed zombie was not only incredibly fast, but it also had wings and could fly. The evolver team was slaughtered in mere moments, losing 200 members. Even 2 level 3 evolvers were instantly killed, their necks severed by the zombie's claws. Li Chen felt relieved that they hadn't engaged, otherwise they might have been wiped out. This is insane. Level 5 zombies are too terrifying. And they were hiding underground. Even the Eagle's scans didn't detect it. Beast, you see death. Yuan Tianyi was furious. He was enveloped in terrifying lightning. 100-meter-long lightning serpent shot towards the level 5 mutated speed zombie at lightning speed. However, the zombie was simply too fast. It dodged effortlessly, easily avoiding Yuan Tianyi's attack. It seemed to know that Yuan Tianyi was not to be trifled with, so it didn't engage him at all, instead focusing on killing other revolvers. It seemed to say, you kill my zombie minions, I kill your human minions, fair and square. Don't come over. General Yuan, help! This zombie is too terrifying. We can't fight it. We can't fight it at all. As one human evolver after another had their lives reaped, they finally began to feel fear. Especially Zhou Xiaoqian, Lin Longwei, and Mu Zian, who were so scared they turned and ran. The entire group of evolvers scattered in panic, afraid of being targeted by the level 5 zombie. Because once targeted, it meant instant death. There was no chance to resist. But as they fled in a panic, they ended up dying even faster. The remaining zombies were not to be underestimated. The second-level evolvers surrounded could not escape. This wave of fear-driven flight directly led to the annihilation of a group of over 500, leaving only a little over 100. General, I'll assist you. A third-level water-type ability user instantly summoned a tidal wave. The water flowed across the ground, quickly spreading to the ankles of countless zombies. Yuan Tiany's gaze sharpened. He thrust his hands into the ground. Blue arcs of electricity surged, enhanced by the water flow, forming a massive net 1,000 meters wide, making the lightning effect even more terrifying. The conductivity was better. In an instant, within a radius of 1,000 meters, a full 10,000 zombies were directly stunned by the electricity. This terrifying area attack was simply outrageous. It instantly killed 10,000 zombies. The level 5 zombie seemed to finally be enraged, charging towards Yuan Tiany, aiming to sever his neck. Beast, you've fallen for it, Thunder Domain. Yuan Tiany sneered. Just as the level 5 zombie charged, Yuan Tiany's hands shot up violently, and blue arcs of electricity rose from the ground, quickly forming a terrifying lightning sphere with a diameter of 20 meters. This lightning sphere enveloped both Yuan Tiany and the level 5 zombie, continuously shrinking. The level 5 zombie found itself trapped within the lightning sphere, seemingly unable to escape. The smaller the range, the harder it was for it to exert its speed. Yuan Tiany was crackling with electricity, making it difficult for even the level 5 zombie to approach. Roar! The level 5 zombie let out a piercing howl. Its body was engulfed in lightning, rapidly turning charred. At that moment, it suddenly struck with all its might. It actually broke through Yuan Tiany's defenses, driving one of its sharp claws into Yuan Tiany's heart. Beast, you actually want to die with me? Utterly ridiculous. You probably don't know, my heart is on the right. Die. Thunder Blade. Yuan Tiany slashed out with one hand, and the lightning in his palm transformed into a thunder blade. With one stroke, he severed the neck of the level 5 zombie. Zombies, after all, lacked a bit in intelligence. Even after evolving to level 5 and regaining some wisdom, they still acted a bit foolishly. If it had just run away instead of confronting Yuan Tiany head-on, he would never have been able to catch it. With its speed advantage, it could have wreaked havoc at the Longhai base. Li Chen thought it was a pity. Yuan Tiany was probably about to harvest another level 5 crystal core. How great it would be if he could get it. The level 5 zombie was destroyed, its head rolling to a street corner dozens of meters away. Yuan Tiany was just about to personally pick it up to extract the level 5 crystal core inside when suddenly, a strange figure appeared out of nowhere, as if teleporting in. It swiftly snatched the head of the level 5 zombie and stored it in its space. You little thief, drop the level 5 crystal core, or you're asking for death. Yuan Tiany roared, throwing a punch. The terrifying lightning ball exploded instantly, leveling the street corner. However, that strange figure vanished into thin air once again. Is this a space-type ability user? Can they actually teleport? Damn it, who dares to steal from me, Yuan Tiany? Even if I have to turn the entire city upside down, I will make sure you have no place to die. Yuan Tiany was instantly furious. The level 5 zombie he had painstakingly killed was actually snatched away by that old six. It was simply outrageous. He absolutely could not tolerate such a humiliation. Li Chen did not expect that Meng Haoyu would be so bold as to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Yuan Tiany must be furious enough to explode. Moreover, Meng Haoyu was one of his team members. If this matter was said to have nothing to do with him, it was likely that this General Yuan would not believe it. This grudge was now established. Boss, Meng Haoyu acted on his own and snatched Yuan Tiany's level 5 crystal core. The wrath of the Longhai base is likely to fall on us. Why not hand Meng Haoyu over and let General Yuan deal with him? We are simply no match for the Longhai base right now. What does this disaster bring? What does he want? By stealing Yuan Tiany's crystal core, we will also be implicated. Exactly. The level 5 crystal core is great, but it's a hot potato. He can't hold on to it. A group of teammates immediately began to discuss. Forget it, let's go back first. Sun Yuhan is still in the team. Meng Haoyu won't just leave without returning. Li Chen waved his hand and led the large group to retreat quickly. At this moment, Meng Haoyu was just acting on impulse. As a space-type ability user, he originally just wanted to sneakily observe and collect some supplies in the chaos at the International Trade Center supermarket. All the zombies had been attracted away by the Longhai core. It was reasonable for him to take the opportunity to search for supplies, right? Moreover, he had his own space and a life-saving skill like teleportation. If he encountered danger, he could escape immediately. Naturally, he would be a bit bolder than the average person. But coincidentally, while he was scavenging for supplies in the supermarket, he saw Yuan Tianyi battling the level 5 zombie. The center of this battle was less than 300 meters away from him, just within his teleportation range. He even witnessed the scene of the level 5 zombie's head being severed. Coincidentally, the fallen head flew in his direction. Now it was only 200 meters away. The level 5 zombie crystal core was such a temptation. Moreover, Yuan Tianyi was injured. Meng Haoyu was in perfect condition. If it were you, could you resist? Meng Haoyu's mind heated up and he teleported on the spot. He snatched the level 5 zombie's head and teleported again. Fearing that Yuan Tianyi would catch up, he pushed his limits and teleported 5 times, escaping directly to an underground parking lot 1,500 meters away. He vanished without a trace. Yuan Tianyi was in poor condition and there were still zombies around that had not been completely cleared, so it was naturally impossible for him to search the underground parking lot of the International Trade Center. Meng Haoyu escaped a disaster. However, the level 5 crystal core was indeed a hot potato. He was only at level 3 even. If he had a level 5 core, he couldn't use it directly. He would have to wait until he broke through to level 4 for the level 5 crystal core to be useful. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Meng Haoyu returned alone to the Zhengjing community. Just as Li Chen had predicted, Sun Yuhan was still in the team and Meng Haoyu simply couldn't bear to leave the team alone. Moreover, he hadn't had enough of being the deputy minister of logistics yet. Meng Haoyu, you brat, you finally came back. Who told you to steal Yuan Tianyi's level 5 crystal core? Do you know that doing this will drag our entire team down? Do you want to get everyone killed? Red Hair immediately challenged. I'm sorry, I was just impulsive at that moment and didn't think about the consequences. Now that I think about it, I was indeed wrong. I was greedy. Is saying sorry enough? Can saying sorry resolve this matter? Do you know how many people will be affected by this? Forget it, Red Hair, tone it down. Meng Haoyu, you were indeed a bit impulsive this time, but I don't blame you. Since you've already taken the level 5 crystal core, there's no way to return it. Since we've already offended them, we can only go all the way. For now, we can only go against the Longhai base. Meng Haoyu, the level 5 crystal core you took should belong to you, but your current level has just barely broken through level 3. You can't even use the level 5 crystal core right now. Consuming it will only lead to your death. How about you exchange this crystal core with me? I'll give you 20 level 3 crystal cores, along with enough supplies for you to eat for a year. With these supplies and crystal cores, you'll be able to evolve quickly and break through to level 4. What do you think of this exchange? Li Chen offered a very tempting condition. Judging solely from the value perspective, a level 5 crystal core is equivalent to 20 level 4 crystal cores or 400 level 3 crystal cores. Li Chen was only giving Meng Haoyu 20 level 3 crystal cores and a year's worth of food supplies. He was definitely making a huge profit. However, given the current situation, Meng Haoyu needed to upgrade and evolve faster to achieve the breakthrough to level 4. His teleportation skill was indeed extraordinary and could catch others off guard. It was a top-tier escape skill, but his combat power was not strong. He lacked the absolute attack speed of a speed-type evolver, and the terrifying strength of a power-type evolver. It would be very difficult for him to kill level 3 zombies. He might not even win. Now, he could directly obtain 20 level 3 crystal cores, and once he broke through to level 4, his teleportation skill would likely become even more extraordinary. At that time, whether it was the distance of teleportation or the number of times he could teleport, it would increase significantly. By then, even if he provoked Yuan Tianyi face to face, he wouldn't be afraid, because no one could catch him. This was precisely the resource he needed even more. Boss, I'll trade. Meng Haoyu thought for a moment. Finally, he took out the head of the level 5 zombie from his space. What suited him was the best. Although the level 5 crystal core was good, it couldn't be consumed immediately and he could only stare at it. Time waits for no one. It was better to upgrade and break through first. Once he broke through to level 4, he could just take a level 5 crystal core from Yuan Tianyi. Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. He took out the crystal core supplies to exchange with him. Looking at the fresh frozen beef, fresh pork, fresh lamb, and fresh rice, fruits, and vegetables that Li Chen took out from his space, Meng Haoyu truly realized what he had stored in his space was indeed garbage. Damn it, I won't eat those stinky eggs and rotten vegetable leaves anymore. From now on, I'll eat meat every day, eat white rice, and it will be delicious. And pickled vegetables, I can eat 10 packs at a time. Looking at his space filled with fresh ingredients, he felt that this exchange was very worthwhile. Not a loss at all. Absolutely not a loss. A huge profit. Li Chen was also very satisfied with this exchange. With the level 5 crystal core in hand, breaking through to level 5 was just around the corner. He just needed to hunt a few more level 4 zombies or a large number of level 3 zombies. Today's harvest was also considerable, enough for Li Chen to break through to the mid-level of a level 4 ability user. 10 level 4 crystal cores were equivalent to 200 level 3 crystal cores, 4,000 level 2 crystal cores, and 80,000 level 1 crystal cores. Yuan Tianyi's ability to Breakthrough to level 5 likely required an unimaginable number of crystal cores. He probably eats crystal cores like their meals every day. Commander, I have something to report. Zhou Xiaoqian approached Yuan Tianyi, her face full of deference. What is it? Yuan Tianyi asked, sitting in a very luxurious armored vehicle, his expression unreadable. The injury on his chest had already been healed by the team's healer. As the leader of a large base, the Dragon Navy naturally had specialized healing-type ability users. Moreover, this healer had been trained by Yuan Tianyi to the peak of level 3, just a step away from breaking into level 4. With such a healer at the Dragon Sea base, even serious injuries were not too much of a problem. Indeed, it takes 1,000 days to raise an army, but only a moment to use it. And now, this level 3 healer had finally come in handy. Reporting to the commander, actually today at the International Trade Center Commercial Street, I know the space-type ability user who stole the level 5 crystal core, Zhou Xiaoqian said with a serious expression. You know him? Yuan. Tianyi's gaze sharpened at her words. A massive aura of pressure enveloped Zhou Xiaoqian. She felt as if a mountain was pressing down on her. Under this pressure, she dared not utter a single lie. Yes, Commander, this person is named Meng Haoyu, a survivor I encountered before. Later, our team leader took him in and gave him a level 1 crystal core to help him awaken. When I left, he seemed to still be an ordinary level 1 power-type evolver. Now it seems that Meng Haoyu is quite scheming. He must have deliberately hidden his awakened space-type ability and secretly developed it. I didn't expect that in just a short time, he has already broken through to a level 3 evolver and mastered the miraculous space-type ability of teleportation. Speaking of which, it had only been 3 days. In just 3 days, such an astonishing change had occurred in Meng Haoyu. This left her feeling somewhat incredulous. Once a small fry, the kind she looked down upon the most, a sycophant. And now he was so impressive? He had the audacity to steal a crystal core from level 5 evolver Yuan Tianyi and managed to escape unscathed. Afterward, this was simply too exaggerated. Meng Haoyu? Very good. Send out the order. I want to issue a bounty for Meng Haoyu. Whoever finds his whereabouts and informs the Dragon Sea base will immediately receive a bag of 10 pounds of rice. Whoever can capture or kill Meng Haoyu, our Dragon Sea base is willing to allocate resources to train him into a peak level 3 evolver and reward him with a villa, 20 pounds of corn, 50 pounds of sweet potatoes, and 10 pounds of fresh mutated wild boar meat. By the way, what's your name? The information you provided is very useful, Yuan Tianyi said with an expressionless face. Reporting to the commander, my name is Zhou Xiaoqian. Zhou Xiaoqian, I will remember your name. You did well. When we return to the base, I will reward you. Also, what is your former team leader's name? His name is Li Chen, also a space-type ability user who has already broken through to level 3 and possesses a personal space that stores a lot of supplies. Zhou Xiaoqian's report directly exposed Li Chen's background. Fortunately, she did not know all of Li Chen's trump cards. Very good. I didn't expect that in such a small team, there would actually be 2 rare space-type ability users. In our Dragon Sea base, such a large team, we have yet to discover any space-type ability users. If we can bring Li Chen under our command, it would greatly reduce the burden of equipment in future team operations, allowing for a lighter and more agile approach. Yuan Tianyi suddenly took an interest in Li Chen. He wondered if Meng Haoyu was acting under Li Chen's instructions. If that's the case, then this Li Chen cannot be kept. If not, a rare space-type ability user like Li Chen must serve the Longhai base. He will not allow any existence in Haicheng that is beyond his control. Alright, you can leave now. Yuan Tianyi waved his hand casually, dismissing Zhou Xiaoqian. Zhou Xiaoqian stepped out. In the center, she still fantasized about returning to the Longhai base, where General Yuan would reward her heavily. General, are we going to reward Zhou Xiaoqian? Asked Yuan Tianyi's trusted officer. No need. This woman initially betrayed the former captain and later betrayed her former teammates, coming here to take credit with me. Such a petty person, untrustworthy and treacherous, I absolutely will not cultivate such a person. Understood, General, I know what to do. The trusted officer nodded. Since the general had spoken, Zhou Xiaoqian could not possibly break through to level 3. He had just seen it all. When General Yuan was fighting against the level 5 zombies, it was Zhou Xiaoqian, Lin Longhui, and Mu Ziyan who led the escape. However, the situation was too chaotic at the time. The general did not pay much attention to them. Moreover, this time, the team suffered heavy casualties. Out of 506 evolved fighters, only 107 survived. 7 level 3 ability users also died. With such losses, the general did not pursue the responsibility for their scattered escape. But his trusted deputy, Lin Ao, had seen it all clearly. Once we return to the base, I will deal with you all properly. On the other side, the future base, Li Chen began to reward everyone in the team. Naturally, those who had participated in the battle were not to be mentioned. This time, not only could they obtain enough evolution crystals, but the supplies and food were also at least 5 levels higher than those at the Longhai base. Not only would there be meat at every meal, but also barbecues and hot pots, beer with cigarettes, fruits with milk tea. White rice was plentiful. As long as you were willing, you could exchange evolution crystals or golden jewelry with Li Chen. Moreover, Li Chen also distributed a level 1 crystal to every ordinary survivor. In the base. Through these battles, Li Chen discovered that ordinary zombies were becoming increasingly rare. Almost all the weakest had transformed into level 1 zombies. Now, over 90% of the zombies they killed had crystals. This made the already small living space for ordinary survivors even more difficult. This situation could only lead to collective evolution among humans. Everyone transforming into evolved beings was the only way to resist the survival crisis of humanity. Furthermore, level 1 crystals were not very valuable anymore. Li Chen found that consuming level 1 crystals had almost no effect. It might take consuming tens of thousands at once to produce a significant effect. This was clearly not cost-effective. Zombie crystals were not something tasty. They were bitter and astringent, and eating them was somewhat nauseating. It was still more effective to consume higher-level crystals with faster evolution speed. The key point was that, due to their enmity with the Longhai base, Li Chen did not plan to fix the base at any one location but was prepared to migrate at any time. He aimed to be ready to escape at a moment's notice. If there were still ordinary people in the team, it would slow down their pace too much. After the rewards were given out, everyone began to consume crystals and food. Li Chen was no exception. He found a separate room and started consuming crystals. This time, he had harvested a total of 32 level 3 crystals, 1 strength type level 4 zombie crystal, and as for level 2 and level 1 crystals, Li Chen did not keep track. He planned to leave these lower-level crystals for his urban self or to train his subordinates to use. Moreover, this time, to exchange for the level 5 crystal in Meng Haoyu's hands, Li Chen took out 20 level 3 crystals, leaving him with a total of 12. Li Chen prepared the ingredients and supplies, then began to consume the level 3 crystal nuclei. After swallowing 1 level 3 crystal nucleus, Li Chen's space increased by 100 cubic meters. His strength and physical fitness also improved, though not significantly. The space blade could condense 1 more, increasing to 21 blades. It seems that the level 3 crystal nucleus has a halved effect for level 4 evolvers. Li Chen took out food and started eating. After finishing his meal, he continued to consume level 3 crystal nuclei. 2 hours later, all 12 level 3 crystal nuclei had been consumed by Li Chen. His space increased by 1200 cubic meters. The space blade also reached the ability to condense 32 blades simultaneously. Li Chen continued to consume level 4 strength-type zombie crystal nuclei. After swallowing a level 4 crystal nucleus, an explosive energy swept through his body. That unmistakable feeling of evolution and upgrade reappeared. His entire body was baptized by a surge of energy. Li Chen felt his physical body was instantly and significantly enhanced. Especially in terms of strength, it seemed to break through some kind of limit. The explosive growth was direct. His current strength likely exceeded 200 tons with a single punch. Strength-type evolvers, in terms of personal strength attributes, must be at least 1 level stronger than other types of evolvers. In other words, a level 2 strength-type evolver has enough of an advantage in strength to rival a level 3 evolver, or even surpass them. Similarly, a level 2 speed-type evolver has an absolute advantage in running speed, their speed even surpassing that of other level 3 ability users. With this consumption of level 4 strength-type zombie crystal nuclei, his strength was already comparable to that of a level 4 strength-type zombie. He could almost match the strength of a level 5 evolver, of course, excluding level 5 strength-type evolvers. Not bad. The level 4 zombie crystal nucleus seems to carry some unique attributes. After consuming it, I can almost fully master the power of this attribute. I wonder if others experience the same. If this pattern holds, once Yuan Tianyi breaks through to level 5, as long as he has consumed level 4 or 5 crystal nuclei, he should master more than one ability. I have now mastered 3 abilities: space, strength, and ice. Once I consume a level 5 crystal nucleus, I should also awaken a level 5 speed ability. It seems that the higher the level of the crystal nucleus, the better the effect. At this moment, Li Chen's brain domain space had successfully expanded to 5,535 cubic meters, nearly doubling in size. City. 2 p.m. Li Chen slowly got out of bed. Sleeping until 2 p.m. was quite a surprise, mainly because he had spent a lot of time on strengthening and upgrading yesterday. As soon as he woke up, Li Chen suddenly felt something was off. What's going on? What exactly is happening? Why do I feel like the air I'm breathing has changed a bit? As a level 3 mental power ability user, Li Chen was clearly more sensitive than an ordinary person. Just with a sweep of his mind, he discovered that there seemed to be a strange energy in the air. This energy was somewhat similar to the mutated energy in the apocalypse. However, the energy present in the apocalypse dimension tended to lean towards darkness. The energy molecules that suddenly mutated in the urban dimension seemed to lean more towards purity and light. Li Chen used his mental power to gather it, slowly controlling it. After a while, when this mutated energy gathered to a certain extent, it actually ignited spontaneously, instantly forming a fireball. This fireball in his hand would not extinguish for a long time. It seemed to exist for a long time without needing oxygen or fuel. Is this fireball technique? Could it be that this is the legendary spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth can strengthen the body, and manipulating this energy can unleash various spells? Could it be that the spiritual energy has revived again? Li Chen quickly opened the news. Sure enough, at that moment, the topic of the revival of spiritual energy was causing a huge uproar across the internet in various countries. After 6 years, the world has changed, and spiritual energy has actually revived again. Moreover, this time, there are even more awakened superhumans. In just one morning, over 1,000 cases of superhuman awakenings have already erupted nationwide. This is astonishing. Honestly, I used to not believe in such things, thinking they were just tales for children, until this morning when my son suddenly awakened his powers and set our house on fire. I haven't even finished paying off the mortgage, and now the house is gone. I want to cry but have no tears. Just enjoy it quietly. Your son awakened his powers at such a young age. He'll be recruited into the National Special Abilities Bureau, and the annual subsidy is $1 million. What's a mortgage compared to that? The official website has just released a message officially calling on awakened superhumans to voluntarily report to the Superhuman Bureau to receive huge bonuses. Please download the Superhuman Bureau app, apply for registration, and complete the superhuman reporting. I also heard that in 3 days, the High Martial Academy will reopen, with sky-level superhuman professors emerging and innate powerhouses entering the world. Oh my god, this is real. Superhumans are appearing around me, and my whole family is about to spiral into the sky. The online discussions were now in a frenzy. Countless ordinary citizens were debating this. Some were even pounding their chests in frustration, wondering why they hadn't awakened their powers yet. One person awakens, and the whole family enjoys prosperity. The government is releasing high subsidies for superhumans. It can directly change your fate, change your social class. In just one morning, countries around the world convened an emergency meeting because of this. Meanwhile, early in the morning, Feng Zixuan, who was sulking in the girls' dormitory, suddenly felt an intense heat all over her body. She was burning up. Suddenly, she had a fever of 60 degrees. Her roommates were almost scared silly. Who has a fever of 60 degrees? This is simply absurd. They immediately called 120. But before the ambulance arrived, Feng Zixuan suddenly erupted in purple flames all over her body. Soon, people from the Superhuman Bureau arrived. Feng Zixuan, you must have awakened the legendary S-level fire ability, Xiantian Purple Fire. This flame is extremely powerful, and your future prospects are simply limitless. Do you know that so far, there have been fewer than 10 S-level superhumans awakened nationwide? In 3 days, the High Martial Academy will reopen. With your qualifications, you will definitely be able to join the High Martial Academy, and you might even be accepted as a direct disciple by a sky-level superhuman master. Do you know what this means? It means you will no longer be an ordinary student. Your future will elevate you to a high status, revered by the nation. Do you understand? After returning to school, Feng Zixuan was completely dazed. She visited the Superhuman Bureau and finally understood her own value. This was simply a rhythm of spiraling upwards. Humph. Li Chen, you didn't expect this, did you? I actually awakened an S-level ability. Weren't you just showing off in front of me? Deliberately flaunting your wealth to slap me in the face, making me lose face? I begged you to get back together, and you actually dared to refuse? You think being rich makes you great, trampling on my dignity and character. Now, what does the wealth you take pride in mean in front of me? Humph. From today onwards, I am no longer the old me. Li Chen, when we meet next time, I hope you won't act like a clown, flaunting your trivial wealth in front of me. Otherwise, you might just humiliate yourself. Feng Zixuan smiled lightly. She suddenly felt that her mental state had collapsed a few days ago, secretly hiding under the covers and crying because Li Chen wouldn't get back together with her. She found it amusing. She was already itching to slap Li Chen in the face. Just thinking about it made her excited. After returning to the dormitory, she quickly pulled out a book titled Beginner's Manual for Superpower Use from her backpack and began to flip through it. This was the superpower manual gifted to her by a senior from the Superpower Bureau earlier that morning. Through this book, she could gain a detailed understanding of a world that did not belong to ordinary people, as well as some basic methods for using superpowers. First, the potential of a superpowered individual can be roughly divided into 7 levels: E, D, C, B, A, S, and SS, totaling 7 levels. Not only in Longxia country, but superpowered individuals worldwide can be classified according to this ranking. Secondly, having potential alone is not enough. One must also have methods to control their superpowers in order to apply them in practical situations. Longxia country had established a specific classification of superpowered individuals 6 years ago, which includes beginner superpowered individuals, intermediate superpowered individuals, advanced superpowered individuals, master level superpowered individuals, grandmaster level superpowered individuals, sky level superpowered individuals, and war god level superpowered individuals, corresponding to the same 7 levels. The awakening of an S-level superpowered Individual signifies the lowest limit of their future potential, which is at least a sky-level superpowered individual. This level is already recognized as a strong presence in the world, enjoying a revered status and offerings. That senior from the Superpower Bureau said that as long as she, Feng Zixuan, was willing to study hard, she could become a sky-level superpowered individual in at most 5 years. Moreover, the current level of spiritual energy revival is even more intense than it was 6 years ago. The mutated energy contained in the air is rapidly increasing. She might grow even faster. Additionally, aside from the special awakening of superpowered individuals, ordinary people can also enjoy numerous benefits during this period of earth-shattering changes. Their bodies may become stronger, and many terminal illnesses could heal on their own. Especially with the ancient martial arts lineage, one can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth through special methods, drawing in more mutated energy to become incredibly powerful. Although ancient martial artists do not initially become strong as quickly as superpowered individuals through awakening, the ancient martial arts system is self-contained. By nurturing their bodies with spiritual energy, they can grow to be even more formidable than most superpowered individuals. In the later stages, however, practicing ancient martial arts is time-consuming and labor-intensive, making it generally difficult to achieve rapid success. Ancient martial artists are also divided into 7 levels: beginner martial artists, intermediate martial artists, advanced martial artists, master-level martial artists, grandmaster-level martial artists, innate martial artists, and innate grandmasters. In the era of depleted spiritual energy, superpowered individuals cannot awaken, and practicing ancient martial arts is exceptionally challenging. It usually takes 30 years of hard training to break through to the level of a beginner martial artist, and that's under the condition of having good talent and starting martial arts training at the age of 7. However, even if you break through to the level of a beginner martial artist, you still cannot compete against firearms. This is a very sad point. 30 years of hard training cannot compare to a useless person wielding a submachine gun. A few bursts and you're done for. In such circumstances, would young people still be willing to practice martial arts? What's the point? Therefore, for a long time, the inheritance of ancient martial arts was nearly severed. People even doubted the existence of such individuals. However, after the revival of spiritual energy, this situation will undergo significant changes. Those with exceptional martial arts talent might break through to the level of a beginner martial artist in a year, to an intermediate martial artist in 2 years, to an advanced martial artist in 5 years, to a master-level martial artist in 10 years, to a grandmaster-level martial artist in 20 years, and to an innate martial artist within 50 years. Becoming an innate martial artist not only extends one's lifespan but can also allow them to live up to 200 years. One can truly release their vital energy and kill from a distance. They can fly for a short time using their energy. Every gesture and movement contains immense power. One person can rival 1,000 troops. Such an existence has actually surpassed the human realm. As for innate grandmasters, there seems to be little record of them, perhaps even in the era thousands of years ago when the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had not yet depleted. Such figures did not exist. Of course, it is said that there are cases of ability users and ancient martial artists cultivating together. Their power is even more astonishing. The speed of their cultivation is extremely fast, even exceeding 10 times that of ordinary practitioners. However, ability users usually have a single attribute, so they become particularly attuned to a specific type of energy in the world. This is also the reason they can suddenly awaken. But if, during the process of cultivating ancient martial arts, one absorbs too much of a single type of energy, and even allows this energy to flow into their meridians and pass through their organs, it can easily place a severe burden on the body. Generally, after 6 months of cultivation, one would be done for. Those with better talent might collapse after just 3 months. Therefore, it is a major taboo for ability users to cultivate ancient martial arts. They may be impressive, but they also cool down quickly. This book, Beginner's Manual for Ability Users, details the dangers of ability users cultivating ancient martial arts. These are lessons learned by many predecessors at the cost of their lives. After some study, Feng Zixuan finally understood that ability users also have many taboos. They cannot cultivate different martial arts together. Following the methods in the manual, she quickly condensed a purple fireball in her hand. Is this how you use abilities? It's so simple. Being able to freely control one's abilities and use them reasonably, according to the manual's instructions, means I've reached the standard of a beginner ability user. So doesn't that mean I'm already a beginner now? It's only been an hour. Isn't that too fast? I heard that ordinary C-level ability users take a whole month just to master this step, Feng Zixuan said confidently. At that moment, Lin Xiaoxiao, who had just returned to the dormitory, immediately noticed the purple fireball controlled by Feng Zixuan. She was startled. Wow! Shen Yuan, you awakened your abilities, that's amazing. Xiao, you're just in time. Help me film a video, I want to post it on Douyin. I, Feng Zixuan, have awakened my S-level ability, Xiantian Purple Fire, and I have now initially mastered my abilities, becoming a beginner ability user. Feng Zixuan boasted immediately. A hint of jealousy flashed in Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes but quickly turned into a sweet smile. Okay, I'll help you film it. Xian Yuan, you've become an ability user and you're about to soar to great heights. You can't forget your sister. Of course, Xiao Xiao, you're my good sister. How could I forget you? After Feng Zixuan posted the video of her controlling the fireball on Douyin, she instantly attracted a large number of fans. The clicks and follows began to surge at a visible speed. At this moment, Li Chen was also scrolling through videos online. Suddenly, he came across an account selling secret manuals. Dear fellow villagers, big brothers and sisters, my name is Wang Yiming. I am the 56th generation descendant of Wang Chongyang, the greatest master of the first major sect of ancient martial arts during the Northern Song dynasty. I have a manual of ancient martial arts here called Innate One Qi Skill. This technique is divided into 9 levels, reaching. The first level allows you to break through to a beginner martial artist, the second level to an intermediate martial artist, the third level to an advanced martial artist, and so on. Of course, those watching my live stream must think I'm selling fake goods. Who would sell a real manual? I wouldn't believe it either. If it were before, when the spiritual energy had not yet revived, my younger brother naturally wouldn't have been able to prove himself. But now it's different. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth has begun to emerge, and truly perceptive martial artists have probably already sensed it. So let's not waste any more words and get straight to the point. As long as you give me a little attention and message me privately, I will send you the first level of innate Qigong for free. If you want the subsequent techniques, then the price will be different. In any case, the complete set of innate Qigong is only 9 million. You won't lose out or be deceived for 9 million. Host, if you say the secret technique is real, then how many levels have you practiced yourself? A comment floated by in the live stream. My younger brother is still a college student. Actually, I haven't practiced martial arts before. Mainly because the spiritual energy in the world hadn't revived. The path of martial arts was too difficult. Without 3 to 5 decades of hard training, you probably wouldn't see any results. I'm still young, and it's not easy to get into college. I still have to buy a house, a car, and marry a wife. Where do I have the spare time to practice martial arts? But now it's different. Now, as long as you can cultivate innate Qigong, you can become a powerful ancient martial artist enough to change social classes. And as long as you practice the first level, you'll know whether my secret technique is real or not. Wang Yiming explained eagerly, laughing to death. You haven't practiced it yourself, and you say it's real? 9 million? 9 cents. Can't go any higher. The host is just a clown. Don't you know that the National Ability Bureau's official website just released the Martial Artists Energy Perception section, which you can view for free? As long as you have spiritual energy perception, you can apply to join the National Martial Arts Institute, which offers free martial arts secret techniques. Are you going crazy trying to make money, host? Now that the topic of spiritual energy revival is hot, all kinds of scammers want to get a piece of the pie. Even the descendants of Wang Chongyang have come out. Can the free secret techniques released by the Ability Bureau compare to my innate Qigong? This is a family heirloom passed down for over 1,000 years. Wang Yiming argued. The host is getting more and more ridiculous. You say you're the great-grandson of Wang Chongyang, but Wang Chongyang didn't even have a son, okay? Do you believe him or do you believe I'm Qin Shi Huang? Big brother, you are Qin Shi Huang. Ha ha, clown. The comments in the live stream were all mocking, but there were still some who gave this host a follow. Among them was Li Chen, who was scrolling through his phone. Host, send me the first level of innate Qigong to take a look. Li Chen sent a private message to Wang Yiming. The other party replied after a minute directly, sending a few images. One was a diagram of human meridians. Another was a diagram of spiritual energy circulation. The last one was the essence of innate Qigong, with a photo of an ancient book that recorded the cultivation method for the first level. In fact, this first level was very simple. It mainly explained a method of breathing and exhaling. The key was that you needed to sense the existence of spiritual energy. Only by having energy perception and breathing in and out the spiritual energy would it become effortless. Moreover, the absorbed spiritual energy would be transformed into a form of internal power used to open the Chong Meridian, Dai Meridian, Yin-Wei Meridian, Yang-Wei Meridian, Yin-Xiao Meridian, Yang-Xiao Meridian, and finally the Ren Meridian and Du Meridian. And this first level only had the method for opening the Chong Meridian. Li Chen held a try-it-out attitude. He closed his eyes. Following the method of innate Qigong, he began to cultivate. Soon he discovered that his level 3 mental power was almost like a form of cheating. First, his mental power could very accurately capture the wandering, mutated energy in the world, even directly mobilizing this energy into his body. Secondly, the mental power could introspect himself. An ordinary ancient martial artist might need a long time to familiarize themselves with the human meridian map and then correspond it with the energy routes in the secret manual. Any slight mistake could lead to serious consequences. Therefore, guidance from a renowned master is essential. It is passed down from generation to generation. But Li Chen didn't need that. He could introspectively view himself and precisely grasp the internal energy flow routes. It was like he had a cheat code. After pondering for about an hour, he successfully practiced the first level of the innate One Qi skill. This skill seems to be real. I've completed the first level. I feel warm all over and my spirit is refreshed. Absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and circulating it within my body seems to have a strengthening effect, although it's not as effective as the zombie crystal core, but it's sustainable and painless. Having proven that the skill was genuine, Li Chen decided to purchase it. Hello, please send me the subsequent skills. I'll transfer the money right away. Li Chen immediately sent a private message to the other party. Have you proven that this skill is real? The other party replied. I've already proven it. I am an ancient martial artist. Li Chen typed back. Alright, cash on delivery. I'll send you the second level of the skill, but you need to transfer me 1 million immediately. Okay. Following Wang Yiming's trading method, Li Chen transferred the money in batches, making 8 transfers, with the last one being 2 million. Wang Yiming also sent Li Chen the complete set of the innate 1 Qi skill, all 9 levels, via photos taken on his phone. Li Chen began his training. Utilizing his powerful mental force, he captured a large number of mutated energy molecules from the world around him, regardless of their attributes, and absorbed them all into his body. He then operated the innate 1 Qi skill. Half an hour later, he had opened the Ren Meridian. Following that, he opened the Yin Wei Meridian, Yang Wei Meridian, Yin Xiao Meridian, Yang Xiao Meridian, Run Meridian, and Du Meridian. The moment he opened the Run and Du meridians, the internal energy circulating within him unexpectedly formed a grand cycle, beginning to operate automatically, endlessly. Countless mutated energy molecules from the world surged into his body uncontrollably. What's going on? The skill is out of control, damn it. The spiritual energy is too abundant, putting immense pressure on my meridians. Even a level 3 evolver's body would struggle to bear it. Could it be that I broke through too quickly, practicing up to the 6th level in one go and going into a frenzy? Damn it! At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck Li Chen. He remembered that his space still contained a large number of level 1 and level 2 crystal cores, which could be used to strengthen himself. Moreover, using them required consuming a significant amount of the body's energy. Although the crystal cores were of lower levels, their quantity was substantial. Perhaps they could suppress the rampaging energy within his body. With a thought, Li Chen opened his space. He took out a large bag of zombie crystal cores. Grabbing a handful, he swallowed them. The crystals entered his stomach, transforming into a special energy that surged toward his limbs and bones. In that instant, Li Chen keenly observed that the energy carried by the zombie crystal cores was a special catalyst that could stimulate gene cells to self-evolve. To enable gene cells to continuously evolve, a large amount of external energy is often required to supply the body. This is why all evolvers need to consume a lot of food each time they take crystal cores, because the energy consumed for cellular upgrades and evolution must be replenished through eating. But at this moment, Li Chen didn't need to replenish anything. The innate 1 Qi skill was operating automatically, and the vast spiritual energy absorbed from heaven and earth was automatically compensating for the energy needed for cellular upgrades. Moreover, this energy was pure, without impurities, leading to even better evolutionary effects. Not enough, completely insufficient. More. Feeling the pressure coming from his veins, Li Chen grabbed the zombie crystal cores from the bag, regardless of whether they were first or second level, and stuffed them directly into his mouth. Handful after handful, he swallowed dozens at a time. An hour later, the crystal cores in the snakeskin bag, totaling over 10,000, were completely consumed by Li Chen. Finally, the operation of the innate Qigong technique began to slow down, and the mutated energy within 100 miles seemed to be drained by him. Li Chen successfully broke through to the 7th level. This seems to be the realm of an innate grandmaster, right? I heard it normally takes 100 years of cultivation to reach this level. How did I achieve it in just 5 hours? Kunlun Mountains. On a rarely visited peak, there is a special academy. This academy is called High Martial Academy. Established 6 years ago, the principal Wang Qiankuan is a successor of the ancient martial arts lineage. He is the current leader of the Kunlun sect and is known as the strongest prodigy in the ancient martial arts world in the past 20 years. At just 50 years old, he has already reached the level of a master. He began practicing martial arts at 12, diligently honing his skills for 38 years. In the unique environment of Kunlun Mountain, he broke through to a beginner martial artist at 15, to an intermediate martial artist at 20, to an advanced martial artist at 25, and to a master martial artist at 32. 6 years ago, he broke through to the master level due to a brief revival of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, claiming the title of the strongest prodigy in the ancient martial arts world of Longxia in the past 20 years. Now, 6 years later, Wang Qiankuan's strength has reached the peak of the master level. However, he has no confidence in breaking through to the innate realm. Although the High Martial Academy is located at the peak of the snow-capped mountains, where the environment is special and has never been polluted, even in the end of the Law era, a trace of spiritual energy remains. This allows his cultivation speed to be faster than that of ordinary martial artists. But breaking through to the innate realm is still incredibly difficult. Even with his extraordinary talent, it is still hard to cook without rice. Early this morning, the spiritual energy suddenly revived, and Wang Qiankuan, already at the top of Kunlun Mountain, felt it particularly strongly. The realm that had been completely stable began to loosen under the impact of the rich spiritual energy. Wang Qianquan sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough. This chance was truly rare. For martial artists, breaking through to the innate realm is a fleeting opportunity that cannot be seized at any time. Once entering the innate realm, it signifies the sublimation of life's realm, elevating one above ordinary people with a lifespan that can reach 200 years. The innate martial artist represents the ultimate experience on the path of martial arts. Wang Qianquan was finally about to reach it. Boom! As Wang Qianquan broke through to the innate realm, the entire High Martial Academy trembled. His originally 50-year-old appearance suddenly looked much younger, appearing to be only in his early 30s. His figure moved as fast as lightning, able to leap through the air. Walking through the towering mountains felt as easy as walking on flat ground. His internal energy was released, and the incredibly powerful innate true qi made him almost impervious to blades and fire. Congratulations, Principal Wang, on successfully breaking through to the innate martial artist, stepping into the extraordinary realm. Principal, you are truly the pride of our ancient martial arts lineage. We have always been suppressed by the people from the Ability Academy because they have a principal who is a sky-level ability user. Now we can finally hold our heads high. Ha, an innate martial artist, who can compete with that? Principal, your phone is ringing. It seems to be a message from the military. Oh, let me see. Wang Qianquan opened the email sent by the military. The email contained some rather special content, including images captured by military satellites and a piece of text. Wang Qianquan focused and frowned. Is the military asking me to investigate this person? Named Li Chen? Character information. Name, Li Chen. Gender, male. Age, 20 years. Family background, both parents deceased. Previously suspected of having a mental illness. Diagnosis, schizophrenia. Currently studying at Zhangcheng University in the third year of the finance department, suddenly possessing a vast fortune of unknown origin, owning 128 properties, and currently co-managing a jewelry company, selling jewelry and gold of unclear origin, with strong suspicions of money laundering. A few days ago, 5 bodies of ruthless bandits appeared in the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River, and this case is suspected to be related to Li Chen. Through investigation, it was found that the 5 kidnappers had planned to abduct Li Chen to extort his immense wealth, and the police speculate that the 5 bandits may have been killed by Li Chen in self-defense. 2 days ago, Li Chen was spotted at the border between Longxia and Baishan countries, suspected of smuggling a large quantity of military weapons. However, there is currently no evidence. Nevertheless, the Longxia military satellite captured a strange image. In the image, a man dressed in black was seen flying through the air, crossing from the Longxia border to the Baishan border. This person was Li Chen. The military suspects that Li Chen may be a sky-level ability user, or an innate martial artist, and has awakened a special flying talent. He may have awakened before the revival of spiritual energy. His potential is astonishing. Li Chen's various actions are highly suspicious, and he may be colluding with foreign forces. Director Wang must thoroughly investigate this matter. If Li Chen is indeed colluding with foreign forces, he must be dealt with decisively. After reading the email from the military, Wang Qianquan immediately set off. He took a military plane directly to Zhangcheng. Li Chen possesses flying abilities, and if an ordinary ability bureau expert were to intervene, it would likely be difficult to capture him. Just in time, Wang Qianquan had broken through to become an innate martial artist. Capturing Li Chen would be a piece of cake. I haven't come down from the mountain in 10 years. This time, the ancient martial world will tremble because of my emergence. Li Chen, a 20-year-old boy? How could he possibly be an innate martial artist, let alone a sky-level ability user? There's a 99% chance he's just a guy who has awakened flying abilities. Wang Qianquan shook his head and chuckled. As an innate martial artist, he understood deeply that breaking through to innate at 20 was simply absurd. It was completely impossible. Not to mention that before the revival of spiritual energy, how could one cultivate and break through in the polluted secular world? A sky-level ability user was even more ridiculous. In the entire Longxia country, there were only a handful of sky-level ability users. He knew all these big shots. No matter how monstrous Li Chen was, he could not be sky-level. The military plane was very fast. From noon to afternoon, in less than 5 hours, Wang Qianquan had already arrived in Zhangcheng. In the evening, as the sun set, Li Chen had just broken through to the 7th level of innate Qigong and was in a good mood. He went for a walk by the river at the foot of his apartment building, watching the shimmering river water flow continuously. Li Chen felt a slight emotion in his heart. The mighty Yangtze River flows eastward, washing away the heroes. Right and wrong, success and failure, all turn to emptiness. The green mountains remain. How many sunsets have turned red? Li Chen was just about to recite a poem when suddenly a powerful aura locked onto him. He saw a middle-aged man in his 30s actually walking on the Yangtze River. The man stood above the water, one hand behind his back. He gently raised a finger. A drop of river water was lifted by his true energy. With a light flick of his finger, the originally harmless drop of water under Wang Qianquan's true energy transformed into a projectile like a sniper bullet shooting towards Li Chen's arm. Li Chen did not dodge. Boom! The drop of water was blocked by a powerful protective aura, instantly turning into water molecules. Why do you want to attack me? Innate protective aura, you are. Humph. Dare to attack me, you're seeking death. Li Chen's gaze turned cold. He raised his right hand and made a sweeping motion in the air. In an instant, a terrifying aura of a congenital Grandmaster erupted from his fingertips. This aura transformed into a long blade. Boom! A loud sound echoed. The Yangtze River, 800 meters wide, was abruptly severed in half. The monstrous splash of water leaped up to a height of over 100 meters. The riverbed of the Yangtze was exposed, with rolling waves and a tumultuous upheaval. With just a single finger, he had already cut off the Yangtze River. This, a single finger severing the river, a congenital Grandmaster. You are a congenital Grandmaster? Stunned, petrified, terrified, the scalp tingled. At that moment, Wang Qiankuan felt completely numb. He was dumbfounded. All the military personnel watching the battle were collectively horrified. Each one was wide-eyed and speechless like a wooden chicken. Their hearts, their minds, even the little things in their pockets couldn't help but tremble in madness. It was too exaggerated, too terrifying. Li Chen was actually embarrassing. Did he actually miss? Li Chen felt a bit speechless. Perhaps it was because he had just mastered the aura of a congenital Grandmaster and his application was still somewhat unskilled. The first time using it, his aim was a bit off. Even from over 100 meters away, he still failed to hit Wang Qiankuan. This was indeed a bit of a blunder. It seemed he needed to practice diligently. In the future, such blunders could not happen again. Just as Li Chen was continuously mocking himself in his heart, at this moment, Wang Qiankuan had already stepped onto the river and immediately bowed respectfully to Li Chen. Wang Qiankuan, the leader of the Kunlun sect, pays his respects to the senior. Thank you, senior, for sparing my life. I was rude and attacked the senior. It was truly a crime deserving of death. I hope the senior can forgive me. It was clear that this congenital Grandmaster had no intention of taking his life just now. Otherwise, that finger severing the river would have likely meant his end. He had just broken through to become a congenital warrior, and it was a time of great ambition. If he had been killed instantly, it would have been a grave injustice. Ahem. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Since the other party had already apologized, Li Chen decided to pretend that he had intentionally missed. Alright, considering your hard-earned cultivation, I shall spare your life this time. But if there is a next time, I will definitely not show mercy. Thank you for your forgiveness, senior. Although Li Chen appeared much younger than Wang Qiankuan in the realm of ancient martial arts, the capable are the teachers. Li Chen's cultivation was higher than his, so it was only natural to address him as senior. After all, he was a congenital Grandmaster, a legendary existence. Beyond that, there were only the terrestrial immortals. Now that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had just revived, the strongest warriors were probably at the congenital level. A congenital Grandmaster might very well be the #1 person in the world. Such an impressive existence warranted Wang Qiankuan's respect. I ask you, why did you attack me? It's like this, senior. I, Wang, was commissioned by the military to investigate some events concerning you, but it seems this is definitely a misunderstanding. Wang Qiankuan explained the contents of the commissioned investigation to Li Chen. Only then did Li Chen suddenly realize. It seemed he indeed had some matters that were not handled very cleanly. Whether it was the large-scale trading of gold and jewels or the sinking of the 5 bandits including Zhou Kai or the arms purchases, all had left some traces. That was why it had come to be investigated. But this was understandable. Because Li Chen had to sell a large amount, it was impossible not to leave any traces. It was only a matter of time before he was investigated. I see. Could it be that the military wants to arrest me because of these matters? Li Chen asked. Misunderstanding. This is definitely a misunderstanding. Senior, you are a dignified congenital Grandmaster. What kind of identity is that? How could you collude with foreign forces? Who would dare to arrest you? I, Wang Qiankuan, would be the first to object. Actually, I came this time just because the military wanted to probe into your background, senior. Now that I understand the truth, there's no need to explain anything, Wang Qiankuan said with a resolute expression. Li Chen was speechless. It seemed he hadn't even started to explain, had he? Did he really explain? Were you hallucinating? At this moment, Wang Qiankuan had already begun to curse someone's ancestors for 18 generations. Damn it. That person is a congenital Grandmaster. What are you investigating? Is this something you can investigate? You won't just turn a blind eye, will you? Damn your damn. Whether it's a huge amount of unexplained wealth or arms smuggling, these matters, as long as they involve a congenital Grandmaster, are nothing to worry about. If Li Chen wanted, they could even provide it for free. Do you know what it means to not insult a Grandmaster? Not to mention that he is a congenital Grandmaster. It seems these matters are all misunderstandings. I should have reported to the country long ago, Li Chen said. Senior, with your strength, you shouldn't be buried in a small city like Jiangcheng. If you could Have an official identity. It would actually make your actions much more convenient, and we could provide you with assistance. You see, with the revival of spiritual energy in the world, the global landscape is changing, and all countries are racing to cultivate extraordinary individuals. This is definitely a time of great contention. 3 days from now, the High Martial Academy will reopen. I, Wang, would like to invite you to serve as a guest professor at the High Martial Academy and also take on the role of honorary principal. I know this request is excessive, but for the new generation of ancient martial artists and extraordinary individuals in Longsha country, I hope you will lower yourself and accept my invitation. Wang Qiankuan said sincerely. If their ancient martial lineage could add a congenital grandmaster, wouldn't that be like taking off from the ground? Just right, Wang Qiankuan wanted to ask Li Chen how to break through to a congenital grandmaster. If Li Chen was willing to teach him, he could become his disciple on the spot. He was just afraid that Senior Li wouldn't accept him as a student. Me? To be a professor, or rather, a professor at the High Martial Academy and also the honorary principal? Is that appropriate? Li Chen hesitated a bit. In fact, he also wanted to see what the so-called High Martial Academy was really like. He had heard that this academy was extremely mysterious. Once admitted, it was far more impressive than getting into Beijing. Family members could also receive substantial subsidies. Graduates of the High Martial Academy could enter the Extraordinary Bureau as leaders. Their status was esteemed, and their identity was noble. Li Chen was directly invited to be the principal. This was indeed a bit beyond his expectations. Although the honorary principal might not hold any real power, this status was equivalent to that of the principal. He had heard that the principal of the High Martial Academy and the 2 deans all held high military ranks. His honorary principal status was probably at a similar level. Appropriate. This couldn't be more appropriate. With a congenital grandmaster like you joining the High Martial Academy, it would be an honor for our entire academy. Seeing Li Chen hesitating, Wang Qiankuan seemed to be on the verge of persuading him. He immediately began to intensify his efforts. If he could convince a congenital grandmaster to join, it would be a significant achievement for Wang Qiankuan. Alright, since you put it that way, I will tentatively agree. By the way, what's your name? Does it carry weight at the High Martial Academy? Li Chen asked. I am Wang Qiankuan, the current dean of the ancient martial lineage at the High Martial Academy. Rest assured, senior, my words do carry some weight. Wang Qiankuan patted his chest and assured him. Even if it weren't Wang Qiankuan inviting him, a congenital grandmaster wanting to join any force in the world would receive the highest level of courtesy. This is beyond doubt. To be able to host a congenital grandmaster is equivalent to having strategic nuclear weapon level power for any force, because a powerhouse of this level can kill anyone without anyone being able to stop them. Alright then, Li Chen nodded. 3 days later, he would officially take up a position at the High Martial Academy. He never expected that just taking a casual stroll downstairs would land him a position as a professor and principal. But I wonder if the Li Chen of the Apocalypse can cultivate and learn this innate Qi skill? If I can, does that mean I won't have to eat so much every day? Although enjoying good food is nice, eating too much can be a bit unsightly. After all, the more you eat, the more you have to relieve yourself. I feel that my current combat power is comparable to Yuan Tianyi from the Apocalypse world, but the rating standards of the 2 worlds are different, and the distinctions in combat power levels are also different, making it impossible to make a specific comparison. Apocalypse. 9 o'clock in the morning. Li Chen's team began to share a large pot of food. Meng Haoyu was gnawing on a big pig's knuckle, looking ecstatic. After a night of upgrading and evolution, his improvement was tremendous. Now, the space within me has expanded tenfold, having broken through to 500 cubic meters, which means I can store more food. Moreover, the maximum number of extreme teleportations I can perform in a short time has increased to 15 times, with each teleportation covering a distance of up to 500 meters. 15 times? 500 meters? What does that mean? It means I have at least 15 chances to save my life. Who can take me down? I, Meng Haoyu, am simply the child of destiny. Although I didn't manage to break through to the 4th level this time, I've already reached the peak of the 3rd level, just one step away from becoming a 4th level evolver. I estimate that in another couple of days, I should be able to break through. Thinking about the exchange he made yesterday with the 5th level crystal core, Meng Haoyu still felt it was very worthwhile. He felt a bit of gratitude towards leader Li Chen. At least Li Chen was willing to take on the whole situation for him, choosing to confront the Longhai base head-on. This undoubtedly showed that he was a loyal leader. He didn't take advantage of him at a critical moment. Although it seemed like he had taken a bit of advantage by taking the 5th level crystal core in the Apocalypse, such a leader was indeed rare. Li Chen's abilities and character had temporarily earned Meng Haoyu's recognition. Then I won't go against you for now. Just right, there's a tall guy in the team, so I won't have to work so hard. Managing a team does seem to be quite a troublesome task. Last night, a bunch of people came to Meng Haoyu to store their junk luggage. This made Meng Haoyu, who was eager to break through, very irritated. He waited until 2 in the morning before finally having some free time. It was simply speechless. It turned out that the logistics Minister had to manage so many trivial matters. There were even people who, when hungry at night, came to him for snacks. Did they really come to him for such trivial matters? Managing a team is exhausting. If a logistics minister is this tired, how much more exhausting must it be for the team leader? They also have to be responsible for overall planning. They have to worry about the supply issues for the entire team. They have to support the whole team. Just thinking about it made Meng Haoyu's scalp tingle. Hundreds of people were relying on him for food. How could he support them? Only Li Chen could be the leader. He certainly wouldn't do it. He absolutely wouldn't distribute the resources he obtained to others. If Li Chen was willing to be the one to take the loss, then let him be leader. After a night of upgrades, our entire team, totaling 321 people, has all upgraded to evolvers. Currently, there are 165 first-level evolvers, 139 second-level evolvers, 17 third-level evolvers, and only you as the fourth-level evolver. Among the third-level evolvers, besides Hong Mao, Eagle, Shadow, Sun Yuhan, and Meng Haoyu, there are Yang Jian, Wang Chao, Nie Xiaofeng, Zhang Hao, Wang Xian, Li Hai, Zhou Ken, Chen Jilong, Wu Bingtian, Zhou Hongxi, Lu Jiannan, Wei Shan, and me, Guo Fugui. A total of 17 people have currently broken through to level 3. Additionally, the person you are particularly concerned about, Gu Sisi, has also broken through to level 2. Guo Fugui reported in front of Li Chen. Just one night, the entire team underwent a qualitative change again. Not only did the number of team members increase, but everyone was an evolver, even the children were no exception. Not bad. Our team's strength, although it has not yet reached the level to compete with the Longhai base, is developing rapidly. If I'm not mistaken, the Longhai base may have already seen us as a thorn in their side, a nail in their eye. For the safety of the team, I have decided not to confront the Longhai base head on for now. So next, we need to be prepared to relocate at any time. In the city, we will engage in guerrilla warfare. With Eagle's eagle eye scanning, we can completely avoid clashes with the Longhai base. In the coming days, I will lead the entire team to act together. 1. To continue hunting zombies and collecting crystal cores. 2. To rescue survivors and expand the team's strength. Li Chen issued the mission objectives. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they all set out to hunt zombies. Eagle's eagle eye scanning was very useful. This allowed the entire team to predict in advance which streets had zombie gatherings, the highest level of zombies, and whether there were any mission risks. Although it couldn't achieve 100% accuracy, it was generally quite close. Most neighborhoods or streets had only a few hundred or up to 1,000 zombies. This posed no significant challenge for Li Chen's entire team. In just one morning, Li Chen led the team to clear 6 neighborhoods and 12 streets, killing 9,803 zombies, seizing 8,000 level 1 crystal cores, 1,200 level 2 crystal cores, 23 level 3 crystal cores, and 1 level 4 crystal core. They also rescued 126 survivors. It was evident that the ordinary, non-level zombies were nearly extinct. The vast majority of zombies had completed their level 1 evolution. The number of level 2 and level 3 zombies had also increased. However, level 4 zombies remained rare. After searching for the entire morning, they found only one level 4 fire-type zombie, which they successfully killed. Li Chen led the entire team to make a fire and cook, resting for 2.5 hours. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Li Chen led the entire team to continue clearing zombies. This continued until 7 in the evening. They cleared another 8 neighborhoods and 13 streets, killing 15,000 zombies, rescuing 133 survivors, and collecting 13,900 crystal cores. Among them were 35 level 3 crystal cores and 2 level 4 crystal cores. At 8:30 in the evening, Li Chen led the entire team to rest in place. They chose a nearby neighborhood to settle in. After all, the entire city was filled with empty houses. Wherever they went, they could move in for free, as long as they had the ability to face the dangers of the night. In the evening, after Li Chen allocated the material rewards, everyone happily made a fire to cook. Finally, they could have a hearty meal again. Meng Haoyu, the sixth one, didn't kill many zombies today. Instead, he used his spatial abilities to scour gold shops, jewelry stores, and jade shops. He had come to realize that collecting all those scraps and junk was not as good as directly collecting gold and jewelry to exchange with Li Chen. The supplies stored by Li Chen were all fresh. He didn't know where Leader Li got so many supplies from. It seemed endless. Meng Haoyu had some doubts, but he didn't dare to ask more. As long as Li Chen was willing to trade, he would profit immensely. He needed to stockpile food for 100 years. That way, even in the face of danger, he could escape. With Sun Yuhan, this was called making preparations before the rain. At this moment, Li Chen, who was in the apocalypse, did not join everyone for dinner. Instead, he began studying the techniques of the innate chi skill. He wanted to experiment with a certain dark mutated energy contained in this world to see if it could be cultivated and absorbed. Just as he started his research, a terrifying level 6 zombie king roared in Huanpu Bund High City, causing countless densely packed zombies to seem as if they were summoned by an invisible force. They began to converge like rivers flowing together, surging forth. In less than 2 hours, a million-strong zombie army was formed, dense enough to block out the sun, utterly terrifying. With a command from the Zombie King, the million-strong army began to surge towards the Longhai survivor base. During his second cultivation of the innate chi skill, Li Chen had gained experience and was quite familiar with it. It was the same process of inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy, absorbing it into his body, completing the transformation, opening up meridians, and forming a cycle. Moreover, with the second attempt, Li Chen was even faster. It was as if he was reclaiming a body and starting over. He was simply practicing a technique he already knew in another world, nothing more. Although the spiritual energy in this world seemed a bit different, the principle was simple. All cultivation techniques essentially involved absorbing the energy of heaven and earth to strengthen oneself, making one more powerful. Li Chen could clearly feel that this world had heaven and earth spiritual energy. Furthermore, the concentration of spiritual energy here far exceeded that of urban dimensions. However, the spiritual energy in this place leaned towards darkness, and the air carried a viral energy that forcibly catalyzed biological evolution. This virus, if one wasn't careful, could cause special mutations in plants and animals. For instance, zombies appeared this way. During the evolution process, the body couldn't withstand it, leading to gene mutations, brain death, and uncontrolled cell reproduction and division, resulting in zombies. Li Chen quickly broke through the first, second, and third levels. It took only an hour. The innate chi skill had consecutively broken through 3 levels, opening up multiple meridians, with a massive amount of mutated energy flooding into his body. While it strengthened Li Chen's body, it also caused unimaginable damage to his meridians. The aftereffects of dual cultivation appeared. As a space-type ability user, Li Chen could easily force the energy from space into his body, avoiding the slow process of gradually condensing the energy and absorbing the mutated energy bit by bit. That efficiency was far too slow. However, the consequence of forcibly pushing mutated energy into his body naturally brought endless damage to himself. The 5 elements of the human body, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, each belong to different categories. If one directly used mutated energy to recklessly impact the body without careful management, disregarding whether the body could withstand it, it was a sure path to madness. In general, dual cultivation would lead to death within 3 months. With Li Chen's reckless approach, he might not even last 3 days before his entire meridian system would be completely ruined. Under normal circumstances, he would quickly fall into madness and die. But at that moment, Li Chen took out a snakeskin bag from his space. A large pile of zombie crystal cores lay before him. Level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all packed inside the bag. Li Chen grabbed a handful and directly stuffed them into his mouth to swallow. The crystals entered his stomach and quickly transformed into energy for evolving gene cells. All the cells in his body began to upgrade automatically. Active absorption of mutated energy. The previously damaged meridians and internal organs were forcibly repaired during this upgrading evolution process. This created a perfect balance. By consuming crystal cores, promoting the regeneration and division of gene cells, and absorbing mutated energy to heal injuries, Li Chen continued to forcibly absorb cosmic energy, sustaining injuries, and continuing to heal in an infinite loop. As long as there were enough crystal cores, he had no fear of going mad. Moreover, when going mad, the speed of energy absorption was even faster. It was something he could only wish for. Li Chen swallowed a large number of crystal cores, and soon over 10,000 cores were depleted. He didn't need to eat at all. He felt no hunger whatsoever. Directly absorbing cosmic energy was far superior to eating. Eating always required digestion time, right? Even though an evolver's stomach had a very strong digestive function and a fast digestion speed, one couldn't possibly eat an entire cow in one go. But absorbing cosmic energy was different. It could be absorbed almost infinitely. There was no need to consume slowly, and no need for excretion. This allowed the utilization of crystal cores to reach a perfect level. Even the energy from a level 1 zombie crystal core was not wasted at all. Under normal circumstances, the absorption effect of a level 4 crystal core was equivalent to that of 20 level 3 crystal cores, 400 level 2 crystal cores, or 8,000 level 1 crystal cores. However, at this moment, Li Chen only needed to swallow 1,000 level 1 crystal cores, and the effect was almost comparable to consuming 1 level 4 crystal core. It was nearly an 8-fold saving. The energy utilization rate was significantly improved. Perhaps this was the normal situation. The reason high-level evolvers had such poor effects from consuming low-level crystal cores was that the utilization rate was too low. 1.5 hours. Li Chen only spent 1.5 hours successfully opening the run and do meridians, breaking through to the innate realm. Then he spent another 2 hours opening all the meridians in his body. Even the tiny capillaries were not overlooked. He broke through to the 7th level of innate Qigong once again. The technique automatically circulated in a great cycle. It was a continuous, infinite operation, with the internal vital energy self-generating. In a total of 3.5 hours, he went from a novice in cultivation to breaking through to the innate grandmaster level. Just then, boom! Li Chen felt a rumble in his mind. All the cells in his body seemed to have completed some kind of extreme transformation, finally evolving successfully. Is this a level 5 evolver? I actually broke through so smoothly and I didn't even have time to consume a level 5 crystal core. I didn't expect that this time the innate Grandmaster and the level 5 evolver would break through together. A level 5 evolver brought Li Chen an incredibly powerful physical strength. Combined with ice abilities and spatial abilities, 3 powers combined. Li Chen's current physical body was capable of delivering a punch with a force of 1,000 tons. The ice ability could control the temperature within a radius of 10 kilometers, dropping to as low as -100 degrees. The spatial ability could simultaneously release 150 spatial blades with a maximum killing distance of 3,000 meters, capable of killing invisibly within 2,999 meters. The internal brain domain space 50,215 cubic meters. The spatial capacity had already surpassed 50,000 cubic meters, which was almost a qualitative leap. Martial artist level, innate Grandmaster with protective vital energy generated within, impervious to blades and bullets, unaffected by water and fire, capable of flying with chi, severing rivers with a finger, and killing with plants, flowers, and stones. The innate vital energy could be infused into weapons, producing unimaginable power, with both offense and defense integrated, no weaknesses, and an automatic healing function. Leader, there's a situation. In the middle of the night, at 1 o'clock in the morning, Eagle suddenly ran over to report. At this time, Li Chen would usually be asleep. He had stipulated that if there was no urgent situation within the team, no one was allowed to disturb him at night. But today, it was clear that Eagle had discovered an urgent situation. What is it? Leader, the zombie army has gathered. It seems that all the zombies in Haicheng have been summoned by some high-level zombie and they are all converging towards Longhai Base. I took a zombie crystal core tonight and just successfully broke through to level 4. My Eagle Eye scanning range has expanded to a radius of 150 kilometers and Longhai Base is just within my line of sight. I originally just wanted to scout the situation but unexpectedly discovered the zombie army surrounding the city. Among this army, there is a high possibility that a level 6 zombie has emerged. Let's go, call Gu CC over and have her switch your perspective to me. Li Chen said immediately. Report General, it's not good. The zombie army has surrounded the city. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Yuan Tianyi was in his luxurious 5,000 square meter villa, embracing 2 beautiful starlets and enjoying a playful moment, relaxing his mind. Suddenly, a bodyguard rushed in to report. In the apocalyptic world, most people would liberate their true nature. These 2 starlets, before the apocalypse began, were top-tier, popular idols with millions of fans. After the apocalypse started, they were saved by Yuan Tianyi and became 2 of his many women. After all, there are so many survivors in the base, and it's not just these 2 who want to climb onto Yuan Tianyi's dragon bed. They managed to stand out among numerous competitors, which shows they indeed have some real skills. These 2 starlets not only have outstanding looks, but under Yuan Tianyi's training, one awakened a healing ability while the other awakened a transformation ability. The healing ability goes without saying. The transformation ability can change into anyone's appearance, providing a full experience. At this moment, Yuan Tianyi was having fun when he was suddenly interrupted, and his expression darkened immediately. What's going on? Report General, the monitoring station has brothers observing a large gathering of zombies. The numbers are astonishing, possibly reaching 1 million. The situation is extremely urgent. The target of this zombie army is clearly heading towards our Longhai Base, and they are now less than 10 kilometers away. Upon hearing this, Yuan Tianyi immediately got dressed. Send the order down, full military alert. Sound the highest red alert. Wake up all the evolved and survivors in the base. Distribute firearms and ammunition. Let everyone defend the city together. Bodyguard troops prepare, open the armory, and activate level 1 combat readiness. This time, our Longhai Base may face tremendous danger. If it were just ordinary level 5 zombies, they could command at most 100,000 zombies. But with the zombie tide reaching 1 million, it's likely that a level 6 zombie has emerged, which could be troublesome. Yuan Tianyi analyzed immediately. He himself had only reached level 5. He had some confidence in dealing with level 5 zombies. After all, his lightning ability was extremely powerful, with an explosive output. Generally, zombies of the same level couldn't defeat him. But if it were level 6 zombies, the situation would become complicated. Not to mention there was 1 million zombie tide. The only advantage might be that Longhai Base has a well-developed defense system with high walls and thick fortifications, along with sufficient military weaponry. The strongest point is that there are 5 fighter jets, 1 transport plane, 1 B-2 bomber, dozens of anti-air missiles, and ground-to-ground tactical missiles in the base. The total number of firearms is about 20 to 30,000. However, the ammunition is somewhat insufficient. After all, the production of military weapons has already stopped, and weapons and ammunition are used up little by little. With Yuan Tianyi's orders issued, the entire base immediately sounded the alarm. The loud alarm woke all the survivors who were sleeping. One by one, they appeared drowsy, looking completely unenergetic. During the day, they had already worked hard, and at night, they finally managed to sleep, only to be rudely awakened. This life is unbearable. What the hell is going on? Why did the air raid alarm go off? There are zombies surrounding the city. The commander has ordered all of you to go to the city tower to defend it. Those who participate in the defense will not only receive firearms and ammunition but also get a free steamed bun. A soldier shouted with a megaphone. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar. Zombies are surrounding the city? Damn it! But aren't the guards and the evolved ones supposed to defend the city? We're just ordinary people, powerless as a chicken. Even if we get firearms and ammunition, we can't fight them. Exactly. We haven't even had enough to eat. How can we have the strength to fight zombies? This time, with zombies surrounding the city and attacking the Longhai base, there must be a huge number of them. Otherwise, how could the commander possibly give firearms to us ordinary survivors? Among the crowd, there were still quite a few smart people who saw the crux of the problem. Letting ordinary survivors defend the city? This clearly indicated that the situation was extremely critical and it had reached a life and death moment for the entire base. At this point, going up to the city tower would likely mean becoming cannon fodder. Many survivors who had just joined a few days ago were already starting to regret it. Damn it, just arrived at the Longhai base and already surrounded by zombies? If I had known, I wouldn't have come. The Longhai base is not safe at all. We came here just to find some stability and now you want us to fight? Screw you. The survivors were like a scattered sand, completely disorganized and undisciplined. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The entire place fell silent. A survivor who had just led the opposition was shot in the head by the guards. He was instantly taken out. The command from the commander must be executed. This is not a discussion. Anyone who dares to shake the morale will be killed without mercy. Everyone, go to the city tower. Hurry up! The guards immediately ordered. The survivors shrank their heads, each one daring to be angry but not able to speak, ultimately obeying the order. If they truly had the courage to resist, they wouldn't still be ordinary survivors at this point. At the very least, they would have fought against the zombies and collected a crystal core. As for the evolved ones, the guards' attitude was much better. At least they wouldn't threaten their lives at the drop of a hat. They would explain the current situation a bit. This is the situation now. The commander hopes that all of us evolved ones will work together to resist the zombie tide. The weaponry at our Longhai base is still very complete and the defense system is not weak. If we can successfully fend off the zombie tide this time, we will reap a massive amount of evolution crystals. The commander also said that all evolved ones participating in the defense will receive all the zombie crystals they kill. As long as we can hold our ground, there will be millions of zombie crystals. You all can at least break through to become level 3 evolved ones, and even level 4 or 5 is not impossible. Moreover, given the current situation, we have no choice but to defend. The zombies have already surrounded the city and we can't get out. We can only fight to the death. The guard's words left all the evolved ones in silence. Now, there was no way out. The only path was to fight to the end. Zhou Xiaoqian, Lin Longwei, and Mu Ziyan all showed expressions of despair. It was too unbearable. They had come to the Longhai base and had never had a decent meal. Now they were surrounded by a horde of zombies. At this moment, they truly regretted it. If they had known it would be like this, why come to this damn place? Commander Lin, yesterday the general promised me a reward, but I don't know what this reward will be. It's like this, Zhou Xiaoqian, the situation is urgent, there are many matters to handle at the base, the general is temporarily unavailable. After the city defense is over, your reward will naturally be in place. Now, you should go defend the city immediately. Your water-based ability seems to have some use. Lin Ao brushed her off directly. In fact, the Longhai base has an underground escape route that leads directly 10 kilometers away, but Yuan Tianyi did not inform the ordinary survivors or the external evolvers about this escape route. Unless absolutely necessary, Yuan Tianyi did not want to take this path. Boom! 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 The war broke out immediately. The million-strong zombie army left no time for the Longhai base to think or prepare, and they began their assault on the city. They were not afraid of any sacrifices. On the city walls, hundreds of machine guns, along with tens of thousands of rifles, submachine guns, handguns, shotguns, and rocket launchers, began to fire wildly. Large numbers of zombies were directly turned into mangled limbs and pieces. The scene was incredibly bloody and brutal. But soon, flying zombies appeared, soaring up to the city towers, starting to attack the machine gunners. Many gunners were taken out in surprise. They died under the claws of the zombies. These flying zombies could only be resisted by evolvers. Before long, among the zombie army, 5-level storm zombies, 5-level flame zombies, 5-level strength zombies, 5-level speed zombies, 5-level plant zombies, and 5-level earth zombies appeared. A total of 6 5-level zombies brought tremendous disaster to the Longhai base. Especially that 5-level earth zombie, which actually used earth-based abilities, causing the ground to shake and splitting the base's city tower open, exposing a large gap. Large numbers of zombies rushed in, and the survivors picked up their firearms to start shooting, but they could not withstand the charge of the zombie army. Especially in the front line, there were also 3-level zombies leading the charge. Ordinary firearms could not inflict fatal damage on 3-level zombies. This led to the gap being torn wider and wider. At a critical moment, the leader of Longhai Base, Yuan Tianyi, took action. He stood firm against thousands. Guarding the gap in the city tower, his fists released immense lightning. With one punch, hundreds of zombies were directly electrocuted to death. It was as if a deity had descended. Don't panic. Pass on my order. Deploy the fighter jets. Everyone, fight to the death. You have no place to escape. If the base is breached, everyone will be doomed. Yuan Tianyi shouted immediately. As soon as these words were spoken, all the evolvers, the guards, and the survivors in the base, totaling 20,000 people, were ignited with fighting spirit. General Yuan is right. Since we're all doomed anyway, we might as well fight these zombie scum. I've long wanted to die. Damn it, killing one is breaking even, killing two is profit. Kill, kill, kill. The survivors' fighting spirit was ignited, and they immediately burst forth with a certain level of combat power. At least with their firearms, they could kill one-level zombies. Moreover, in large numbers, killing two-level zombies was not a problem. Although there were many sacrifices during the bloody fight, they successfully withstood the first wave of the zombie tide. Soon, the fighter jets in the base were deployed. They began carpet bombing the zombie horde outside the city. In an instant, countless bodies were blown apart. The sound of war echoed everywhere. A large area of the zombie horde was cleared. This allowed the survivors on the city tower to breathe a slight sigh of relief. The evolvers also began to play their part. Gold system, wood system, earth system, fire system, water system, ice system, wind system, thunder system, speed system, strength system, light system, invisibility system, werewolf system, telekinesis system, and various other abilities, all flourishing. They were responsible for clearing the various zombies attacking the city walls. The situation had temporarily stabilized. But just then, a mutation occurred. Among the horde of zombies, a very short figure, looking like an elementary school student and wearing the uniform of Longhai First Primary School, suddenly opened its crimson eyes. With a focused gaze, all the fighter jets thousands of meters high in the sky self-destructed, instantly obliterated. It seemed as if they were crushed by an invisible force. In the next second, an extremely terrifying mental power swept across the area. Under the control of the child zombie, one tall building after another within a 10-kilometer radius was forcibly uprooted. Over 100 skyscrapers under the control of the child zombie came crashing down towards the Longhai base. Boom! The ground trembled and dust flew everywhere. Countless steel and concrete reduced the entire Longhai base to ruins. In an instant, the base suffered countless casualties. The city walls were directly smashed into rubble. This scene left the fortunate survivors among the evolvers in a state of shock. What the hell is this? Is this the level 6 zombie king? Or a level 6 mental zombie that can control objects with its mind and uproot hundreds of buildings? We're doomed. This is completely beyond our ability to resist. A level 6 zombie. Terrifying indeed. Bang! 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 The moment they discovered the level 6 zombie, 6 special evolution, snipers from the Longhai base instantly opened fire using alloy armor-piercing bullets. These special bullets could penetrate 20 centimeters of steel plate in an instant. However, such armor-piercing rounds were forcibly restrained just 10 meters away from the level 6 zombie. The bullets could not break through its mental power at all. A level 6 mental zombie is too terrifying. We can't get close at all. The sniper rifle is useless. Against it, it can not only control objects with its mind but also command the zombie army. Chief, let's escape. We really can't fight it. The trusted Captain Lin Ao suggested. Yes, Chief, as long as we have the Green Mountains, we need not fear the lack of firewood. But how can I abandon so many survivors in the base? I can't do that. Yuan Tianyi pretended to be troubled. In fact, after witnessing the terror of the level 6 zombie, he had already entertained the thought of fleeing. This level 6 mental zombie he feared he could hardly approach and he might not be its match, plus he was outnumbered, truly having no advantage at all. What else could he do but run? Wait to die? As a dignified level 5 evolver with a bright future ahead, if he couldn't defeat a level 6 zombie, could he not handle other zombies? Why wait to die with this group of beggars? But with so many people watching, Yuan Tianyi, naturally couldn't take the lead in suggesting a retreat. Otherwise, where would his authority be? Chief, we can't be overly compassionate now. You've done your best, but the situation is dire, and there's no turning back. Please make a decision soon. Alright, Royal Guard, listen up. Everyone, follow me to leave through the underground passage. We will temporarily withdraw from the Longhai base. With a command from Chief Yuan, he directly led a dozen of his guards to escape. He even took along the 2 female celebrities. As for the others, there was no time to care about them now. Hey, where's Chief Yuan? Not good. Yuan Tianyi has run away. He escaped through the underground passage. The Longhai base actually has an underground passage? Why didn't he say so earlier? Damn it. Yuan Tianyi, how dare you betray us, you scoundrel, may you die a miserable death. Ah, I hate this so much. At this moment, the dense army of zombies had completely breached the Longhai base. 8,000 survivors and evolved beings looked on in despair. The atmosphere was suffocating. Just when it seemed all Hope was lost. A terrifying cold wave swept in, engulfing an area of 10 kilometers. Hundreds of thousands of first and second level zombies were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. 123 fourth level. Zombies and 6 fifth level zombies had their heads severed within 2,999 meters. Li Chen led his team, making a stunning entrance. With the assistance of the Eagle and Gusisi, he could almost maximize the precision of the space blade. Within 3,000 meters, killing 5th level zombies was no longer a problem. Although the ice ability had low attack damage and couldn't inflict much harm on high-level zombies, it was a large-scale area attack. Skill. It could leverage the power of the climate to greatly impact the zombie horde. Otherwise, Li Chen wouldn't have dared to actively approach the Longhai base to share in the spoils. The Spaceblade had extremely high lethality, was incredibly strange, and was nearly impossible to defend against. It could instantaneously kill zombies of the same level without being seen. However, the consumption of the Spaceblade was immense. In extreme situations, Li Chen could release at most 150 blades simultaneously and only 3 times. In total, he could release about 500 Spaceblades. But once he used them all, he would be exhausted. He would need at least a day to recover. Therefore, the Spaceblade could at most kill 500 zombies. Li Chen generally did not use it lightly. This skill was specifically meant for instant kills against zombies of the same level. With this wave, Li Chen instantly shocked that 6th level zombie. It had just sensed a total of 21 Spaceblades rushing towards it. Fortunately, its mental acuity allowed it to detect the spatial fluctuations in advance, narrowly avoiding the attack. It seemed it hadn't expected that such a powerful ability user would emerge among human evolvers. The ability to instantaneously kill so many 5th and 4th level zombies while simultaneously targeting itself indicated that he was likely a 6th level human evolver. This situation was not right. It quickly decided to retreat. 6th level zombies had begun to develop high intelligence. When faced with uncertainty, it did not choose to fight head-on. Roar! The 6th level zombie let out a thunderous roar. All remaining zombie troops were immediately summoned to cover the retreat of the 6th level zombie. The siege of zombies, which had been in full swing, suddenly began to withdraw, but Li Chen had already arrived. How could he let it escape so easily? Li Chen was very familiar with the mental power ability because in another world he had mastered mental power. Therefore, he knew the weaknesses of this ability. Mental power was extremely powerful. Among all types of abilities, it was undoubtedly one of the most formidable. It could be used for long-range, close combat, defense, flight, and even killing from a distance. Without mercy, whether in one-on-one combat or group attacks, it was incredibly fierce. It could be said to be a versatile ability. However, this ability had a fatal flaw. Mental power could not directly control living objects. It could only manipulate inanimate objects. For example, if a person stood in front of you, you could use mental power to control their clothes, shoes, pants, or jewelry. In an unexpected and hard-to-defend manner, you could kill the opponent. Or you could directly manipulate sharp objects like flying knives or swords, which had inherent sharpness and could kill quickly. But if the opponent was completely naked, with no items on them, at that moment, mental power could not hinder them in the slightest. Once mental power entered a living body, it would automatically disappear, sinking into it without any reaction, unless you intended to seize control. But at this level, it wasn't enough. Moreover, the mental power that controls souls and the mental force that manipulates objects are essentially two different abilities. They cannot be compared. Just like the Spaceblade mastered by Li Chen and the teleportation controlled by Meng Haoyu, although both belong to the space category, they are indeed two distinct abilities. The direction of evolution is quite different. Eagle, keep a close eye on that level 6 zombie. Make sure it doesn't escape. Li Chen commanded in mid-air. A powerful innate aura suddenly erupted from his entire body. This aura shattered all his clothes and shoes into pieces in an instant. In the next second, Li Chen flew through the dark night, heading towards the level 6 zombie to capture it. Fortunately, it wasn't broad daylight. Otherwise, with so many people watching, the dignified leader of a team would be chasing zombies in the nude. People might think he had some peculiar hobby. How embarrassing. What is the captain doing? Why did he blow up his own clothes? Gu Cici's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. A mental-type zombie can control the clothing of its opponents. The captain probably doesn't want any restraints. Sun Yuhan speculated. If we all attack together to kill the zombies, Yuan Tianyi has already led his people to flee, and our future revolver team can take over the Longhai base. Everything here will belong to us, Eagle said with great enthusiasm. Kill, let's get him. Red Hair immediately unleashed a fire dragon towards a level 3 zombie. Wow, so many zombie corpses. We might hit the jackpot this time. Meng Haoyu's eyes sparkled. This chaotic battlefield was perfect for him, a space-type old 6, to collect corpses. Meng Haoyu, don't get any funny ideas about the zombies killed by the captain. Sun Yuhan warned immediately. Don't worry, Yuhan, I still have some morals. I'll only collect the corpses of the zombies killed by Yuan Tianyi. Is that not okay? Suit yourself. Meng Haoyu teleported to the city wall to collect corpses, shouting a couple of times. Friends of Longhai Base, I am Meng Haoyu from the Future Evolver Base. Now that your General Yuan Tianyi has run away, why not submit to our Future Evolver Base? Our leader, Li Chen, is a powerful level 6 space-type evolver. Just now, he took action and instantly killed 6 level 5 zombies and over 100 level 4 zombies. Even the level 6 zombie is being chased around by our leader. As long as you join our team, Leader Li Chen will protect your safety. Meng Haoyu began to boast. In reality, Li Chen had not reached level 6. However, many people actually believed this boast. Just now, Li Chen's shocking display had stunned everyone. So Li Chen is actually a level 6 evolver. I am willing to submit. Yuan Tianyi sold us out at a critical moment. I've been unhappy about it for a long time. We are all willing to submit to Leader Li Chen. Long live Leader Li Chen. Leader Li Chen is amazing. Is this the feeling of surviving a disaster? Fortunately, Leader Li Chen came to our rescue, otherwise we would definitely have met a terrible fate. I am Fong Tianhua, a level 4 wood-type evolver, and I am willing to serve Leader Li Chen. Since everyone is willing to submit to Leader Li Chen, then we are all brothers. Please pick up your weapons and resist the zombies. Let's fight to the end together. With Meng Haoyu's persuasion, all the evolvers and survivors of Longhai Base began to resist once more. Finally, the situation was stabilized again. Without the attacks from those level 5 and 6 high-level zombies, the combat power of the Longhai Base evolver team was still formidable. At this moment, the level 6 zombie, which originally wanted to stop Li Chen's advance, realized it couldn't do so at all. The powerful mental force simply could not control the bearskin Li Chen. It could only manipulate large boulders, starting to smash them down on Li Chen. But Li Chen was surrounded by a protective aura. He was unafraid of any flying sand or stones. With a single finger pointed in the air, he could shatter the boulders into pieces. Soon, he had advanced within 100 meters of the level 6 zombie. The level 6 child zombie, upon seeing this, decisively turned to flee, seemingly unwilling to engage Li Chen in close combat. As a psychic-type zombie, it was inherently not good at melee fighting. This was also its weakness. The evolution level of its physical body was likely only equivalent to that of a level 3 zombie. If it breached its safety distance, it would feel an extreme sense of danger. For high-level evolved beings, 100 meters could be covered in just a second or two. It could not allow itself to be exposed to such deadly danger. Therefore, the level 6 zombie retreated decisively. It used its psychic power to manipulate the stone slabs beneath it, causing them to soar into the air at an incredible speed. The speed of its flight was not at all inferior to Li Chen's ability to fly using his aura. In fact, it was even a bit faster. At the same time, the level 6 zombie controlled tens of thousands of metal pieces sweeping towards Li Chen like a tidal wave. These metal pieces included fruit knives, kitchen knives, bone knives, folding knives, scissors, axes, rebar, flying needles, car rims, and a whole bunch of other assorted sharp and hard objects. These items, when manipulated with psychic power to strike, would be even more powerful. Each one could generate a penetrating force of at least 10,000 pounds. Although Li Chen had an innate protective aura that could block these attacks, it was evidently very difficult for him to both defend against such attacks and chase after the fleeing level 6 zombie. His pace was directly slowed down. He could only watch helplessly as the level 6 zombie flew further and further away. At this moment, the child zombie realized that Li Chen seemed to pose less of a threat, because it could play kite. While running, it could pull and use its psychic power to control the metal pieces to attack Li Chen. As long as it maintained a relatively safe distance, Li Chen had no way to deal with it. Sure enough, under its frenzied kite-flying attacks, this human powerhouse seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The energy shield around him had been breached, creating a gap. Now was the time. Damn human, while you're sick, I'll take your life. Die. Roar. The child zombie let out a fierce roar. The terrifying psychic power erupted once more. It not only controlled tens of thousands of metal pieces but also manipulated dozens of skyscrapers, madly crashing them down towards Li Chen. Innate aura. Li Chen used his hand as a blade, slicing out. The terrifying aura erupted instantly, creating a blade of energy that extended 1,000 meters into the night sky, cutting down countless metal pieces. It seemed as if he wanted to cleave the zombie in front of him in half. The terrifying power even tore a gash in the sky. It was dazzling and eye-catching. The level 6 zombie was also drawn in by this powerful attack. Unfortunately, the attack distance was insufficient. It could still easily dodge. Struggling in vain, human, you're finished. The child zombie surprisingly spoke human words. But the next second, it was left dumbfounded. Its body was then sliced into over 100 pieces. It met its end on the spot. Level 6 zombie, dead. Humph. Did you think the innate aura was my desperate struggle? Little did you know, that attack was merely to attract your attention. The real killing move was that I simultaneously unleashed the skill of Space Blades. With 150 Space Blades, if you were standing on the ground, you might have found a gap to dodge, but flying in the air, facing 150 Space Blades, how could you escape? There was simply nowhere to evade. How dare you fly a kite at me, trying to wear me out? Don't you know that long range is my strong suit? Li Chen's move was purely psychological warfare. He deliberately exposed a flaw, allowing the child zombie to fly a kite. In reality, he was already prepared for a lethal strike. Even though the level 6 zombie had gained intelligence, it was still not as cunning as a human. It could never have imagined that Li Chen's tactics would be so deep. Ha. Level 6 crystal core in hand. This was a translucent crystal the size of an egg. It seemed to shimmer with starlight. It looked completely different from ordinary low-level crystal cores. With this crystal core, he could become a level 6 psychic evolutionist. As for the urban Li Chen, he already possessed the psychic ability, and consuming other crystal cores could also enhance his powers, so there was no need to waste this level 6 crystal core. For urban Li Chen, it would be better to consume that level 5 speed crystal core. Additionally, he had collected 6 more level 5 crystal cores today. It was a super bountiful harvest. Li Chen was in a good mood, and was about to return. Suddenly, on the originally calm coastal port, a massive tentacle suddenly lunged at Li Chen. This tentacle was 200 meters long and 5 meters thick. In the dark, windy night, it appeared incredibly menacing and terrifying. Li Chen quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding the strike. The ground was directly smashed into a huge pit. What the hell is that? Damn it! Li Chen was filled with inexplicable terror. Soon, an ugly, bizarre octopus with 8 tentacles, over 500 meters long, covered in scales, crawled up from the coastal port. Its massive body resembled a small mountain, making Li Chen's scalp tingle. Damn! Innate chi. Li Chen used his finger as a blade and struck out. The powerful chi struck the octopus's tentacle scales, only managing to break a couple of scales, nothing more. Immediately, the octopus was enraged, and its 8 tentacles swept toward Li Chen. Li Chen flew away using his chi, quickly making his escape. His movements were incredibly agile. The octopus chased him for 10 kilometers on land but eventually retreated back to the coastline, unable to adapt to the terrestrial environment. Li Chen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. What the hell, is this a monster? What has happened to this world that such terrifying sea monsters are emerging? That octopus must be at least level 7, maybe even level 8. The ocean is truly more terrifying. It was understandable, really. Marine life was inherently more abundant than terrestrial life. The creatures on land had already begun to mutate in various ways. The mutations of marine creatures would undoubtedly be even more frightening. In this world, the survival environment for humans seemed to be getting increasingly harsh. Originally, it was thought that being besieged by zombies was already despairing, but who would have thought there were also mutated beasts and sea monsters? Li Chen returned to the Longhai base. The time had already reached 5:30 in the morning. The once million-strong zombie army had become a scattered mess without the command of the level 6 zombie. Moreover, the threat of level 5 zombies was also gone. During the defense, Yuan Tianyi had already eliminated hundreds of thousands. Li Chen had taken out another 200,000. The last wave of zombies was jointly eliminated by the evolutionist squad and all the survivors at the Longhai base. This battle could be considered a great victory. When Li Chen returned to the base, everyone immediately began to celebrate. Leader, didn't you successfully slay the level 6 zombie? Why do you seem a bit unhappy? I did slay it. I chased it all the way to the coastal port and finally took down this level 6 zombie. Who would have thought that I would be attacked by a giant sea monster right after? That sea monster was just like a monster, with 2 tentacles that were 500 meters long. I almost knelt. The current sea area is truly dangerous. Sea monsters of level 7 or 8 have already appeared. If one day the mutated sea monsters attack the land, that will be the real despair. As soon as Li Chen spoke these words, everyone fell silent. It was as if a massive shadow loomed over them, instilling a profound sense of crisis and uncertainty about the future. Even though they were already evolved beings, living in such a world was still a struggle for survival, and no one could guarantee that they wouldn't be wiped out tomorrow. This time, after Li Chen took over the Longhai base, he issued 3 direct orders. First, open the granaries and distribute food. He ordered the opening of the food warehouses at Longhai base, dividing all supplies equally among everyone at the base. In truth, there wasn't much food in the warehouses. At most, it would be enough for the survivors at Longhai base to eat for half a month. As for the pig feed, rotten vegetable leaves, spoiled rice, rotten sweet potatoes and moldy, maggot-infested food, there was quite a bit, but such disgusting things were not even fit for dogs to eat. It was indeed a bit nauseating to give them to people. Li Chen did not consider this garbage food as spoils of war. Second, distribute crystal cores to cultivate evolved beings. The physical strength of ordinary people was ultimately too weak. Li Chen planned to give each survivor at least 1 level 1 crystal core. Those who had shown merit in battle, who had fought bravely against the enemy yesterday, would receive a few extra cores based on their outstanding performance. Third, all evolved beings of level 2 and above at Longhai base would be incorporated into Li Chen's own team. He appointed 10 team leaders, Red Hair as the leader of the first team, Eagle as the leader of the second team, Shadow as the leader of the third team, Yang Jian as the leader of the fourth team, Wang Chao as the leader of the fifth team, Sun Yuhan as the leader of the sixth team, Hua Fugui as the leader of The 7th team, Meng Haoyu is the leader of the 8th team, Gu Sisi is the leader of the 9th team, and Fang Tianhua is the leader of the 10th team. Each team leader was responsible for managing between 50 to 300 evolved beings. The ranking was not in order, their statuses were the same. Except for Fang Tianhua, a level 4 evolved being who was originally from Longhai Base, the other 9 team leaders were all people brought along by Li Chen. It could be said that one person achieving success lifted everyone else. Now that there were more people and the team was larger, it was only natural to prioritize promoting those around him. This was quite normal. Moreover, he also took out exquisite food supplies from his space as rewards for the 10 team leaders. With this wave of actions, almost everyone benefited, winning their hearts on the spot. Wow, have you heard? Leader Li Chen has decided to open the granaries for us. Each person can get at least 3 pounds of rice, along with good potatoes and vegetables. Is that true? Is Leader Li Chen really that good? It's true. Leader Li Chen has already started distributing food. Everyone hurry up and line up to get it. Wow, it's really all white rice. And there are vegetables and frozen beef. Is this really from General Yuan's own cold storage? He actually hid all the good stuff in his own house? How selfish. That scoundrel Yuan Tianyi deserves to die. He lives in a 5,000 square meter villa, plays with movie stars, while we live in dog kennels and eat spoiled food every day. He has steak, abalone, and codfish every day, never repeating a meal. He really knows how to enjoy life. Damn it, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. That scoundrel Yuan Tianyi is sucking our blood. It's one thing for him to suck our blood, but at least we were willing to let him do it because he could protect us and ensure the safety of our lives as survivors. But what did he do at the critical moment? He ran off with a movie star, leaving us as cannon fodder and sacrifices. I really hate him to the core. I wish I could eat his flesh and drink his blood just to vent my hatred. Yuan Tianyi, may you die a terrible death. Everyone received supplies in Yuan Tianyi's villa. First, they were shocked by the luxury of the villa. Then, one by one, they began to grit their teeth, growing angrier the more they thought about it. Just look at the life he was living and compare it to their own. They were all in the same apocalyptic world. How could the disparity be so vast? Without seeing it firsthand, the feelings wouldn't be so intense. Only with comparison comes hurt. With this in mind, Leader Li Chen was simply the beacon of hope for humanity. He was 1,000 times better than Yuan Tianyi. Not only did he actively open the granary to distribute food, but he also provided evolution crystals to cultivate survivors. This was the true definition of a good leader. They even heard that even some neglected gold and silver jewelry could be exchanged for food with Leader Li Chen. Just 1 kilogram of gold could be traded for a kilogram of rice. Gold was something you could pick up casually. At roadside gold shops, no one wanted it at all. And this could be exchanged for food? Leader Li was truly a great person. Only Leader Li Chen deserved to be called this great commander. Leader, the data results have been compiled. After the battle to defend the base, we have currently harvested level 1 crystals, 586,356 pieces. Level 2 crystals, 68,933 pieces. Level 3 crystals, 3,608 pieces. Level 4 crystals, 187 pieces. Level 5 crystals, 6 pieces. Level 6 crystals, 1 piece. Of course, during this battle, the battlefield situation was too complex, so some people must have hoarded crystals, but the chaos made it difficult to investigate. Guo Fugue said, I know some people hoarded crystals, but this time, we came here to take advantage of the situation. Since some people hoarded, I won't pursue it, but Meng Haoyu must have hidden quite a bit. Bring this kid over, I want to talk to him. Meng Haoyu possessed spatial abilities. He had a space of his own. With such a power, it was incredibly easy to take advantage of a chaotic battlefield. Soon, Meng Haoyu was summoned. He seemed a bit guilty, his gaze flickering. Uncertainly. Leader, you called for me. Meng Haoyu, I heard you hoarded quite a few crystals. Slander, this is absolutely slander. Leader, I, Meng Haoyu, am absolutely loyal to you and would never hoard anything. Someone must be jealous of my talent and good looks, and just now I became the captain of Team 8. They are clearly envious of me, which is why they are defaming me. Meng Haoyu immediately denied it. But I heard that many people saw you looting bodies on the battlefield and you collected quite a few level 3 and level 4 zombie corpses. So many people saw it, how do you explain that? Alright, you don't need to use such ignorant lies to deceive me. Do I not know whether you took them or not? I called you over not to hand in the crystals, but to give you a task. Leader, what is the task? Once you step outside, I will announce to the public that Meng Haoyu hoarded crystals and refused to hand them over and has been expelled from the team. You will teleport away, then go seek refuge with Yuan Tianyi and find out his movements for me. Yuan Tianyi lost the Longhai base and will definitely not let it go easily. You have teleportation skills, he can't kill you and will join forces with you. I want you to keep track of his every move. Once you complete this undercover mission, I will give you enough food to last you 10 years. Recently, Meng Haoyu had been very fond of stockpiling supplies, and upon hearing this, his eyes immediately lit up. Through the eagle's keen eyesight, after Yuan Tianyi left the Longhai base with his personal guard. He actually boarded a military plane heading to the Jiangnan base in the neighboring province. This was informed by insiders from the Longhai base. The Jiangnan base is the largest survivor base within a radius of 500 kilometers. This base currently has 100,000 survivors, much larger than the Longhai base. The marshal of Jiangnan base is said to be related to Yuan Tianyi. This Yuan Tianyi seems to have quite an impressive background. Losing the Longhai base, it turns out there's an even bigger backing. After learning about this situation, Li Chen decided to send Meng Haoyu to infiltrate the Jiangnan base. Although this kid Meng Haoyu is a bit dishonest, it's precisely this seemingly untrustworthy nature that makes it easier for him to gain Yuan Tianyi's trust. Moreover, with Sun Yuhan still here, Meng Haoyu can't escape. What? That kid Meng Haoyu actually defected? I knew he had a rebellious streak. He looks like a white-eyed wolf. I suspected he had ulterior motives from the start and even deliberately hid his spatial abilities. Looks like my guess was right. Meng Haoyu is truly heartless. Worse than a pig or dog turning traitor, Red Hair said indignantly. Now that Meng Haoyu has defected, does that mean no one will compete with him for Sun Yuhan? With this annoying guy gone, it's like a double blessing. I heard Meng Haoyu was hoarding crystal cores. The leader asked him to hand them over for equal distribution, but this greedy guy wanted to monopolize a large number of crystal cores and directly teleported away. Indeed, human greed knows no bounds. The leader had been treating him well, almost promoting him to level 4, yet he turned traitor for a few crystal cores. Such a person has no conscience. Brother Red Hair, I just saw Fang Tianhua. To thank Sun Yuhan for her healing, he actually got a level 4 crystal core from the leader and gave it to her. What a generous guy. Fang Tianhua is quite handsome. Could he be trying to pursue Sun Yuhan? A little brother reported to Red Hair. What? That scoundrel Fang Tianhua, I don't think he's a good person. He used to be a lackey of Yuan Tianyi. He might be an undercover agent planted by Yuan Tianyi. Humph. I must investigate him thoroughly. Red Hair immediately felt displeased. Damn it, one Meng Haoyu leaves and another Fang Tianhua comes. You all want to steal my woman. This is outrageous. You won't end well. Am I really that easy to bully, Red Hair? But rather. Red Hair, you're only at the peak of level 3 now, while Fang Tianhua is already at level 4 and he's quite handsome. Sun Yuhan wouldn't really fall for him, would she? Level 4 is nothing. I'll break through to level 4 tomorrow. Fang Tianhua, once I break through, my fire abilities will naturally restrain your wood abilities. At that time, I'll suppress you completely. What do you have to compete with me? Red Hair seemed to sense a crisis. He decided to immediately consume a crystal core to prepare for his level 4 breakthrough. After all, the reward distribution was already in place. His promotion to level 4 was a done deal. But just then, 3 familiar faces approached. The newcomers were Zhou Xiaoqian, Lin Longhui, and Mu Ziyan. These 3 were still stuck at the peak of level 2. After working hard for half a day, they hadn't gained anything. Instead, they were becoming more and more destitute. Fortunately, they hadn't perished in last night's battle and had survived by a stroke of luck. Red Hair, it's been a few days, you still look as impressive as ever. Zhou Xiaoqian greeted with a smile, acting as if they were quite familiar. Red Hair immediately rolled his eyes. Zhou Xiaoqian, is Red Hair a name you can call? Can't you recognize your own identity? I'm now the captain of the first squad in the base. You should call me Brother Red Hair or Captain Red, got it? Alright, Red Hair, we're all old acquaintances. Recently, we've often regretted the wrong decisions we made back then. So, I want to meet Captain Li and personally apologize to him, hoping he can forgive us. I wonder if you could introduce us. Zhou Xiaoqian asked, thick-skinned. Get lost. Zhou Xiaoqian, do you still have any shame left? The leader was the one who actively tried to keep you, and what did you do? You betrayed him without hesitation and ran to the Longhai base to be a water delivery worker. Now that you've become like this at Longhai base, what face do you have to see the leader? If I were you, I'd just find a block of tofu to smash my head against. Where do you get the nerve? You look like a clown in front of me. And you guys, Lin Longhui, Mu Ziyan, weren't you also arrogant before? The leader saved your lives and took you in, providing you with food and drink. Yet, when you saw a flyer for a plane, you turned around and joined Longhai base. Ask yourselves, are you not like a wallflower, spineless and cowardly? They say a good horse doesn't eat the grass it once grazed on. You might as well just roll away from Longhai base. Otherwise, I really will look down on you. Let's be honest, you're even worse than a horse. Red Hair spat out. He didn't care about anyone's feelings at all. He said whatever came to mind, leaving no room for sentiment or politeness. Every word struck right at the heart. Zhou Xiaoqian, Lin Longhui, and Mu Ziyan felt utterly humiliated and were filled with anger. Red Hair, your words are too harsh. We were good friends before, how can you say such insulting things? Zhou Xiaoqian's chest heaved violently, clearly enraged. I'm insulting you, so what? What are you even worth? 3 second-level evolvers standing in front of this captain are just 3 useless chickens. I have dozens of second-level evolvers under me now. Who do you think you are? You, Red Hair, you're going too far. Lin Longhui was about to explode with anger. This was like a slap in the face right in front of them. They never expected Li Chen to be so impressive. In such a short time he had grown to this level. It was simply absurd, and he had taken over Longhai Base. This was something they could never have predicted. If they hadn't left back then, they might have been 3rd level or even 4th level by now, directly part of the core management of the base, instead of still being a small fry like they were now. They received no resources or support at Longhai Base, which only slowed their progress. They regretted their choices immensely. They admitted they made a mistake. But that didn't justify Red Hair's outrageous insults. Hadn't he ever made a wrong choice in his life? Why not give them a chance to correct their mistakes? Longwei, let's go find the leader ourselves. Wait, I warn you. The villa where the leader lives does not allow any outsiders to approach. Otherwise, it's kill on sight. Zhou Xiaoqian, you should know my temper. If you dare to trespass into the leader's villa, I really will kill you. Red Hair, you're too heartless. Zhou Xiaoqian ran away with tears in her eyes. Mu Ziyan and Lin Longhui also felt deeply humiliated. How could they be treated like this? It was one thing for Yuan Tianyi not to take them seriously. But how could a former teammate treat them this way? It was unfair. Red Hair wasn't even as strong as they were back then, and now he was just a small man who had found his moment. Let's go. We'll head to Jiangnan Base. If this place doesn't keep us, there will be another place that will. Lin Longhui led Zhou Xiaoqian and Mu Ziyan away from the base. The three of them set off alone towards the Jiangnan Base, hundreds of kilometers away. After Li Chen distributed the rewards, the entire base began its reconstruction and renovation. With the help of evolved beings, the efficiency was remarkably high, especially since there were Earth-type ability users among them. Construction work was incredibly easy. The vast majority of people began to consume crystal cores to evolve and upgrade. The entire base, with over 8,000 people remaining, started a collective evolution frenzy. Those who had not awakened began to consume first-level crystal cores to awaken. Those who had already awakened prepared to break through to the 2nd level, and those at the 2nd level prepared to break through to the 3rd. By the time this round of digestion was complete, the future base would be 10 times stronger than before. Wan Jiangyiping. At 6:30 in the morning, Li Chen crawled out of bed. I actually slept for 2 days? Li Chen was a bit speechless, mainly because in this apocalyptic world he had experienced quite a lot over the past 2 days. Having just occupied the Longhai Base, he needed to settle the post-war reconstruction work, which led to him not sleeping for 2 days and nights. This caused the other Li Chen from a different world to sleep for 2 days. Tomorrow is the day to go to the High Martial Academy for my position, right? Looks like I need to get there early. Li Chen opened his phone. He found a series of missed calls. There were also various missed WeChat video calls. Among them were calls from Fu Xiaoxiao, Lu Chuan, and Wang Qiankuan. Li Chen returned a call to Wang Qiankuan. Hello, Senior, I called you yesterday, why didn't you answer? We've already sent a private plane to pick you up, but we couldn't reach you. I was in closed-door training. Li Chen replied. You're working too hard, Senior. You're already a congenital grandmaster. I didn't expect you to be so diligent in your training. By the way, I wanted to ask, can I look up some martial arts manuals at the High Martial Academy? Li Chen inquired. Although he had already practiced the innate Qigong to the 7th level, this technique primarily focused on internal energy and had no offensive means. Relying solely on his powerful innate vigor, he had no techniques to use, which was indeed a bit clumsy. If he could find some techniques for utilizing innate vigor, it might greatly enhance his combat abilities. He had discovered this shortcoming when fighting against level 6 zombies. Of course, as the honorary president of the High Martial Academy, our martial arts library, which has a total of 7 floors, is completely open to you. Moreover, the High Martial Academy itself was jointly established by ancient martial artists, inheritors, and ability users from various sects. Therefore, the Academy has collected a large number of martial arts manuals. After all, during the previous era of magic's decline, the lineage of ancient martial artists was nearly severed, and everyone had long abandoned their sectarian biases. The manuals and techniques are not the main focus. The key is that you must have sufficient talent for cultivation and unwavering determination. 2. Usher in a prosperous peak era of martial arts again is the common goal of all ancient martial artists. And now, the global changes are not just about the revival of spiritual energy in our Longxia country. Other countries are also seeing a surge of ability users. If we continue to cling to our own views and do not cultivate a new generation of ability users and ancient martial artists, we will eventually be defeated by foreign powers. This is not what we want to see. Thus, the purpose of the High Martial Academy is to cultivate top-notch talents who can guard Longxia in the future and prevent the invasion of powerful enemies from other countries. Wang Qiankuan delivered a passionate speech. Alright, I'll set off today. You don't need to send anyone to pick me up, I can go by myself. Just send me the address. Okay, Senior. Before long, Wang Qiankuan sent Li Chen the location address. It turned out to be at Kunlun Mountain. Li Chen still had some matters to handle on his end. It was inconvenient to go over right now. First, he called Sun Xiaobia. Hello, boss, do you have any instructions? Get something done. For me. I need you to stockpile 1,000 tons of fresh ingredients in the warehouse, just like last time. After you finish this, come find me at Wanjiang Yiping 2802. Okay, boss, I'm on it. Ever since Li Chen became his boss, he had almost always been instructed to stockpile various supplies, and each time it was more than the last. He had long since gotten used to it. He directly contacted the logistics suppliers of 10 supermarkets, asking them to deliver immediately. As a major client, Sun always purchased large quantities of supplies, so they naturally had to provide good service. Those suppliers were practically raking in profits from Sun Xiaobiao. Just one order from Sun could equal their company's profit for an entire year. Moreover, Sun's orders came in continuously, requiring purchases every few days, and they paid upon delivery, never defaulting on the final payment. Such a heavenly buyer was truly delightful. Currently, agricultural products were hard to sell. Not only were there too many similar products, but the prices kept dropping lower and lower, and the breeding industry was also severely competitive. Farmers barely made any money throughout the year, and the owners of breeding farms were suffering significant losses. Everyone was short on cash, and they could only continue to compete with each other. However, with the emergence of Sun Xiaobiao as a heavenly buyer, their lives improved significantly. Agricultural products, fruits, and vegetables were sold out instantly, preventing them from rotting in the fields, and everyone received money. Even if most of it went to the middlemen, at least they could earn a little. The owners of livestock farms also went from the brink of bankruptcy to a full recovery, able to operate again thanks to a few orders from Sun Xiaobiao. With this wave of frenzied purchasing, Sun Xiaobiao had at least supported tens of thousands of people. After hanging up the phone, Li Chen took out a level 5 zombie crystal core from his space. This was the speed type level 5 zombie crystal core. His current level of evolution had already reached the peak limit of level 4, just a little bit away from breaking through to level 5. Directly consuming the level 5 crystal core would perfectly complete his evolution. As the crystal core went down, an explosive force of evolutionary power instantly swept through his body. Li Chen immediately activated his innate Qigong, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the air began to be violently absorbed into his body. Boom! At that moment, Li Chen felt a roaring in his mind. It was as if he had unlocked some mysterious shackles. He completed a special evolution at the genetic level. A special transparent energy gradually condensed on Li Chen's back, and before long, it formed a pair of transparent wings. Li Chen moved his body. In an instant, he flew out of the balcony. In just 5 seconds, he appeared high in the sky, 500 meters away from the community. His speed was almost like lightning. Is this the level 5 speed ability? And it even gave birth to flying wings, allowing my movement speed to reach 100 meters per second. What if I fully accelerated? Li Chen dove from the sky. He sped over the Yangtze River, using his mental power to cover the transparent wings, and his speed increased significantly again. These transparent wings can actually amplify the enhancement of mental power? At this moment, Li Chen kept accelerating faster and faster. Soon he broke through 200 meters per second. But this still didn't seem to be his limit. Innate Gangqi enhancement. Charge. Li Chen weaves between two bridges over the Yangtze River. By timing himself, he could clearly calculate the distance between the two bridges and determine his flying speed. 233 meters per second. Maximum speed. Terrifyingly so. Less than 5 seconds for a kilometer. Less than 50 seconds for 10 kilometers. Less than 500 seconds for 100 kilometers. 8 minutes for 100 kilometers. Of course, this is just a theoretical flight speed, but in reality, Li Chen cannot maintain maximum acceleration all the time. Yet, it is still quite terrifying. In the world of martial arts, speed is invincible. With the innate mastery and such movement speed, who could withstand it? Hey, boss, I've arrived at Wanjing Yiping. Around 5 in the afternoon, Sun Xiaobiao dragged his weary body to the Wanjing Yiping community. He clearly had been busy all day. Come up, Building 6, Apartment 2802. I have something to instruct you. Sun Xiaobiao arrived at Building 6, took the elevator, and walked to the door of 2802, ringing the doorbell. The door opened. Boss, what do you need? If it's something to discuss, you could just tell me directly on WeChat. Come in, old son, Li Chen said with a calm expression. I didn't call you over today to talk about work, but to discuss other matters. Old son, have you seen the recent news? What are your thoughts? Li Chen picked up a cup of Baoan Chaji, took a couple of casual sips, and asked, News? Are you referring to the recent incidents of superhumans awakening across the country? In the past couple of days, the incidents of superhumans awakening have been increasing. It is said that so far, over 10,000 superhumans have awakened, and 100 million people have downloaded and registered for the Superhuman Bureau app. But most of them are just ordinary onlookers hoping to awaken one day and transcend their social class. Among them, the most popular online is an S-class female superhuman named Feng Zixuan, along with a super SS-class superhuman named Shangguan Wanru. This Feng Zixuan is said to have awakened an S-class ability, the Xiantian Purple Fire, which is extremely powerful and can unleash temperatures exceeding 10,000 degrees. As a junior superhuman, she is already quite formidable. In just 3 days, Feng Zixuan gained 10 million followers online. She posts 10 short videos a day, each receiving over 1 million likes and comments. In 3 days, she shared 30 videos demonstrating her abilities, instantly attracting countless followers and maintaining high activity. She is revered by netizens as the goddess of purple fire. On the other hand, Shangguan Wanru only posted one video of herself cooking at home, which was an old video. It was only because Shangguan Wanru was announced by the Superhuman Bureau's official website as the only SS-class potential rated superhuman in the country that she gained attention. Having just awakened, she already displayed strength comparable to high-level superhumans, with astonishing potential for future growth. She has been specially recruited by the High Martial Academy, protected by the military, and does not need to take any exams to enroll directly. This official revelation made Shangguan Wanru the focus of national attention, gaining 50 million followers. In just 2 days, she broke all records for the fastest rise to fame among female celebrities and the fastest follower growth among internet celebrities. From a mere 100 followers, she skyrocketed to 50 million. Major online influencers rushed to report on her. Yet, she remains very low-key, with only an old daily life video posted previously. However, that video has now surpassed 100 million likes and over 10 million comments. It's simply terrifyingly popular. Of course, besides these two, there are many other superhumans posting videos online, but they haven't gained as much traction. Sun Xiaobiao naturally noticed this type of news. However, he felt that these things were very distant from him. Most of those awakening their abilities are young people. As a middle-aged man with elderly parents and young children, he only wants to work hard to earn money, support his family, and provide a better living condition for his wife and children, nothing more. He is already very satisfied with his job. The salary and bonuses Li Chen gives him are enough for him to earn 100,000 a month. At that moment, Sun Xiaobiao suddenly had a bold guess in his heart. Boss, could it be that you have awakened your abilities too? You could say that. In fact, I am now a guest professor at the High Martial Academy, and also the honorary president. Li Chen did not hide anything and spoke frankly. As soon as these words were spoken, Sun Xiaobiao's eyes widened in disbelief. It wasn't that he wanted to question his boss, it was just that this was too absurd. You say you've awakened your abilities, fine. But you're the honorary president of the High Martial Academy? Isn't that a fairy tale? Boss, even though we're on the same side, you should tone down the bragging a bit. Sun Xiaobiao secretly complained in his heart. As a subordinate, he naturally didn't dare to question him face to face, but he definitely didn't believe it internally. Boss, so you are actually the president of the High Martial Academy? This is too shocking. Sun Xiaobiao deliberately put on an extremely shocked expression. However, his acting was a bit lacking. It was very exaggerated. He didn't look genuinely shocked at all. It was obvious he was just trying to flatter his boss. In this day and age, is it easy to make a living? I'm just a chef, not an actor. Being able to act like this is already pretty good, okay? Li Chen shook his head and chuckled, not explaining anything. I called you over today not to prove my identity, but because I have something to give you. Li Chen took out a level 1 zombie crystal core from his space and placed it on the tea table. Eat this. After consuming this crystal core, you will most likely awaken your abilities. Boss, what is this? Sun Xiaobiao asked. You can think of it as a kind of heavenly material or earthly treasure. I awakened after eating this. Li Chen pointed into the air. Suddenly, the chairs, benches, and sofa on the inside all began to float in mid-air, as if supported by an invisible force. At this moment, Sun Xiaobiao was truly shocked. Could it be that the boss is really telling the truth? Is he really the president of the High Martial Academy? Sun Xiaobiao didn't know. What was displayed before him by Li Chen was an ability that felt incredibly real. Mind control over objects. Isn't this the legendary mind control? Boss, I'll eat it. Sun Xiaobiao, filled with excitement, swallowed the zombie crystal core in one bite. Soon, in less than 5 seconds, he began to scream in agony. Li Chen directly threw him into the guest room and locked the door. 2.5 hours later, Old Sun's painful screams finally stopped. I awakened my abilities. I awakened the fire ability. Damn, I've lost dozens of pounds and regained some of my youthful handsomeness. My wife will definitely like me more. Wow, this is simply amazing. Sun Xiaobiao looked at the red flames emerging from his hands, instantly filled with indescribable joy. Soon, he felt an extreme hunger. Li Chen had already ordered 10 takeout meals. Eat up. It's normal to feel a bit hungry right after awakening. Now that there are more and more awakened ones, it will definitely become increasingly difficult for ordinary people to do business. After you successfully awaken your abilities, help me manage the business. It will be much more convenient in the future. If you work hard to help me, there will be more of these crystal cores in the future. Li Chen said with a calm expression. Boss, my life from now on belongs to you. I will do whatever you ask. I know that such heavenly materials and earthly treasures must be extremely precious. I've never heard of any ability bureau that can help ordinary people awaken their abilities, and at my age, I should have no hope of awakening such a miraculous medicine. Those rich people would probably pay $1 billion and still not be able to buy it. I, Sun Xiaobiao, am willing to pledge my loyalty to the boss. Old Sun declared his loyalty while starting to devour the food crazily. I'm so hungry. Old Sun's combat power is fierce. He finished 10 takeout orders in one go. Finally, he let out a satisfying burp. Ah, that feels good. Boss, I'm sorry, I was just too hungry earlier and didn't pay attention to my image. No worries, starting today, I'll have more business for you to manage. Just make sure to handle it well. You still need to continue with the procurement of supplies. The warehouse is running out of space, so buy 2 more warehouses. I've already instructed Zhao Dehai to transfer 500 million to the company's account. You can access it anytime. You've been very reliable and you've already earned my trust. I hope you can maintain this. I need to head to the High Martial Academy for the new student recruitment ceremony. For now, I'll leave the work in Jiangcheng to you. You need to push the acquisition project forward as soon as possible. Li Chen instructed methodically. Okay, boss, I promise to complete the task. Sun Xiaobiao nodded seriously. Then I'll take my leave. After Li Chen finished speaking, he directly took out a long sword from his space. This long sword was a Dragon Spring sword craft he purchased for 199 yuan during a Douyin live stream. It was unsharpened and came with free shipping, arriving at his home within 3 days. It looked quite nice. However, it was clear that what the factory shipped couldn't possibly be a real sword. It was just made of ordinary steel. The ancient and stylish long sword suddenly flew into the air under the control of his mental power. Li Chen lightly stepped and landed on the flying sword. Finally flying with the sword. Flying with shoes is somewhat of a letdown. But a regular long sword isn't cool enough. Should I add some special effects? Li Chen thought. He released his innate vital energy from within, directly channeling it into the Dragon Spring sword. The next second, this 199 yuan craft sword erupted with a burst of white sword aura. The sword energy surged. It shone brilliantly against the pitch-black night sky. Li Chen jumped off the balcony and immediately flew away on his sword. Holy crap, flying with a sword? At that moment, Sun Xiaobiao was utterly shocked. His heart surged with waves of astonishment. His worldview felt shattered. Boss, is he actually a sword immortal? Holy crap, he can't really be the principal of the High Martial Academy, can he? Sun Xiaobiao was completely disheveled in the wind. At this moment, he finally realized what kind of extraordinary opportunity he had gained, and just how incredible his boss was. It was probably beyond imagination. Wasn't this 1,000 times more impressive than the internet sensations like Shangguan Wanruo, Feng Zixuan, Zhu Tianyi, Lan Tianling, and Wang Guojun? Li Chen soared into the sky on his sword but didn't leave Jiangcheng immediately. Instead, he first went to the warehouse. He collected all the supplies from a completely full warehouse into his space, then headed towards the Kunlun Mountains on his sword. In fact, Li Chen could have taken a plane, which would have been less tiring. But flying with a sword was a man's ultimate dream. He wanted to experience it fully. Plus, it was a good opportunity to train his abilities. He had never experienced solo sword flying at high altitudes before. Li Chen confidently flew through the sky on his sword, passing over Jiangcheng. Many citizens witnessed this astonishing scene. Wow, a sword immortal. Flying with a sword, what level of master is this? Oh my gosh, ancient martial artists and superhumans have been emerging in large numbers lately, and now even sword immortals are appearing. It's mind-blowing. Immortal. Above, please take me as your disciple. I want to cultivate too. Quick, take a picture. I need to post it on my social media. I just saw a sword immortal with my own eyes. Shocking news. Around 8:50 p.m. over Jiang City, an unparalleled sword immortal was spotted, with many citizens witnessing the event firsthand and capturing photos. As the spiritual energy of heaven and earth revives, the sword immortal has emerged, signaling that a brand new era is about to arrive. Everyone, please be prepared for your worldview to be shattered at any moment. An official media outlet immediately reported on the incident. They even captured a 2-second video. From this brief footage, one can see a man dressed in white riding an extraordinary flying sword, soaring past at incredible speed. Although it was only a 2-second clip, it clearly showed the man surrounded by a dazzling sword aura, his sword light blindingly bright. He exuded an air of nobility, standing tall and resolute, transcending the mundane. Just his silhouette could make 900 million girls swoon. This video quickly topped the trending charts online. The Jiang City sword immortal was instantly deified. Even the popularity of Shangguan Wanru was overshadowed. Li Chen had flown about 200 kilometers and was starting to feel a bit tired. Although flying with a sword was incredibly cool, it was indeed very taxing. Maintaining the flickering sword light with his innate vital energy was particularly draining. So, he simply retracted the sword light and focused on flying. He took out a zombie crystal core from his spatial storage and consumed it. He discovered that taking the crystal core could quickly restore his condition and alleviate fatigue, but the prerequisite was that he needed to replenish his own energy. Li Chen retracted his innate vital energy and began to operate the innate One Chi skill, practicing while flying. His meridians were unobstructed, and his internal circulation was self-sustaining. The more he practiced, the more proficient and refined his technique became. With the assistance of the crystal core, his progress was astonishingly rapid. While others typically needed to meditate in silence to cultivate their internal energy, avoiding disturbances to prevent going astray, Li Chen was different. He practiced his internal skills while flying, becoming more and more invigorated, unable to stop. Moreover, the consumption of the crystal core caused his mental energy to surge, leaving him feeling no fatigue whatsoever. The journey from Jiang City to Kunlun Mountain spanned 3,000 kilometers. Li Chen flew at a speed of 100 kilometers in 8 minutes, racing at high speed. Initially, he thought he wouldn't be able to maintain such an extreme pace for long, but surprisingly, he quickly adapted. He skillfully combined his innate vital energy, mental energy, and transparent wings, becoming increasingly adept. Importantly, he inadvertently broke through to the mid-level of the 5th stage. His strength saw a significant boost. His mental energy reached the level where he could manipulate objects weighing 1,600 tons, and his brain's spatial capacity expanded to 101,135 cubic meters. After breaking through to the 5th stage, the intensity of his mental energy experienced a qualitative leap. When Li Chen's mental energy first broke through to the 2nd level, he could only manipulate objects weighing between 100 to 1,000 kilograms. After reaching the 3rd level, it increased to 2,000 kilograms. At the 4th level, 40 tons. At the 5th level, 800 tons. Mid-level of the 5th stage, around 1,600 tons. Essentially, for each level of mental energy he advanced, the weight of objects he could manipulate would multiply by 20. Upon breaking through to the 6th level, he could manipulate objects weighing between 16,000 to 160,000 tons. This was far more terrifying than the evolution of physical strength. It became increasingly formidable in the later stages. If mental energy could control the hardest metals in the world, this power would be virtually indestructible. The reason Li Chen could slay the 6th level zombies in the apocalyptic world was largely due to their lack of suitable weapons. They only had some scrap metal and bricks to attack with. Their attack power was too dispersed and not concentrated enough. Their weapons were merely the buildings by the roadside, reinforced concrete, and fruit knives. The variety of objects they could manipulate was too vast, and their quality was poor. While the attack range was sufficient, it lacked significant lethality against strong opponents. Li Chen took this as a warning. This was simply a negative example. He could not make such a basic mistake. By focusing on a single point to unleash the strongest attack, he could generate the greatest lethality against his opponent. As Li Chen flew, it seemed he had gained some personal insights into the control of mental power. 3.5 hours later, he successfully arrived near the Kunlun Mountains. This was 20 minutes faster than expected. At the foot of the mountain, the snow-capped peaks, which should have been silent, were now brightly lit. Not only were there hotels and guesthouses, but the entrance to the Kunlun Mountains was also filled with camping tents. A dense cluster of them. Hundreds of thousands of cars were parked along the way. It should be noted that the Kunlun Mountains are located at the junction of the 3 regions of western Xinjiang, Qinghe, and Mikan, with an average altitude of 5,500 to 6,000 meters. The altitude sickness is quite severe here. Moreover, the temperature is low year-round. In such cold and thin air, those with poor physical fitness might not even be able to travel here, and a careless move could lead to altitude sickness. Thus, although the Kunlun Mountains boast breathtaking and stunning scenery, they are indeed not suitable for tourism, let alone camping. This place should have been sparsely populated throughout the year. Yet now, it was astonishingly crowded with so many people. At a glance, there were at least 100,000 camping tents. It seemed everyone had come to participate in the selection of the High Martial Arts Academy. Many awakened superhumans, ancient martial artists, curious onlookers, and some internet celebrities had already set up camp here in advance. Li Chen saw many internet celebrities, shivering from the cold, still live streaming at midnight. Indeed, they were all hard-working people striving for a living. They were really going all out for views. Impressive. Good evening, dear viewers, I am your host, Xiao Kuan. Next, we will visit the Purple Fire Goddess, who gained 10 million followers in just 3 days and is currently trending online, having awakened an S-level ability. As netizens know, she is not only incredibly talented but also very beautiful. Are you all looking forward to her performance in tomorrow's assessment at the High Martial Arts Academy? Camera, follow me. Before long, the live stream captured the Purple Fire Goddess, Feng Zixuan. Hello everyone, I am Feng Zixuan, so happy to see you all. Tomorrow is the official assessment day. I'm so nervous. I didn't expect so many people to come tonight. Wow. The Purple Fire Goddess is so beautiful, even without filters, she looks amazing. Go, Purple Fire Goddess. In tomorrow's assessment, she will definitely shine. There are hardly any S-level superhumans awakened nationwide, and the Purple Fire Goddess is the most approachable among all S-level superhumans, not at all pretentious. I heard the Purple Fire Goddess was dumped by a scummy, rich second generation. I wonder if that scumbag regrets it now. Humph. What a trashy rich second generation. I've already dug up his information. His name is Li Chen, just a pathetic loser with over 100 houses. What's so great about that? What the hell? So now having over 100 houses makes someone a loser? I don't have even one. Does that mean I'm not worthy of being human? What do you know? An S-level superhuman represents potential that can be elevated to a strategic height in the future. This is definitely not something a mere trashy rich second generation can compare to. I heard that scumbag has violent tendencies and even hit the purple fire goddess. Just thinking about it makes my teeth itch with anger. At this moment, the comments were flying. Not only did other internet celebrities interviewing Feng Zishuan gain massive traffic, but even Feng Zishuan herself started a live stream. In her live stream, 100,000 people were frantically sending her gifts. In just a few days, she had already earned several million. Now, she has not only awakened her S-level abilities but has also become a major internet celebrity, gaining both money and fame. What can Li Chen compare to her? As for Chu Chen, she has already moved on. Chu Chen is simply not worthy of her. Her goal is the stars and the sea. She wants to completely sever ties with her past. Everyone, please stop talking about my ex-boyfriend. What's in the past should be left to the wind. No matter how I was treated before, now I just wish for both of us to be well and not disturb each other. I hope the netizens won't harbor any hostility towards him. After all, I truly loved him once, it just wasn't meant to be. The more Feng Zishuan says this, the greater the hostility from netizens becomes. Such an understanding woman, beautiful, talented, and the campus belle. How could you, Li Chen, be such a beast? How could you bear to lay a hand on her? Now she has even forgiven you for your past actions. Li Chen, doesn't your conscience hurt? You are not just a beast, you are worse than a beast. Fortunately, Li Chen didn't go live on the internet. Otherwise, he would have been directly roasted by netizens. Although Feng Zishuan speaks generously, she is actually quite calculating and holds grudges. Her heart is as small as a needle's tip. The topic of her relationship with Li Chen in college was something she deliberately brought up. Then she established herself as a virtuous wife and understanding person. She was even abused and cheated on by her ex-boyfriend. It's simply outrageous. It is precisely because she has packaged a tragic story around herself that her popularity continues to rise, with high discussion rates and increasing traffic. Curious netizens want to see how Feng Zishuan turned the tables and slapped the face of the scumbag rich second generation. Just thinking about it feels exhilarating. Especially those readers who enjoy female-oriented novels, they can't help but immerse themselves in the story. I heard that this time the assessment for ability users' potential testing is divided into 7 levels: E, D, C, B, A, S, and SS. SS level ability awakeners can skip all assessments and enroll directly, while E, D, and C level awakeners might be eliminated. Only those with B-level talent or above can enter the High Martial Academy. For ancient martial artists, the admission criteria are similar. They must break through to the advanced martial artist realm before the age of 25 to be eligible. This condition is even more stringent than that for ability users. Within the camping team, many ability users and ancient martial artists have begun to engage in spontaneous conversations. And all discussions among the ancient martial artists revolve around a young man. Have you heard of Lan Tianling? The young master of the Lan family. Who hasn't heard of him? A prodigy of this era, possessing unparalleled talent. 6 years ago, at just 15, he broke through to the master-level martial artist realm due to a surge of spiritual energy, earning the title of the youngest master-level martial artist in Longxia country in 300 years. 6 years later, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, he stepped into the realm of a grandmaster. At 21, he is a grandmaster-level martial artist. His potential and fortune are even greater than that of Shangguan Wanru. As long as the spiritual energy remains at this level, Lan Tianling will definitely break through to the innate realm before the age of 30. Moreover, the Lan family is the richest in Sichuan, worth billions. He's practically stacked with buffs. Some people are born at heights I could never reach in my lifetime. What else is there to say? At this moment, Lan Tianling is sitting inside a luxurious tent, meditating with his eyes closed. A short video of sword flying is playing on his phone. The shock in his heart lingers, unable to calm down. Who on earth is this person? He looks about my age, yet why has he reached such a terrifying level of cultivation? Don't mention my grandmaster level cultivation. Even if I were to break through to the innate realm, I doubt I could achieve such unfathomable prowess. Could it be that his cultivation is so high that he has reached the realm of returning to simplicity, of regaining youth? Is he a terrestrial immortal? No way, I must take him as my master. Li Chen took out a tent from his space. He casually found an empty spot and began to set up camp. He circulated his innate vital energy around his body. Even in a deep sleep, it could automatically protect him, capable of withstanding sniper fire. For an ordinary person, it would be difficult to break through his defenses. The apocalypse. Around 1 in the afternoon, Li Chen slowly woke up. He had actually consumed quite a few crystal cores yesterday, but after breaking through to level 5, his progress had noticeably slowed down. It was no longer as fast as it had been at the beginning. To directly break through to level 6 in a single day was probably unrealistic. At least 3 days would be needed. He had just reached the mid-level of 5, and to break through to level 6, he needed to wait until he reached the peak of level 5 before consuming the level 6. Crystal Core. At this moment, Li Chen was consuming crystal cores while beginning to practice the 8th level of the innate vitality technique. This technique is divided into 9 levels, each corresponding to a different cultivation realm for martial artists. However, it is said that over 1,000 years ago, during the Northern Song dynasty, the founder Wang Chongyang, who practiced this technique, was unable to cultivate it to the 8th level. In fact, he only reached the 7th level. He died without breaking through to the 8th level. But with the 7th level, as an innate grandmaster, he was enough to be ranked first in the world. It is said that during that era, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had already begun to decline, making it difficult for martial artists to cultivate. Innate strong practitioners became increasingly rare. An innate grandmaster could dominate an era. However, an innate grandmaster could live up to 300 years, yet Wang Chongyang passed away before reaching 100. There might be hidden reasons behind this. Li Chen operated the 8th level of the innate vitality technique, reversing the flow of his meridians, and immediately spat out a mouthful of old blood. Damn, this technique can't be fake, right? Why did I spit blood right after starting to practice? If the first 7 levels of the innate vitality technique were all about balance, propriety, and grandeur, representing orthodox Taoist practices, growing stronger the more one practiced, reaching the 7th level allowed for automatic circulation of vital energy, continuously strengthening one's internal power, then the 8th level of the technique was somewhat bizarre. It actually required reversing the entire meridian system, self-destructing one's cultivation in a wildly violent manner, destroying the foundation. Through this extreme method of cultivation, compressing the innate internal power within the body, transforming it into a higher-level energy, breaking through the path with martial prowess, and then rebuilding, stepping into the realm of terrestrial immortals, this was a bit insane. This method of cultivation, any martial arts master with a slightly normal mind would absolutely refuse to practice. They would even scoff at it. This is not cultivating internal power at all, it's seeking death. If one truly practiced this method, at best, they would destroy their foundation and become a cripple, paralyzed all over. At worst, they would die on the spot. It's possible that Wang Chongyang practiced this way, which is why he died so early. Li Chen had no knowledge of martial arts. He had not interacted with many ancient martial artists, nor did he have any famous masters to guide him. He was just practicing randomly, and through sheer luck, he broke through to the realm of innate grandmaster, reaching the 7th level of the technique. Therefore, he had no idea about these common practices. He thought that as long as one cultivated to a relatively high level, it had to be done this way. Moreover, a mere innate grandmaster's internal power, if wasted, was just wasted. At worst, he could spend a few hours to regain it. After all, he had evolution crystal cores and was not afraid of meridian damage. Li Chen directly went for it. Put. While spitting blood, Li Chen grabbed a handful of crystal cores and swallowed them. He forcibly reversed the flow of his entire meridian system. His innate internal power circulated backward within his body. Immediately, it collided with the innate internal force that was automatically circulating. The two forces clashed wildly within his body, hurting himself. Li Chen's head buzzed. He kept swallowing zombie crystal cores. One handful after another, he simply couldn't stop. In just a few short hours, he consumed 20,000 crystal cores. The first of the 8 extraordinary meridians, the Yangqiao meridian, was finally opened through his reverse cultivation. Damn, why do I feel like the more I cultivate, the more wrong it feels? Can this really lead to the 8th level of innate Qigong? A normal martial arts master without crystal cores would be completely useless, right? I forcibly opened the Yangqiao meridian by reversing the meridians, but why does it feel like my cultivation has regressed? If I manage to open all 8 meridians, won't my cultivation be completely wasted? Li Chen was a bit speechless. However, since he had already started, he could only go down this path to the end. He continued to consume crystal cores, starting to open the Yinqiao meridian, followed by the Yinwei meridian. After a full 6 hours, he finally succeeded in opening 3 meridians. Now, his cultivation was directly halved. The innate vital energy was almost regressing. Fortunately, his ability level successfully evolved to late-stage level 5. It was a meager psychological comfort. Afterwards, Li Chen inspected the renovations and construction of the base. He also took out a batch of supplies and stored them in the base warehouse. He appointed Hong Mao, Shadow, and Guo Fugue to be responsible for the supply exchange work at the base. From this day forward, all evolvers at the Longhai base could hunt zombies, mutated beasts, and mutated sea creatures to exchange crystal cores for living supplies at the base. Moreover, Li Chen's supplies were not only fresher and more complete, but his exchange prices were also 5 times cheaper than during Yuan Tiany's rule. Even here under Li Chen's leadership, gold and jewelry could be exchanged for a lot of supplies. In an instant, the more than 8,000 people in the entire base erupted with unprecedented enthusiasm for battle. Leader Li is truly a leader. So many good food supplies and the exchange prices are so cheap. If we just put in a little effort, won't everyone be able to afford to eat? And participating in the base team's outdoor hunting activities only requires handing over 20% of the spoils. This is simply too conscientious. Yeah, if we hadn't experienced the dark times under Yuan, We wouldn't have known that a normal base leader is like this. Right, we must support Leader Li. Only by following Leader Li can we have a good life. Yuan Tianyi can go to hell. I calculated carefully, according to the exchange prices set by Leader Li, we can not only eat rice with meat every day, but also have extra crystal cores for upgrades. As long as you participate in 8 hours of zombie clearing or outdoor hunting activities each day, and complete the team task objectives, even the Jiangnan base wouldn't have such good conditions. In just 2 days, through a series of favorable operations, Li Chen quickly gained prestige in the people's hearts. He only needed to offer a little worthless fruit, vegetables, rice, pork, and beef to have over 8,000 evolvers hunt zombies for him, seize crystal cores, collect gold and jewelry, and various rare ores every day. Most of these crystal cores would automatically flow into his hands continuously. There was no need for him to hunt himself. This is the benefit of controlling a large base. There was no need to do everything personally. The people under him had already taken care of it. They could exchange one level 1 crystal core for a maximum of 5 pounds of rice with Li Chen, and they even felt it was a good deal. Meanwhile, Li Chen could exchange one level 1 crystal core for at least 100 million with the wealthy. It might even be more. How much rice can 100 million buy? This is simply a windfall. City. 8:30 in the morning. Li Chen woke up from the tent. Although he was wearing a single layer of clothing, he felt no cold even in the sub-zero temperatures of Kunlun Mountain. Instead, he practiced the innate Qigong for an entire night. He felt warm all over. He hadn't eaten breakfast, yet he wasn't hungry. Regarding the 8th level of the innate Qigong, Li Chen did not rashly attempt to cultivate it. He planned to let the apocalyptic Li Chen test it first. He wanted to see if this path was viable. If he successfully broke through the 8th level, it wouldn't be too late for him to cultivate it afterward. If he failed to break through and his cultivation was wasted, then he would abandon the 8th level and deem the technique false. He would then go to the library of the High Martial Academy to search for other ancient martial arts manuals. Such uncertain matters only needed one Li Chen to handle them. According to the assessment rules of the High Martial Academy, it was set to begin around 9 o'clock this morning. It was said that today, countless big shots and seniors would descend upon the entire academy. There were rumored to be heads of various sects and departments, heads of major ancient martial arts families, and mentors who awakened 6 years ago in the abilities department. At the foot of the mountain, countless people had already begun to discuss. Do you know who the 3 strongest big shots in the High Martial Academy are? A sharp-nosed ancient martial artist asked the onlookers with a smile. I don't know, I haven't heard of them. You guys are really ignorant. You didn't even bother to investigate the background of the High Martial Academy. I searched online, but I couldn't find anything. Is such confidential information something you can casually find online? Forget it, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll tell you some secrets about the High Martial Academy for free. In the High Martial Academy, there are 2 main departments, the Ancient Martial Arts Academy and the Abilities Academy. The strongest person in the Ancient Martial Arts Academy is undoubtedly the president of the academy, the head of the Kunlun sect, a strong practitioner of the innate realm, Wang Qiankuan, and the president of the Abilities Academy is a sky-level ability user, Chu Mingjiao. She is the only SS-level potential ability user who awakened nationwide 6 years ago. In just 6 years, she has already become a sky-level ability user, and this is under the condition that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has only revived for 2 months. The strongest person in the High Martial Academy is a God of War level ability user, a dual system SS level ability user, Zhao Yunfeng, the national military god of Longsha. He is the founding leader of the High Martial Academy, the first president, and also the first director of the Abilities Bureau, as well as the national military god of Longsha, the strongest in Longsha. The name Zhao Yunfeng is legendary. Among the global elite, he once swept through dozens of countries' ability users, suppressing the North American alliance. Dozens of strong country ability users dared not step into the East because of him. Zhao Yunfeng's legendary story could probably be told for 3 days and nights without end, yet ordinary people are rarely familiar with such top figures. The sharp-nosed man paused here, seemingly wanting to say more but stopping short. So, that's how it is, the High Martial Academy actually has such a history and such legendary figures. Classmate, please continue, I'm really into it, why did you stop? Yeah, classmate, I want to know which mentor I, as a water-type ability user, should apprentice under in the High Martial Academy? Right, classmate, do you think I could apprentice under President Chu Mingjiao? Instantly, a group of rookie newcomers hurriedly inquired. Well, if you want to know which mentor is more suitable for your learning, I have a guidebook for the High Martial Academy. For just 19,999 yuan, it can save you a lot of detours. What do you think, isn't it cheap? The sharp-nosed man took out a pile of brochures and began to promote them. Damn, is this a sales pitch? Deceiving my feelings. Why is there such a money scammer at the entrance of the High Martial Academy? I'm really drunk. Classmate, I'll buy a copy. Alright, you can scan me, I have a payment code here. Although many scoffed at this, a few wealthy fools still bought his booklet. This sharp-nosed, monkey-faced man seemed to know quite a bit about the High Martial Arts Academy. He was likely an old student who had awakened his abilities 6 years ago and successfully enrolled in the academy. Perhaps his strategy manual would indeed be somewhat useful. Those with money didn't care. Those without money naturally ignored him. Before long, this guy actually handed the promotional strategy manual to Li Chen. Classmate, would you like to buy a copy too? 19,999 yuan. You won't lose out or be fooled. Maybe if you buy my strategy manual, your chances of success during the entrance exam will be greater. Changing one's destiny might just be a matter of a little information gap. The shark-nosed monkey-faced man tempted immediately. What's your name? Which department are you from? Who allowed you to sell booklets here? As the honorary principal of the High Martial Arts Academy, Li Chen felt that this kid was somewhat affecting the school's atmosphere. He unconsciously took on that identity. My name is Ho Jingtian from Class 3 of the Ability Academy. No one said you can't sell strategy manuals here, so what? Classmate, why are you asking these questions? Are you buying or not? I'm not here to take the entrance exam. Why would I buy this thing? Li Chen shrugged. At this, the people around him looked at him with a hint of disdain. What the hell, a regular person trying to act tough? And speaking in such a tone. If one didn't know better, they might think you were a school leader. All the students present for the entrance exam, whether low-level or high-level, were at least ability users or ancient martial artists. They had some skills. Even if they couldn't successfully enter the High Martial Arts Academy, they wouldn't do poorly elsewhere. And you, a regular person, maybe even a network egger, trying to gain attention, what are you pretending for? Li Chen? I didn't expect you to come to Kunlun Mountain too. Are you also thinking of applying to the High Martial Arts Academy? At that moment, a surprised voice came from the crowd. Feng Zixuan, dressed in a white sports outfit, walked over amidst a throng of ability users and major media streamers. At least 100 or 200 people followed her. Perhaps it was the effect of being an internet celebrity. There were indeed quite a few sycophants. Li Chen? Ah, so he is Li Chen? The ex-boyfriend of the Purple Fire Goddess? Damn, could he be that domestic violence guy? He looks decent, but who knew he had a heart of a beast? A low-tier guy mingling with losers, disgusting. Feng Zixuan must have been deceived by his refined and handsome appearance. Indeed, one cannot judge a person by their looks. Could it be that Li Chen has also awakened his abilities? Otherwise, why would he come to the High Martial Arts Academy? Even if he has awakened his abilities, so what? The Purple Fire Goddess is an S-level potential ability user. There are hardly any like her in the country. Li Chen should just wait to be slapped in the face. I really want to see him crying and repenting, kneeling in front of Feng Zixuan to apologize, only to be kicked away by the Purple Fire Goddess. That would be satisfying. A group of sycophants chattered, pointing fingers at Li Chen. They even looked at each other with righteous indignation. It was as if Li Chen had dug up their ancestors' graves. Zixuan, do you want me to teach him a lesson? This kid won't remember this lesson unless he gets beaten up. A young master from an ancient martial arts family immediately rolled up his sleeves, revealing strong muscles on his arms. Forget it, Zhang Quan. Making a move at the entrance of the High Martial Arts Academy might leave a bad impression on the leaders and professors inside. And I have said it long ago, Li Chen has already broken up with me. The past has become history. There is no need to delve into it any further. What happens to him in the future has nothing to do with me, and I will not take the initiative to cause him trouble. From now on, we part ways and wish each other well. Feng Zixuan shook her head with a calm tone. It was as if a superior looked down on an inferior with indifference. She simply did not care to argue with him. Zixuan, you are still too kind. Zhang Quan said with the tone of a sycophant. Feng Zixuan walked towards Li Chen with a composed stride. Step by step, she scrutinized Li Chen with a discerning gaze. Li Chen, I once gave you a chance. You had the opportunity to reconcile with me, but you did not cherish it. From that day on, I became a woman you can no longer aspire to. You will never know what you have truly missed. I, Feng Zixuan, have never been so humble before. There is no possibility of reconciliation between us. I do not want to see you again. I hope you will not appear in front of me anymore, otherwise I won't lay a hand on you, but I can't guarantee that others won't. Do you understand? Feng Zixuan warned coldly. After saying that, she turned and walked through the gates of the High Martial Academy, leaving with a group of sycophants. She surely felt particularly graceful just now. Li Chen smirked coldly. This is ridiculous. Feng Zixuan, you really have some nerve, even daring to mock the principal? An S-rank ability awakener, is that so impressive? Li Chen truly did not expect that she had also awakened her abilities. Moreover, she was the center of attention among the new students. But it didn't matter. Once you enter the High Martial Academy, you will know who the real big shots are. At this moment, the assessment at the High Martial Academy had officially begun. The assessment was divided into two parts. The first was the ability potential test. Different levels of ability users have varying degrees of affinity for certain elements in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. For example, a fire-type ability user with a particularly high affinity and S-rank potential can release powerful fire attacks right after awakening with terrifying temperatures and incredible lethality. In contrast, the weakest E-rank fire ability user might only be able to release a small flame the size of a matchstick after awakening with average temperature and is completely harmless except for lighting a cigarette. This level of potential, even if cultivated later, would be of little use and would require a lot of time and effort. Besides fire, there are also metal, wood, water, earth, wind, lightning, and these 7 elemental systems, and the assessment content is basically similar. E-rank, D-rank, and C-rank will generally be eliminated. Only those with B-rank potential and above will be admitted. The number of ability users in these 7 elemental categories is also the largest. In addition, there are rarer types like space, time, healing, devouring, light, darkness, and mental abilities, which even if they do not reach B-rank in assessment, may still be admitted, especially for space and time abilities. As long as you awaken, even E-rank talent will be accepted. The second part, practical combat scoring. This scoring assessment is only for students who have passed the first round, allowing them to enter the second round of assessment. In the second round, there will be a total of 9 ability mentors who will rate and score based on your performance. The highest score is 100 and the lowest is 0. The highest and lowest scores will be removed. The average score will be calculated based on the total scores from the 7 mentors. As long as the overall score is above 60, it is considered passing. This way, you will be successfully admitted to the High Martial Academy. This test may seem quite strict on the surface, but in reality, as long as you pass the first round, over 90% will pass the second round. Because most of those entering the second round are B-rank talents or above, the difficulty of passing is actually not high. The rating assessment for martial arts students follows a different set of rules. It is very straightforward and brutal. The scoring is done directly through combat. Anyone under 25 years old who achieves a high-level martial artist combat power rating is directly admitted, otherwise, they are eliminated. Simple and clear. These 2 categories of students are assessed in the same training arena. The examination venue is particularly large. In the Kunlun Mountains, a platform as big as an international airport has been constructed. It can accommodate 100,000 spectators to watch the assessment process. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the difficulty of cheating rises infinitely. Look, is that the legendary testing crystal? I heard this kind of crystal is a special energy stone found at a depth of 10,000 meters in the deep sea, capable of testing the talent level of any ability user. This thing itself is a treasure of heaven and earth. Look, Chu Tianyi is starting to test her ability potential level. I heard that Chu Tianyi's aunt is Chu Mengjiao, who is related to the Dean of the Ability Academy. The Chu family is a prestigious family, and she is one of the 5 school beauties of Zheng University, ranked alongside Feng Zishuan as the awakened dual beauties. Damn! Why didn't you say earlier that Chu Tianyi has such a background? If I had known, I would have gone to flatter Chu Tianyi instead of Feng Zishuan. Boom! Just as everyone was discussing, a cold-colored beam of light suddenly lit up in the testing crystal. This beam of light shot up more than 5 meters high, shining brilliantly. Cold Ice System Ability Awakener Chu Tianyi, Testing Beam 523 cm, Cold Ice Element Affinity 523, Level Rating S Level, the testing teacher announced with a microphone. This immediately caused an uproar in the crowd. Damn! Chu Tianyi's element affinity actually reached 523, while I only had 20 during my test? Isn't her talent more than 20 times stronger than mine? Don't say that, my talent test only scored 5, rated E-. Is there anyone worse than me? Basically, as long as the element affinity exceeds 100 points, it is considered B-level talent, allowing entry to the next round of assessment. But I see that among these testers, 9 out of 10 can't reach 100 points. Soon, more than an hour passed in the testing. Only about 1/10 of the participants met the qualifying requirements. Most people were eliminated as soon as they placed their hands on the crystal. The Martial Arts Academy only accepts geniuses, not ordinary talent ability users. The situation at the Martial Arts Academy was equally fierce. Out of nearly 20 people, only 1 could barely advance. The number was even fewer than that of the Ability Academy. Look, Feng Zishuan is about to start her test. I want to know how high her element affinity is. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Feng Zishuan finally placed her hand on the testing crystal. Boom! A fiery red beam shot up into the sky, rapidly climbing and soon exceeding 500 cm. Feng Zishuan, Fire System Ability Awakener, Testing Fire Element Affinity 556 points, Potential Level Rating S Level. Congratulations, you passed the first round. She actually scored 556 points, which is even higher than Chu Tianyi's potential? What about Shangguan Wanru? With Shangguan Wanru being SS level, how high must her potential be? An SS level ability user must exceed 1000 points. At this moment, Feng Zishuan was full of vigor, looking down on everything. Among all the testers currently, her potential test score was almost the highest. As for Shangguan Wanru, she had already been specially recruited and would not participate in this assessment selection. Therefore, Feng Zixuan had the potential to become the rookie king of this year's Ability Academy. At this time, Feng Zixuan's gaze swept to the distance and she unexpectedly spotted Li Chen among the crowd, several hundred meters away. Truly haunting. Wherever I go, you follow, right? It's no wonder she could spot Li Chen at a glance. Even though he was just an ordinary person, his looks and demeanor truly set him apart. In the crowd, his strikingly handsome face was almost impossible to miss. There was no way to hide his brilliance. Even though he had been quite low-key, a casual glance through the crowd would immediately make him the most memorable figure. Feng Zixuan cast a sidelong sneer. Her vanity had been greatly satisfied. Li Chen, you've been slapped in the face hard, haven't you? Do you feel heartache and regret now? When I sought to get back together with you, you ignored me. Now, you're not worthy of me. You're like a pile of mud, wallowing in the dust, while I soar like a great rock, rising to the skies. From now on, there's a world of difference between us. An infinite sense of emotion surged in Feng Zixuan's heart. She suddenly felt that it was pointless to be angry with an ant like Li Chen. What was her status now? What was his? Did she really need to stoop to the level of such a mundane insect? That would only lower her own standing. Li Chen, did you ever think that this day would come? When you were showing off back then? The assessment continued. After a long wait, no one with a talent level exceeding Feng Zixuan had appeared. She began to feel increasingly proud. In this cohort of the Ability Academy, she would at least rank in the top 3. On the other side, in the arena of the Ancient Martial Arts Academy, Lan Tianling finally made his move. He ruthlessly defeated the supervising teacher during the combat assessment, instantly capturing the attention of all the spectators. That supervising teacher was a master-level warrior, the head of the Bagua sect, and he was knocked off the stage by Lan Tianling with a single move. It truly shocked the entire audience. Soon, the director of the Ancient Martial Arts Academy stepped in. 5 minutes later, the director was left bruised and battered, having sustained internal injuries. How is this possible? Director who is the strongest of the Shaolin ancient martial arts lineage, with powerful inner strength that has reached the level of a transformation master. After 50 years of cultivation, he can't defeat this junior, Lan Tianling? It's said that Lan Tianling had extraordinary encounters since childhood and accidentally learned the 9 young divine skill. At such a young age, his power is astonishing. The older generation of strong warriors might not even be able to defeat him. He is the most monstrous martial arts prodigy in 300 years, not just a name. What the hell, a 21-year-old defeating a transformation master? In a few years, won't he be at the innate level? With the changes in the world and the revival of spiritual energy, the next generation will surely surpass the past. The onlookers buzzed with discussion. Many from the Ability Academy were also drawn over. Feng Zixuan's gaze was captivated by Lan Tianling's extraordinary demeanor. Is that Lan Tianling, the young master of the Lan family, the richest man in Sichuan, the strongest prodigy of the ancient martial arts lineage, a 21-year-old transformation master? He is definitely the rookie king of this cohort in the Ancient Martial Arts Academy. Only such a talented heir is worthy to be my boyfriend. Feng Zixuan suddenly found Lan Tianling quite impressive. His status, personal talent, and family background were enough to match her. This was what it meant to be well-matched. That's what she thought. The dean is here. Just then, a powerful and overwhelming pressure suddenly swept through the Ancient Martial Arts Academy. The dean, Wang Qiankuan, appeared, hands behind his back, standing on the void. He floated down from the peak of the snow-capped mountain. Dressed in a long robe of ancient style, he moved with the wind exuding an ethereal aura, stepping on falling snowflakes. With a mere gesture, he released a powerful aura of dominance. After all, he was the dean. The entrance of an innate strongman had to be somewhat extraordinary. Otherwise, how could he intimidate these juniors? Wang Qiankuan's entrance was nothing short of spectacular, as if he had flown in. Is this what an innate strongman looks like? 2. Be able to soar from a snow-capped mountain 1,000 meters away. What an incredible mastery of lightness skill. An innate expert. With an endless flow of internal energy, their power is extraordinarily profound, far beyond the realm of ordinary lightness skills. Otherwise, why does everyone say that once you enter the innate stage, you become extraordinary? Indeed, an innate expert can no longer be described using the terms for ordinary mortals. The group of ancient martial arts students felt an overwhelming sense of emotion rise within them. They couldn't help but wonder if they would ever have the hope of stepping into the innate realm in their lifetime. Wang Qiankuan's gaze suddenly fell on Lan Tianling, revealing an appreciative look in his eyes. Not bad, you are quite impressive. At such a young age, you possess such cultivation, your future achievements may far surpass mine. Lan Tianling, would you be willing to become my disciple? I am willing to take you as my personal student. Wang Qiankuan immediately extended an olive branch. For the martial arts genius, Lan Tianling, he couldn't help but start recruiting students ahead of time. Damn, the dean is personally recruiting students. Lan Tianling is about to take off. An innate expert taking in disciples, shouldn't you hurry and agree? Lan Tianling hesitated for a moment but ultimately shook his head firmly. I'm sorry, Dean Wang, but I don't want to take a master for now. My master already has someone in mind. He is the unparalleled sword immortal who soared through Jiangcheng yesterday. I only wish to take him as my master. Lan Tianling stated bluntly. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone gasped in shock. The young master of the Lan family had a rather straightforward personality, actually refusing an innate expert to their face. Didn't he fear offending Dean Wang? Oh, so the person you wish to take as your master is him? Wang Qianquan suddenly realized. He had also watched the video from yesterday and the shock in his heart lingered for a long time. However, he recognized at a glance who this person was. Does Dean Wang know this person? Lan Tianling asked curiously. Of course, this person is also a senior expert from our High Martial Academy. He is a guest professor and honorary president of our academy. Principal Li's martial arts cultivation indeed far surpasses mine. I am not even 1/10 of him. If you look down on me and wish to take Principal Li as your master, that is understandable. However, whether Principal Li is willing to accept you, I cannot say. Wang Qianquan did not take offense at Lan Tianling's straightforwardness. On the contrary, he admired him even more. He showed no coldness in his attitude just because Lan Tianling refused to take him as a master. But the mention of Principal Li left everyone guessing. When did our High Martial Academy gain another Principal Li? I don't know, but since Wang Qianquan considers himself less than 1/10 of him, this Principal Li's cultivation must be incredibly terrifying. He might even be a hidden-level innate grandmaster. At the very least, he is undoubtedly an innate grandmaster. Otherwise, with Wang Qianquan's pride, he wouldn't hold him in such high regard. This Lan Tianling also has a unique insight. An innate expert doesn't even look at him, yet he wants to take an innate grandmaster as his master? Listening to the discussions of the onlookers, Feng Zixuan was also extremely curious. Who exactly was this Principal Li? What kind of person could make Lan Tianling actively refuse the recruitment of an innate expert just to seek the possibility of becoming Principal Li's disciple? Boom! Just then, another powerful pressure swept in. A stunningly beautiful woman appeared, dressed in the long robe of an academy instructor, with fiery red wings sprouting from her back as she descended from the sky. She looked to be around 27 or 28 years old. Mature and graceful, she exuded an aura of both authority and charm, resembling a succubus. Elemental wings. This is a sky-level expert. It is said that elemental ability users, once they master their affinity element to an extraordinary level akin to the realm of using their arms, can condense the power of the elements into wings, controlling the power of flight. Reaching this level is what people refer to as a sky-level ability user. Elemental wings. She is the sky-level expert Chu Mengjiao. Dean Chu didn't expect Dean Chu to be so young and so beautiful. It is said that Dean Chu has awakened an SS-level fire ability, the True Sun Fire. This flame has an extremely high temperature, reaching up to 100,000 degrees, capable of instantly burning through alloy steel plates. It only takes 5 seconds to melt an armored tank. It's simply terrifying. The arrival of Chu Mengjiao instantly attracted everyone's attention. She looked down from her elevated position and spoke calmly. Chu Tianyi, Feng Zixuan, are you two willing to be my direct disciples? Auntie, I'm willing, Chu Tianyi said with a sweet smile on her face. She was like the sunshine in spring, warming people's hearts and making them feel as if they were bathed in a gentle breeze. Her smile was like a bud ready to bloom. I've told you before, in the academy you should call me Dean, not Auntie. Oh, got it, Auntie. Chu Tianyi did not correct her mistake. Chu Mengjiao rolled her eyes on the spot. Dean Chu, I am willing. Feng Zixuan nodded seriously and immediately knelt to pay her respects. This was the ceremony of apprenticeship. Etiquette must not be neglected. After all, Chu Mengjiao was not her aunt. She did not have that kind of familial relationship. She understood very well how to seize opportunities. After completing the apprenticeship ceremony, she would be a direct disciple of Dean Chu Mengjiao. This identity was enough to elevate her status. Lan Tianling rejected Dean Wang's offer to take him as a disciple, wanting to apprentice under a Principal Li he had never heard of, also because his family background was strong enough. He had the capital to be willful. Considering the face of the Lan family, Dean Wang would not make things difficult for him. Chu Tianyi also had a powerful aunt. Only Feng Zixuan relied solely on her personal talent to catch Dean Chu's attention. Naturally, she would not miss this opportunity. She would not cut off her chance to step into the top tier. Very well, today I have received 2 proud disciples at once. Old Wang, it seems you're not doing so well. It's not easy to take on a disciple, and you were actually rejected by that kid from the Lan family. I must say, your ancient martial arts academy doesn't have much prestige. Chu Mengjiao teased without restraint. This was clearly a bit of mockery towards the ancient martial arts academy. After all, the Ability Academy was indeed more popular. Now, with more awakened ability users in the new generation, and the ancient martial arts lineage, even with the revival of spiritual energy, could cultivate 10 times faster than before, but it still took a lot of time to grow, making it hard to achieve quick success. It was quite embarrassing that Lan Tianling, who had finally emerged, was unwilling to take on a master. That was very awkward. Very shameful. Humph. Dean Shu, although Lan Tianling did not take me as his master, he is about to apprentice under Principal Li, who is also from our ancient martial arts academy, a congenital grandmaster. This is no different from taking me as his master. What era is it now? We should have long since discarded our prejudices. We, the old fossils of the ancient martial arts academy, all understand this principle. Don't you in the Ability Academy understand? Wang Qiankuan retorted, not backing down at all. Humph. Principal Li? How come I didn't know this Principal Li is from your ancient martial arts academy? Don't bring up the sword immortal of Jiangchang. Whether he is from your ancient martial arts academy is still uncertain. Don't flatter yourself. In my opinion, that sword immortal clearly uses a mental ability, controlling the flying sword with telekinesis, flying with the sword, which has nothing to do with your ancient martial arts lineage. Principal Li is from our Ability Academy. Shuming Jiao analyzed on the spot. You can't say she was wrong. Her analysis was surprisingly accurate, as she saw through Li Chen's sword flying method. It was indeed telekinesis. Nonsense. Principal Li flying with the sword clearly has powerful innate energy, and how can it have anything to do with mental power? If you don't believe it, why don't you bring Principal Li over to confront him and ask if he has ever used mental power? Let's ask then. Wang Qiankuan was just about to take out his phone to make a call. Suddenly, amidst the crowd, a familiar figure was spotted. Wasn't that Principal Li Chen? He was actually hiding in the crowd, munching on sunflower seeds? Senior Li, you finally made it. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Since you have arrived at the academy, why didn't you send me a message or give me a call in advance? That way, I could have sent someone to pick you up. Wang Qiankuan approached Li Chen and immediately bowed respectfully. This bow stunned everyone present. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Feng Zixuan was completely dumbfounded. Her mind went blank. Is he Principal Li? Li Chen? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Feng Zixuan shook her head frantically, refusing to believe it. Damn, Principal Li is this lowly man? Isn't he just an ordinary person? There must be a mistake. A congenital grandmaster, at least 70 or 80 years old, how could he be so young? Director Wang must be joking. Exactly, the scumbag Li Chen, isn't he Feng Zixuan's ex-boyfriend? How did he become a congenital grandmaster and the principal of the High Martial Academy? I don't believe it. In an instant, the crowd was in an uproar. Many internet celebrities were live streaming, leading to heated discussions online. Each one expressed disbelief, even doubting the punctuation. This must be a little joke from Director Wang, too humorous for them to take seriously. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. In the sky ahead, 3 terrifying pressures rushed in. Humph. The Longxia High Martial Academy has reopened, yet you didn't invite us from the North American Alliance as guests? Do you look down on me, Eric? Not good. It's the North American war god Eric. He is an SS-level psychic ability user, controlling 12 specially crafted alloy flying knives with astonishing combat power. He once single-handedly killed 12 sky-level ability users, infamous for his ferocity, a powerhouse on the same level as the Longxia war god Zhao Yunfeng. Principal Zhao hasn't returned to the academy yet. What should we do? I'm afraid no one can suppress this North American war god. Commander Eric, let me test the combat power of the Longxia High Martial Academy's principal first. Rain, go. Yes, Commander. Raging thunder. A bearded man summoned a pair of thunderous wings behind him, pointing his hands to the sky. A terrifying bolt of lightning struck down, heading straight for the martial arts arena of the High Martial Academy. If this lightning struck, many students would likely die. Shumeng Jia immediately stepped forward, unleashing her powerful fire energy to counter it. However, she was instantly knocked back several dozen feet, surprisingly unable to withstand it. Director Wang, let's attack together. Alright. Wang Qiankuan soared into the air, drawing his sword. Kunlun sword technique. A surge of innate vigor instantly slashed out 36 swordlights, sweeping towards Rain. Damn Longxia people, how dare you tear my precious clothes? 2 against 1? You're not that impressive. Storm, you go. Yes, Commander. Another ability user controlling storms gathered a terrifying tornado atop the snowy mountain. The scale of this tornado likely exceeded that of a Category 8 hurricane. Countless trees and rocks were swept into the sky. If this tornado came down, it could kill thousands. The onlookers began to panic. It was terrifying. They had encountered a powerhouse from the North American Alliance causing trouble. If they had known, they wouldn't have joined this commotion. The atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. The entire place fell into dead silence. Just at this critical moment, Li Chen made his move. In Longxia, the war god shall not advance. You North American brat. How dare you be so arrogant? Li Chen drew his sword. The Longquan sword purchased for 199 yuan was infused with powerful innate vital energy and then propelled by mental force moving as fast as lightning. Before the innate vital energy dissipated, this 199 yuan craft instantly transformed into an unparalleled divine weapon, fiercely cutting through the storm, slaying the two great sky-level powerhouses of North America, Rain and Storm. It was a direct kill. The speed was so fast that the opponents couldn't react at all. In the end, the long sword turned into a flash of lightning, charging towards the war god Eric. Eric instantly controlled 12 alloy flying knives, 6 of which were used to block Li Chen's flying sword, while the remaining 6 knives targeted Li Chen, Wang Qianquan, Xu Mengjiao, Feng Zixuan, Xu Tianyi, and Lan Tianling. He actually wanted to kill all the talented powerhouses of the High Martial Academy. Wanting to take them all at once? Showing off in front of an expert. Li Chen's gaze sharpened and his powerful mental force directly immobilized Eric's 12 flying knives. Is this what they call a war god level? You only have 1,300 tons of mental force control, which is 300 tons less than me. Speed ability. Li Chen suddenly erupted, moving at 200 meters per second, turning into a white afterimage. The next second, he had already snapped Eric's neck and the powerful innate vital energy erupted, instantly shattering his head into pieces. The North American war god was dead. The entire venue fell silent, suffocating, petrified, shocked. Everyone's gaze was blank. Each person stood there, like a wooden chicken. Even their souls couldn't help but tremble wildly. This is Principal Li's strength? Instantly killing 2 sky-level powerhouses, slaying the North American war god like slaughtering pigs and dogs? Is that swordsmanship? It must be the legendary swordsmanship? No wonder Lan Tianling wants to take him as a master. The sword immortal has emerged and no one can stop him. How could this be? How could Li Chen be so powerful? How is this possible? He really is the principal of the High Martial Academy? Feng Zixuan was completely stiff. Her mindset shattered. It was unbelievable, but why did she feel a bit nostalgic for the past? Li Chen was just like he was 3 years ago. The moment he appeared, she couldn't help but fall for him. Lan Tianling wasn't even as outstanding as him. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You are clearly so powerful, yet you pretend to be an ordinary person in front of me? Was it just to test me? Even 3 years ago, you gave up your identity as an innate grandmaster just to share a precious and ordinary love with me? Is that how it is? Is it really like that? It turns out I was the clown all along. Feng Zixuan's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife, tears streaming down like rain in unbearable pain. If this is true, Li Chen has given up too much for her. Eric is a war god level powerhouse, listed as one of the 9 war gods of the 13 countries of the North American Alliance. Although he ranks at the bottom, Eric's fall at our High Martial Academy will likely not be taken lightly by the other 8 war gods of the North American Alliance. Who cares? They dare to provoke us, even deliberately slaughtering the new generation of geniuses from our Longsha country, which is already a taboo. Killing them, these foreign birds deserve to die. But I heard that this time, with the revival of spiritual energy, Diana, known as the first war god of North America, has already broken through the war god realm, and her terrifying strength is equivalent to that of an ancient martial land immortal. Such strength has put immense pressure on Marshal Zhao Yunfeng, which is why Principal Zhao chose to enter seclusion, preparing to break through the war god realm. If Principal Zhao cannot break through, the pressure from the North American Alliance will likely become increasingly severe. A teacher from the High Martial Academy expressed concern about this. The strength Principal Li has displayed is already not weaker than Principal Zhao's and may even surpass it. Our Longsha country is not without unparalleled powerhouses. We can face soldiers with soldiers and cover the earth with earth. Yes, they have already bullied us. Can we not strike back with thunder? This time, with Principal Li taking action, it will justly intimidate these petty individuals. Wang Qianquan waved his hand grandly. He reassured the crowd. The shock in his heart had not subsided for a long time. The strength displayed by Li Chen had likely surpassed that of an ordinary innate grandmaster. It seemed he possessed not only the means of an innate grandmaster but also some kind of supernatural ability? A combination of supernatural powers and ancient martial arts? Could it be that he practiced both? How is that possible? Those who practice both usually don't last long, as countless predecessors have confirmed. Why is Principal Li thriving and so powerful? Both his supernatural abilities and ancient martial arts have reached an extremely profound level. If practicing both were truly feasible, the advancement speed of their ancient martial lineage would absolutely be tenfold, even 100-fold faster than now. Moreover, if supernatural beings could also cultivate ancient martial arts, wouldn't that make them even stronger? This is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It could very well be a geometric increase. At this moment, Li Chen stood suspended in the air. With one hand behind his back, he scanned the entire venue with a calm gaze, every gesture exuding an unparalleled aura of dominance. Like a celestial being, Chu Tian's eyes sparkled with wonder. Her heart stirred with waves of emotion. Such an extraordinary presence made her fall for him on the spot. Is this the ex-boyfriend of Feng Zishuan? What was she thinking? How could she bear to break up with such a remarkable man? And even spread rumors about him behind his back. Feng Zishuan can't be out of her mind, can she? As a newly awakened S-class supernatural being, even if she grows in the future, she might not reach the height of Principal Li, let alone now when she hasn't even grown yet? How dare she slander a god-level powerhouse? An innate grandmaster? Principal Li of the Academy? This is equivalent to a high-ranking military title. Shu Tian was speechless inside. She could only silently complain. Feng Zishuan, you are truly impressive. To be a clown to this extent is unprecedented. Slapping the face of the Academy principal? That group of foolish netizens was also joining in the ruckus. Don't they fear that Principal Li will hold them accountable later? They really don't understand what kind of authority a god-level big shot represents? Execute first, report later, state-sanctioned. No need for trial, immediate execution. It seems I need to keep my distance from that foolish Feng Zishuan in the future, lest I get infected by her foolishness. Shu Tian had already labeled Feng Zishuan as a brainless woman in her heart. Student Lan Tianling pays respects to Principal Li. I ask Principal Li to take me as a disciple. I am willing to serve my master and seek your teachings. Under everyone's gaze, Lan Tianling knelt on both knees and bowed to Li Chen in midair. He had been deeply impressed by Li Chen's strength in the previous scene, slaying a god-level powerhouse from the North American Alliance without breaking a sweat. One sword, carefree. The long sword crossed the sky, unrivaled in the world. Only such an extraordinary powerhouse is worthy of being his master. Only under such a master can he learn true skills. Lan Tianling did not wish to be mediocre. One day he too would wield a sword across the sky, instantly defeating god-level warriors, intimidating the petty, and writing a legendary tale. Lan Tianling, why should I take you in? Li Chen asked in a calm tone. Principal, my desire to be your disciple is sincere. If you are willing to accept me, I am willing to give up all my family wealth, offering you the 200 billion shares of the Lan Group in my hands. I ask for your teachings. Damn! Li Chen truly did not expect that Lan Tianling would be so sensible. Just to take on a disciple, he was willing to offer 200 billion shares of the Lan Group? Is this for real? Li Chen was immediately filled with compassion. He was moved by Lan Tianling's sincere heart. The other party just wanted to learn some skills. He couldn't just push someone away, could he? However, Li Chen was completely clueless about ancient martial arts training. This method was definitely not suitable for teaching Lan Tianling. The other party was a legitimate prodigy of ancient martial arts. If he taught recklessly, he might mislead a disciple. Forget it, I'll accept him for now. At worst, I can give him a few low-level zombie crystal cores later, then mystify him a bit, and I won't have to start from scratch. I can just brush it off. Li Chen immediately had a plan in mind. Well, since you are so sincere, I shall accept you as my closed-door disciple. From now on, you will follow me closely and study diligently. With a wave of his hand, Li Chen officially accepted Lan Tianling. Thank you, master. Disciple pays respects to master. As a legitimate heir of ancient martial arts, Lan Tianling was very courteous. He knelt 3 times and bowed 9 times sincerely. This grand ceremony of apprenticeship was officially completed. Ah, Lan Tianling has successfully become a disciple? I feel like Principal Li didn't want to accept him at first, but after hearing that Lan Tianling was willing to offer 20 billion in group shares, he agreed. Could it be that Principal Li was moved by money? You're talking nonsense. What kind of person is Principal Li? He is a congenital grandmaster. Would he lack money? Such mundane things as money could never sway a congenital grandmaster. Principal Li was moved purely by Lan Tianling's sincerity. Lan Tianling is actually quite clever. On the surface, he offered 20 billion in shares from the Lan Group, which seems like a huge sacrifice, but in reality, the Lan Group is now bound to a congenital grandmaster, one who can easily defeat a war god. The stock price of the Lan Group is bound to soar. The Lan family is truly about to take off. This kid from the Lan family not only has extraordinary martial arts talent but also a sharp mind. Hello, Ms. Feng Zishuan. We are investigators from the Ability Bureau. We suspect you of spreading rumors and defaming a war god-level powerhouse, insulting and slandering Principal Li Chen of the High Martial Academy. The situation is very serious. Please come with us to assist in the investigation. At that moment, 2 uniformed staff members suddenly pulled out their Ability Bureau identification. They were going to take Feng Zishuan away for questioning. Feng Zishuan was stunned. The viewers in the live stream were also collectively dumbfounded. What was going on? The Purple Fire Goddess is actually suspected of spreading rumors and defamation and is being taken away for investigation? The authorities are getting involved. It must be true that she spread rumors. You guys wanted to stir the pot? Now look, trouble has come. Defaming a war god level powerhouse is a serious crime. I'm dumbfounded. Feng Zixuan's ex-boyfriend is Principal Li of the High Martial Academy. A congenital grandmaster, the supreme existence who can defeat the North American war god. Is this the loser you speak of? Principal Li is also accused of domestic violence? With Feng Zixuan's petite frame, one slap from Principal Li would probably end her. At this moment, Feng Zixuan finally panicked. The situation had completely spiraled out of her control. Master, please help me. Feng Zixuan looked towards Chu Mingjiao, hoping she would speak on her behalf and plead for her. Since the Ability Bureau is here, you should cooperate with the investigation. I believe the official Ability Bureau will not wrong a good person, nor will they let a bad person go. If you did indeed spread rumors and incite online violence, be prepared to accept the consequences. If you haven't done these things, the authorities will naturally clear your name. What are you afraid of? Chu Mingjiao questioned on the spot. The investigation hadn't even started and you were already panicking. This indicates you have a guilty conscience and know what's going on. Chu Mingjiao also felt a bit regretful for not investigating Feng Zixuan's character before taking her as a disciple. This left her in a passive position. However, she couldn't directly sever their master-disciple relationship on the spot, as that would make her seem heartless and ungrateful. It seemed she couldn't casually take in disciples next time. She needed to consider not just talent but also character. Woo woo woo. It's not me spreading rumors, it's Lin Xiaoxiao who spread them. She posted a little essay online, exposing the evidence of me being abused by my ex-boyfriend, but all of this is fabricated by her. She said she wanted to be my manager, to create online hot topics to maintain a tragic persona for me and then make a comeback so I could gain a lot of followers online quickly, receive gifts, and do live stream sales. I just listened to her. I really never thought about creating rumors. I actually like Li Chen, I've always loved him. If it weren't for Lin Xiaoxiao constantly bad-mouthing Li Chen behind my back, saying he was unambitious and poor, how could I possibly break up with him? It's all her fault, it's all Lin Xiaoxiao who harmed me. Feng Zixuan cried bitterly on the spot, her tears flowing like rain, looking pitiful. She directly shifted the blame onto Lin Xiaoxiao. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxiao happened to be watching her live stream. When Lin Xiaoxiao discovered that Feng Zixuan was throwing all the blame onto her, she was furious. Good. Very good. Feng Zixuan, you really are a plastic sister flower. Since you dare to shift the blame, don't blame me for exposing you. Come on, let's hurt each other. Who's afraid of whom? If you won't let me have it easy, I'll ruin your reputation. Lin Xiaoxiao sat in front of her computer, quickly drafting a post and attaching various screenshots. She smiled wickedly. Bring it on. Let the destruction begin. The online post edited by Lin Xiaoxiao quickly fermented along with the trending topic, instantly causing a two-level reversal. Netizens were completely shocked. Hello everyone, I am Lin Xiaoxiao. Regarding Feng Zixuan's malicious slander, I have evidence to prove she is lying. She has always been an extremely hypocritical woman, looking glamorous on the surface but actually filthy underneath. Below, I will directly attach the screenshot evidence. This chat screenshot goes back 3 years. Xiaoxiao, I directly got Li Chen, how about it? Does our bet still count? You owe me $500. Impressive, sister. The #1 male god in school, and you managed to get him so easily. You don't know my strength. Do you believe I can make him buy me an iPhone next month? I don't believe it. iPhones are quite expensive, we are all students, buying an iPhone is too extravagant. Just wait and see. In the 2nd month, Feng Zixuan flaunted her new phone on social media. In the 3rd month, she cleared her Double 11 shopping cart, buying over 20 cosmetics. In the 4th month, she bought a gold bracelet. In the 5th month, she received a 5,200 red envelope transfer plus a pair of Balenciaga shoes worth 8,000 yuan. In the 6th month, for Valentine's Day, she received another 5,200 transfer, and since Feng Zixuan was not satisfied, Li Chen gifted her a watch as well. In the 7th month, to celebrate Feng Zixuan's birthday, he treated the whole class to dinner, singing, and gifted her a Louis Vuitton bag. In the 8th month, he bought her a cat. In the 9th month, he bought her a Maltese worth 20,000 yuan. Basically, every month, Li Chen's transfer red envelopes never stopped. What was even more explosive was that Li Chen didn't get this money from his family, nor was he a rich second generation, he earned it from playing games. He played games for 15 hours a day, consistently for 3 years. With his exceptional gaming skills, he reached a daily income of 1,000. Li Chen only took 30 yuan a day for himself to buy meals at school, while the rest was all transferred to Feng Zixuan. They only occasionally take a day or two off. What does this mean? Damn it! Isn't this too much? Even if you're just a tool, you should at least be given a sip of water now and then, right? You're a vampire, worse than the exploitation of capitalists. Of course, judging by the current situation, it's possible that Principal Li is deliberately hiding himself, honing his body and mind. I've heard that in the ancient martial arts lineage, reaching a very high level requires refining the heart through worldly experiences, going through the ups and downs of life, and tempering one's will. It's possible that Principal Li is dating Feng Zixuan just for this worldly refinement. but he has almost completely treated himself as an ordinary person. He experiences the bittersweetness of love from an ordinary person's perspective. Fortunately, Principal Lee is not an ordinary person. If he were truly an ordinary person, giving everything to someone who treats him like a tool, an ATM, and then flaunts how she's played him in front of her friends, who could stand that? However, an even more explosive scene unfolded. Li Chen, due to long periods of staying home playing games and binge eating, became overweight. Feng Zixuan started to consider breaking up. She even found a replacement, Chu Chen, in advance. But Li Chen had given her too much. She feared he would cling to her if they broke up, so she dragged him to a mental hospital. She even bribed Dr. Zhang in advance to diagnose Li Chen with a mental illness. During that time, Li Chen was indeed a bit mentally unstable. He didn't even send her red envelopes. Feng Zixuan constantly complained in chat screenshots that Li Chen was a greasy fat pig, discussing with Lin Xiaoxiao how to break up with him. They aimed to prove he was mentally ill and then turn the tables on him. This way, no one could say she was ungrateful. Even if they broke up, she could still maintain her reputation. After some discussion, the two women began to spread rumors and even sent Li Chen's mental illness diagnosis to the alumni group, allowing classmates to slander him in various ways. Netizens were furious upon seeing this. This is too much, really too much. Feng Zixuan, Lin Xiaoxiao, you are so malicious. How can there be such disgusting people? I feel like throwing up. Boys must protect themselves well. My worldview is shattered. Can't we have Feng Zixuan face severe consequences? I'm sorry, Principal Lee, I've cursed you online. I apologize. I'm just an accomplice of this generation. I'm really not a good person. Soon, Feng Zixuan's account was banned across the internet. Lin Xiaoxiao was also investigated. This matter involved the reputation of a god-level powerhouse, so it was no small issue. The Special Abilities Bureau acted very quickly. The two were taken away directly. At 5 in the afternoon, the admissions assessment for the High Martial Academy came to a temporary close. So far, a total of 10,569 people had applied to the academy, but based on the assessment results, only 533 students successfully passed the admissions assessment and became official students of the High Martial Academy. Among them, the Special Abilities Academy enrolled 398 new students, while the Ancient Martial Arts Academy only enrolled 135 new students. The number of students in the Ancient Martial Arts Academy is indeed much smaller. This is unavoidable. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth has just begun to revive, and the ancient martial arts lineage has not yet fully awakened. However, the Special Abilities Bureau has published a beginner's guide to internal skills on their official website, allowing everyone to practice. This widespread dissemination may increase over time. The awakening of special abilities mainly relies on talent. Initially, there will be a lot of awakenings. Previously, there was no spiritual energy, so awakening was impossible. Now that there is spiritual energy, those who should awaken will naturally concentrate in awakening. As time goes on, the number of people awakening special abilities may actually decrease. We can only wait for those children and newborns to gradually awaken after they are born. Therefore, the ancient martial arts lineage actually has greater potential for future development. It's just temporarily lagging behind. Master, this is the share transfer agreement of the Lan Group. You just need to sign this agreement, and my 20 billion shares will be successfully gifted to you. In the principal's office, Lan Tianling took out a share transfer agreement and immediately asked Li Chen to sign it. Li Chen glanced at the agreement and confirmed it without a doubt. He didn't expect his disciple to be so efficient in handling matters. It truly pleased him. With a swift motion, Li Chen signed and accepted it without hesitation. How could he refuse a gift from his disciple? Tianling, since we have established a master-disciple relationship, I shall guide you well. What school or sex techniques are you practicing? Show me first, and I will help you strategize. All right, master. Lan Tianling was instantly overjoyed. Indeed, money makes things happen. As soon as he transferred the shares, his master was willing to teach him. This society is all about human connections. Receiving guidance from a congenital grandmaster would undoubtedly benefit him immensely. Master, this is the 9 young divine skill that I practice. Our Lan family originally practiced the family martial arts, the 8 trigrams dragon staff technique, but during my youth I had a fortuitous encounter and fortunately obtained this long-lost supreme skill, which allowed me to progress rapidly. In just 10 years, I have already broken through to the master realm. However, my internal energy is too aggressive and domineering, and since I have practiced for too short a time, my rapid progress has caused my true energy to harm my meridians. If I forcefully attempt to break through to the congenital realm, I might risk meridian rupture and death. I have already consulted a senior congenital expert about this matter, but he didn't have any good solutions. He only advised me to slow down my cultivation speed and gradually nurture my meridians, warning me not to be too hasty or else I might go astray with unimaginable consequences. Lan Tianling was eager to become a disciple of the congenital grandmaster. Perhaps this was one of the reasons. because ordinary congenital experts could not solve his problem at all. The issue of damaged meridians is indeed very difficult to resolve. The 9 Yang divine skill, huh? Let me take a look. Li Chen took the ancient text of the skill that was handed to him and opened it on the spot, studying it carefully. This was not about secretly learning the technique. It was about learning openly. If his disciple had a problem with his practice, how could he solve it without thoroughly studying the 9 Yang divine skill? As a master, he had to be responsible. An hour later, Li Chen closed his eyes, deeply contemplating. This 9 Yang divine skill was indeed extraordinary. Its intricacy surpassed that of the congenital Qi technique, and it was incredibly domineering, capable of forcefully absorbing the world's vital energy and transforming it into a scorching energy, allowing for rapid cultivation, but it easily led to meridian damage. It needed to be paired with cold ice, true energy circulating within the body to cool down the heat, enabling quick progress. Otherwise, one could easily overheat themselves. This was also why, despite the 9 Yang divine skill being a supreme technique, very few could master it. It was too domineering, too aggressive, too brittle. It required either a frigid environment or the combination with cold ice, true energy. Special conditions and opportunities were needed to cultivate it to great success. Otherwise, forceful cultivation was no different from seeking death. But Li Chen didn't need any of that. He had zombie crystal cores which could directly repair the meridians at the genetic level and strengthen the body. It perfectly resolved the aftereffects. Therefore, Lan Tianling's problem was not a problem for him at all. Humph. Nonsense, misleading the disciples. Which congenital expert told you not to cultivate quickly? You possess the 9 Yang divine skill and should be cutting through thorns and advancing boldly. Your hesitation has already lost your heart of the way. A true strong person, if they lose the courage and determination to face all difficulties, then you are already far from becoming an unparalleled powerhouse. I won't teach you the most basic martial arts theories because you are already a master of the transformation realm and don't need to start from scratch. I will only teach you the highest martial arts will. In the end, practicing martial arts is all about willpower. Only by awakening the martial arts can you reach the pinnacle. Do you understand? Li Chen casually began to persuade, with one hand behind his back. After all, the concept of martial arts is too profound. No one really understands it. You don't understand, I don't understand, nobody understands. Anyway, this is how I teach, and this is how you learn. If you can't succeed, then it's your own fault for being foolish. Martial arts will? Master, I seem to not understand? Lan Tianling asked, confused. It's normal that you don't understand, your realm is too low. Wait until you break through to the innate level, then slowly feel it. Here, I have a treasure of heaven and earth. This is an inner core obtained by me from slaying a beast in the depths of the Pacific Ocean 10,000 meters below. You should take it and it should help repair your damaged meridians. Li Chen took out a level 1 crystal core from his space. He casually fabricated a backstory and bestowed it upon Lan Tianling. Lan Tianling carefully accepted it, a storm of emotions rising in his heart. Is this the legendary inner core? He didn't know if Li Chen was telling the truth or lying, but this item should be extraordinary. Li Chen wouldn't harm his life. Without hesitation, Lan Tianling swallowed it immediately. Boom! As the crystal core melted, Lan Tianling felt an explosive force surge through his limbs and bones in an instant. This power was strange. It was completely different from the 9 Yang internal energy he practiced. It seemed to lean more towards enhancing his physical constitution. He felt all the cells in his body starting to boil. The meridians that had been slightly damaged began to heal automatically under the impact of this power, and it made his physical body even stronger. He could fully endure a stronger 9 Yang true energy. His muscles also began to develop more and more. The 9 Yang true energy within him began to operate automatically. All hidden injuries disappeared. Li Chen looked at Lan Tianling's arm muscles bulging, clearly indicating that he had awakened a power-type ability. This ability complemented his 9 Yang divine skill. A powerful physique made the originally domineering 9 Yang divine skill even more tyrannical. And with the enhancement of the 9 Yang divine skill, even without continuing to consume the crystal core, he could still upgrade and evolve continuously, maximizing the efficiency of this awakened ability. This kid really has good luck. If he were given more crystal cores, wouldn't he soar to the heavens? At this moment, Lan Tianling took the opportunity to directly begin his cultivation. The powerful 9 Yang true energy began to recklessly impact his run and do meridians. He was already at the peak of the transformation realm and was not far from the innate realm. Now that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was reviving and he had awakened a power-type ability with his physique strengthened and meridians repaired, wouldn't he be able to break through to the innate realm in one go? As the saying goes, once you gather momentum, you will either succeed or fail. Just as the master said, a martial arts powerhouse should cut through thorns and eliminate all difficulties, unafraid of hardships and obstacles, and should not hesitate but move forward bravely. Martial arts are difficult, harder than ascending to the heavens. If one does not have a firm will and the determination to overcome everything, then do not practice. Since you have chosen this path, you must have the resolve to disdain all difficulties. My heart is like iron, unbreakable. What the master said is like a sudden enlightenment. Today, I, Lan Tianling, will definitely break through to the innate. Charge, charge, charge. Lan Tianling recalled Li Chen's teachings and his heart became increasingly resolute. He circulated the powerful Jiuyang True Qi throughout his body, condensing it into a rope that violently struck at the Runindu meridians. Even though a trace of blood had already seeped from the corner of his mouth, he showed no signs of wavering. A hint of madness flickered in his eyes. Break for me! Boom! Under the reckless assault of Lan Tianling, the Ren and Du meridians finally burst open, like a reinforced steel door blasted by a cannonball. At that moment, all 8 meridians of Lan Tianling were connected. The flow of true qi within him faced no more obstacles. The Jiuyang divine art began to circulate automatically. Innate vital energy was born. He, the ancient martial arts prodigy Lan Tianling, had finally broken through to the innate realm. I've broken through. I've broken through to the innate realm? Is this the feeling of an innate expert? It's so powerful. Lan Tianling struck out with a palm. The immense innate power coalesced into a palm imprint that, from dozens of meters away, slammed into a wall, leaving a 10-meter wide handprint in the cement. What's going on? Why has the wall of the teaching building collapsed? Such profound and domineering palm strength. I've practiced Shaolin internal skills for 50 years and I can't achieve this effect. Could it be that Principal Li made a move? It's not Principal Li, it's Lan Tianling. I just saw it, it was Lan Tianling who made the move. Could it be that Lan Tianling has already broken through to the innate? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Lan Tianling is only 21 years old. How long has he been practicing martial arts? How could he possibly break through to the innate? At this moment, a group of students, teachers, and the head of the teaching department from the Martial Arts Academy all gathered around, their eyes filled with disbelief. Lan Tianling knelt before Li Chen. Once more, thank you, Master, for your guidance. Only then could I break through to the innate in a day. Your kindness is as heavy as a mountain, Master. I have no way to repay you. If it weren't for your teachings, I would still be lost. It is my honor in this life to be your disciple. In front of everyone, Lan Tianling immediately bowed 3 times to Li Chen to express his gratitude. This scene shocked countless onlookers. School teachers? Head of the teaching department? Students? What the hell? Lan Tianling broke through to the innate after just 1 day of being taught by Principal Li? Actually, it wasn't even a day, it was just a few hours. Damn, can we not exaggerate so much? Principal Li taught for just a few hours and someone can break through to the innate? Although Lan Tianling is indeed a genius, this is too much, right? An innate at 21? No way, I also want to be a disciple of Principal Li. This is true master guidance. Lan Tianling is too cunning. Indeed, the teachings of an innate grandmaster and an ordinary teacher are not the same. Can they be the same? On the path of martial arts, having a famous master to guide you will definitely save you from many detours, not to mention the guidance of an innate grandmaster, which is bound to be immensely beneficial. I'm jealous, I admit I'm really jealous. At first, I thought Lan Tianling was a bit foolish for offering 20 billion to become a disciple, but now I realize I'm the real fool. Once you enter the innate, you become extraordinary. Just the increase in lifespan will be different from ordinary people. This is definitely not something money can measure. Lan Tianling has a long-term vision. Soon, the news of Lan Tianling breaking through to the innate in a day, under Principal Li's guidance, spread like a hurricane, sweeping through every corner of the High Martial Academy. Even Dean Wang Qianquan was somewhat astonished. Is Principal Li really just an innate grandmaster? He can't be a terrestrial immortal, can he? Damn, I shouldn't have held myself in high regard. If Lan Tianling can become a disciple, so can I. A Principal Li probably possesses an unparalleled legacy. Chu Mingjiu and her disciple Chu Tian were also in shock. And this Principal Li seems to be quite extraordinary, doesn't he? Chu Tian's mother is the head of the Chu group, and Chu Mingjiu is her younger sister. She takes her mother's surname and grew up with her aunt. In fact, they are only 6 years apart, so they often act a bit informal with each other. Indeed, Principal Li's methods have truly shocked me, and from my observations, he is very likely a practitioner of both martial arts and supernatural abilities. Chu Mingjiu speculated. Practicing both? Isn't that a dead end? Maybe he has found a way through. If he really is practicing both, it might bring hope to our Chu family. Your grandfather's injuries might have a chance of being healed. The Chu family was originally a family of ancient martial arts. Chu Mingjiu's father was a powerful figure in the ancient martial arts world, and even Zhao Yunfeng had to call Chu Batian a senior back then. Unfortunately, 6 years ago, during the revival of spiritual energy, Chu Batian unexpectedly awakened supernatural powers. A martial arts master awakening supernatural abilities? This made Chu Badian restless and he wanted to use these powers to break through to the innate level. In the end, he did break through to the innate level, but he also damaged all his meridians, becoming a useless innate. He is now permanently disabled. One could say that their old man from the Chu family is the most unfortunate innate of this generation. A completely disabled innate who can only sit in a wheelchair. He has become a negative example. The Chu sisters sought countless famous doctors but could not heal Chu Badian. If practicing both martial arts and supernatural abilities can work, does that mean their old man still has hope? No matter what the cost, they must try. On the other side, after sending Lan Tianling away, Li Chen began to practice the Nine Yang divine skill. In fact, most internal martial arts cultivation methods are quite similar. Even the Nine Yang divine skill is no exception. It's just that there are some subtle differences in the pathways of meridian operation. However, in internal martial arts cultivation, a slight deviation can lead to a huge error. This is why martial arts training must be rigorous and meticulous. There can be no mistakes. This is a matter of life and death. Li Chen possesses powerful mental strength and his memory has long surpassed human limits. He has already pondered the details of the Nine Yang divine skill dozens of times in his mind, and he is thoroughly familiar with it. He repracticed the Nine Yang divine skill, transforming his powerful innate internal energy into Nine Yang true energy, and in just half an hour he successfully broke through to the 7th level of the Nine Yang divine skill. There is nothing to say about this. He was originally at this level. It was merely a transformation of internal energy. By changing a bit of the cultivation route, he transformed his innate energy into the more vigorous innate Nine Yang energy. In the path of martial arts, once you understand one thing, you understand everything. When you have already reached a very profound level, learning any ancient martial arts technique will be much faster. Not to mention, Li Chen is also practicing both martial arts and supernatural abilities. However, there is a significant difference between the 8th level of the Nine Yang divine skill and the 8th level of the innate Wen Qi skill. They represent two completely different martial arts philosophies. If the philosophy of the 8th level of the innate Wen Qi skill is to reverse the meridians, self-destruct one's martial arts, break and then establish, reverse yin and yang with the determination of not breaking, not establishing, transcend the limits of life, break conventions, and transform all innate true energy into a higher level of innate true essence, entering the path of martial arts to reach the realm of terrestrial immortals. Then the 8th level of the Nine Yang divine skill is about following the meridians, being incredibly vigorous, moving forward without fear, and crazily running the internal great circulation, pursuing extreme speed. Under normal circumstances, if you used the innate Wen Qi skill to break through to the great master of innate, it would take about 600 seconds, or roughly 10 minutes, to run a complete internal circulation. But if you break through to the great master of innate using the Nine Yang divine skill, it only takes 108 seconds. The speed of internal energy running through the circulation is almost 5 times faster. This is why the Nine Yang divine skill puts greater pressure on the meridians and allows for faster cultivation speed, as the internal energy itself operates at a rapid pace. Everything has its pros and cons. The standard for breaking through to the 8th level of the Nine Yang divine skill is to increase the operating speed of the innate Nine Yang true energy within the body to 8 seconds. At this extreme operating speed, the Nine Yang true energy is transformed into Nine Yang true essence, completing a rapid metamorphosis and stepping into the realm of earthly immortals. The difficulty of this is not even comparable to that of the previous 7th level. Although the cultivation method for the 8th level of the innate Wen Qi skill is completely different, the difficulty is similar. It will also put tremendous pressure on the meridians. If the speed of the innate Nine Yang true energy increases tenfold, one risks either going into a frenzy or suffering a catastrophic explosion of the body. Therefore, breaking through to the earthly immortal realm is indeed extremely difficult. The 9th level of the Nine Yang divine skill, Nine Yang covers the sky, is truly outrageous. It actually requires the circulation speed of the Zhou Tian to reach 1 second? That's absurd. Running a Zhou Tian in 1 second, even if your meridians were made of titanium alloy, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. This is no longer human. This is the realm of the martial emperor, and for thousands of years, no one has ever reached this level. Even the earthly immortals can be said to be extremely rare, almost non-existent. Li Chen doubted the creators of these skills. Had they ever reached this realm themselves? Could it merely be a bold hypothesis and theory? In fact, no one has ever practiced it, because no one has ever succeeded. Forget it. I don't care about these things anyway. My body can't take it, and I still have the evolution crystal cores. Li Chen closed his eyes, his 5 hearts directed towards the heavens. He began to operate the Nine Yang divine skill frantically, increasing the speed. The speed at which the Nine Yang divine skill operated within him grew faster and faster, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was invisibly absorbed into his body in a violent manner. The Nine Yang true energy within him grew larger and larger, and its operating speed increased rapidly. Soon, under Li Chen's extreme acceleration, it put tremendous pressure on his meridians. With a thought, he took out an Evolution crystal core from a snakeskin bag in space, casually grabbed a handful and swallowed it. The crystal core entered his stomach, transforming into evolutionary power, automatically repairing the cracks in his meridians. 2 hours later, Li Chen had swallowed tens of thousands of crystal cores, and the operating speed of the 9 Yang divine skill finally broke through to 50 seconds for a complete. Zhou Tian, with his meridians expanded by more than double, the 9 heavens' innate vigor had at least tripled. As an innate grandmaster, Li Chen's current state could at least take on 12 opponents. He completed his Zhou Tian in 50 seconds, while you took 600 seconds for the same. Even at the same realm, the difference was like heaven and earth. I'm a bit tired, let's call it a day. It seems that breaking through to the 8th level cannot be rushed. Normally, a martial artist needs at least 200 years to break through to the earthly immortal realm. I've completed half in just 2 hours, which isn't slow. Moreover, I've unknowingly broken through to the late stage of the 5th level of the Evolver, with my mental power increased to 3,200 tons. Li Chen closed his eyes and fell asleep to rest. He still maintained the cultivation state of the 9 Yang divine skill, just at a slower speed. Not pursuing extreme speed, normal cultivation of the 9 Yang divine skill can actually strengthen the body, nourish the essence, and prolong life. It's like driving a car. When driving normally, if you go out every day at a speed of 70 or 80, the car will run smoother and smoother. If you leave it idle, it's more likely to break down. Regular driving is a form of maintenance. But if you drive aggressively and the car's maximum speed is 250, but you insist on driving at 300, driving violently, making extreme turns, and drifting, it will naturally break down easily. No matter how good the car is, it can't withstand such abuse. In the apocalyptic world, at 12 noon, Li Chen finally woke up. Leisurely. After the sleep, I had rested for 18 hours. It truly was a busy day, and more than half of it had already passed. Li Chen walked out of the leader's villa. Today, the Longhai base had officially been renamed the Future Base and had undergone a complete transformation. Leader, you finally came out. Today, quite a few people have come to our base, including some survivors and evolution teams. After hearing about our base's favorable policies, they came here wanting to join our team. There are indeed quite a number of them. Several thousand. We can't make the decision ourselves, so we ask the leader to decide. Red Hair hurriedly reported this matter to Li Chen. Upon seeing him, guests are welcome. Since they are willing to join my team, I, Li Chen, certainly won't turn them away, but they must follow the rules. No matter how they behaved outside, as long as they are in my base, they must abide by my rules and follow my order. Understood, leader. Red Hair nodded. Red Hair, have you broken through to level 4? Li Chen asked, noticing his spirited demeanor and changed state of mind. Yes, leader. Not only have I broken through to level 4, but Shadow Sister, Sun Yuan, Wafugui, Huang Chao, and Yang Jian have all gradually broken through to level 4 as well. Our base is now truly strong and robust. By the way, Gu Sisi has also reached the peak of level 3. Her mental control ability is particularly strong now. It seems she can directly control the mental will of evolutionists below level 2, putting them into a hypnotic state, even making them harm each other. Her mental link ability has expanded to a range of 5 kilometers. Red Hair said with an expression of uncontainable joy. He was very satisfied with his current state. With wise leadership, powerful teammates, a high status, and no worries about food and drink every day, along with cigarettes, beer, and women he liked. Though he hadn't pursued them yet, he believed that Sun Yuhan would surely be moved by his sincerity. As for the matter of the 3 traitors, Zhou Xiaochen, Lin Longwei, and Mu Zian leaving the base, he had completely put it out of his mind and did not report it to Li Chen. You all are progressing quite quickly. At this moment, Wafugui also ran over. Leader, this is the tax revenue, loot distribution, and the crystal cores obtained from the material exchange from yesterday to today. I counted, there are 120 level 3 crystal cores, 3,690 level 2 crystal cores, and 29,863 level 1 crystal cores, totaling 33,673 crystal cores. Here is the ledger I specifically organized, you can take a look. Huofugui took out a ledger and several bags of crystal cores, all categorized and organized, with all records clear at a glance. Very good. Are there no level 4 crystal cores? Li Chen asked. There was only one level 4 zombie killed by Fong Tianhua this morning, but he didn't exchange any materials. Instead, he gave the level 4 crystal core to Sun Yuhan. Li Chen was speechless upon hearing this. How did Sun Yuhan have such charm to make a strong member of the team willingly give her a level 4 crystal core? This was already the second level 4 crystal core Fong Tianhua had given her, right? Was it just because she looked a bit pure, had a better figure, was a little gentler, had fairer skin, could speak with a slight accent? Besides knowing a bit of healing, she had no combat power at all. Why did you all like her so much? Red Hair was furious upon hearing this. Fong Tianhua, I will not rest until we settle this. Red Hair and Fong Tianhua immediately got into a fight in the base square. The two were evenly matched. Their strengths were similar and they ended up covered in dirt. Fong Tianhua's combat awareness was clearly higher than Red Hair's, which was why he could kill level 4 zombies. However, Red Hair's fire ability just happened to counter Fong Tianhua's wood ability. This allowed Hong Mao to take a slight advantage over Fong Tianhua in terms of abilities. Hong Mao, are you out of your mind? Did I offend you or something? You dare say you haven't offended me? Didn't you just go to Sun Yuhan and fawn over her? Don't you know that Sun Yuhan is the woman I have my eyes on? What? Is Yuhan your girlfriend? Just because you like her, does that mean she's yours? Others can't pursue her? She's not your wife, you haven't even registered your marriage, and she's not your girlfriend. So why can't I chase her? Fong Tianhua said with a righteous expression. His argument was quite reasonable, leaving Hong Mao momentarily speechless. This is outrageous. You really covet Sun Yuhan? I'll beat you to death. Come on, who's afraid of who? Fire Dragon Strike. Giant Vines Entangle. Heavenly Fire Meteor. All plants are soldiers. The two level 4 powerhouses displayed their abilities, and the scene was extremely spectacular. It was quite rare to see combat at this level of ability. Not to mention, these two were fighting with real intent. Every move was deadly. Stop fighting. Hong Mao, Fong Tianhua, what on earth are you doing? Upon hearing that Hong Mao was fighting Fong Tianhua for her sake, Sun Yuhan immediately rushed over to mediate. By the time she arrived, both Hong Mao and Fong Tianhua were already severely injured. One had his entire body burned and disfigured, while the other had his abdomen pierced by vines, bleeding profusely. It was a gruesome sight. Sun Yuhan immediately used her green light skill to heal the two. She had successfully broken through to a level 4 evolver. Her healing abilities had been greatly enhanced. Releasing 2 orbs of green light was no pressure at all. The 2 orbs flew directly from her hands, landing on Fong Tianhua and Hong Mao 10 meters away. A powerful healing force allowed the two severely injured level 4 evolvers to fully recover in just 10 seconds. Fong Tianhua's scars fell away, restoring his handsome appearance. Hong Mao's pierced abdomen healed instantly, leaving no scars. The two were back to bouncing around in no time. Yuhan, thank you for saving me once again. I knew you wouldn't give up on me in a critical moment. I, Fong Tianhua, owe you another favor, and I can't repay you enough. Fong Tianhua, stop being so disgusting. Yuhan clearly saved me first. Don't get ahead of yourself. Yuhan doesn't like you at all. If she doesn't like me, does she like you? You brainless idiot. Fong Tianhua, are you looking for death again? Come on, I think you're the one looking for death. Enough, you two. I don't like either of you, do you understand? Stop fighting over me. All this does is bring me endless trouble. Sun Yuhan shouted on the spot. Her words were very clear, explicitly expressing that she didn't like Hong Mao or Fong Tianhua. However, these two guys thought Sun Yuhan was just angry, which was why she said that. In fact, she was struggling internally. The two clueless men thought so, but because Sun Yuhan was angry, they could only temporarily cease hostilities. After a while, Sun Yuhan went alone to the leader Li Chen's villa. Leader, this is a level 4 ice crystal core, a gift for you. Sun Yuhan said, her eyes trembling, her face flushed. 2 rosy hues appeared unnaturally on her cheeks. Oh, isn't this crystal core a gift from Fong Tianhua to you? Why are you giving it to me? Are you looking to exchange it for some supplies? No, I just wanted to give it to you purely. I have grown to where I am today thanks to your special care, leader. I didn't contribute much to the team at first, and it was you who lent me the crystal core to help me evolve. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Is that so? Actually, what you owe the team has already been repaid. Every time in battle, you've healed quite a few teammates, contributing greatly to the team. I've always had high hopes for you. Thank you for the compliment, leader. In that case, I'll accept this first. I can give you a level 4 wood-type crystal core. It might be even more useful for you. Thank you, leader. Sun Yuhan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Leader Li Chen was still so fair and just, even with a level 4 crystal core, he was unwilling to take advantage of her. The leader was gentle and refined, calculating before acting. He had grand goals and ambitions. This was the kind of man she liked. She didn't like those who acted like sycophants, buzzing around her all day, eager to give her gifts. Whether it was Fong Tianhua, red-haired, or Meng Haoyu, she didn't like any of them. Sycophants were just annoying. She only liked men who didn't treat her as a priority. Leader Li Chen was quite good. At that moment, Li Chen suddenly thought if he practiced the 8th level of the innate chi skill while Sun Yuhan healed him, would it speed up the process of reversing his meridians? Because consuming zombie crystal cores actually required time to react. Perhaps Sun Yuhan's healing effect was stronger and his speed of reversing the meridians would be faster. As for why he didn't recultivate the 9 Yang divine skill, it was because in this apocalypse, Li Chen had already reversed half of it if he started over. With the 9 Yang divine skill, all his previous efforts would be wasted. Moreover, he wanted to see what differences there were between these two methods of breaking through to the Earth Immortal realm. Having Sun Yuhan there to protect him would undoubtedly be safer. Sun Yuhan, come with me. Li Chen took Sun Yuhan's hand and walked directly to the bedroom. At that moment, Sun Yuhan's heart began to race wildly. For a moment, she felt like a little deer in a panic. Leader Li Chen, what does he want to do? Leader, why did you bring me to the bedroom? Yuhan, from now on, we are considered one of our own. I trust you very much, which is why I am willing to cultivate you at all costs. Now, I have a task that I need your help with. I wonder if you are willing. Li Chen asked, staring into her eyes. You wouldn't believe it, but this girl had quite beautiful eyes, sparkling as if they could speak. Leader, what do you mean? It's like this. Later, I will be meditating to practice a technique, and the process might be a bit dangerous. I need you to release your healing abilities at any time to heal me. Can I trust you? Li Chen asked. Ah, is that so? Leader, of course, you can trust me. Son. Yuhan felt relieved but also inexplicably disappointed. The leader's request wasn't what she had imagined. She had misunderstood. All right, I will remember your help. If I can successfully break through to the 8th level, I will pass on the NHE skill to you. Li Chen took out 6 large bags of crystal cores. There were probably over 100,000 of them. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, Level 4, Level 5, including one Level 6, all categorized and placed in front of him. Sun Yuhan, you just sit behind me. If I get injured later and you see something is off with my condition, immediately use your healing technique to heal me and assist my cultivation. Okay, leader, I understand. Sun Yuhan nodded. She seemed increasingly curious about Li Chen's secret. It appeared that Li Chen was not just a space-type evolver, he could also practice some kind of technique? Could this be the reason for his astonishing growth rate? This secret seemed to be unknown to others. The leader had shared one with her. Did this mean her status in the leader's eyes was different? Li Chen sat cross-legged. Soon, he entered a state of cultivation. His powerful innate vital energy began to reverse once again. He reversed his meridians, self-destructing his martial arts. Yang Xiao Meridian, Yin Xiao Meridian, Yang Wei Meridian, Yin Wei Meridian. As the 4th meridian was reversed, Li Chen spat out a mouthful of old blood again. Seeing this, Sun Yuhan quickly unleashed her healing abilities. A gentle force flowed from her palm into Li Chen's body. The meridians that had been injured were instantly repaired under this miraculous healing power. Li Chen grabbed a handful of crystal cores and swallowed them. Come on. With Sun Yuhan's help, his injuries indeed healed faster and the speed of the reverse practice increased. Li Chen had the evolution crystal cores and the healer by his side. Two-pronged approach. The speed of the reverse practice accelerated significantly. The 4th meridian was successfully reversed and opened in just 20 minutes. The 5th, the Dai meridian, took 30 minutes to open. The 6th, the Chong meridian, took 35 minutes to open. The 7th, the Du meridian, was opened. The 8th, the Ren meridian, was opened. 2.5 hours. Li Chen frantically consumed crystal cores while reversing the meridians, and Sun Yuhan treated him over 100 times. He was utterly exhausted. Sweat poured down like rain. Finally, through Li Chen's desperate efforts, he successfully abandoned his martial arts, becoming a martial arts invalid. 8 meridians reversed, inverting yin and yang. Innate chi transformed, returning to acquired, cultivation wasted. Is this it? Is this the 8th level of innate chi gong? Did I really practice myself into a waste? Li Chen was a bit speechless. What kind of martial arts manual is this? A scam. If I had known, I might as well have retrained in the Nine Yang divine art. In a fit of anger, Li Chen grabbed that level 6 crystal core and swallowed it whole. After consuming over 100,000 crystal cores, he had already reached the peak of level 5 evolver. Since he had wasted his martial arts, he might as well break through to level 6. After all, obtaining level 6 mental abilities would be equally terrifying. There was no need to break through to become a terrestrial immortal. Boom! The level 6 crystal core went down. A terrifying evolutionary power instantly swept through Li Chen's entire body. It impacted every cell in his body. At that moment, a massive mental force surged into his brain domain. Boom! Li Chen's mind exploded in an instant, a rumble echoing. The mental abilities began to awaken. Li Chen's will started to transcend. Suddenly, the innate Qi Gong began to operate automatically. The meridians flowed in the right direction and reverse direction, one positive and one negative, with the two energies colliding wildly within him. Under the coordination of a massive mental force, they formed a brief fusion. In the end, the two energies, one positive and one negative, actually formed a vortex of positive and negative levels. It stopped at the Dantian. It looked like a yin-yang diagram. Boom! Li Chen felt his whole body tremble wildly. The innate internal force at the Dantian, under the vortex of positive and negative poles, was actually compressed. A once very thin gaseous energy gradually transformed into a drop of liquid energy. As this tiny drop of liquid energy circulated through the meridians flowing throughout his body, Li Chen felt his meridians were instantly strengthened. Even the strength of his physical body upgraded along with it. The whole person was rapidly evolving. Under the flow of this energy, A terrifying absorption power erupted within Li Chen. He began to frantically devour all the mutated energy floating in the air within 100 kilometers. This energy absorption caused the surrounding mutated beasts to slow down their evolution speed invisibly, but Li Chen was unaware. He only felt that at this moment he had become completely different. Exactly what was different he couldn't say. He closed his eyes. Within a 10-kilometer radius, everything seemed to be under his control. Even from 10 kilometers away, he could clearly perceive all external information. It felt like he had activated a god's perspective. However, this kind of perception is different from the eagle's keen eyesight. Although the eagle's ability allows it to see far and clearly, it cannot see through walls or have X-ray vision. But Li Chen can see through walls and has the ability to manipulate abandoned cars by the roadside, underground manhole covers, and concrete blocks from several kilometers away. Does this mean that Li Chen can control flying swords and slay his opponents from 10 kilometers away? To wield a flying sword and behead enemies from 1,000 miles away, this isn't some divine technique? Although he may not have 1,000 kilometers, he does have 10. So, is this a manifestation of mental awareness? Is it because I awakened a level 6 psychic ability, or did I accidentally break through to the realm of terrestrial immortals, thus gaining this power? Or perhaps being a terrestrial immortal requires a strong mental force as support. True essence and spirit are both essential. This is the pinnacle of martial arts. At the very moment Li Chen broke through, far away on a small island in the Pacific Ocean, an alien base monitored him. Oriental Blue Nation, Haichine, Longhai Base. It seems a high-level evolver has emerged and can be classified as observation target number 98. The growth rate of this observation target is astonishing. If he can quickly break through to a level 10 evolver, he may have the chance to be classified as a rebirth vessel for higher cosmic life, for a low-level indigenous planet. To cultivate 100 rebirth vessels for higher cosmic life is already the limit. They should feel honored. Let's not worry about them for now. Let these vessels grow on their own. To be among the top 100 evolvers in a planetary evolution frenzy is enough to prove their growth potential. Although their bloodlines are low-level, these can be optimized later. True potential needs to be proven through experimentation. Li Chen's name inadvertently made it onto the list of the Pacific Star Base. It seemed the entire world was descending into an apocalypse, not due to natural disasters but rather human control. A massive conspiracy was brewing behind this. Even level 10 evolvers could only become vessels? This world seemed a bit insane. Li Chen felt inexplicably as if he were being watched, yet he couldn't perceive anything. He could only assume that he was overly sensitive after just breaking through. Leader, have you succeeded? Sun Yuhan asked weakly. Yes, thank you, Sun Yuhan. I will not go back on my promise. I will teach you the operation route of innate Qigong. Now, you need to use it in conjunction with the crystal core. You should be able to undergo a transformation soon. Just as Li Chen was teaching Sun Yuhan step by step, imparting the innate Qigong to her, outside the base gate, a stunning beauty suddenly appeared, as if fleeing, and requested to join the future base. She was an exquisite mixed-race beauty, around 20 years old, standing at 1.72 meters tall, with a graceful figure. She perfectly blended the gentle elegance of the East with the boldness of the West. She had an angelic face, yet her body was incredibly alluring. Her looks could overshadow popular actresses by 2 tiers, truly a divine beauty. Her curves were enchanting, delicate and translucent. She was a national treasure, with an innate charm that was simply mesmerizing. Even Sun Yuhan and Gu Sisi found themselves outclassed by her in both appearance and figure. The moment this woman appeared, she left an extremely deep impression on everyone present. You couldn't even imagine that such a beautiful woman existed in the world if you hadn't seen her before. Just one glance could leave you captivated and longing for 3 months. Hong Mao, Fang Tianhua, the Eagle, Wang Chao, Yang Jian, and even the seasoned Guo Fugue were all left dumbfounded. So beautiful, so stunning. Fang Tianhua suddenly felt that Sun Yuhan didn't seem so appealing anymore. Giving way to Hong Mao wasn't out of the question. Hong Mao felt the same way. Why cause discord with brothers over a Sun Yuhan? A real man has no shortage of women. I know her, she seems to be Yang Qing. It really is her, the international superstar, the global supermodel, last year named one of the top 10 beauties in the world by the Blue Star Times, crowned Best Actress at the International Film Festival at just 19. She has over 100 million fans, a dream goddess in the hearts of countless young people. Is it really her? Damn, a super big star. It's the apocalypse. Who still cares about such celebrities? But someone of Ouyang Qingshua's caliber should indeed be treated differently. Miss Ouyang, please come in. Our future base welcomes you. Hello, I'm Hong Mao, the captain of the first team. Thank you. My team and I encountered an attack from mutated water monsters while crossing the river. They all perished in the waters. I only escaped by awakening my flying ability. I've heard that leader Li Chen treats evolved beings and survivors exceptionally well, and there are many resource exchange policies, so I came to seek refuge. Miss Ouyang, you made the right choice coming to our base. Let me introduce you. Fang Tianhua immediately leaned in to show off. Hong Mao suddenly felt displeased. Weren't you trying to pursue Sun Yuhan? Why are you being so attentive to Miss Ouyang? Miss Ouyang, let me introduce you. The eagle also stepped in. Ouyang Qingxue sneered inwardly. Indeed, they were all a bunch of old lechers, but she was already used to such things, so she handled it with ease. She came to the Longhai base on a mission. The world only knows her as an international superstar, a global supermodel, the best actress at the Blue Star Film Festival, but few know that she is the goddaughter of the commander of the Jiangnan base. She is also Yuan Tianyi's fiancée. Moreover, she is one of the few who quickly obtained military resources in the apocalypse, rapidly awakened and became a powerful evolved being. Ouyang Qingxue is already a formidable level 5 evolved being. She has also awakened wind-type abilities. A level 5 evolved being has long mastered the ability to fly with the wind. Her strength is not much inferior to Yuan Tianyi's. After Yuan Tianyi returned to the Jiangnan base, he immediately reported the loss of the Longhai base. The marshal was furious. Thus, he sent her to reclaim it. According to the investigation data from the Jiangnan base, this Li Chen has the ability to defeat level 6 zombies. He is at least a peak level 5 evolved being, possibly even having broken through to level 6. Moreover, he possesses the very rare space-type abilities. His combat power is formidable and his attack methods are hard to defend against. If it were a one-on-one fight, she might not be his match. But she has her advantages. She is a very beautiful woman and with the title of international superstar, that is enough to drive any man crazy. As long as Li Chen lets his guard down around her, she can strike from behind, ensuring success. Or she could wait until Li Chen falls asleep to carry out an assassination. Great strength is not the only means. Often, many strong individuals can stumble in the gutter. Heroes find it hard to pass the beauty's gate. Li Chen, you little brat, won't escape her grasp. Ouyang Qingxue's arrival instantly caused a sensation within the base. Many of these evolved beings used to be delivery workers, community security guards, company receptionists, insurance salespeople, auto repair shop workers, ride-hailing drivers, chefs, waiters, and so on. When have these people ever seen a big star? And one of this caliber, an international superstar. Although the apocalypse world is not like the past, Ouyang Qingxue's fame is still enough to attract everyone's attention. Damn, is this Ouyang Qingxue? She's even more beautiful than on TV. Big stars truly are big stars, so beautiful. I feel like she might glow, so dazzling that I can't help but feel ashamed in her presence. Even in the apocalypse, what use are stars? They can only become playthings for the strong. No matter what, we can't reach her. A beauty of this level can only be enjoyed by the leader. Ouyang Qingxue was surrounded by thousands at the base. This quickly caught Li Chen's attention. He scanned with his mind and understood what was happening. A big star, huh? This Ouyang Qingxue seems to be quite extraordinary. Her aura fluctuations and control over wind elements seem to have surpassed level 5. Under normal circumstances, if a supernatural being doesn't make a move, it's actually hard to judge their level. Unless you awaken a detection type ability, otherwise everyone can only determine your level based on your actions. But after Li Chen broke through to the earth immortal realm, his perception of the elements in the world became incredibly sharp. With just a slight fluctuation in aura, he could accurately gauge the opponent's general strength. Therefore, Ouyang Qingxue couldn't escape his keen eye. A level 5 evolver at this stage can do well anywhere. Even in a large base city, she could hold a high leadership position. What is she doing in my small base? Could it be that my reputation has grown so large that it attracts level 5 evolvers to voluntarily join my team? Li Chen shook his head. Others still didn't know he had broken through to the earth immortal realm. How could he use his mere reputation to attract level 5 evolvers? This Ouyang Qingxue might be an undercover agent. Can't trust her easily. Li Chen steadied his mind. Through his true energy input, Sun Yuhan had already grasped the basic operation route of the innate chi technique. Is this the legendary internal skill? It seems I've already broken through to the 6th level. If I just open the Ren and do meridians, can I step into the innate realm? Moreover, after cultivating internal energy, it seems I don't need to eat. Even consuming a lot of crystal cores doesn't make me feel hungry. This is truly amazing. Sun Yuhan's cultivation speed was simply outrageous. She was originally a level 4 evolver and had awakened a healing ability, allowing her to self-heal her meridians. With Li Chen's guidance, she was practically at the peak right away. She directly cultivated to the 6th level, reaching the realm of transformation master. Sun Yuhan, your cultivation speed is on par with mine. Thank you for the compliment, leader. Oh, it seems quite lively outside. Has something happened? A big star has arrived. Let's go welcome her. Li Chen stood up and took Sun Yuhan out of the villa. The leader is here. Everyone disperse. I saw the leader and Sun Yuhan come out together from the villa. Sun Yuhan seems quite tired. She's even sweating. Ah, is it that explosive? A lonely man and a woman talking together in the villa for several hours. What could they be discussing? The scene is too beautiful, I can't even imagine. Alright, Fang Tianhua and red hair don't need to compete anymore. It seems Sun Yuhan has already made her choice. A group of onlookers began to discuss animatedly. Red hair and Fang Tianhua were stunned for a few seconds, but they quickly returned to normal, seemingly unaffected by the situation. Actually, I knew it long ago. Sun Yuhan doesn't like me. She only sees me as an ordinary teammate. I originally thought she would be moved by my sincerity, but it turns out I was just being overly sentimental. So I declare that from today on, I, red hair, will withdraw from pursuing Sun Yuhan. Fang Tianhua, if you want to pursue her, go ahead, I won't stop you. Red hair waved his hand, speaking with a calm expression. Letting go of obsession is just a matter of thought. Brothers are like limbs, women like clothes. Am I, Hong Mao, the kind of person who lacks ambition and is just a sycophant? There are countless good women. If this one doesn't work, I'll just find another. The world is vast, with mountains high and rivers long. I, Hong Mao, am the captain of the first squad in the base, surrounded by plenty of women and abundant supplies, so there's no need to hang myself on a single tree. With a flick of his fingers, Hong Mao conjured a small flame and lit a cigarette. He calmly tapped off the ash. Very steady. Hong Mao's nonchalance left Fang Tianhua dumbfounded. This Hong Mao is too cunning. Sun Yuhan is already entangled with the leader. If I go after her, isn't that just asking for trouble? Hong Mao, that little brat, deserves to be punished. Fang Tianhua glanced at the stunning Ouyang Qingxui. His heart had long since strayed. He feigned nonchalance, tossing his slanted bangs. Hong Mao, brother, it was all a misunderstanding. I gave Sun Yuhan a level 4 crystal core, partly to thank her for her healing, and partly to build a good relationship with her. After all, we live on the edge, fighting zombies and mutated beasts every day. It's inevitable to get injured, and who knows when we might need Sun Yuhan's help. Considering this, I was just a bit more attentive to her. I never said I wanted to pursue Sun Yuhan. It was you who started the fight. I'm also a captain, so I can't back down, otherwise how would my brothers see me? Fang Tianhua patted Hong Mao's shoulder, actively easing the tension. The two turned hostility into peace. At this moment, Ouyang Qingxue couldn't help but smirk inwardly. After a bit of probing, she had already figured out what kind of person Li Chen was. Hong Mao and Fang Tianhua were both his top generals. Both were level 4 evolvers and captains of their squads. They both liked the same woman, Sun Yuhan. They fought over her, causing quite a stir in the entire base. As a result, Li Chen turned around and it was clear. Li Chen had no ambition whatsoever. He was just a lecher. He snatched his subordinates' women, was overbearing and short-sighted, and his behavior was crude and unworthy of great use. Such a leader would soon lose all respect. Using seduction on such a person was absolutely foolproof. There was no chance of failure. Watching Sun Yuhan and Li Chen walk towards the crowd, Ouyang Qingxue felt even more confident. In terms of temperament, figure, and looks, she completely outshone them. Li Chen approached everyone and did not actively acknowledge Ouyang Qingxue. He merely glanced at her indifferently and then ignored her. Everyone, today I, the leader, have an announcement. I, Li Chen, have successfully broken through to level 6 evolver, so tonight I've decided to throw a grand feast. All the food and drink tonight are on me. Feel free to eat and drink as you please. Li Chen wasted no time. He directly opened the banquet. For the survivors in this apocalyptic world, nothing was more important than a feast. A feast was the ultimate luxury. Li Chen waved his hand. He pulled out a large amount of supplies from his space. Beef, lamb, pork, rice, vegetables, fruits, beer, cigarettes, everything was there. Today, set up 1,000 tables. For me, Li Chen shouted in public. Damn, long live the leader. So awesome. Even in the apocalypse, we can still have a feast. There must be at least 10 dishes on each table, right? Of course, buddy. Hey, Hong Mao, what brand of cigarettes did the leader bring out? I've never seen it before. Rare to see. It's imported cigarettes. You probably haven't smoked them. And this chilled beer, I've never seen this brand either. Who cares what brand it is? Just say if it's good or not. It's the apocalypse, why be picky? There are so many foreign brands, how can I know them all? It might be a new brand. True. Damn, this beer tastes even better than what I used to drink. Refreshing. Under the joint efforts of all the evolvers in the base, over 10,000 people gathered in the square to cook. Some were barbecuing. Some were having hot pot. Some were stir-frying. Others were dancing and singing around the bonfire, their voices ringing out loud. Thousands of people circled around the flames. The atmosphere in the entire base suddenly became incredibly good. It felt as if a large bonfire party was being held. It didn't resemble the apocalyptic world at all. Since the apocalypse began, everyone had been on edge. There were no entertainment activities, only brutal killings and struggles for survival. Only cold-bloodedness could ensure one's survival. They didn't trust anyone around them. Each person maintained a certain level of vigilance and hostility towards others. In such a world, living was truly painful. Even though, with the help of leader Li Chen, they had become evolvers and barely managed to make ends meet, their hearts remained numb and cold-blooded. Until this moment, as the entire base immersed itself in a joyful atmosphere, they finally felt a glimmer of happiness as humans. This was not just because they had filled their stomachs, but because of this warm scene. Everyone's beaming smiles. It had truly been a long time. Smiles are contagious. They spread across every face like a virus. Perhaps what they saw deep down was this kind of tranquility yet lively joy. The 6-year-old child holding a drumstick ran freely on the grass, and even his falls seemed so heartwarming. This world shouldn't be filled only with struggles and killings. Humanity should protect this precious warmth. This was merely a love for life. These days are truly wonderful. I, Hong Mao, don't know which day I will die. At the hands of mutated sea beasts, mutated wild beasts, or high-level zombies. I might die in battle at any moment, but at least at this moment, I feel it's worth it. Hong Mao took a swig of beer, feeling bold inside. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel like crying. Seeing those kids laugh so happily, seeing the long-lost smiles on everyone's faces, why does it feel like all of this is a dream? Eagle's eyes were slightly moist. He was probably getting older and becoming more sentimental. After the base party ended, that night, countless people cried out in anguish. Their cries were heart-wrenching. It was unclear whether they were remembering lost loved ones, friends, or their former selves. I hope I can protect the future base, as long as it can always be like this, always like this. That night, Ouyang Qingxue couldn't sleep. She seemed to sense that after tonight, Li Chen's prestige would reach an unprecedented height. The atmosphere of this night was something she had never felt even in the Jiangnan base. Time passed quickly. It was already 11 o'clock at night. Li Chen closed his eyes to rest. Maintaining the posture of practicing the innate Qigong, he fell into a deep sleep. Having broken through to the land immortal realm, sleeping was equivalent to training. Moreover, his entire body would be covered by a layer of protective divine aura. This protective divine aura was far more powerful than the innate aura, enough to withstand a strike from an air-to-ground missile without a scratch. However, if dozens of missiles bombarded him at once, that might pose a problem. But if Li Chen were attacked while in a sleep state during the apocalypse, the urban Li Chen could hypnotize himself in 5 seconds. He would quickly awaken and enter a combat state. Throughout the day, Li Chen spent 3 hours breaking through, while Sun Yuhan spent 2.5 hours practicing innate Qigong, and they spent 5 hours feasting. The day passed in such a calm and leisurely manner. But he didn't know that on this day, a large number of mutated sea beasts had gathered. They surged into the inland through river basins. Over 1 million terrifying sea monsters were heading towards the Jiangnan base. A catastrophe was about to descend. At the same time, due to the landing of the mutated sea monsters, the mutated beasts on land had to migrate on a large scale. A group of mutated giant rats launched an attack on the futurist base at 11 o'clock at night. However, it did not cause any impact on the base. 10 captains immediately organized their teams of evolved beings to clear and exterminate the mutated rat tide. This group of rats was not very large, only about 10,000 in number, and their overall level of evolution was low, mostly at level 1 or 2. Even the mutated rat king was only at level 3 and was directly burned to death by red hair. As a result, the base's food supply became even more abundant, with a large pile of barbecued mutated rats, the meat larger than that of rabbits. They were actually delivering meat voluntarily? Today, this group of rats seems a bit strange. It doesn't look like they launched an organized attack, but rather like they were fleeing in a panic and they just happened to crash into our base, getting wiped out in one go, Eagle said with a worried expression. Fortunately, he scanned the situation within dozens of kilometers around the base before going to sleep each time to prevent unexpected incidents. This allowed him to discover this wave of giant rats in advance and quickly organize the base's evolved teams for preemptive deployment. Otherwise, even if these rat tides could be eliminated, their attacks would inevitably cause some chaos and casualties. Who cares? Although I usually don't eat rat meat, mutated rats should be different. The meat is delicious and more chewy. It might be great for hot pot, Red Hair said with a grin. Since they are mutated beasts, I think braising them would taste better. Fong Tianhua offered his opinion. How about steaming? I prefer something lighter, Shadow said. Everyone began to collect the mutated rat meat. Earth-type ability users dug a large water pool. Water-type ability users were responsible for filling it, and ice-type ability users started freezing. They directly sealed and preserved over 10,000 mutated rats. With so much mutated rat meat, it was estimated to last for half a month. Kunlun Mountain, 11 o'clock at noon. Li Chen woke up leisurely and stretched. Early this morning, he heard that the North American Alliance had issued a strong condemnation of the Longxia Ability Bureau. War God Eric, accompanied by 2 sky-level powerhouses, came to Kunlun Mountain to congratulate the reopening of the Gaowu Academy on behalf of the North American Alliance. This was originally a friendly visit from the North American Alliance. the Global Association of Ability Users, to the Longxia Gaowu Academy. However, Principal Li of the academy indiscriminately slaughtered members of the North American War God Palace, completely disregarding the law and damaging global-friendly relations. The 8 War Gods of the North American Alliance issued a united and strong statement demanding that the Longxia Gaowu Academy hand over the murderer Li Chen and accept the North American extradition treaty, allowing Li Chen to be publicly tried by the Global Association of Ability Users. He must face humanitarian destruction as a warning to others. Otherwise, the North American War God Palace would never let it go. This incident stirred up a storm internationally. As of now, the Longxia Ability Bureau had not responded to this matter. However, the War God Palace was turning black into white with a strong and tricky attitude. They clearly came to provoke and even threatened to kill the talented students of the Gaowu Academy, yet they turned around and called it a friendly visit? This was simply shameless. They could even claim that black was white. As soon as Li Chen woke up, he heard this news. He casually downloaded a VPN software and registered a Twitter account. He then posted a video on Twitter directly addressing the North American War God Palace. I am Principal Li of the Longxia Gaowu Academy. What are the 8 useless members of the War God Palace barking about? As soon as this video was released, it instantly caused a violent storm in North America. Countless foreign media outlets shared it, and the video shot up to trending status. So arrogant, simply too arrogant. Why does this monkey dare to be so presumptuous? Such a great humiliation. The God of War, Eric, has been killed. Why doesn't the God of War Palace dare to take action and capture the murderer, Li Chen? Oh my God, dear Ms. Diana, hurry and send him to meet God. You clown, you will soon face judgment. I hope when the strong from the God of War Palace come before you, you can still maintain your current posture. You are just a clown. A flood of comments immediately surged on Twitter. Li Chen accidentally gained 1 million foreign followers, but most of them were there to curse him. Various English expletives like fuck, shit, and bitch filled the comments. Li Chen closed Twitter and quickly registered for an overseas TikTok account, posting the video. Again, I, Principal Li, am currently at Kunlun Mountain, the clown of the God of War Palace. Do you dare to come? If not, then stop barking like a dog. Li Chen showed no fear. He had a level 5 late-stage speed ability, and with his current extreme acceleration, he had already broken through 300 meters per second. Even if he couldn't match the God of War, no one could catch up to him at the moment. He also had the 9 Yang divine skill to protect him. Yesterday he was already able to easily defeat the God of War, and today he was at least 5 times stronger. Defeating someone beyond the God of War shouldn't be a problem, right? Many Longxia netizens saw the video Li Chen posted on the spot. Is this Principal Li? So young. I didn't expect Principal Li to be so handsome. I'm a fan now. Isn't Principal Li a bit too bold? Directly challenging the God of War Palace, which is the #1 ability organization in the world. Many netizens might not understand what kind of weight the God of War Palace carries. Let's put it this way, the behind-the-scenes business empire in North America is controlled by the God of War Palace. The influence of the God of War Palace could even affect global development trends. It's that terrifying. Oh my God, with the changes in the world, have these behind-the-scenes big shots all been exposed? Humph. The God of War Palace is turning black into white. I watched the live stream from Kunlun Mountain yesterday. It was clearly Eric who provoked first and took action, almost killing 2 deans. In the end, Principal Li had no choice but to step in and slay him. This is completely reasonable self-defense. I support Principal Li. After lunch, Li Chen was scrolling through his phone when Lan Tianling suddenly appeared in front of him. Master, today Dean Wang asked me why I was able to break through to the innate realm so quickly. He is very curious about this matter and I didn't know how to answer. Please teach me, Master. Early this morning, the stock of the Lan Group had already skyrocketed by 20% on the startup board. The 20 billion spent yesterday was earned back in just 1 day. Given the current trend of the stock rise, it was expected to continue surging for several more days. Doubling was not out of the question. That 20 billion was worth. It's a blood profit. You can just tell him directly, Li Chen said nonchalantly. Ha, can I tell Dean Wang about the inner core of the deep-sea exotic beast that you bestowed upon me? Lan Tianling asked in shock. He thought this was a very obscure matter. After all, if others found out that Master possessed such a precious inner core of an exotic beast and wanted to ask Master for it, wouldn't that disturb Master's quiet cultivation? After all, the inner core is so precious, Master surely doesn't have many. But Longxia is a society based on personal connections. If some high-level individuals approached Master and were willing to offer some resources in exchange, it would be very hard to refuse in that case. But once you open that door, the number of people asking you for inner cores will definitely increase. This is bound to offend people, because such a precious resource is definitely not enough to go around. Lan Tianling was considering this, which is why he didn't want to put Master in a difficult position. Actually, I still have more than 10 of these exotic beast inner cores. And according to my experiments, this beast's inner core can not only repair a martial artist's meridians, allowing them to break through their cultivation, but it can also awaken supernatural abilities in an ordinary person. This is the marvelous use of the beast's inner core. After you consume the inner core, besides breaking through to the innate realm, hasn't your strength also surged tremendously? Li Chen turned to ask. Yes, master. After I broke through to the innate realm, not only did I transform my innate vital energy, but my muscle strength inexplicably increased by over 10 tons. Even without using any internal power, I can lift a truck with my bare hands, Lan Tianling said excitedly. That's right. It shows that you have awakened your power talent. However, while the deep sea inner core is great, its effect isn't as significant for someone at my level. So, I plan to sell these precious inner cores. How about we hold an auction right here on Kunlun Mountain? Starting bid is 100 million. If any wealthy individuals want this inner core, they can come and bid. If they have mobility issues, they can participate in the online live bidding. What do you think? Li Chen casually said. Upon hearing this, Lan Tianling immediately frowned. Master, starting the bid at 100 million might be too cheap. This is the inner core of a beast from 10,000 meters below the Pacific Ocean. Selling it for just 100 million is simply wasteful. I think the starting bid should be at least 1 billion. If you are willing, I would like to have the priority to bid for 5 inner cores. I wonder if Master could consider my sincere request and sell them to me first. Lan Tianling knelt down and pleaded. But do you even have the money? Li Chen asked. I can ask my dad for it. He has 800 billion. He has average martial arts talent and has been training hard for 37 years, and he has only just reached the master level. If he knew he had a chance to break through to the innate realm, he wouldn't hesitate to give 50 billion, and even 500 billion wouldn't be a problem. Alright, since you are so sincere, I will sell them to you first. By the way, you don't need to give me cash, just have the Lan Group procure 50 billion worth of living supplies for me. Li Chen waved his hand casually. The 5 first-level crystal cores were directly taken out by him. He easily handed them over to Lan Tianling. Lan Tianling was momentarily stunned. It seemed he didn't expect his master to trust him so much. Such a precious treasure of heaven and earth was handed over to him without any defenses. What kind of trust was this? Lan Tianling felt a subtle sense of gratitude in his heart. And master is so considerate. A few years ago, my aunt used the group's funds to invest in a large agricultural project, leasing 50,000 acres of land, but it has been losing money every year, and the grain can't even sell for a good price. My aunt has no business acumen. She is completely upon the losses from this project have put a lot of pressure on the cash flow of the Lan Group. Master doesn't want a single penny in cash, just wants food supplies, which completely alleviates the group's urgent needs. Could it be that Master has investigated me and is deliberately treating me so favorably? Once a teacher, always a father. Master's righteousness in helping my whole family, I, Lan Tianling, will never forget. At this moment, Lan Tianling was completely devoted to Li Chen. Soon, the news about Li Chen possessing the inner core spread. What? Lan Tianling was able to break through to the innate realm in one day because he consumed the deep-sea beast's inner core? This was a treasure of heaven and earth bestowed upon him by Principal Li. I'm jealous, I'm really jealous. Lan Tianling is already a prodigy. With extraordinary talent and a remarkable family background, having encountered countless opportunities since childhood, learned the 9 young divine skill, and now he has consumed the beast's inner core to break through to the innate realm. At just 21 years old, he has reached the innate level. What achievements will he have in the future? I also heard that Principal Li killed dozens of exotic beasts deep beneath the Pacific Ocean. Each of these beasts had grown for hundreds of years, absorbing the power of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and moon, to produce their inner elixirs. Therefore, these inner elixirs are incredibly magical. They can not only help people break through to the innate realm but also allow ordinary people to awaken their extraordinary abilities. Seriously? Is that true? If ordinary people can awaken their abilities, then my grandfather could awaken his too. This is true. It has already been confirmed by Lan Tianling himself. Moreover, Principal Li has decided to auction off more than a dozen inner elixirs, starting at a price of 1 billion. That kid Lan Tianling, thanks to his master-student relationship, has already been prioritized for 5 of them. The Lan family might give birth to several innate beings or awaken a few extraordinary individuals. No way, I'm calling my grandfather right now. He needs to mobilize funds immediately. We must buy that inner elixir from the exotic beast. Throughout the High Martial Academy, a storm of activity ensued, with various rumors flying around. Chu Mengjiu and Chu Tani also began to take action. Hey, Dad, your injuries should have a chance to heal now. The Chu family needs to mobilize funds immediately, no matter the cost, to buy the inner elixir from the exotic beast. Chu Mengjiao quickly called Chu Badian and her sister. What Lan Tianling said was not false. He broke through to the innate realm yesterday, shocking the entire academy. The effects speak for themselves. The facts are enough to explain everything. The Chu family is determined to obtain such a magical inner elixir. As for the auction, Li Chen didn't pay much attention to it, so he decided to start the auction in the afternoon, directly letting his disciple Lan Tianling promote it. The Lan family is the richest in Sichuan with an extraordinary background. Naturally, they know some wealthy individuals. He wasn't selling many crystal cores, so it would be easy to sell them. There was no need for anything too grand. This was just the beginning. He had 500,000 zombie crystal cores in his space. Moreover, every day the future base could supply him with tens of thousands more. He could never use them all. Especially the low-level crystal cores, they could be eaten like chocolate without any problem. It's just that the wealthy who haven't awakened their abilities might experience a bit of unexpected surprise with the first wave of awakenings. Later, they would find that this little ability is actually not as powerful as firearms, but at least it can strengthen their bodies. Buying health isn't a loss. As for the level 1 crystal cores helping people break through to the innate realm, that is indeed a bit of an exaggeration. Lan Tianling did successfully break through to the innate realm with the help of a level 1 crystal core, but his situation is quite special. He was originally a martial arts prodigy practicing the 9-yang divine art, and coupled with his deep personal accumulation, he had already reached the realm of a transformation master. The younger the transformation master, the higher the success rate of breaking through to the innate realm. He was able to break through all at once due to a combination of various factors. But others are different. Do you also have the 9-yang divine art? Are you also the youngest transformation master? Are you equally gifted? How many geniuses like Lan Tianling are there? You can't expect an ordinary martial artist to take a level 1 crystal core and immediately break through to the innate realm. That's clearly impossible and unrealistic. Therefore, the sale of these more than a dozen level 1 crystal cores is merely bait thrown out by Li Chen. It artificially creates scarcity. A few typical examples are crafted. As more wealthy individuals purchase them, the price will gradually decrease. Moreover, this isn't a one-time business. How do you know that after the wealthy individual takes the first crystal core, they won't want to take a second? Who doesn't want to become powerful quickly? Behind the High Martial Academy, there are already many upper-class individuals supporting it. Li Chen sells crystal cores to further solidify his influence. He just didn't expect that Lan Tianling's promotional effect would be so remarkable, directly causing a stir in the High Martial Academy. This news quickly spread across the major provinces and cities of Longxia, reaching the prominent families, major sects, the Ability Bureau, and even the military. Wang Qiankuan directly approached Li Chen. Principal Li, may I ask how many beast inner cores you still have? Wang Qiankuan inquired politely. I have 15 left. Why? Li Chen casually replied. It's like this, Principal Li, your plan to auction the beast inner cores at the High Martial Academy has caught the attention of the higher-ups. A military leader wants to buy all your inner cores directly. He is willing to pay double the auction's starting price to acquire them all. He hopes you can sell this batch of inner cores directly to the military, without circulating them externally. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Li Chen immediately frowned. That might not be a good idea, right? I've already said that I want to auction this batch of beast inner cores. If I don't sell them now, wouldn't that be going back on my word? A man of honor keeps his word. I can't just disregard what I've said, can I? Li Chen spread his hands, feigning difficulty. After all, he was a congenital grandmaster and still had to maintain some dignity. Then how about this, Principal Li? You have 15 beast inner cores, right? We can't disregard the higher-up's face, and the auction must continue. You can take 5 inner cores to auction, and the remaining 10 can be sold directly to the military. This way, I can also report back. Principal Li, consider it a favor I owe you. I'm also in a tough spot. Alright then. Since Dean Wang has said so, I will definitely give you this face. But you must not let this matter leak out. Consider it a private transaction between you and me, Li Chen. After all, if others find out that I gave you, Wang Qiankuan, 10 beast inner cores, you would definitely become a target. Li Chen appeared very righteous. Wang Qiankuan felt deeply moved. Principal Li is truly a good person, even at this time, still thinking of him. Great righteousness. Senior's great righteousness. No wonder he is a congenital grandmaster. Not only is he powerful, but his character is also so noble. Wang felt a deep admiration. Okay, Principal Li, I will definitely keep it a secret. This matter, heaven knows, earth knows, I know. Wang Qiankuan would naturally keep the secret. As long as Li Chen didn't say anything, he absolutely wouldn't either. This matter being exposed would bring no benefit to him, not to mention others. That Director Chu from the Ability Academy would probably come looking for trouble. It's best to keep it a secret. Li Chen and Wang Qiankuan reached an agreement. Not long after, Zhu Mengjiao came alone to Li Chen's office. Principal Li, it's a pleasure to meet you. Yesterday, you displayed great power and blocked Eric's attack for me. I haven't had the chance to thank you. This is a wild ginseng from Changbai Mountain, aged 100 years. I hope you accept it. Chu Mingjiao directly presented a beautifully crafted gift box. The Chu family indeed made a remarkable gesture. This, Director Chu, you are being too polite. It's just a small gift, not a token of respect. Principal Li, actually, I came to you today with an unreasonable request. My father, Chu Batian, has been bedridden for 6 years. He was originally a master of martial arts, but 6 years ago, when the spiritual energy of heaven and earth revived, he accidentally awakened his abilities. Due to the dual cultivation of martial and ability arts, absorbing a single attribute's energy was too domineering, ultimately leading to a complete severing of his meridians and paralysis. Over the years, my sister and I have invited countless renowned doctors to treat my father, but unfortunately, none have been effective. I've heard that the beast inner cores in your possession are incredibly miraculous. Perhaps they can help my father heal. Our Chu family is willing to offer 3 times the price to purchase all the beast inner cores you have. I hope Principal Li can help me. Upon hearing this, Li Chen immediately pretended to be in a difficult position. But I only have 15 beast inner dan. I can sell you at most 10. After all, I still need to prepare for the auction in the afternoon. I can't go back on my word. Principal Li, are you really willing to sell me 10? Chu Mengjiao exclaimed in surprise. Of course, saving lives is important. Your father has been bedridden for 6 years, clearly suffering every moment. What a torment it must be for someone who was once a master of transformation. As a practitioner of martial arts, myself, I naturally empathize. Li Chen wore a very understanding expression. At this moment, Chu Mengjiao was deeply moved. Principal Li is truly a good person. Upon hearing about her father's serious illness, he showed such righteousness. This favor is something the Chu family owes him. Sir, your noble character. But let me make it clear, the matter of selling you the 10 beast inner dan must remain a secret between us and cannot be disclosed to outsiders. First of all, I shouldn't have sold them to you alone in the first place. Moreover, if the fact that you received 10 beast inner dan gets out, other families will not let it go easily. Let's not talk about others, just that Wang Qiankuan, Director Wang, will definitely be dissatisfied. He might cause you trouble, you understand, right? Of course, I will definitely not tell anyone about this secret. Chu Mengjiao nodded seriously. The principle of a commoner is innocent, but possessing a treasure as a crime is so simple. How could she not understand? She actually wanted Principal Li to keep it a secret, but unexpectedly he brought it up first. This is even better. That guy Wang Qiankuan definitely doesn't know that I've already made a deal with Principal Li in private. This gives me a significant advantage. After Chu Mengjiao left, the Director of Education, Chen Longwen, found Li Chen. He was a lay disciple of the Shaolin lineage, the most talented among the lay disciples. However, after practicing Shaolin internal skills for 50 years, he had only just reached the Master of Transformation. He was considered an old senior. Approaching 60 years old, he was unexpectedly defeated by a younger generation, Lan Tianling, who had only practiced martial arts for over a decade. This left him feeling very frustrated, especially when he saw that Lan Tianling had even broken through to the innate realm. His heart sank even more. Chen Longwen started practicing martial arts at 7, was recognized by the abbot at 10, and became an inner disciple, receiving personal instruction in martial arts. I broke through the initial stage of a warrior at 12, the mid-stage at 18, and the late stage at 25. I broke through to the master-level warrior at 38. 6 years ago, at the age of 51, I successfully broke through to the Master of Transformation under the impact of the revival of spiritual energy. This year, I returned to secular life and joined the High Martial Academy. I wake up at 6 every day, diligently practicing for over 8 hours, never missing a day in 50 years. In terms of perseverance in martial arts, I consider myself no less than anyone else. But Wang Qiankuan broke through to the innate realm before me, and that young brat Lan Tianling also broke through to the innate realm. At my age, if I can't break through to the innate realm before I turn 60, I will never have another chance to break through in this life. The older I get, the more my bodily functions decline. If I haven't broken through to the innate realm by 60, my vitality will quickly diminish and my cultivation will regress, leaving me with no chance to break through again. The deep-sea century-old beast inner dan that Principal Li is selling this time is scarce and highly competitive. I may not be able to compete with the Chu family, Wang family, or Lan family, and I don't have that much money, but I must seize this opportunity. It seems I can only take out my Shaolin Ancient Martial Arts Secret Manual, the I Jin Jing, and see if it can be exchanged for it. Chen Longwen felt a twinge of anxiety in his heart. Although the I Jin Jing is the highest secret of Shaolin, however, Principal Li had already reached the level of a Grand Master, almost breaking through to the pinnacle of martial arts. The I Jin Jing might not necessarily help someone break through to the realm of a terrestrial immortal. Therefore, how much weight this ultimate skill held in Principal Li's heart was something he couldn't quite gauge. Soon, Chen Longwen arrived at Li Chen's office. "Oh, Director Qian, is there something you need from me?" Li Chen asked. "Principal Li, I have a request. Director Qian came to see me. Could it be about the inner cores of the exotic beasts? Li Chen stated directly. Exactly. Here's the thing, just now Dean Wang and Dean Chu both came to see me. They wanted to purchase the inner cores I have at a price 2 to 3 times the starting bid, but I firmly rejected them. Am I, Li Chen, the kind of person who was swayed by money? Let alone 3 billion for one inner core, even if it were 5 billion, it wouldn't shake my principles. A man born between heaven and earth cannot abandon his principles for mere money, Li Chen said with righteous indignation. Upon hearing this, Director Qian immediately showed a look of shame. Principal Li, I actually shouldn't have come to you for a private transaction. It lacks fairness. However, I am getting old, and if I can't break through to the innate level before I turn 60, I fear I may never have another chance in this life. I know. Principal Li may not value those worldly possessions, and I don't have as much money as the Wang family or the Chu family, but I have a supreme skill from Shaolin, the Yi Jin Jing. If Principal Li is willing, I would like to exchange the Yi Jin Jing manual for the inner cores of the exotic beasts. After finishing, Qian Longwen cautiously took out an ancient book from his bosom. On it, in traditional characters, were the 3 large words Yi Jin Jing. It was indeed the supreme skill of Shaolin. Li Chen narrowed his eyes. On the surface, he remained calm, but inside, he was already surging with emotions. Goodness! Director Qian, you are quite generous. You even brought out the sex ultimate skill. Sigh. Well then, Director Qian, you really make it hard for me to refuse. The Shaolin supreme skill, Yi Jin Jing, who in the world of ancient martial arts wouldn't want to take a look? However, I only have 15 inner cores of exotic beasts. This kind of inner core may not necessarily help someone break through to the innate level. Lan Tianling was able to step into the innate level in one go because of his own talent and good fortune. You understand, right? Li Chen preemptively said a warning. The inner cores of exotic beasts could naturally be exchanged, but if you couldn't break through to the innate level, that couldn't be blamed on him. That's only natural. Breaking through to the innate level involves a combination of luck and opportunity. There is no guaranteed method to break through. If there were, then there would be innate masters everywhere. Qian Longwen nodded, fully understanding Li Chen's point. I only have 15 inner cores of exotic beasts. The Yi Jin Jing, as a supreme skill of Shaolin, I hold in high regard, so I am willing to offer 10 inner cores in exchange for it. The remaining 5 cores I will put up for normal auction as a way to account for everyone. But you must keep our private transaction a secret. After all, I have already rejected Dean Wang and Dean Chu. If they find out about my private transaction with you, they certainly won't let it go and will definitely cause you trouble. Director Qian, you should understand this principle, right? Li Chen said. Of course, I will keep it a secret. Qian Longwen originally thought that the Yi Jin Jing could probably be exchanged for 1 or 2 inner cores with Principal Li. He didn't expect Li Chen to be so generous. The value placed on the Yi Jin Jing had exceeded his expectations. According to market prices, someone was already willing to pay 3 billion for 1 inner core. And it couldn't even be bought. 10 cores could sell for at least 30 billion. This Yi Jin Jing, the supreme secret skill of Shaolin, although its value cannot be measured in money, is unlikely to sell for 30 billion. The entry difficulty of Yi Jin Jing is extremely high, making it very difficult to learn. There is a significant chance that even if you buy it, you won't be able to master it. Therefore, secret techniques must also be suitable for those with fate. Li Chen's actions directly attracted Director Qian's friendly gaze. Principal Li is truly an open-minded person, so sincere. No wonder he is a martial arts master, holding a high respect for martial arts classics. I exchanged the Yi Jin Jing for 10 inner elixirs. That counts as my Qian Longwen earning. If I can break through to the innate realm in one go, it would mean I owe Principal Li a favor. A great kindness does not require thanks. The secret deal was struck. A smile blossomed on Director Qian's face, reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum. Director Qian, tone down the smile a bit or you'll be seen through. Oh, alright, Principal Li. When Director Qian left Li Chen's office, a look of deep worry appeared on his face as if he had just eaten something unpleasant. His face was as dark as a pot bottom. What's wrong with Director Qian? Why does he look so bad? I just saw Director Qian go to Principal Li's office. He must have hit a wall. Perhaps he wanted to make a private deal with Principal Li and got rejected. It seems that both Dean Wang and Dean Chu also hit a wall. Principal Li is indeed upright and incorruptible. Looks like we still have a chance. Goodness. The auction hasn't even started and they've already sold 30 pieces. Why do you guys all love to take shortcuts? Why not just bid openly and generously? Instead, you prefer these behind-the-scenes deals. No wonder the Big A has always been at 3,000 points. It turns out that behind-the-scenes trading is a tradition. No wonder retail investors keep losing money. While Li Chen was complaining, he opened the Yi Jin Jing. The Yi Jin Jing is actually different from other internal cultivation methods. It is not a true martial arts classic. Instead, it resembles a health cultivation method. The Yi Jin Jing balances the yin and yang energies, coordinates the 5 organs and 6 bowels, clears the meridians, and regulates internal energy. For those who have suffered internal injuries, practicing the Yijing Jing can have a healing effect. It allows for self-regulation from the inside out. Thus, the Yijing Jing is very miraculous. However, the probability of becoming a peerless master through the practice of Yijing Jing is very low. Typically, one needs to disable their own martial arts or maintain a near-death state for a long time. Only by fully activating the abilities of the Yijing Jing can one develop the enormous potential of the human body in a short time, making you a peerless master. At this moment, Li Chen suddenly realized that the combination of Yijing Jing and Zhouyang Shengong is actually very clever. Because Zhouyang Shengong is too aggressive and domineering, practicing it will lead to an excess of yang energy, causing unbearable heat throughout the body. If practiced too hastily, it may even damage the meridians. But the Yijing Jing can balance the yin and yang energies, effectively resolving the issue of excess yang energy in the body. This combination is sufficient to offset the side effects of Zhouyang Shengong. So that's it. Zhouyang Shengong seems to have originally come from a high monk of Shaolin, but it was lost later, which caused a great regret. If I have the Yijing Jing to complement Zhouyang Shengong, my chances of breaking through to the 8th level of the Earth Immortal will definitely increase significantly. Although a large number of crystal cores can offset the issue of damaged meridians, the unbearable pain from the heat cannot simply disappear. Using the Yijing Jing to balance it is naturally more appropriate. Li Chen found a training room and began to enter seclusion to practice the Yijing Jing. With the support of his immense mental power, he quickly grasped the key points of the Yijing Jing. As the Yijing Jing operated, the yang energy within him was balanced. He began to push the Zhouyang Shengong to its limits once again. 9 Yang Divine Skill and Yijing Jing can be cultivated simultaneously without any conflict. On the contrary, they are exceptionally harmonious. This is the magical aspect of Yijing Jing. It can encompass all martial arts in the world. Any true Qi, boom. Li Chen's speed of circulating his Qi became increasingly rapid as he sprinted with all his might. In no time, he actually broke through to a 38-second cycle for one round of circulation. The assistance of Yijing Jing allowed Li Chen to increase his circulation speed by 12 seconds. But that was still not enough. Far from enough. He continued to sprint. When the speed of his circulation broke through 36 seconds, the 9 Yang True Qi within him surged wildly. Even Yijing Jing couldn't balance it in time. Li Chen took out another bag of crystal cores and began to swallow them fiercely. With Yijing Jing and zombie crystal cores working together, the breakthrough speed was even faster. Selling for 30 billion for 10 first-level crystal cores, Li Chen could swallow 20 at once. Not to mention, there were also second-level and third-level ones inside. The power of evolution swept through his entire body. At this moment, the effect of Yijing Jing seemed to have been developed. It could actually actively mobilize this power of evolution to fully repair the meridians and strengthen the channels. This allowed for a more perfect utilization of the effects of the evolution power. Boom! 20 seconds. In just 1 hour, Li Chen's speed of circulating his Qi had broken through to under 20 seconds. The 9 Yang True Qi became increasingly viscous. It seemed to be gradually turning into liquid energy. Continue. Boom, boom, boom. Li Chen consumed crystal cores in large quantities. His practice of Yijing Jing also became increasingly proficient. 2 hours later, the 9 Yang True Qi within him had already broken through to a 9-second cycle for one round of circulation. However, breaking through the 8-second mark still posed some difficulty. The 9 Yang True Qi could not completely liquefy and transform into 9 Yang True Essence. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. To break through the 8th level of 9 Yang Divine Skill, the Earth Immortal Realm, I'm just one step away. Li Chen's mindset began to grow a bit anxious. But the more anxious he became, the less he seemed able to break through. The difficulty of breaking through the 9 Yang Divine Skill was surprisingly higher than that of the innate Qi skill. Could it be that I need to consume 6th level crystal cores, using the impact of the 6th level crystal cores to break through in one go? Li Chen practiced for another hour but still could not break through. Instead, his meridians were even more severely damaged. Forget it. Let's leave it at this. For now. Haste makes waste. This extreme sprinting is too damaging. Without the assistance of evolution crystal cores and Yijing Jing, I would have long since ruptured my meridians and fallen into madness. Time flew by. It was already 7 in the evening. Li Chen walked out of the training room and arrived at the Grand Hall of the High Martial Academy. Master, the venue for the auction has been set up. This time, due to the tight schedule and the last-minute notice, many wealthy individuals couldn't make it in person to attend the auction. Moreover, most of the wealthy individuals are older, with poorer physical conditions, unable to withstand the altitude sickness of Kunlun Mountain. Therefore, this auction will still be based on internal live streaming. Of course, some students, teachers, the dean, and staff present can participate in the bidding. According to the principle of highest bid wins, the starting price is 1 billion, and there are no restrictions on the bidding increments. Only those with assets exceeding 5 billion are qualified to participate. Lan Tianling had organized the auction details meticulously. Although time was tight, there were probably only about 20 wealthy individuals participating in this live auction. But that was enough. They were only selling 5 pieces, so there was no need to gather all the wealthy individuals from across the country. At this moment, the Academy's Grand Hall had already gathered over 1,000 people. Dozens of live streaming phones had opened internal dedicated live streaming channels not accessible to the public. More than 20 wealthy individuals were already seated on the other end of the video, especially a wealthy tycoon from Hong Kong worth several hundred billion but already bedridden. He watched the live broadcast from his sickbed. This time, he was determined to obtain the inner core of the exotic beast no matter the cost. He had reached the end of his life. As long as it could allow him to live a few more years, he would be willing to spend hundreds of billions. Hello everyone, I am Li Chen. Today we are auctioning the inner core of an exotic beast. The highest bidder wins. Starting price is 1 billion. You may begin bidding. Li Chen, dressed in pajamas and slippers, appeared rather informal. He didn't consider this event to be a grand affair. It was just a small game, casually selling a few crystal cores. But others did not see it that way. Principal Li is truly a person of character. Such an important auction, and he actually wears pajamas and slippers? He is a congenital grandmaster. He can wear whatever he likes. No need to elevate his status through clothing. True, if I were a congenital grandmaster, I would be just as casual. I bid 3 billion. While everyone was discussing, Xu Mengjiao raised her sign to place a bid. After all, in the eyes of others, she hadn't obtained the inner core of the exotic beast, so she had to put on a show. Humph. Director Chu, do you think you can buy an inner core of an exotic beast for 3 billion? I bid 5 billion. Director Wang shouted a bid of 5 billion. He directly raised the price of the first-level crystal core to a new height. Li Chen was speechless. You guys started the bidding at such a high price. Would those tycoons even dare to bid? No one's money comes from thin air. It's just a worthless first-level crystal core. If it really sold for 5 billion, Li Chen would feel a bit guilty. 1 billion. A fat tycoon in the video made his move. He opened with 100 billion, showing off his wealth. 300 billion. At this moment, the bedridden tycoon from Hong Kong had his assistant raise a sign to place a bid. When this price was announced, the entire room fell silent. Ridiculous. This price was indeed a bit outrageous. If it were a 5th-level crystal core or a 6th-level crystal core, selling at this price would be completely reasonable. But this was just a 1st-level crystal core. The most worthless, the most ordinary 1st-level crystal core. In the apocalyptic world, you could exchange it for 5 pounds of rice or even 3 pounds of rice. How much is 5 pounds of rice? How many pounds of rice can 300 billion buy? The difference in numbers was too vast. Li Chen couldn't even calculate it anymore. Is it necessary? A 1st-level crystal core for 300 billion? 300 billion? I could buy arms with that, equip 100,000 troops, arm them to the teeth. I had no intention of competing for supremacy in the apocalypse, yet you make me spend so much money with nowhere to spend it. Why not buy 100 billion in arms and dominate the apocalypse? Can't spend it all. Absolutely can't spend it all. Very well, Mr. Lu bids 300 billion. It seems no one is bidding higher. Sold. Congratulations to Mr. Lu for obtaining a century-old inner core of a deep-sea exotic beast. Lan Tianling made the final call, confirming this astronomical price of 300 billion. In this auction, Li Chen was merely going through the motions, greeting everyone. The one truly responsible for hosting the auction was still his disciple, Lan Tianling. He was more familiar with this process. Alright, next we will auction the second inner core of an exotic beast. Starting price, 1 billion. Now, bidding begins. 100 billion. The fat tycoon raised his sign again. 10 seconds later, 100 billion sold. With the previous 2 tycoons' transaction prices as a reference, the next 3 first-level crystal cores were auctioned off for astronomical prices of 100 billion, 99 billion, and 95 billion, respectively. Alright, this auction is now concluded. Thank you all for attending my master's auction of the inner cores of exotic beasts. However, such rare inner cores are scarce, only 5 in total. For those who did not buy, do not feel regret. After all, such top-tier treasures belong to those fated to have them. The wealthy bidders need to settle the full payment first. My Lan family will arrange for someone to airlift it by plane, and we have specialized elite mercenaries to ensure safe delivery, guaranteeing it will arrive at your doorstep within 36 hours. Lan Tianling immediately promised. Seeing his master auction off the beast inner Dan with such a sky-high price, Lan Tianling's heart swelled with gratitude. After all, his Lan family had acquired the 5 beast inner dawn at cost price. They only spent 5 billion. This price was simply too cheap. He even felt a bit indebted to his master. Normally, they could sell for 10 billion each, but his master only charged him 1 billion per piece. This favor was something his Lan family might never repay in their lifetime. Not only was Lan Tianling grateful to Li Chen, but Wang Qianquan, Xu Mingjiao, and Qian Longwen, the three leaders of the High Martial Academy, were also immensely thankful to Principal Li. A sense of inexplicable shame and indebtedness rose in their hearts. Wang Qianquan, exchanged 10 inner dawn at an internal price with Principal Li. This is a huge profit. Indeed, luckily my Chu family reached a secret deal with Principal Li first, otherwise the funds prepared by the family wouldn't even be enough to acquire 10 inner dawn. Principal Li would suffer a huge loss. I exchanged 10 inner dawn with Principal Li for the Shaolin Jingjing. According to the market auction price, wouldn't that sell for 100 billion? That's too exaggerated. Qian, have taken a great advantage from Principal Li. This matter must be kept under wraps, or it will surely invite jealousy and unnecessary trouble. It's better to develop quietly. Tonight, I will consume the beast inner Dan and prepare to break through to the innate realm. Director Qian immediately made up his mind. Such precious inner dawn should be consumed sooner rather than later. It would be bad if they got lost. Mainly, they were just too expensive. Holding these inner dawn felt like holding hot potatoes. Yet, they had no idea that if it weren't for the three of them driving up the price, this so-called beast inner Dan would never have reached such heights. These three leaders of the High Martial Academy represented the authority of the ancient martial world and the ability world. If you esteemed authorities are quoting such high prices, those wealthy individuals will surely flock to it. For top-tier wealthy individuals, they had long achieved financial freedom. They were not short on money at all. Instead, what they lacked was a healthy body and good physical condition. Therefore, the value of this beast inner Dan was completely different in the eyes of different people. They were older, had never practiced martial arts, and had not awakened any abilities, causing their physical condition to deteriorate amidst indulgence. As long as they could awaken abilities or improve their physical condition, this level of crystal core, even if they spent hundreds of billions to buy it, wouldn't be considered a loss. After all, it represented a whole new realm. Even if you were just starting out, that money would still be worth it. At this moment, Lan Tianling announced the end of the auction, and many wealthy individuals didn't even react. What? The auction is over just like that? Didn't they say there were more than a dozen inner dawn for sale? Why did it end after only 5 were auctioned? Yeah, I was ready to start bidding later, and you just said it's over? What's going on? Why didn't you say earlier that there were only 5? Fortunately, I bid early. Turns out there were only 5, a chubby wealthy man said with a grin. I suspect it was the higher-ups who acted and predetermined a batch. After all, it's normal for someone to prearrange such precious resources. A bespectacled wealthy man calmly analyzed. This statement held water. Everyone thought about it and felt it was quite reasonable. Well, if I couldn't buy it, then I couldn't buy it. Just right, my group has been a bit tight on funds lately, pulling out 10 billion to buy a beast's inner Dan. I don't even know if it's worth it. Perhaps this so-called beast's inner Dan doesn't have the effects that are boasted about in the rumors, a wealthy man said with an indifferent expression. He was originally just here to watch the excitement today. If it were only 1 billion, he might have made a bid. After all, that amount isn't much for a wealthy man of his level. But with the price inflated to 10 billion, he felt it wasn't worth it. Yes, what President Su said makes sense. Let the first wave of people who dare to take the plunge try it out first. Lan Tianling is a martial artist. It's normal for him to use the inner Dan to break through his cultivation. However, for us ordinary people to take the inner Dan, the chances of having such effects are slim. As for awakening supernatural abilities, I still maintain a skeptical attitude. Exactly, this kind of inner Dan that contains energy, wouldn't an ordinary person explode and die after consuming it? It's better not to take such risks. I still want to live a few more years. The wealthy man who didn't buy the beast's inner Dan began to speak sourly. Of course, there were also those who genuinely held a cautious attitude and didn't want to take such risks. They had vast family businesses with plenty of women and money. There was no need to engage in such crazy things. In the past, he had never heard of any beasts inner Dan that could awaken supernatural abilities. The Chu family of Jinling, one of the 8 major financial conglomerates, wealthy and powerful. The family has over 100 members, among whom 7 are CEOs of listed companies, 1 is a commander of 100,000 border troops, 1 is the dean of a martial arts academy, and 1 is a captain in the Supernatural Abilities Bureau. The family has a deep foundation. Moreover, they are quite united, not a scattered bunch. 6 years ago, the family head, Zhu Badian, who was originally a master of the transformation realm, unexpectedly awakened a miraculous lightning-type supernatural ability due to the revival of the world's spiritual energy. The lightning-type supernatural ability, combined with the strength of a transformation realm master, caused Chu Baishan's power to soar. His combat strength was enough to rival innate experts. The Chu family's prominence was unmatched at that time. Innate experts were indeed too rare back then. Chu Baishan's awakening directly brought the Chu family to its peak. However, this peak moment lasted only 2 months before it came to an end. Zhu Badian wanted to use the lightning supernatural ability to connect the run and do meridians, forming a circulatory system to step into the innate realm in one go. In fact, Chu Badian had succeeded. He really opened the Ren and Du meridians, successfully circulating to Great Zhou Tian, and innate vital energy was born within him, allowing him to break through to the innate realm. Unfortunately, at that moment, the lightning supernatural ability went out of control and the energy surged, triggering a heavenly thunder to flood his body. To be precise, he was struck by lightning. He was severely injured on the spot, his meridian severed, and his body was destroyed by the heavenly thunder. Fortunately, by that time, he had already broken through to the innate realm, and his vitality was incredibly resilient, which allowed him to narrowly escape being killed outright. It was also a stroke of luck that the world's spiritual energy was gradually depleting at that time, and the lightning energy had weakened considerably, allowing him to survive. However, this disaster left Chu Badian a cripple, completely paralyzed. He could only sit in a wheelchair. Thankfully, the younger generation of the Chu family was quite capable. The eldest sister, Chu Mengyao, upheld the group's image, showcasing extraordinary business talent. The second sister, Chu Junyu, married a CEO of an internet giant. The third brother, Chu Tianyu, broke through to master level in martial arts and became a military instructor. The fourth brother, Chu Bufan, awakened an A-grade gold-type supernatural ability and joined the Supernatural Abilities Bureau. The youngest daughter, Chu Mengjiao, though the youngest, was the most promising, becoming the dean of the Martial Arts Academy at a young age and was an SS-level potential supernatural being, enough to intimidate the small-time crooks. Coupled with several of Chu Baishan's brothers who were all CEOs of listed companies. This family power, even with Chu Badian paralyzed, the Chu family still did not decline. It was just that compared to their peak period, they naturally fell quite a bit. Moreover, now that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has revived once again, a large number of powerful individuals are gradually emerging, and innate strong beings are no longer so rare. The previous family structure is destined to be shattered. A brand new power reshuffle is bound to arrive. At such times, it is either progress or retreat. A group of grassroots figures will inevitably rise. Dynasties have their moments of decline, not to mention just a single family. In these 6 years, Chu Badian has lived a life worse than death. For someone who once basked in glory, now he can only lie in a wheelchair, waiting for death every day. It is simply too painful. For him, he even needs someone to take care of his basic needs. Sometimes, he would even wet himself. Even the nanny occasionally looks at him with a hint of disdain. Although it is well hidden, how could he not see through it? I am now a useless person, and even the nanny dares to look down on me, Chu Badian? Those little brothers, families, and juniors who used to flatter me, now they don't even come to see me? I guess they all wish I would die sooner. Once, my residence was filled with visitors every day, countless in number. Now it feels as desolate as a haunted house. Human nature is like this, flattering the powerful and forgetting the cold. How could Chu Badian not understand these truths? It's just that when such things truly fall upon oneself, the feeling is indeed hard to bear. The bitterness in his heart is beyond words. Sai today, his youngest daughter, called back. She said she found some inner core of a deep-sea exotic beast that could help heal his injuries. He knows that Chu Mengjiao has a filial heart, so he didn't stop her. But he understands his own condition and has no hope at all. What deep-sea exotic beast inner core from 10,000 meters below? Is that a place where a human can go? My youngest daughter must have encountered some con artist. But it's okay, one learns from experience. The Chu family can afford this little money. I hope Mengjiao can remember this lesson and be more cautious in the future. She's not young anymore and should be thinking about marriage. She shouldn't be so naive. People can't be taught, but experiences can. After secretly trading with Li Chen at noon, Chu Mengjiao directly airlifted the exotic beast inner core back to the Chu family using a private jet. It took about 6 or 7 hours. This mysterious big package was transported directly from Kunlun Mountain to the Chu family in Jinling. The speed of this delivery service outshines all courier companies. Head of the family, this is a package sent to you by Miss Mengjiao. Help me open it. Chu Badian instructed the nanny. The nanny picked up scissors and casually opened the package. She thought it was just an ordinary delivery. Little did she know it was something Chu Mengjiao had bought for 30 billion. The package opened. Inside was only a small glass vial containing 10 semi-transparent white crystals. Each crystal was oval-shaped, slightly smaller than a glass bead. Head of the family, what is this? This is an imported medicine that Mengjiao bought for me. Take one out for me to try. Oh, okay, head of the family. The nanny's attitude was still relatively respectful. In fact, the nannies in the house had changed many times. Each one started with a very good attitude, but over time, taking care of a disabled old man, their attitude would inevitably become casual. Sometimes they would even steal money and valuables from the house. Just a year ago, he had experienced a particularly terrible nanny who dared to slap him in the face when no one was around and even wiped his face with a sanitary napkin. In the end, that nanny vanished without a trace. But Chu Badian still suffered severe humiliation. When had he, Chu Badian, ever endured such grievances? Disabled with his son and daughter. Not by his side. Must he be bullied like this? Fortunately, the house is now equipped with surveillance cameras, so the nanny doesn't dare to go too far. This nanny is already quite good. I saw the nanny open the glass bottle. She took out a white, translucent crystal from inside and immediately fed it to Chubatian. Oh, what kind of imported medicine is this? It even has a hint of rice fragrance. Let me try. The nanny held the glass bottle and actually stuffed a first-level crystal core into her mouth. Chubatian's forehead instantly bulged with veins. How outrageous. You usually sneak a bit of chicken, duck, fish, and meat, and even bird's nest and ginseng can be forgiven. But you dare to steal and eat a beast's inner core worth 3 billion? You're asking for death. Before Chubatian could get angry, he saw the crystal enter her stomach and instantly transform into a surge of evolutionary power, rushing towards his limbs and bones. The meridians that had been rendered useless began to reactivate. A terrifying innate aura revived within him, as if a tiger had awakened. This. As one meridian was repaired, Chubatian's arm lifted. After 6 years, his hand could finally move. At that moment, the ignorant nanny suddenly collapsed to the ground, beginning to wail in pain. She clutched her stomach, her whole body turning red, as if she were about to mutate. Master, save me, save me. Chubatian ignored her. Instead, he reached out, took the medicine bottle, and extracted another beast's inner core, swallowing it down. His meridians had not fully repaired yet. Only a part had been restored. But this was already enough to prove the miraculous nature of the beast's inner core. Damn servant. You are simply not worth pity. As the crystal core went down again, the innate vital energy that had accumulated within Chubatian began to flow. Even his lightning-type abilities began to revive. An arc of electricity enveloped his entire body. A large amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth began to swarm in, flooding into his body. Chubatian's meridians were rapidly repaired and reconnected. When the 9th crystal core was swallowed, Chubatian's entire being floated up. Terrifying lightning spread around him. Powerful innate vital energy broke through and re-established itself. Damn it, this is simply outrageous. If it weren't for you, this damned nanny, stealing the 10th beast's inner core, I might have been able to break through and become a grandmaster. You cut off my opportunity, how can I spare you? At this moment, the nanny, who had been lying on the ground, wailing in pain, suddenly calmed down. After a while, a black halo actually emerged from her body. An evil aura erupted within her. Is this dark element ability? A nanny actually awakened such a rare dark element ability? The beast's inner core is truly miraculous. Chubatian was shocked. However, the more shocked he was, the more uncomfortable he felt inside. What a loss. This beast's inner core, even if not used by himself, could have awakened an ability user if given to a younger member of the family. Now it was actually stolen by the nanny? This was also his fault. He had been too careless. Perhaps he initially didn't believe that the beast's inner core bought by his little daughter could heal his injuries. He thought it was fake medicine. Therefore, he had no precautions. The nanny also thought it was just an imported supplement, so sneaking one wouldn't matter. Unexpectedly, such a serious accident occurred this time. What is happening to me? Did I awaken an ability? I'm so hungry. The nanny looked at the black halo emerging from her hand, suddenly shocked. Then her face revealed ecstasy. I've become an ability user. I can join the Ability Bureau, and I won't have to serve anyone anymore. I didn't expect that medicine to be so miraculous. Do you know that this beast's inner core is worth 3 billion? Chubatian asked coldly. I'm sorry, master, I didn't know this medicine was so expensive. I thought it was just an ordinary imported supplement. But I've already eaten it, you can't expect me to spit it out, can you? The nanny felt as if she had become a supernatural being, seemingly possessing an inexplicable confidence. You don't need to spit it out because you won't have the chance to see tomorrow's sun. Chubatian pointed decisively. The terrifying innate vigor infused with a thunder attribute instantly pierced through the nanny's forehead, turning her into charred remains. Is this the fusion of extraordinary martial arts? My innate vigor, carrying a thunder attribute, is far more powerful than ordinary innate vigor. The inner core of a strange beast is incredibly precious. If I had more, perhaps I could maintain this extraordinary martial arts fusion indefinitely. I will surely break through to the innate grandmaster level. From today onwards, I, Chubatian, return to my peak. Those who once flattered and humiliated me, are you ready to pay the price? And this nanny, she was arranged by Chao Junfei, right? Over the years, you deliberately arranged for some ill-tempered nannies to humiliate me. Did you think I wouldn't notice? Chao Junfei is the husband of his eldest daughter, a son-in-law. When he was younger, Chubatian looked down on this kid because their family backgrounds were too different and simply did not match, so he strongly opposed his eldest daughter's marriage to Chao Junfei. He had obstructed it multiple times, wanting to betroth his daughter to a more suitable young master from a prominent family. But his eldest daughter seemed bewitched. The more he opposed, the more determined she became to be with Chao Junfei. She even secretly took the household registration book to marry him and got pregnant. Before marriage, turning raw rice into cooked rice. After such rebellious behavior, Chu Batian ultimately had to compromise and agree. Although he looked down on Chao Junfei, his daughter had already made her choice and he couldn't bear to continue forcing her. Thus, Chao Junfei smoothly entered the Chu family. His daughter, Chu Tianyi, naturally took the Chu surname as well. After being a son-in-law for over a decade, Chao Junfei had always been submissive and obedient, doing whatever he was told. However, 6 years ago, after Chu Batian became disabled and paralyzed, Chao Junfei gradually began to reveal his ambitions. He started to gain power in his daughter's company and acquired some shares, having lurked and endured for over 20 years, finally managing to stand out. The nanny hired by Chu Batian was supposed to be very strict, but Chao Junfei secretly arranged some schemes, bribing the nanny to deliberately do some very terrible things to Chu Batian. This was merely to take revenge for the humiliation he suffered in his youth. This kid is too scheming. Chu Batian was not completely unaware of this. He just didn't want to disrupt his eldest daughter's family harmony, which is why he had been enduring. Moreover, he had no evidence. Words alone are not enough. But now, evidence is no longer needed. I, Chu Batian, return to my peak and I have also seen through many people and matters. This disabled old man, after losing power, finds that only my youngest daughter truly cares about me. In this family, it ultimately comes down to interests. Soon, Chu Batian, the head of the Chu family, returned to his innate state and convened a board meeting to dismiss the son-in-law and revoke Chao Junfei's board seat, which quickly trended on social media. The upper echelons of Jinling were shaken. Rumors began to spread. It was said that Chu Batian had restored his meridians and returned to his innate state because he consumed the inner core of a strange beast. A disabled man, bedridden for 6 years, could actually return to his innate state. This was simply absurd. Ridiculously absurd. Even more rumors circulated that when Chu Batian consumed the crystal core, a nanny had secretly eaten one of them and unexpectedly awakened supernatural powers. As for what happened to that nanny, in the end, no one cared. Everyone just wanted to know if the inner core of a strange beast could truly awaken supernatural powers in ordinary people. Soon, more rumors emerged that the Lan family in Sichuan had suddenly produced 5 supernatural beings. Moreover, there was originally an A-level ability user among them who, after consuming the inner core of a mutated beast, surprisingly had their potential and talent elevated to S-level. Once this news broke, the entire Longsha was shaken. Ability users can actually enhance their potential by consuming inner cores. The potential of an ability user is determined from the moment they awaken. To enhance one's talent and potential, this is equivalent to defying fate. Damn it, I miscalculated. I should have spent 10 billion to buy it earlier. President Su. I heard that the price of the inner core of mutated beasts has now skyrocketed to 50 billion. President Niu is willing to pay 50 billion for a second-hand purchase just for one inner core. Now that the effects of the inner core of mutated beasts have been revealed, it's no longer something that can be measured by money. Even an old cripple from the Chu family can rise against the odds. Who would still sell such a treasure? In the apocalypse. At 10 in the morning. The weather today is extremely gloomy, with dark clouds gathering. Before long, a torrential downpour begins. The amount of rainfall far exceeds that of a typical rain, as if the water from the sky is pouring down directly. The river begins to swell. More and more sea beasts start to land amidst the downpour. A 2-meter-long mutated giant crab, a mutated fish with feet, flying saber-toothed fish, and a giant shark with tentacles, a sea beast lobster that can release abilities, and a giant octopus with tentacles extending up to 100 meters. Even more terrifying is a giant blue whale over 500 meters long, controlling endless waves moving with the tide. This giant blue whale wields powerful water-based abilities, seemingly able to summon torrential rain over a radius of several hundred kilometers, facilitating the landing of the sea beast army. Various bizarre mutated sea beasts are climbing onto land. They land in the downpour, turning the land into a battlefield for mutated sea beasts. In the city, the zombies gathered in various places are being turned to dust under the assault of the sea beast army. The rain continues to pour heavier. The future base was flooded in just 1 hour. Damn, why is it raining so heavily? At this rate, we won't be able to go out today. The mutated sea beast army has landed. This heavy rain doesn't seem like a natural occurrence, but rather like it's being controlled by a powerful ability. What kind of ability can create such heavy rain? Even the Dragon King wouldn't be able to do that, right? Red-haired exclaimed dramatically. It might actually be the Dragon King. According to my eagle eye scan, the area within a couple hundred kilometers is almost completely covered by torrential rain, and a large number of sea beasts are heading towards the Jiangnan base. It seems that a portion of the sea beast army is also rushing towards our base. I estimate that in half an hour at most, we will face an assault from the mutated sea beast army. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? Send the order down, sound the base alarm, and prepare for enemy attack. Inside the base, there are almost all evolved beings now. They quickly entered a combat state. Li Chen also climbed up onto the city wall. The landing of the Sea Beast army is even faster than I expected, and the rain today is so heavy that it might affect the firepower output of our guns. Looks like I need to learn some special skills. With a thought, Li Chen took out a martial arts manual from his space. This was a sword technique manual he had just found in the library of the High Martial Academy. It was titled One Sword Technique. This is a swordsmanship manual. Unlike cultivating internal energy, this sword technique only has one move, a sweeping strike. The cultivation method is very clumsy. Sweep the sword horizontally 100,000 times to reach the minor achievement realm. Sweep 1,000,000 times to reach the major achievement realm. Sweep 10 million times to reach the sword master realm. Sweep 100 million times and you will enter the realm of sword intent, achieving the way through the sword. Sweep 1,000,000,000 times and you will become a sword god. In the world of martial arts, only speed is invincible. As long as your sword strikes fast enough, you can defeat any opponent in an instant. This is the essence of the one sword technique. However, the last page of this swordsmanship manual contains a brief introduction. If you are a congenital expert, you can master it in a year. If you are a congenital grandmaster, you can master it in a month. If you are a terrestrial immortal, you can master it in 10 minutes. Terrestrial immortals are at the pinnacle of martial arts. All martial arts can be mastered quickly. Whether it's knife techniques, sword techniques, palm techniques, or the 18 forms of martial arts, they can all be easily grasped. Li Chen took out the manual and pondered over it for 10 minutes. He found it very simple. As long as you have hands, it's doable. It's just a technique for using true essence and vital energy. By striking the sword at the fastest speed, the sword energy sweeps across, cutting through the heavens with a single stroke. Very good, I've learned it. Li Chen put away the manual. At this moment, Ouyang Qingxue, who had been enjoying the spotlight, unexpectedly found herself behind Li Chen. Miss Ouyang, what are you doing behind me? Li Chen asked calmly. He did not sense any killing intent. Chief, the rain is too heavy, I want to hold an umbrella for you. Ouyang Qingxue actually pulled out an umbrella from behind her. A stunning beauty, an international superstar, suddenly offering you an umbrella in the pouring rain. Who could resist that? Is there a feeling of falling in love? Did you feel the romance? Sorry, Li Chen did not. He only felt that this woman was being overly attentive for no reason, either a schemer or a thief. No. I don't need an umbrella. There will be a hard battle soon, and the Jiangnan base will probably be attacked by the Sea Beast army. Our future base will likely also be caught in the calamity. This battle is unavoidable. If I, Li Chen, cannot withstand it and die in the beast tide, those of you who can escape, just run. If I, Li Chen, can hold the base, I'll come back and celebrate with my brothers. Today, even if there are thousands of sea beasts, I will go forth. Li Chen stood with one hand behind his back, gazing ahead. His silhouette suddenly appeared somewhat heroic. At this moment, Ouyang Qingxue couldn't help but be moved by Li Chen's tragic resolve. She had heard that when the Longhai base was surrounded by a zombie army, Yuan Tianyi had directly abandoned all survivors and fled. But now, facing an even stronger sea beast army, Li Chen actually planned to lead the charge? A leader, a chief. When war breaks out, being able to rush to the front lines, isn't this character 100 times stronger than Yuan Tianyi? Although Li Chen is my enemy and my assassination target. As a rival, I can't help but admire his spirit of self-sacrifice for righteousness. Well, the war is about to begin. It would be too despicable to ambush Li Chen at this time, something that would bring shame upon me. I'll wait until this battle is over. Ouyang Qingxue decided to hold off on taking action. Li Chen said this, but in his heart he had completely different plans. The Sea Beast army was coming fiercely. He just wanted to test his strength as a terrestrial immortal. If he could win, he would fight. If he couldn't, he would slip away. The core of the base is not the supplies stored there. It is his space. As long as he is there, he can switch to another base at any time. There's no need to fight the Sea Beast army to the bitter end. Look, the Sea Beast army is coming. Damn, there are too many of them, right? It's over, we're going to be wiped out. On the vast plain, amidst the pouring rain, the endless Sea Beast army surged forward like a tidal wave. Fish flying in the sky, fish running on land, and fish swimming in the water, all appeared simultaneously in everyone's sight. This scene was bizarre and absurd. The sea beasts had mutated, and they could actually operate in air, land, and sea. Have you ever seen a lobster as big as a tiger? Have you ever seen a flying turtle? Have you ever seen a great white shark walking on legs? They all appeared. Everyone, prepare for battle. Li Chen's gaze sharpened. The Longquan sword, purchased for 199 yuan, was drawn from his space. With a light step, he soared into the air, transforming into a streak of lightning. In an instant, he burst out of the base's city tower, one man and one sword, facing the million-strong army of sea beasts. Sweep the heavens! Li Chen unsheathed his long sword. Above the distant horizon, a terrifying sword aura emerged, transforming into an invincible sword light that swept across. This sword seemed to split heaven and earth apart. The sword light swept across 30,000 meters, the terrifying sword energy shredding countless sea beasts into pieces. In an instant, a vacuum zone of 30,000 meters formed amidst the million beast tide. The ground was stained with blood. Li Chen had actually slain 50,000 sea beasts with a single sword. Not bad, let's test the strength of my mental power. With a thought, Li Chen took out 12 alloy flying knives from his space. These 12 flying knives were special weapons crafted from extraterrestrial meteorite iron by the North American war god Eric, astonishingly sharp, cutting through iron like mud. After Li Chen crushed Eric, his flying knives naturally became Li Chen's spoils. At this moment, Li Chen stood on his flying sword. The innate true essence within him transformed into a domineering true aura, infusing the 12 flying knives from afar. The quality of the flying knives was already remarkable, and after being infused with innate aura, they became even more terrifying, combined with the control of mental power, resulting in an explosive force of 16,000 tons. The terrifying flying knives instantly transformed into an indestructible sharpness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Li Chen became a battlefield meat grinder. All sea beasts, regardless of level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or even 7, were instantly killed. Without exception, wherever the flying knives went, not a blade of grass remained. All sea beasts, no matter how hard they evolved or how massive they were pierced through without any obstruction. Even that 100-meter-long tentacle giant octopus was sliced into countless pieces by the 12 flying knives. The combination of mental power and true essence was simply invincible. In less than 5 minutes, Li Chen had slain 12 level 7 sea monsters. The lower-level sea monsters were directly pierced through, killing 7 in and out among the million sea beasts. Blood stained the ground. At this moment, the entire area fell silent. Thousands of evolved beings in the base were collectively stunned. They knew their leader, Li Chen, was strong, but they never imagined he could be this powerful. Is the leader really just a level 6 evolved being? No, it can't be. Even level 7 evolved beings aren't this outrageous. Hundreds of meter-sized sea monsters can be killed in an instant? At this moment, Ouyang Qingshue's mind was shaken. This man was so incredibly brave. The commander of the Jiangnan base, her adoptive father, was also a level 6 evolved being, but he was nowhere near as domineering and invincible as Li Chen. Even that man, the strongest in Huadu base, the Butcher by Gang, the first level 7 evolved being in the country, was nothing compared to this. Right? Is leader Li Chen merely a space-type ability user? Why do I see mental abilities, speed abilities, strength-type abilities, ice abilities, and even special sword energy in him? What kind of abilities are these? I get it. Could the leader be a multi-type ability user? I've heard of multi-type ability users. It is said that the leader of Jiangnan base, Yuan Xiong, is a dual-type ability user, having awakened speed and metal abilities, breaking through level 6, which is quite terrifying. Dual-type ability users are extremely rare among evolved beings. They are 1 in 10,000. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Ouyang Qingxue actually knew of another multi-type ability user. He was the strongest in Huadu, known as the Butcher by Gang. The reason Bai Gang was called the Butcher, it was because he had slaughtered 10 million zombies, piling their corpses into a mountain, as if a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Thus, he was called the Human Butcher. After all, before their mutation, zombies were once human. To slaughter 10 million, the killing intent was indeed too heavy. Bai Gang was the strongest in Huadu, and perhaps he could be considered the strongest in the entire country. He was the first to break through to the 7th level and awaken 3 types of abilities: space-type, metal-type, and devouring abilities. Not only could he devour zombie crystal cores, but he could also consume the corpses of zombies, extracting all energy for his own use. Therefore, his conversion rate was extremely high. He could also absorb the energy of other evolved beings, which made his evolution speed incredibly fast. He particularly enjoyed slaying strong opponents. The entire Huadu was suppressed and subdued by Bai Gang alone. Given the strength that Li Chen was currently displaying, he was probably only slightly inferior to Bai Gang. But even if he was not as strong, being compared to the Human Butcher Bai Gang made him one of the top-tier powerhouses in the country. Who would have thought that a small future base would give rise to such a level of powerhouse? It seems that this assassination mission is far more difficult than expected. Ouyang Qingxue frowned immediately. At this moment, Li Chen had already slaughtered all the high-level sea beasts. The remaining small fish and shrimp no longer posed a significant threat. Red Hair, Eagle, Shadow, Fang Tianhua, Wofugui, Gusisi, Sun Yuan, Huang Chao, and Yang Jian, 9 captains, led their teams of evolved beings to the scene. They began to clear the remaining sea beast army. More than 11,000 evolved beings joined the battlefield, pushing forward. The fighting spirit was rising. With the leader being so formidable and invincible, how could they, as subordinates, not feel their morale soaring? Damn, Sun Yuhan, how are you so fierce? Red Hair was stunned when he saw Sun Yuhan strike down a large white shark 10 meters ahead with a single palm, killing it instantly. Fang Tianhua was also taken aback. He had originally thought that Sun Yuhan only had healing abilities and no combat power, but she suddenly became incredibly powerful. Killing mutated sea beasts was even more ferocious than they were? Are you sure you're still that seemingly pure and weak Sun Yuhan? So awesome, Sister Sun is really amazing. I didn't expect Sister Sun to hide it so well. She's actually the ultimate expert in the team. I humiliated myself. I just said I would protect Sun Yuhan, but it turns out she was the one protecting me. The aura released by Sun Yuhan seemed somewhat similar to the leader's aura. Could it be that she awakened the same ability as the leader? Is she also a dual-type ability user? Probably not. Sun Yuhan didn't have this ability before. Her aura appeared later, especially after entering the leader's villa. I suspect this isn't an awakened ability but energy cultivated later. The leader must have given her special training. Can we also learn this awesome aura? It can protect the body, attack, and enhance the lethality of weapons. If I learn it, my combat power will definitely increase tenfold. Everyone looked at her with envy. Sun Yuhan had transformed from a logistics personnel into a main force on the battlefield, making others envious. Soon, under the assault of all the evolved beings in the base, the Sea Beast army was completely defeated. The high-level sea beasts had already been killed by Li Chen. The remaining low-level sea beasts, leaderless and with low intelligence, were at a disadvantage on land. After all, it was not their main battlefield. Even if it rained heavily, it could only make it easier for the sea beast army to move. However, compared to the ocean, the combat power of mutated sea beasts would still be greatly reduced. This was unavoidable. When sea beasts landed, they naturally would not adapt well. This is like Li Chen running into the sea to kill mutated sea beasts. The difficulty level would definitely increase several times. Of course, that's not the main point. The main point is that the army of sea beasts attacking the future base is just a small branch, and there haven't been any terrifying sea beasts above level 8. The most powerful sea beasts should have gone to attack the Jiangnan base. The Jiangnan base has a large population and many survivors. It's also a key fortress in the inland river basin, so the main force of the sea beast army is attacking the Jiangnan base. Li Chen's side is merely collateral damage. We won. We defeated them. The sea beast army has been completely routed. Wow, what a huge lobster. This lobster is as big as a tiger. The meat must be incredibly delicious. I'm going to eat stir-fried shrimp balls today. Using shrimp to dip in hot pot, isn't that fragrant? Wow, this octopus is really big. Seafood is my favorite. Today there's plenty of it. There are so many fish, we can't possibly eat them all. Hey, this great white shark seems to have an inner Dan inside. Can you guys check if there are any inner Dan in the other mutated sea beasts? Fang Tianhua found an inner Dan and quickly instructed the brothers below to search. I can't find any. It seems that low-level sea beasts don't have inner Dan. I have one here. It seems that only sea beasts above level 5 can produce inner Dan. Everyone, listen up. Dig out the inner Dan. From sea beasts above level 5, all these inner Dan must be submitted to the leader. Anyone who dares to hide them will face military law. The Eagle Leader's Eagle Eye scan can cover the entire battlefield. Anyone who dares to pull any tricks will die if caught. Red Hair shouted loudly. Sea beasts above level 5 are naturally the spoils of war for Li Chen, so all the loot belongs to the leader. The rest, being able to eat so many mutated seafood, is already satisfying enough. Next, they began to clean up the battlefield. At this time, the advantage of having many little brothers became fully apparent. If Li Chen had to clean up the battlefield alone, even with his space having surpassed 500,000 cubic meters, he would probably be exhausted to death. But with over 10,000 little brothers cleaning up together, the efficiency was much higher. 5 hours later, Guo Fugui began to tally the post-battle gains. Leader, this time we killed a total of 670,000 sea beasts. We harvested 1,869 inner Dan from mutated level 5 sea beasts, 123 inner Dan from level 6 sea beasts, 12 inner Dan from level 7 sea beasts, plus a large amount of high-level sea beast scales that can be made into defensive armor. As for the meat of the mutated sea beasts, it has already piled up like a mountain. Our warehouse probably can't hold it all. In that case, let's freeze what can be preserved, and for what can't fit, we'll make dried fish. Starting today, you should consume the mutated sea beast meat. It should speed up your evolution. In no more than 2 days, I want to see all the brothers in the base reach at least level 2, and those above level 3 must exceed 2,000. Additionally, we haven't tried the inner Dan from the mutated sea beasts, so I will conduct an experiment first. If they have the same evolutionary effect as high-level zombie crystal cores, I will focus on training the captains who participated in this battle to help you break through to level 5. Also, regarding the cultivation techniques, you can exchange with me. It's very cheap, only 10,000 level 1 crystal cores. Is it really that cheap? Red Hair, the Eagle, Fang Tianhua, and the others were stunned. They had witnessed how powerful Sun Yuhan became after cultivating the techniques. Even they, as tough guys, felt inferior. They had long been itching to try, but they were afraid to approach the leader for fear of displeasing him. After all, this was the leader's secret. As subordinates, they coveted the leader's cultivation techniques, which was a serious taboo. They never expected the leader to be so generous, willing to publicly share his cultivation methods. Leader, are you sure it's just 10,000 level 1 crystal cores? Not level 2 or level 3 cores? If it were level 2 or level 3 cores, gathering 10,000 would indeed be quite a challenge. But if it was 10,000 level 1 cores, that would be too easy. As level 4 evolvers, they could easily lead a few hundred underlings to the neighboring city and kill for a day, effortlessly collecting 10,000 level 1 cores. And how precious were cultivation techniques? Could 10,000 level 1 cores even compare? Not to mention 100,000 or even 1 million cores, they would still feel it was a huge profit. Level 1 cores were just too worthless. High-level evolvers didn't even want to use them. It seems the leader is intentionally nurturing us but doesn't want us to become lazy and reap rewards without effort, which is why he set this challenge that is hardly difficult. The group felt increasingly respectful and a bit moved. The leader truly had their best interests at heart. As brothers, they could only sell their lives to him. There was no other way to repay him. Leader, I happen to have 10,000 level 1 crystal cores. Can I exchange them for the cultivation technique? Shadow suddenly pulled out a package. Inside was a large bag of low-level crystal cores. In fact, Shadow was the type who appeared tough but was soft-hearted. Despite her cold demeanor, it was just a facade. In reality, she was quite soft-hearted and took great care of her teammates. She currently had over 800 underlings, most of whom were speed-type ability users. Many had already advanced to level 2 and were planning to break through to level 3. However, the entire squad had very few high-level crystal cores, most of which were level 1. As a result, many teammates would trade 20 level 1 cores to Shadow for 1 level 2 core. Generally, other leaders wouldn't make such exchanges because trading 2 level 1 cores for 1 level 2 core would be a loss. Even at a 1:20 ratio, no one was willing to trade. Thus, within the base, the exchange value of level 1 to level 2 cores had skyrocketed to 30:1, requiring 30 level 1 cores to obtain 1 level 2 core. Everyone wanted to level up quickly. This was the normal market exchange price. However, Shadow was soft-hearted and took great care of her teammates, so she still exchanged at a 120 rate. This led to everyone using low-level cores to trade with Shadow for high-level cores. Although 120 wasn't a terrible deal for a level 4 evolver like her, consuming level 1 cores was indeed inefficient. This was also why she had 10,000 level 1 cores in her possession. It was all due to her soft-heartedness. Li Chen looked at the cores Shadow brought out and immediately smiled and nodded. Very good. Shadow, come with me. I will now teach you an HE technique. The first time you practice this technique, you will need guidance. Once you are familiar with it, you can practice on your own. I will only teach you for an hour. How much you learn depends on your own comprehension. Okay, leader. Shadow nodded and immediately followed Li Chen into the villa's bedroom. I really envy Sister Shadow. She can learn the technique so quickly. Red Hair said, looking impatient. Sun Yuhan, you've practiced techniques before. What is this technique like? Can you tell us about it? Fong Tianhua couldn't help but ask. I can't say that. The technique taught by the leader, how can I selfishly tell others? Sun Yuhan shook her head, deciding to keep her mouth shut. Sun Yuhan, we're not trying to steal your techniques, we just want to ask about the effects of this cultivation method. Isn't that reasonable? Effects? I feel like after practicing the NHE skill, I don't get hungry as easily. I can go a whole day without eating or drinking and still be full of energy. Most importantly, after practicing the technique, I can perfectly utilize the evolutionary power from low-level crystal cores. For example, if I consume 1000 level 1 crystal cores, the evolutionary effect feels comparable to consuming 1 level 4 crystal core. As soon as Sun Yuhan said this, all the team leaders in the conference room were shocked. This is a bit exaggerated. 1000 level 1 crystal cores equating to 1 level 4 crystal core? Based on my own situation, I would need to consume at least 8000 level 1 crystal cores for the effect to be equivalent to 1 level 4 crystal core. To break through level 5, I would need at least 20 level 4 crystal cores, which is 160,000 level 1 crystal cores. But if after practicing the technique, I can perfectly utilize the evolutionary power of level 1 crystal cores, wouldn't that mean I only need to consume 20,000 level 1 crystal cores to break through level 5? That's equivalent to directly saving over 100,000 level 1 crystal cores. Hua Fugue immediately did some calculations. The result was astonishing. Moreover, the higher the level of the evolver, the more benefits they could gain from practicing the technique. Not to mention the inherent combat power boost from the technique itself. Just the savings on evolutionary crystal cores alone is a massive profit. Plus, they wouldn't have to eat so much every day. Eating more means more waste. For example, Hong Mao has to go to the bathroom at least 5 times a day, each time producing several pounds. These team leaders are all major waste producers. Quite unrefined. Although enjoying good food is a pleasure, doing this every day does tarnish their noble image? Who told them to eat so much? With the cultivation technique, this problem could be greatly alleviated. Pass the word down. Quickly collect level 1 crystal cores for me. My brother Hongma will reward you handsomely. Damn it, I can't wait any longer. I'm going to the neighboring city to kill zombies overnight. The zombies in Haicheng have almost been wiped out by us. Hurry to the neighboring city to grab resources. An hour later, Aning had already learned the innate chi skill. While consuming crystal cores, he began to open up his meridians. Li Chen took out a level 5 Sea Beast inner core, feeling the energy contained within, and swallowed it whole. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes. The level 5 Sea Beast inner core has effects similar to a level 5 zombie. Most of these Sea Beast inner cores have attributes leaning towards the water element. Li Chen awakened his water element ability. He then took out a level 6 Sea Beast inner core and swallowed it whole. An hour later, Li Chen finished digesting it. Not bad. The energy from the level 6 Sea Beast inner core is quite gentle. It doesn't put any pressure on my Earth Immortal realm. Li Chen then took out a level 7 Sea Beast inner core and swallowed it whole. The energy from the level 7 Sea Beast inner core instantly transformed into a tremendous force, surging through Li Chen's limbs and bones. This evolutionary power was nearly 10 times that of a level 6 crystal core. It directly caused a blue halo to emanate from Li Chen's entire body. His skin seemed to be on the verge of transforming into tiny scales. Cells within his body burned wildly. Energy was consumed at a frantic pace. Gene evolution was rapidly accelerated. He immediately activated the 9th level of the innate chi skill. He began to frantically absorb the energy of heaven and earth to replenish his own consumption. The 9th level of the innate chi skill requires connecting all 365 major acupoints in the body, drawing upon the power of the stars to circulate through the body, forming a cycle of celestial energy, further compressing the true essence within and condensing the martial arts golden core. If the martial arts golden core is formed, it would be the realm of the martial emperor. Reaching this step allows one to control the power of heaven and earth. Every gesture and movement contains immense might. This legendary realm has never been achieved by anyone in the urban dimension for thousands of years. Perhaps it is merely a conjecture of the martial arts realm. Maybe no one can truly accomplish it. But at this very moment, under Li Chen's frenzied assault, 300 of the 365 major acupoints in his body were suddenly opened. Li Chen felt that the speed at which he absorbed energy had increased significantly. It was as if a series of floodgates had been opened. Previously, energy entering his body felt like a trickle of a stream. This was still under the condition that he could actively control the energy entering his body due to his dual cultivation of martial and supernatural arts. Now, it was completely different. It was like unleashing a flood. 300 floodgates were opened at once. A vast and surging energy began to pour into his body uncontrollably. Li Chen's meridians found it difficult to bear the influx. He took out a 7th level Sea Beast inner core and consumed it. The terrifying evolutionary power of the 7th level Sea Beast inner core was enough to counteract the pressure of the energy flooding into his body. Time passed second by second. The critical acupoints around Li Chen were gradually being opened. The 301st, the 302nd, the 303rd. When the 308th acupoint was opened, Li Chen had already been cultivating for 20 hours. He finally came to a stop. I've reached the peak of the 6th level. The martial arts realm has also broken through to the late stage of the terrestrial immortal. The space blade can now release 180 strikes simultaneously. Internal space 2.13 million cubic meters. And I conveniently awaken 3 water-type abilities: wave control, underwater breathing, and torrential rain. Now I can become the Dragon King, having mastered the art of summoning clouds and rain. Li Chen was also astonished. These 3 water-type abilities weren't particularly strong, they were merely auxiliary effects. However, when combined with the ice-type ability to freeze 10 miles, it became somewhat terrifying. Leader, I've broken through. I've successfully broken through to the innate realm, Shadow reported excitedly, as Li Chen awakened. Oh, you broke through to the innate realm so quickly? Yes, and with the help of my cultivation techniques and a large number of crystal cores, I also broke through to the 5th level. Now my speed is so fast that I can run 100 meters in a second. As Shadow spoke, he transformed into an afterimage around Li Chen. His movement speed was astonishing. With such high mobility, combined with the attack penetration effect of innate vital energy, it would be difficult for any 5th level evolver of the same rank to defeat Shadow. Alright, since you've learned it, let's exit seclusion. At this moment, in the base's conference room, 7 or 8 team leaders were discussing animatedly. After a day and night of busy work, these team leaders had gone to the neighboring city to slaughter a horde of zombies and had returned. In the process, they also brought back quite a few survivors. I've collected 10,000 first level crystal cores overnight. Why hasn't the leader come out yet? Red Hair said anxiously. Yeah, the leader and Sister Shadow have been in the villa for over 20 hours. Are they really just teaching cultivation techniques? They aren't doing anything else, are they? Fang Tianhua said with a strange smile. Hee, Sister Shadow indeed has her charm, a bit of a mature woman vibe. Although she's not my type, maybe the leader likes her. No way, don't jump to conclusions. The cultivation of innate Qigong requires extreme precision. Any mistake is unacceptable. If Sister Shadow's comprehension isn't high, it's understandable that the leader would take a bit longer to teach. I learn a bit faster because my own ability is healing, which allows me to easily treat issues with damaged meridians. Therefore, when it comes to unblocking the meridians, I have no worries, but others might not be so lucky. Sun Yuhan quickly began to explain. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone felt that the leader was indeed impressive. This woman, once proud and aloof, had become completely submissive under the leader's influence. Look at Sun Yuhan. Originally high and mighty, she even looked down on Hongmao and Fang Tianhua. But after becoming the leader's woman, she didn't even dare to feel jealous. She watched as the leader and Shadow spent over 20 hours together in the same room, and she didn't show any signs of anger? Clearly, the leader knew how to manage his woman. Impressive. Indeed. Of course, the reason Sun Yuhan didn't dare to feel jealous was that she didn't have the qualifications. Others said she had an affair with the leader, but only she knew that she and Li Chen hadn't even broken through the window paper yet. They were completely innocent. She wasn't Li Chen's woman, so what right did she have to feel jealous? By the way, this time when we went to the neighboring Sioux City to hunt zombies, we encountered quite a few survivor groups fleeing from the Jiangnan base. According to the latest news, the Jiangnan base city has been overrun by the Sea Beast army, and many evolvers have died in battle. However, due to the well-constructed underground escape routes at the Jiangnan base, many survivors were evacuated in advance, which prevented a total annihilation. Such a large Jiangnan base has fallen? Yes, before the Jiangnan base fell, it was said that they detonated a nuclear weapon to kill an 8th level sea monster, but in the end, a 9th level sea monster appeared, and that was when the Jiangnan base couldn't escape its doom. My god, they even used nuclear weapons, yet still fell to the Sea Beast army. Just how terrifying is this 9th level sea beast? It is said that this 9th level sea beast is truly a dragon, a sea dragon, and its length exceeds 1,000 meters. Damn, how could such a monster appear? Fortunately, this 9th level beast didn't come to our base, otherwise, we might as well just wait to die. Everyone was shocked. They never expected the Jiangnan base to suffer such a disaster. Even with nuclear weapons, they still couldn't escape destruction. Humanity had already lost the power to dominate this continent. Now, the sea monsters were the most formidable. Now there are quite a few survivors from the Jiangnan base requesting to join our Evolver base. I don't know whether we should agree, as there are indeed quite a few of them, and I'm worried that there might be spies among them. At this moment, Li Chen emerged from his retreat. Shadow transformed into a fleeting shadow, moving so fast that the other squad leaders couldn't react in time. Damn, Sister Shadow, have you broken through? Yes, I have broken through to the innate realm and successfully evolved to level 5. Were you just gossiping behind my back, saying some nonsense? Shadow asked coldly. No, absolutely not. Sister Shadow, can you not trust my Hongmao's character? I usually don't like to discuss other people's gossip. It was all that brat Fang Tianhua who said it, claiming you and the leader have something going on. Hongmao said with a carefree expression. As soon as these words were spoken, Fang Tianhua's face turned green. You little brat, you. How outrageous. Fang Tianhua, if you dare to speak nonsense again, watch out for me tearing your mouth apart. Shadow's face flushed red. Although she was a bit angry, it seemed she didn't express much more. It was just a warning. Who knows if she was really angry or not. Leader, you finally came out. I have collected 10,000 level 1 crystal cores. Hongmao took out 10,000 level 1 crystal cores, looking eagerly at Li Chen. Very good, your efficiency is quite high. Shadow, come and guide Red Hair in his training. You are already at the innate level and qualified to instruct him. Since there were already other contestants handling the training methods, Li Chen naturally didn't need to teach each one personally. Shadow and Sun Yuhan were sufficient to act as helpers. Li Chen didn't have that much free time to guide his subordinates one by one. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for. 10,000 first level crystal cores only bought the right to practice the methods. It was impossible for every person to have Li Chen personally instruct them. Li Chen was only responsible for collecting the crystal cores. This is what paying for intellectual property looks like. Is it Sister Shadow coming to guide my training? Red Hair was a bit worried that Sister Shadow might be only half-skilled. Am I not qualified to guide your training? Shadow sneered. She picked up a dagger and made a slash in the air. A powerful innate aura sliced through the military dagger, creating a death ray that split a statue of General Yuan Tianyi 20 meters away in half. Now that's done. The last trace of Yuan Tianyi at the Longhai base was completely erased. This, damn, awesome. A speed-type ability user, after learning the method, can actually kill from a distance. How can elemental ability users survive now? Chief, I also collected 10,000 crystal cores. Please, teach me the method. Eagle also took out 10,000 crystal cores and presented them to Li Chen. Good. Sun Yuhan, you guide Eagle in his training. Yes, Chief. Sun Yuhan nodded. Next, several team leaders took out 10,000 crystal cores each, looking to exchange methods with Li Chen. That meant Shadow and Sun Yuhan would have to work a bit harder. Guiding one person in training is also a form of training. Guiding 3 or 5 people together is also training, so they would learn the methods together. It would be more efficient, avoiding the need to teach repeatedly. As for the survivors from the Jiangnan base coming to join the future base, Li Chen did not refuse. The human living environment had become increasingly difficult. At this time, having a place to rest was not easy. He just didn't know where Meng Haoyu had run off to. I sent him to infiltrate the Jiangnan base, but I didn't expect it to be destroyed. Truly, human plans can't compare to the heavens. After Meng Haoyu was sent out by Li Chen, he had already become a level 4 evolver. With his teleportation skill and the supplies stored in space, he quickly arrived at the Jiangnan base without incident. He successfully joined the evolution team at the Jiangnan base. He originally wanted to get close to Yuan Tianyi and infiltrate the enemy's ranks. However, Yuan Tianyi did not trust him at all. The other party's intelligence was even higher than he had estimated, so his infiltration failed. He was almost hunted to death by the team led by Yuan Tianyi, but fortunately he managed to escape in the end. After this mission failed, he felt he had let down Chief Li Chen's trust, so he did not return to the base but continued to lie low. After all, he wasn't short on supplies and was a level 4 powerhouse, so he could easily survive in the wilderness around the Jiangnan base. Thus, he kept waiting for an opportunity, specifically watching Yuan Tianyi. If he managed to hunt a level 5 zombie's crystal core, he would snatch it and run. After all, they couldn't catch up. In the end, he didn't manage to snatch the level 5 zombie's crystal core. Instead, he encountered a sea beast army attacking the Jiangnan base. The terrifying war scene still made his scalp tingle. An 8th level sea monster was blown to death by a massive nuclear weapon. The horrifying mushroom cloud turned the entire battlefield into a deep pit. Ultimately, the 8th level sea monster fell. Meng Haoyu took advantage of the chaos to go pick up the corpses. Who would have thought that he would encounter the leader of the Jiangnan base, Yuan Xiong, a level 6 evolutionary boss who was preparing to collect the inner core of an 8th level sea monster. Just at that moment, the second wave of sea beasts launched an attack, and a 9th level dragon monster appeared. Yuan Xiong was immediately thrown into a panic. He almost got ruthlessly killed by the 9th level monster. In the end, relying on his speed ability, he narrowly escaped with his life. At this moment, the opportunity finally arrived. Meng Haoyu saw the inner core of the 8th level sea monster. The monster's skin had already been cut open by Yuan Xiong. How could he not feel an itch of desire? Although he was only a level 4 evolutionary, a small fry on the battlefield, he was hardly worth mentioning. However, even small characters have their moments of turning the tide. Meng Haoyu was destined for greatness. How could he not snatch the 8th level inner core when he saw it? An inner core that could be picked up for free should not be passed up. So, Meng Haoyu used a teleportation skill and directly appeared above the corpse of the 8th level monster. He snatched the inner core and teleported away again. Yuan Xiong saw a little thief snatch away his 8th level inner core and immediately screamed in anger. He spat blood. Little thief, the 8th level inner core is not something you can digest. Hurry and drop it and I might spare your life. Meng Haoyu completely ignored him. He teleported again with a sudden burst. Little brother, I'll give you a chance. As long as you drop the 8th level inner core, I'll give you the position of deputy leader of the base, endless resources, and even 20 level 5 crystal cores. Don't run away. Old thief, the Jiangnan base is about to fall. What do I want with the deputy leader's position? Once the 8th level inner core is in my hands, it belongs to me and you can't take it back. Teleport. Meng Haoyu activated his skill and teleported 20 times in a row. He finally escaped the pursuit and successfully left the battlefield. He took advantage of the pouring rain to disappear into the night. Yuan Xiong was furious. After a day and night of rest, Meng Haoyu finally recovered his skill cooldown. He decided to return to the base. The 8th level inner core, although I can't use it for now, once I reach a higher level, after I break through to level 7, I can use this inner core to break through to level 8 in one go. Meng Haoyu, will surely become an unparalleled powerhouse in the future. In the urban dimension, at 8 in the morning, Principal Li, after 2 days of closed-door training, finally emerged again. At this time, the matter of the deep-sea monster inner cores had completely exploded on social media. The whole internet was buzzing with discussions. The head of the Jinling Chu family, Chu Badian, paralyzed and disabled for 6 years, has surprisingly returned to his innate state. The richest in Sichuan, the Lan family, has produced 5 ability users, one of whom has an S-level talent. Shocking. The wealthy old man Lu from Xiangjiang at the age of 90 became 20 years younger after consuming a monster inner core, lifting a 100-kilogram dumbbell with one hand. Zhu Dewang, a wealthy man from Hunan province, after consuming a monster inner core, lost 70 pounds overnight from his 250-pound overweight body, successfully lost weight and won the provincial sprint championship. Zhao Quanhua, a wealthy man from Hubei province, spent 9.5 billion to buy a monster inner core, and after consuming it he awakened a healing ability, miraculously healing from a terminal illness. Director Qian from the High Martial Academy, after consuming a monster inner core, successfully broke through to the innate realm before his 60th birthday. At this moment on the news, the miraculous effects of the monster inner cores had been blown out of proportion. Boss Nyo, on the Forbes National Rich list, offered a reward of 50 billion to purchase a monster inner core, yet no one was willing to sell it to him. This miraculous inner core detonated the entire market like several deep-sea bombs. The efficacy of the monster inner cores had been confirmed by multiple parties. There was no doubt about it. Wealthy individuals who had previously attended auctions but failed to buy an inner core were now filled with regret. Mistake. This is truly the most significant decision-making error in my 30 years of investment and entrepreneurship, failing to buy a monster inner core. What a blunder. Now it's too late to regret. The inner elixirs of the exotic beasts were only auctioned off 5 pieces. Such treasures of heaven and earth, I'm afraid there will never be another chance to buy them again. I really envy Zhu Fatty. Not only has he succeeded in losing weight, but he also won the sprint championship. Last night he even bragged to me that he did it 7 times. Damn. Sigh, I played hard when I was young, but now even taking medicine has no effect. At most, I can do it 2 or 3 times a year. I really envy those with good physical fitness. At my age, even if I hold immense wealth, I still feel that life has no meaning, no passion. If only I could have a young body. What's it to spend 500 billion? Wealth can be earned again, but if the body breaks down, what use is having more money? A billionaire let out a sigh that came from the depths of his soul. Humans always like to pursue what they do not have. Often, it is only after losing something that they regret. The beautiful youth is the greatest helplessness deep within the hearts of these wealthy individuals. But time, once gone, never returns. As one ages, the state of the body declines day by day, and that is something that cannot be reversed. However, now there appears the miraculous inner elixir of exotic beasts, which can truly change things. They are willing to pay any price to acquire an inner elixir. Actually, this matter is not entirely without a turning point. Principal Li mentioned before that he had more than a dozen inner elixirs of exotic beasts for auction, but in the end, only 5 were auctioned off. We have no idea if the rest were given to the higher-ups. Perhaps he still has some. A bespectacled billionaire analyzed on the spot. What President Su said makes sense. On the surface, Principal Li only auctioned off 5, but the Lan family, the Chu family, and Director Qian all have inner elixirs in their hands. They must have been sold to them privately by Principal Li, taking advantage of their close relationship. I've decided to send my daughter to Kunlun Mountain. No matter the cost, we must see Principal Li to purchase an inner elixir. Yes, maybe Principal Li really has more. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, we must give it a try. These billionaires had made up their minds. They immediately sent people to Kunlun Mountain to seek the inner elixir. Some young ones even planned to go personally. They didn't trust others to do it. At this moment, Wang Qiankuan, Xu Mengjiao, and Qian Longwen from the High Martial Academy also reacted. It seems Principal Li has softened his heart in the end. He must have sold a few inner elixirs to the Chu family, or perhaps the Chu family offered even better conditions. Wang Qiankuan probably guessed this, but he didn't blame anyone. He didn't dare to blame anyone. How Principal Li handles the inner elixirs of exotic beasts is his own business. He has no right to question it. After all, he has already gained an advantage. Didn't he see that the market price for the inner elixirs of exotic beasts has skyrocketed to 50 billion? He made a huge profit. Director Qian is quite skilled. He actually managed to get an inner elixir from Principal Li and successfully broke through to the innate level. What did he exchange for it? I didn't see the Qian family having any huge financial movements. Did he perhaps offer the Shaolin Ultimate Skill Yi Jin Jing? Xu Mengjiao immediately speculated. In fact, by this time it was almost obvious. Through these examples, it is enough to prove that the 15 inner elixirs mentioned by Principal Li are probably more than just 15. Principal Li is clearly holding back. This is quite normal. How could a Grandmaster of the innate level expose all his cards? It is also very normal for him to reserve some inner elixirs for himself or plan to give them to his friends and family. Principal Li has no need to sell all the inner elixirs. Therefore, it is reasonable for him to hold back. The key question now is how to obtain more inner elixirs from Principal Li. Master, you have finally come out. Disciple has seen the master. Li Chen had just walked out of the training room when he suddenly noticed his disciple, Lan Tianling, kneeling in front of him with a face full of shame. Is there something you want to tell me? Get up and speak. Li Chen asked casually. Master, this matter is my Lan family's fault and it's a bit hard for me to bring up, but my father entrusted me with it and I can't refuse, so I'm particularly troubled. Lan Tianling said, lowering his head. What is it? Just say it directly. It's like this, Master. After I sent the 5 beast inner cores you gave me back to the Lan family, my father, being cautious by nature, didn't use them. Instead, he bestowed these 5 inner cores to the younger generation of our Lan family. 5 Lan family disciples awakened their abilities because of this. And one of them, a C-level ability user, even broke through to S-level after consuming the inner core. Later, as news about the beast inner cores leaked more and more, and with the Chu family's head, Chubatian, regaining his innate abilities thanks to the inner cores, my father finally regretted it. So, he wants me to ask you for a few more, willing to exchange shares of the Lan family, but now the market price of the beast inner cores is no longer what it used to be, and these inner cores have already been auctioned off. Where can we still get them? So that's what this is about. No worries, I'll give you 10 more, just at the original price of 1 billion each. Li Chen waved his hand nonchalantly. When he took out a large number of crystal cores to sell, the price would definitely drop. The current hype at 50 billion was already inflated, because there was a price but no market. If Li Chen sold a few dozen more, this price wouldn't hold. There were only a few in the country who could afford such a price. Once harvested, it would be gone. Li Chen didn't mind selling his disciple a favor. When Li Chen took out 10 more inner cores and handed them to Lan Tianling was instantly in tears. Master, these are beast inner cores worth 50 billion each. You're selling them to my Lan family for 1 billion each. Between you and me, we are not like merchants doing business. How could Master profit from your money? Master is noble, but I can't keep taking advantage of you. That would weigh on my conscience. The beast inner cores worth 50 billion each are indeed unaffordable for my Lan family, but we can still manage the price of 5 billion each. Master, please do not refuse. I know that 5 billion each does not reflect the true value of the beast inner cores, but this is also a token of our Lan family's sincerity, so please accept it. His disciple, Lan Tianling, said earnestly. Although the master did not intend to profit from the Lan family, Lan Tianling couldn't really be so thoughtless. Considering their master-disciple relationship, the price of 5 billion, while not as exaggerated as the market hype, could still somewhat reflect the sincerity of the Lan family. After all, this wave of purchasing inner cores had already drained more than half of their family's wealth. Master, this is all the shares of our Lan Heavy Industry Group. As long as you sign here, the Lan Steel Group will be yours. Sigh. Well, since you are so sincere, I will reluctantly accept it. By the way, I happen to want to forge a batch of long swords recently, and I need the highest hardness. Can this steel group manufacture them? Li Chen asked casually. Of course, our Lan groups. Tungsten steel is famous for its high hardness and strength. Using it to manufacture long swords is a very simple process. The Lan Steel Group can definitely produce them in bulk. Lan Tianling nodded. He was very confident in the forging level of his family's steel group. Don't mention just a small longsword, even the barrel of a sniper rifle or the cannon of an armored tank, they can easily manufacture those. However, this requires military orders. Ordinary civilian orders cannot produce these items. One slip and it could easily turn into munitions. If they pin a label on you, that joke could turn serious. That's perfect. Although I've taken shares in the steel group, it's still your Lan family group managing it. I want to order 50,000 high-strength, high-hardness longswords plus 50,000 large axes. The axe handles should ideally be 2 meters long, and the axes should weigh over 50 kilograms, sharp and about twice the size of a normal fire axe. You should be able to produce this, right? The axes Li Chen wanted were weapons suitable for evolvers. After all, evolvers have relatively strong physical qualities. They can easily swing a 100-pound heavy axe. The combination of a strong physique and heavy axe attacks can significantly enhance close combat lethality. Charging you 10 crystal cores for one of these heavy axes isn't too much, right? After all, not everyone can easily harvest 10,000 level 1 crystal cores like the captain. Those underlings need good weapons to grow faster, don't they? As for the long swords Li Chen wanted, they were to be used in conjunction with mental power. Although controlling more flying swords would reduce individual explosive power when facing the army of sea beasts, controlling more flying swords would undoubtedly cause widespread terrifying lethality against low-level sea beasts. A little more preparation never hurts. Sure, Master, these things you want are nothing. I'll message the factory right away to start production. Then it's settled. You can leave now. By the way, about the 10 beast inner cores I promised you, you must keep it a secret and not spread it around. Even if your father can break through to the innate realm because of this, he shouldn't be too high profile, he still needs to keep a low profile. Li Chen instructed Lan Tianling. I will follow Master's teachings. I will definitely keep the secret for my father. This matter, indeed, my Lan family has been too high profile. Mainly because there's a younger generation in the family who likes to show off. After he became an ability user, he immediately posted it on social media, making it known to everyone in the circle. If my Lan family were to get 10 more beast inner cores, and outsiders found out, we would definitely become a target. Master, you have considered this more thoroughly. Lan Tianling nodded. In realization. Indeed, after thinking about it, the behavior of the younger generation in the clan showing off was not good for the family. It could easily put the Lan family in the spotlight. At such times, it's better to develop quietly. What does it matter if 5 ability users emerge in the family before you have grown up? If they get taken out by opponents, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Being low-key and developing quietly is the way to go. After Lan Tianling left, Wang Qiankuan suddenly sought out Li Chen again. Principal Li, you've really made it hard for me to bear. Previously, you said you only had 15 beast inner cores, but then you turned around and sold inner cores to Director Chu and Director Qian. Because of this, I've been blamed by the military bigwigs, making me feel caught in the middle. Principal Li, if you don't tell me the truth, how many inner cores do you really have left? Wang Qiankuan said with a feigned look of grievance. What, are you here to hold me accountable, Director Wang? Li Chen raised an eyebrow, asking nonchalantly. I wouldn't dare. Principal Li, you are a senior expert, how could I dare to hold you accountable? I came here to seek to purchase a few more inner cores. From you. The ones I bought last time were all handed over to the military bigwigs. This time, I want to buy some for myself, so please, let me know the truth. How many beast inner cores do you really have? I still have 15. Li Chen replied. Hearing Li Chen's admission, Wang Qiankuan immediately suppressed the wild joy in his heart. Principal Li, I am willing to pay 10 billion for each beast's inner core. Please grant me this favor. Selling it to you is not impossible, but do you really have that much money? To be honest, as the leader of Kunlun Mountain, I personally may not have that much, but many of my disciples are quite wealthy. If we pool our resources, we can gather 150 billion, which should be enough. Moreover, if Principal Li is willing, I am prepared to offer the Kunlun sect's secret manual, Feng Lei Ju, in exchange. Would Principal Li be interested? Feng Lei Ju? Let me see it. I want to know how many crystals, inner cores it can be exchanged for. Although Feng Lei Ju is the Kunlun sect's core technique, it is generally not something that can be casually accessed in a library like this. However, Wang Qiankuan generously took out the manual and handed it to Li Chen. He believed that a grandmaster of innate abilities would not look at the manual and give him nothing in return. Li Chen opened Feng Lei Ju and began to study it carefully. It was clear that this was a manual focused on body techniques. It contained an extraordinary lightness, skill. Through a special method of internal energy operation, it could significantly enhance one's speed. Generally, practicing Feng Lei Ju to a minor success could increase speed by 20%. To major success, it could enhance speed by 50%. To perfection, it could double the speed. The key point is that the cultivation of Feng Lei Ju adds a percentage increase to your existing speed. This is quite terrifying. Li Chen's maximum movement speed could reach 300 meters per second thanks to his speed ability, invisible wings, and mental force. Propulsion. If Feng Lei Ju were cultivated to perfection, wouldn't that mean he could break through to 600 meters per second? That would be quite exaggerated. It must be said that the body technique of Feng Lei Ju is indeed very exquisite. As a core manual, it is naturally not something ordinary ancient martial arts can compare to. Li Chen even felt that the effects of this technique were not inferior to Yi Jing and might even surpass it. However, ordinary martial artists are inherently slow. Even if they reach the transformation realm, they can at most achieve 30 meters per second. Cultivating Feng Lei Ju to perfection would only yield 60 meters per second. It would be better to break through to innate abilities directly. Therefore, the value of this technique might be severely underestimated. But for someone like Li Chen, whose movement speed is already at its peak, cultivating Feng Lei Ju would yield terrifying percentage increases. Li Chen gave this technique a very high evaluation. Very good, truly worthy of being a core secret skill. The person who could create a technique like Feng Lei Ju is indeed a genius in martial arts. I can offer 10 beast inner cores in exchange for Feng Lei Ju. What do you think, Director Wang? Li Chen did not intentionally underestimate the value of this technique just because Feng Lei Ju was not widely known. He offered an exchange price equivalent to that of Yi Jing. Upon hearing this, Wang Qiankuan nearly laughed out loud. He couldn't contain himself. Although Feng Lei Ju is a core technique, it is merely a body technique manual. Among the core techniques, not a core internal skill. That this technique could be exchanged for 10 beast inner cores was something he never expected. It was too valuable. How could Feng Lei Ju possibly be worth 100 billion? This was simply a blood profit. Principal Li was incredibly generous. In that case, I would only need to spend 50 billion to buy 15 beast inner cores. Disciples under the door need not gather all their wealth. It can greatly alleviate financial pressure. Principal Li is completely selling me a favor this time. Wang Qiankuan felt deeply moved. Director Wang, the 15 beast inner dan I gave you are the last 15 I have. You must keep it a secret. I sold them to you out of our personal friendship, so don't let this slip. Rest assured, Principal Li, I will keep my mouth shut and never reveal it. Wang Qianquan immediately patted his chest and promised. In fact, only he, Wang Qianquan, could keep secrets so well. Others, like the Chu family, the Lan family, and Director Qian, often exposed their private dealings with Principal Li regarding the purchase of Beast Inner Dan. Only Wang Qianquan had not leaked a single word. The other three families either had someone trying to show off or made too much noise to hide it. Old Wan was the most reliable. After Wang Qianquan left, a student from the Ability Academy suddenly knocked on Principal Li Chen's office door. Come in. Principal Li, hello, my name is Wan Guojun. Wan Guojun? I think I've heard of you. One of the top students in this year's Ability Academy, an S-level potential Earth-type ability user. I heard you have already mastered the Earth Escape technique? I even performed Earth Escape online, attracting a large number of fans. Li Chen had some impression of this person. He was quite a big internet celebrity. He already had 20 million fans. To be remembered by Principal Li is an honor for Guojun. Actually, a few days ago, I wanted to take you as my master, but you are a congenital grandmaster of ancient martial arts, while I belong to the abilities system. The differences between the two are vast, which made me hesitate. But I recently heard that you practice both ancient martial arts and abilities. Is this true? Wan Guojun asked frankly. So what if it is? Li Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Looking calm. Master, please allow your disciple to bow to you. Wan Guojun immediately knelt down and bowed his head in respect. I never said I would take you as a disciple. Don't get ahead of yourself. Master, I truly wish to be your disciple. My family, the Wan family, is in the financial investment business, and over the years we have invested in quite a few short video platforms. Here are 5% shares in 3 short video platforms conservatively estimated to be worth 100 billion. Please accept them, Master. Li Chen picked up the share transfer authorization and took a look. Good heavens. They were actually the 3 largest short video platforms in the country. This Wan Guojun looked so rustic, like a simpleton. He was actually the son of a financial tycoon? Even Goldman Sachs and Morgan Bank had shares from his family. Li Chen had to admit, one cannot judge a person by their appearance. Who would have thought this rustic simpleton was actually the richest? Very well. Since you have a sincere heart and I see your talent is not bad, you may enter my door. The world only knows my martial arts cultivation is that of a congenital grandmaster, but they do not know that my ability strength has far surpassed that of a congenital grandmaster. Studying ability techniques under me will be a tremendous fortune for you. With a thought, Li Chen summoned 12 flying knives from his space, which instantly began to spin at high speed, darting around the small office at an unimaginable speed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 seconds later, Wan Guojun's clothes were instantly shredded to pieces, leaving only a pile of rags on the floor. Wan Guojun was shocked. Principal Li was indeed a powerful ability user. Alright, your clothes are too rustic. Change into these Li Ning outfits. Li Chen casually tossed him 2 pieces of clothing. But this is a custom-made Balenciaga, worth 100,000. The master says ugly is ugly. The value of clothing cannot be measured by money. Yes, master is right. By the way, master, besides becoming your disciple, I also want to buy some beast inner elixirs from you. I wonder if you have any in stock? You came at just the right time. I usually don't sell to just anyone, but since we are now master and disciple, I happen to have 15 beast inner elixirs here. If you want them, I can sell you one for 10 billion. Master, sell them all to me. My father is getting old and his health isn't great, and there are many uncles and relatives at home who all need them. I'll take them all for 150 billion. Li Chen realized he might have underestimated the financial power of the Wan family. To casually take out 150 billion, the Forbes rich list rankings must not be fake, right? How could there be no ranking for the Wan family? With such terrifying financial power, it wouldn't be excessive for the Wan family to be ranked first, would it? Well, since you have such filial piety, I will sell them all to you, but you must keep it a secret and not spread it around. Now that the beast inner elixirs are being hyped up, it's better for you not to get involved in this turmoil. Rest assured, master, I will definitely keep it a secret. Next, the Chu family, Qian family, Shu family, Ma family, Niu family, and various wealthy families all sent people to seek to purchase inner elixirs. Li Chen publicly claimed he had refused all offers for the inner elixirs, but in reality, more or less, almost everyone who approached him privately managed to buy some. Some bought 1 or 2, others bought 5 or 6, even a dozen. These wealthy individuals immediately began to have ulterior motives. They thought that only by sincerely seeking to purchase would Principal Li soften his heart. Only they had managed to buy some, so they spared no expense frantically acquiring inner elixirs. Even if they couldn't use them all, they could sell them at a profit, perhaps making hundreds of billions. They wanted to profit from the middleman. In fact, after tonight, that Mr. Niu had already cancelled the 50 billion high-priced bounty. Whether they could still resell them at a high price was now a metaphysical question. In just one day, Li Chen had already received shares from dozens of listed groups, and they were all large enterprises and conglomerates such as Zhangxiang Maozi lithium battery groups, new energy vehicle shares, internet AI companies, including some agricultural and livestock groups. He had acquired quite a bit. According to the current market value of the shares, it was about over 20 trillion. After all, while the wealthy have money, most of it is in company shares. If you really ask them to casually take out hundreds of billions or over 1,000 billion in cash, that is indeed a very difficult thing. So most were using group shares and company bonds as collateral. This was how they could buy inner elixirs from Li Chen. In reality, very few could actually produce a large amount of cash flow. But even so, today's A shares also experienced a massive drop due to many wealthy individuals collectively selling shares to recover cash flow. Shareholders were wailing. The curses were incessant. A wave of green engulfed the entire stock market. Many stock market bloggers were cursing the capitalists for their ugly behavior. The leaks hadn't even sprouted and you're already cutting? So disgusting. Damn you. Li Chen paid no attention to the external turmoil, because he had already decided to consume the 6th level Sea Beast inner elixir to break through to the land immortal realm. His Joyang divine skill was just a little bit away from the 8th level. Meanwhile, at the North American Alliance's War God Palace, the 8 war gods gathered together. Besides the transcendent war god Diana, there was another important figure today who caught everyone's attention. Congratulations, Brian George, it seems you have broken through to the transcendent war god realm. Yes, my dear Queen Diana, I have finally caught up to your pace. The War God Palace has produced 2 transcendent war gods, and recently 3 SS-level potential superhumans have emerged. It won't be long before a new war god is born. However, an Eastern monkey dares to be so arrogant, brazenly provoking the Global Superhuman Association of the War God Palace online, even claiming they bark like dogs. This is simply lawless. He should be prepared to face judgment from the War God Palace. The Eastern Dragon Summer, they do not abide by the regulations of the Global Superhuman Association, refusing to join our system, wanting to establish their own lineage. This has become a chronic issue that needs to be resolved. The War God Palace has given birth to 2 transcendent war gods. Their strength has greatly increased. They decided to take action themselves and head to the Kunlun Mountains of Dragon Summer to slay the villain Li Chen, to set an example. This is also a warning to the global superhumans, a lesson to be learned. If Li Chen's matter is not dealt with, will anyone dare to insult the War God Palace of the North American Alliance in the future? Only by severely punishing Li Chen can the dignity of the North American Alliance be maintained. The 2 transcendent war gods shot through the air with unparalleled terrifying speed. Dragon Summer time, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Suddenly, 2 terrifying auras rushed in. Li Chen, get out here. A clumsy Chinese phrase was shouted from Brian George's mouth. His eyes suddenly shot out a beam of laser light. That terrifying laser instantly severed a mountain peak in half, triggering a massive avalanche and earthquake. A mountain boulder with a diameter of about 2,000 meters suddenly crashed down towards the direction of the High Martial Academy. If that mountain peak hit, the High Martial Academy would likely be reduced to ruins. Countless students would be injured or killed. But at this critical moment, a tall figure shot out. He threw a punch. The 2,000-meter mountain peak was actually split in half by him, falling to either side of the cliff. This avoided the destruction of the High Martial Academy. Brian, do you dare to act recklessly in my High Martial Academy? 6 years ago, you fled in panic from my hands, have you forgotten? A tall and handsome middle-aged man said coldly. He stood with his hands behind his back, confronting Brian George and Queen Diana from a distance. The atmosphere instantly became suffocating. The entire place fell into dead silence. The students of the High Martial Academy were all dumbfounded. My God, it's Zhao Yunfeng, Principal Zhao has appeared. The strongest in Dragon Summer, Zhao Yunfeng. Could the other party be the Diamond War God Brian? I heard that the Diamond War God Brian of the North American Alliance is the 2nd strongest after Queen Diana. He awakened dual SS level powers, the Diamond Body and Laser Eye. The Diamond Body makes his physical form indestructible. Even facing missile bombardment, he remains unscathed, with a defense that can be described as monstrous. The Laser Eye releases a terrifying red light from his eyes, capable of destroying fighter jets from thousands of meters away. Both Zhao Yunfeng and Brian have appeared. Could that white beauty be Queen Diana? Xu Mingjiu said in shock. Queen Diana is a legendary figure in the superhuman world, the first superhuman to break through the war god level. Are these 2 North American powerhouses here to slay Principal Li? Principal Li might be in danger this time. Humph. Zhao Yunfeng, do you think I, Brian George, am still the same as I was 6 years ago? Losing to you 6 years ago was just a moment of carelessness. Now I am a transcendent war god. You came at the right time. Today, I not only want to slay the villain Li Chen but also to avenge my previous humiliation. As Brian George's words fell. A metallic sheen suddenly covered his entire body. This was his true battle state, the diamond body. Once the diamond body was activated, Brian George's physical abilities would receive a terrifying enhancement. Speed, strength, and defense would all elevate to an extreme level. He could withstand air-to-ground missiles without a scratch. Just like Superman. You weren't my match 6 years ago. Do you think you can be my match 6 years later? You don't think you're the only one who has broken through to surpass the war god, do you? Earth-type ability, power of the earth. Zhao Yunfeng's feet landed on the ground. In an instant, a yellowish aura surged from his body. Countless stones and soil began to gather around him. Before long, they coalesced into a massive stone giant 500 meters tall. The stone giant was perfectly formed and incredibly powerful. With a single step, it covered a distance of 1,000 meters. Zhao Yunfeng threw a punch, and the terrifying figure, combined with the power of the earth, sent Brian George flying with a single blow. Brian was blasted away like a cannonball, embedding himself in the rocks, creating a 50-meter deep pit on the cliff. But soon, Brian burst out like a cannonball again. Laser eye. His eyes emitted lasers, bombarding the stone giant. One of the giant's arms was blasted off, but the power of the earth surged, and the arm quickly regenerated. Just a little trick, and you dare to show off in front of me. Wind-type ability, blinding sandstorm. The combination of earth and wind abilities instantly turned the battlefield into a howling storm, with sand swirling everywhere. Brian's laser eyes were affected by the sandstorm, making it hard for him to open his eyes. He could only rely on his diamond body to attack wildly. This was a case of ability restraint. Zhao Yunfeng's abilities just happened to counteract the laser diamond. Zhao Yunfeng, do you think this queen doesn't exist? Spatial prison. Angel's holy light sword of judgment. Queen Diana, the #1 war god of North America, was also a dual SS level ability user, possessing rare dual attributes of space and holy light. As soon as she made her move, the massive stone giant was instantly trapped within a spatial barrier. Brian, don't get caught up in the fight. I'll contain Zhao Yunfeng. You go and kill Li Chen immediately. Don't forget our purpose for this mission. Yes, my queen. With a war god stepping in, killing a congenital grandmaster was as easy as slaughtering pigs and dogs. At this moment, Li Chen was in a critical phase, having taken a 6th level sea beast's inner core to break through to the 8th level of the 9 Yang divine skill. His entire body was bursting with Yang energy. A terrifying heat wave enveloped him. The speed of his circulation was increasing rapidly, and the powerful 9 Yang true energy was running wildly within him, already breaking through to 8.5 seconds per circulation. The scorching 9 Yang true energy had already liquefied into a significant portion of 9 Yang true essence. Boom! At this moment, a loud rumble echoed in Li Chen's mind. His cells began to evolve wildly. The water-type ability awakened. At the same time, he also broke through to become a 6th level evolver. Urban Li Chen had successfully entered the 6th level ranks. His mental power began to surge. Speed ability evolved. His entire physique was enhanced. Now is the time. Today, I will break through to the realm of the land immortal. Boom, boom, boom. Jia. Li Chen, I've found you. Fuck you, squid. Laser eye. Brian George, a transcendent war god level powerhouse, could easily detect Li Chen, who was in seclusion in the training room, through the flow of energy between heaven and earth. A massive amount of heavenly and earthly energy surged towards Li Chen. In the High Martial Academy, apart from Zhao Yunfeng, only Li Chen had the strength to attract such a vast amount of heavenly and earthly energy. It was said that the dragon Summer ancient martial lineage was particularly averse to disturbances during cultivation. Otherwise, it would be easy to go astray. Li Chen was clearly in seclusion, breaking through. At this moment, he was practically a living target. Truly, heaven has forsaken you. Die. Boom. Just as the laser eye instantly destroyed the walls of the training room and struck Li Chen, an incredibly fierce and scorching aura enveloped his body. That terrifying laser eye was unable to breach his defenses, directly blocked by the 9 Yang True Qi, keeping it at bay. At that moment, Li Chen opened his eyes. You little rodent, how dare you disturb my meditation? You're seeking death. With a movement, Li Chen activated his invisible wings, transforming into a bolt of lightning, and instantly appeared in front of Brian George. Grabbing him by the neck, like lifting a chick, he slammed him down to the ground. A force of 8 million pounds erupted from Li Chen's hand. Even Brian's steel body had no power to resist. Boom! The hard granite floor was instantly smashed into a deep pit several dozen meters wide. The massive rock formation cracked like a spider web. But soon, Brian George charged out from that deep pit. His diamond-like body had astonishing defenses and was extremely tough. Li Chen's strike surprisingly did not inflict much damage on him. How is this possible? I am the transcendent war god. How could I not defeat you? The information is wrong. Li Chen is not an innate grandmaster. He is a terrestrial immortal and also a transcendent war god. Brian George shouted in shock. Are you the war god of the North? American Alliance's war god palace? You really dare to come. Since you've come, don't even think about leaving today. 9 Yang Divine. Xie, Wind and Thunder Technique. With a movement, Li Chen transformed into an afterimage again, his speed reaching an astonishing 360 meters per second. The terrifying speed was so fast that even the transcendent war god couldn't react in time. In the world of martial arts, only speed is invincible. This time, Li Chen covered his hand with 9 Yang Qi and struck out with unparalleled speed. Clang! A metallic clash echoed. Brian was sent flying 1,000 meters away, crashing into a mountain, which cracked upon impact. His originally powerful steel body was actually left with a deep palm imprint. A mouthful of blood was suddenly spat out. Impossible, how could I be injured? My diamond body is unafraid of missile bombardment. How could you hurt me? Brian roared furiously. Laser eye. The red light in his eyes swept again, but it was easily dodged by Li Chen, unable to hit him at all. Li Chen's speed was too fast, he couldn't lock on to him. Mental force. With a thought, 12 alloy battle knives transformed into 12 sharp rays piercing towards Brian. Boom, 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 boom. Over 10,000 tons of terrifying destructive power battered Brian, leaving him covered in wounds. Yet even so, it still couldn't completely break through his defenses. Interesting, are you a little cockroach? You're quite resilient, you can't be killed even after all this? I have a sword that can cut through the heavens. Sword technique. Li Chen drew his long sword. The Longquan sword, under the cover of 9 Yang Divine Qi, transformed into an invincible swordlight. Li Chen swung his sword, unleashing a terrifying swordlight that extended 3,000 meters, cleaving through the air. A massive snow-capped mountain was actually split apart by this sword. Brian George was locked within the swordlight, utterly defenseless. This sword cleaved halfway through his forehead, yet even so, he did not die. How could this be? Mental abilities, speed abilities, strength abilities. Ancient martial arts terrestrial immortal realm. How could you be a multi-type transcendent war god? Blood flowed endlessly from Brian's body, but he still asked unwillingly. You still haven't died? Well, you managed to take 3 of my moves and still survive. You must be quite gifted. Today, I will leave you with a complete corpse. Water system ability, evaporation of water molecules. The 3 water abilities awakened in the apocalyptic Li Chen were somewhat inclined towards support, summoning clouds and rain, controlling the weather. However, the water ability awakened in urban Li Chen this time was extremely perverse. He could control the evaporation of all water molecules within a radius of 500 meters. This included the water contained in the human body itself. It was all within Li Chen's control. This was undoubtedly a terrifyingly perverse ability. Water accounted for a large part of the human body, including blood and internal organs, which contained a significant amount of water. If the water molecules in the human body evaporated, one would instantly turn into a dried corpse. And what Li Chen awakened was this water ability, evaporation of water molecules. When this ability was activated, Brian's diamond body began to seep a large number of fine beads of sweat. The beads of sweat increased rapidly. He started sweating profusely. A water ball began to automatically form on his head. The water ball spun, and the moisture from Brian's body flowed uncontrollably into the water ball. His body became increasingly shriveled. The muscular man, standing at 1.9 meters tall, quickly turned into a mere skeleton. He wanted to escape, but it was already too late. Just as he took off into the air, Li Chen stomped him back down. You think you can run after offending me? Do you think my authority is something you can trifle with? At that moment, Brian George finally began to panic. He felt the relentless passage of life. He was about to die. Please, I was wrong. I am willing to submit to you. Please spare my life. I am so thirsty. It's too late. As Li Chen's words fell, all the moisture in Brian's body had been evaporated completely, turning him into a dried corpse. The entire scene was filled with horror. The Diamond War God Brian has actually fallen. He is the second strongest in North America. Incredible, Principal Li is actually a terrestrial immortal? The mighty war god couldn't even last 5 moves against Principal Li. Just now, I was still worried about my master. I didn't expect my master to be even more formidable than I imagined. Did I really become a disciple of a terrestrial immortal? Am I dreaming? Wang Guojun instantly felt that the billions spent were worth it. At this moment, Queen Diana had already furrowed her brows. The situation had exceeded her expectations. She had trapped Zhao Yunfeng and sent Brian to kill Li Chen, but unexpectedly, Brian was killed by Li Chen instead? How outrageous. Diana, if you have the ability, fight me fairly. Sneaking attacks, what kind of ability is that? Zhao Yunfeng frantically bombarded the spatial cage. His fists rained down like raindrops. However, within this space, it felt as if there were invisible walls of void locking him firmly within this area. No matter how he bombarded, he could not escape. Instead, he was occasionally ambushed by Diana using holy light slashes. Although the stone giant was huge and had thick defenses, it couldn't withstand such sneak attacks. Gradually, Zhao Yunfeng began to struggle. The spatial cage severed his connection to the power of the earth. This meant that his stone giant could not recover from injuries. Zhao Yunfeng began to panic. If this continued, he could really be consumed to death by Diana. Just then, he suddenly felt the pressure ease. The spatial cage had broken. Are you the #1 war god in North America, Queen Diana? So it was you barking like a dog, wanting to judge me. I see you are just throwing yourself into a trap. Li Chen looked at Diana's sky-blue eyes, her fiery and alluring figure, her charming appearance. She was indeed quite sexy, but unfortunately, she was a femme fatale. Li Chen, you dare to kill the Diamond War God? Your crime has already angered the entire North American alliance. The whole Longxia kingdom will have to bear the wrath of the North American alliance because of your evil deeds. Are you ready to face judgment? Diana threatened coldly. To be honest, her Chinese was quite fluent. Stop barking like a dog, will you? Yapping like a bitch every day, talking about judging this and judging that. I'm right in front of you, let's see how you judge me. As soon as Li Chen said this, the entire faculty and students of the High Martial Academy were collectively stunned. The #1 powerhouse in North America was actually called a bitch by you. Don't you know how high the status of Queen Diana is? She is a North American legend, the president of the Global Superpower Association. Even the most powerful capitalists must bow respectfully to Queen Diana. Principal Li, you are too brave. Upon hearing this, Diana was immediately furious. She was truly angry. The killing intent surged. No one had ever dared to insult her like this. Spatial cage. Diana unleashed her spatial ultimate move again, the spatial cage. Her spatial cage could be used to trap enemy opponents or to pull herself and her opponent into the spatial cage barrier together. Even on a battlefield where the enemy outnumbers her, she could single out an opponent, pull them into the spatial cage and kill them alone. This kind of heaven-defying skill, whether to restrict an opponent or to capture and kill them, was a divine technique. Li Chen felt the scene shift. Zhao Yunfeng, who was still on the side, suddenly disappeared. The onlookers from the High Martial Academy also vanished. Only an 800-meter diameter spatial cage remained, locking Li Chen and Diana inside. Li Chen, do you think that just because you have become a transcendent war god, you can act recklessly? Do you know that there are still differences in strength among transcendent war gods? You have just recently ascended to the transcendent war god level, yet you dare to provoke and insult the #1 powerhouse. Now, the great Queen Diana will pronounce your death sentence. Angel's wings. Suddenly, a pair of angelic wings sprouted from Diana's back. Her aura began to surge. The momentum climbed steadily. The powerful holy light erupted within her, suddenly reaching the peak of the transcendent war god realm. Li Chen was very familiar with this realm, because in the apocalypse, Li Chen was currently at this level, peak of the land immortal realm. The situation became a bit complicated, but Li Chen was not afraid. He still had trump cards. At worst, he could consume a 7th level sea beast's inner core. Li Chen, are you starting to feel afraid? Your speed-type superpower cannot be effectively utilized in this narrow spatial cage. Is that so? I would love to give it a try. Wind and Thunder Technique. Li Chen activated the Wind and Thunder Technique, his speed still as fast as lightning. The training of the Wind and Thunder Technique was originally a small-scale spatial movement. After practicing casually, he reached a minor success, increasing his movement speed by 20%. However, to break through to major success, he needed more practice in body techniques. Angel's Holy Light Slash. One Sword Technique. Li Chen drew his sword, launching a strike. A terrifying holy light sword beam collided with the 9 Yang sword chi. Boom! A loud explosion. The powerful energy shockwave sent Li Chen flying 300 meters away. The 199 yuan Longquan sword that had accompanied him through several pretentious moments was directly shattered to pieces. Indeed, this ordinary rebar craft was just average. It was fine for occasional show-off, but when faced with a true powerhouse, it shattered with a single blow. Just look at the holy light great sword in her hand. It was clearly a divine weapon. His Longquan sword simply couldn't compare. Next time, he shouldn't buy something so cheap. Li Chen's long sword was shattered, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of Queen Diana's mouth. A land god is nothing but this. Today, I will send you to meet Satan. Wind and Thunder Technique. The holy light sword radiance swept across, and Li Chen dodged at his limit, beginning to hone his body technique. Just as he was sent flying, he had already taken a 6th level sea beast inner pill. The power of evolution surged through his body. The 9 Yang true chi erupted. The circulation speed within his body increased rapidly, and Li Chen urgently needed a vigorous battle to vent the heat within him. This technique indeed became more potent the further one cultivated it, with the yang energy growing stronger. Even the Yi Jin Jing was difficult to harmonize. Moreover, Li Chen's breakthrough speed was too fast, with no time for accumulation, leading to unbearable heat within him. Now, through a wave of intense battle, he found it increasingly hard to endure. But there was no choice, he had to endure. A life and death battle was Not a game. Humph. Useless. Do you think you can keep dodging with your extreme body technique? My spatial cage will continuously shrink. Over time, and within this spatial cage, the energy I unleash can be recycled. I will grow stronger with each battle, while you will only be consumed until death. In this cage, I have the home field advantage. You can't escape, nor can you fight back. You will only exhaust your energy and die. The corner of Diana's mouth lifted slightly. She began to smirk coldly, although a golden warrior had fallen. This time, being able to eliminate a multi-system transcendent warrior from Longxia was not a loss. Fortunately, he had just broken through, and had not yet grown. Otherwise, if he grew for a few more years, who in the world could compete with him? If Li Chen did not die, he would be a significant threat to the North American alliance. He was 10 times, 100 times more terrifying than Zhao Yunfeng. Oh no! Principal Li has been pulled into the spatial cage by Queen Diana. I wonder if he will be in danger? After all, he is the strongest. In North America, how could he be so easy to deal with? Principal Zhao, can you save Principal Li? He is a good person. Wang Qiankuan earnestly requested. It's not that I don't want to save him, but I can't enter the spatial cage either. We can only wait for Principal Li and Diana to determine the victor before this spatial cage can be broken, Zhao Yunfeng said with a face full of lingering fear. If it weren't for Principal Li's righteous intervention this time, it would probably have been him facing Diana in a life and death struggle. The opponent's spatial abilities really become more perverse as time goes on. 6 years ago, I could still match Diana evenly, but I never expected that 6 years later, I am already far inferior to her. She has more advantages than I do in terms of abilities. Spatial ability users truly become stronger in the later stages. Zhao Yunfeng's head hung slightly low and a sense of helplessness arose in his heart. Even though he had broken through to the Transcendent Warrior realm, he felt the gap between himself and Diana. When the opponent fought him, she didn't even use her full strength. This was the biggest blow to Zhao Yunfeng, who was proud at heart. Fortunately, within Longxia, a peerless powerhouse has also emerged. Although I don't know much about Principal Li, his ability to slay the Golden Warrior Brian shows that his strength far surpasses mine. He might be able to contend with Diana. Moreover, Principal Li seems to have quite a good reputation. Everyone seems to care about him. Outside the spatial cage, everyone was discussing fervently. Lan, Tianling, Wan Guojun, Xu Mingjiao, and others couldn't help but show a hint of anxiety on their faces. Inside the spatial cage, Li Chen and Diana had been entangled for an hour. He kept dodging, extreme dodging, frantically dodging, facing Diana's incredibly sharp holy light great sword. Li Chen operated the wind and thunder technique to its utmost, rapidly advancing his body technique at an unimaginable speed. In just 1 hour, he was already close to reaching the realm of great achievement. Is this a perfect level of evasion technique? You've got some skills. But next, the diameter of the spatial cage will shrink to within 100 meters. Let's see where you can run. A distance of 100 meters for a powerhouse beyond the war god level takes less than half a second. Diana's holy light sword net could cover the entire space. From top to bottom, from left to right, from front to back, 6 sides of space instantly filled with endless rays of holy light. Li Chen had nowhere to evade. No matter how formidable the evasion technique, under such a dense barrage of holy light sword energy, it was futile. Well, thank you for helping me hone my evasion skills. Otherwise, breaking through to the great achievement of the wind thunder technique wouldn't be so quick. Now, the game is over. Li Chen smirked coldly. He took out a level 7 Sea Beast inner core from the space and swallowed it in one go. With the level 7 inner core consumed, Li Chen suddenly began to operate the 9 Yang divine art frantically. A powerful protective divine aura enveloped his body, and facing the fierce rays of holy light, Li Chen withstood it, surprisingly unscathed. At this moment, the operation speed of the 9 Yang true essence had surpassed 1 cycle every 7 seconds. An even more terrifying aura erupted within Li Chen. What did you eat? Why has your momentum suddenly increased so much? Water system ability, water molecules evaporating. Li Chen instantly activated his water system ability. Diana suddenly felt her blood boiling all over, as if the moisture in her body was being forcibly drawn out. Her body was starting to feel uncontrollable. Holy light shield. Suddenly, a circular light shield lit up around her, the gentle holy light enveloping her, actually cutting off Li Chen's water system abilities extraction. You've got some tricks, but not many. Mental force. With a thought, 12 alloy war knives in the space transformed into 12 beams of light, propelled by a terrifying force exceeding 20,000 tons, crashing towards the holy light shield. The holy light shield appeared thin and fragile on the surface, but in reality, it was incredibly hard. Its defensive power was terrifying. Li Chen pushed Diana back, but the holy light shield was not broken. But what if I add the 9 Yang true essence? With a wave of his hand, the powerful 9 Yang true essence split into 12, merging into the alloy flying knives. The alloy flying knives, now covered with 9 Yang true essence, became indestructible. Combined with the terrifying propulsion of 20,000 tons, the holy light shield was instantly shattered. Spatial distortion. At a critical moment, Queen Diana unexpectedly activated her second spatial ability. A strange space bent the trajectory of Li Chen's flying knives, which were about to hit Diana, suddenly turning in front of her and flying back towards Li Chen. It nearly injured Li Chen by mistake. Fortunately, he stopped it in time with his mental force. You have a second spatial skill? How did you master your spatial skills? Li Chen suddenly felt a hint of curiosity. In the urban world, there shouldn't be any spatial zombie cores, right? Could it be that besides the innate skills gained from self-awakening and those obtained from consuming cores and inner cores, one could awaken a second skill? Li Chen, let me show you how powerful a true spatial ability user really is. Drawing the ground as a prison, spatial confinement. Diana was completely furious. She continuously unleashed spatial skills, nearly reaching a state of weakness. First, she used the spatial cage to trap Zhao Yunfeng. Then she used the spatial cage to trap Li Chen. They had been entangled for a whole hour. Maintaining the spatial cage itself consumed a tremendous amount of energy. She originally thought that Li Chen would soon be unable to hold on under her fierce attack. But unexpectedly, Li Chen grew braver with each battle. After an hour of fierce fighting, he was still full of energy. Instead, she found her defenses broken by Li Chen's mental attacks and had to activate her spatial skills to the limit. In this final strike, if I cannot slay Li Chen, I can only retreat today. At this moment, Li Chen felt that the space within a meter around him was completely locked down. He couldn't move an inch. Holy light purification. Destroy all evil. Die. Diana swung her greatsword fiercely at Li Chen, a terrifying slash of holy light containing her full power. This strike, combined with her divine weapon, was strong enough to split a mountain in half. If it struck Li Chen's head, even the Nine Sun's protective aura would struggle to withstand it. At this moment, Li Chen, in a frantic struggle, sensed a faint grayish special energy. Is this the energy of the spatial system? So that's how it is. Feeling the spatial energy so close, Li Chen suddenly had a moment of clarity. He had always thought that only the apocalyptic Li Chen had gained spatial abilities, while he did not, because he didn't know how to use any spatial skills. But that was not the case. He had always been a spatial ability user, he just didn't know how to use it. If he weren't a spatial ability user, how could he have a space within him? And such a vast internal space at that? Moreover, every time he consumed an evolution crystal core, his internal space would grow along with it. This was precisely because he had always been a spatial ability user. He just had never used it. So he didn't know. And at this moment, when the spatial energy was so close to him, he suddenly realized that the gray energy in his brain domain space was indeed spatial energy. Could it be that besides awakening skills, spatial abilities could also be actively developed? In that instant, Li Chen's thoughts surged wildly, and the gray energy in his brain domain space was forcibly summoned and surged into his body. The next second, Li Chen's figure vanished. Instant teleportation. Li Chen directly broke free from the spatial confinement. He dodged Diana's full force strike. The opponent's desperate slash only cut through the air. Spatial ability? How do you have spatial abilities? Diana's face was filled with disbelief. Boom! Li Chen grabbed Diana by the neck. Are you ready to die? Feeling the palpable killing intent, Diana's gaze turned to despair. She never expected to fall into a trap. Today, it seemed she would perish here. At this moment, Li Chen's eyes were blood red. His state appeared somewhat off. The Nine Suns divine art was going berserk. Li Chen had lost control. The effect of the 7th level inner core was too strong. Li Chen had not focused on cultivating and digesting it, but instead got distracted during the battle, drawing out the brain domain space energy during the operation of his meridians, causing the Nine Suns' true essence to be disturbed and go berserk. With evil fire raging, Li Chen's consciousness became hazy. He felt as if his head was about to explode. Then, what are you going to do? Diana let out a scream. At 11 o'clock at night, the chaotic Nine Suns' true essence within Li Chen finally calmed down. Ha! What did I just do? I seem to not remember. Where's Queen Diana? Why is she gone? Damn, where are my pants? At this moment, Li Chen felt completely transparent. The speed of the Nine Suns' true essence's operation had actually broken through 2 seconds per cycle. This was equivalent to him having reached the peak of the 8th level, just one step away from the 9th level, Nine Suns covering the sky. Beyond that was the condensation of the Martial Emperor Golden Core, breaking through to the Martial Emperor realm. As for the level of his abilities, it had already reached a level comparable to the apocalyptic Li Chen. Today's progress is quite significant. I didn't expect to be obsessed, and yet it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. A gentle breeze swept by. Li Chen felt a slight chill in his body. It turned out he was at the peak of a snow-capped mountain in temperatures below -10 degrees. Li Chen quickly took a pair of pants from his space and put them on. Then he flew towards the High Martial Academy. The apocalypse. 11:30 in the morning. Li Chen stretched lazily and walked out of the villa. Chief, there's something I need to report to you. That traitor Meng Haoyu has returned. He claims he didn't betray the base, but that you sent him to the Jiangnan base as an undercover agent. Unfortunately, the mission failed and he was hunted by Yuan Tianyi. Later, the Jiangnan base was breached by the Sea Beast army and he couldn't continue the mission, so he came back. The red-haired man immediately reported to Li Chen. He was quite displeased with Meng Haoyu's return. That scoundrel Meng Haoyu had stabbed him in the back before and he still remembered that grudge. So as soon as Meng Haoyu returned, the red-haired man sought him out for trouble and they ended up fighting. This time, Meng Haoyu was no match for the red-haired man at all. The red-haired man had already reached level 5 and learned the NHE skill. His strength had skyrocketed and Meng Haoyu couldn't compete at all. However, his teleportation skill was incredibly powerful. Even if he couldn't defeat the red-haired man, he could easily escape. The red-haired man couldn't do anything about him. He could only let him explain the cause and process of the matter. Yes, Meng Haoyu was indeed the undercover agent I sent out. The reason I said he betrayed the base was to better protect him. However, this operation may not have fooled Yuan Tianyi, but we didn't suffer any losses. Li Chen nodded. He explained on the spot. Chief, you finally cleared my name. Just now, those guys almost wanted to kill me. Woo woo woo, Chief, you must stand up for me. Meng Haoyu said with a face full of grievance. His return to the future base was undoubtedly shocking. He originally thought that having broken through to a level 4 spatial ability user, he would be a top contender upon returning to the base. Aside from Li Chen, he believed he was not inferior to any of the team members at the base. But as soon as he returned, he was ruthlessly beaten. He couldn't defeat Shadow, couldn't defeat the red-haired man, couldn't defeat Eagle, couldn't defeat Feng Tianhua, couldn't defeat Guofugui, couldn't defeat Huang Chao, and even couldn't defeat Sun Yuan, the support healer. Meng Haoyu was completely stunned. How could a level 4 spatial ability user not be able to defeat Sun Yuan, a support healer? This was something he simply couldn't accept. Soon, he realized a fact. The future base's strength had changed dramatically. Among the other 19 leaders besides him, only Gu Sisi was still at the peak of level 4. The other 18 leaders had all advanced to level 5. Moreover, they had all learned a special technique, each with explosive combat power. Meanwhile, he, Meng Haoyu, had gone out for a spin and had become the most backward. What was going on? This isn't scientific. I have enough evolution crystals and enough supplies to last 10 years plus a top-tier spatial ability. Why is it like this? My upgrade speed is still slower than the other team leaders. Therefore, the key issue must be that technique. I haven't practiced the technique, so my upgrades are slow. If I had practiced the technique, I would definitely surpass that red-haired guy in no time. At the same time, Meng Haoyu also learned through observing the situation at the base that the future base had also experienced an invasion by the Sea Beast army. In this battle, Chief Li Chen displayed terrifying strength comparable to a level 7 ability user, killing 12 level 7 sea monsters. His output was off the charts. He almost single-handedly turned the tide. Meng Haoyu was even more shocked. At the same time, he developed a strong interest in the 5th level inner elixirs, 6th level inner elixirs, and 7th level inner elixirs, including the cultivation techniques. He wanted them all. Very greedy. This was quite normal. Who in the apocalypse isn't greedy? But he knew very well that although leader Li Chen was relatively generous to his subordinates, it was absolutely impossible for him to give these resources away for free. He either had to achieve merit on the battlefield. Through contributions, rewards would be allocated, or he would have to exchange other things for them. Trying to exchange for 5th level, 6th level, and 7th level inner elixirs by killing zombies and mutated monsters would take ages. He couldn't wait. That red-haired guy had already surpassed him. He couldn't stand being humiliated and overtaken by that red-haired punk. He had to surpass him immediately, rise above level 5, and reclaim his status. Otherwise, he would feel terrible. So, I can only exchange that 8th level inner elixir. The 8th level inner elixir is too precious. I'm actually a bit reluctant to part with it, but with my current status as a level 4 evolver, I can only consume the 8th level inner elixir after reaching the peak of level 7. When will that be? The world is too dangerous now. Who knows when I might get killed? Even though I have the skill of teleportation, I can't guarantee absolute safety. I must level up quickly. Surpass the red-haired guy, surpass them all. I, Meng Haoyu, will never be weaker than anyone in my life. After a period of entanglement and contemplation, Meng Haoyu had already made up his mind. He had to obtain the cultivation techniques in the 5th, 6th, and 7th level Sea Beast inner elixirs. Finding leader Li Chen to exchange was undoubtedly the simplest shortcut. There was no quicker method than this. The red-haired guys hadn't even told him that this precious technique only required 10,000 first-level crystals. So, he subconsciously thought that the techniques were very expensive. A great price had to be paid to exchange for them. Meng Haoyu, it's good that you're back. It doesn't matter that the undercover mission wasn't completed. I'm already very pleased that you can return safely. I've always kept the position of captain of your base's 8th squad for you. Thank you, leader. Leader, I have a secret I want to report to you. Can we talk privately? Sure, come with me. After a while, Li Chen took Meng Haoyu to a separate conference room. Go ahead, what secret do you want to report? Li Chen brewed a pot of de Hong Pao. While drinking tea, he asked casually, Leader, do you know that before the Jiangnan base was destroyed, a nuclear bomb was launched? I've heard of that. I heard it even killed an 8th level sea monster. Yes, Leader, that super high-yield nuclear bomb did indeed kill an 8th level sea monster, but do you know where the inner elixir of that 8th level sea monster ended up? Meng Haoyu suddenly asked. This question caught Li Chen off guard. The battlefield was in chaos. And with the terrifying power of the nuclear bomb, the 8th level sea monster was probably long gone. How could the inner elixir still be found? Leader, the defensive power of the 8th level sea monster is extremely strong. Even facing a nuclear bomb, it can preserve its remains. Speaking of which, I was lucky. I happened to obtain the inner elixir of that 8th level sea monster. The leader of the Jiangnan base chased me all the way, directly making him scream in anger. It's quite funny when you think about it. As soon as Meng Haoyu said this, it left Li Chen dumbfounded. You stole the inner elixir of the 8th level sea monster? Could it be that you are a child of fortune? How could you be so lucky? Li Chen couldn't help but complain inwardly. But on the surface, he remained calm. If you want something from me, just say it directly. Here's the list of supplies: crystal cores, inner elixirs, materials, food, weapons, cultivation techniques, high-level mutated beast meat. Everything you need is here. Li Chen took out a list. Meng Haoyu's luck. Li Chen had seen it before. Last time he picked up Yuan Tianyi's level 5 crystal core, and this time he went around the Jiangnan base and surprisingly found an 8th level sea monster's inner core that had been killed by a nuclear bomb. This was indeed a bit against the odds. But he possessed the spatial skill of instant teleportation, which was truly a unique advantage. At critical moments, he could act like the 6th wheel. Others really had no way to deal with him. Many times, luck is also a form of strength. You have to admit it. Meng Haoyu looked at the item exchange list and his eyes immediately lit up. This was likely to be a chance for a windfall. Under normal circumstances, an 8th level inner core should be able to exchange for 27th level inner cores. But he certainly couldn't ask for that. Leader Li Chen didn't have that many high-level inner cores either. Moreover, with the addition of martial arts, the things he could exchange would definitely be greatly discounted. Therefore, he had to find things that suited him. Only what suited him was the best. Leader, I want 2 7th level inner cores, 26th level inner cores, 25th level inner cores, 10 tons of mutated sea beast meat, 50 years worth of food supplies, oil, grain, rice, flour, various seasonings, and I also want 10,000 cigarettes, 10,000 bottles of beer, liquor, and a ton of tea leaves. Besides these, I also want to learn the innate Qi Gong. Meng Haoyu's requests were indeed quite a lot. These resources were enough for him to level up to 7th level. Coupled with ample enjoyment supplies, it was indeed very greedy. But this bit of greed was nothing compared to the value of the 8th level inner core. Food supplies, cigarettes, and beer were things Li Chen had in abundance. Selling a level 1 crystal core would be enough to satisfy everything. Meng Haoyu probably saw him drinking tea and wanted to indulge a bit. As for the exchange of inner cores, simply put, you might make a killing, but I will never lose. This exchange was very worthwhile for Li Chen. It was equally worthwhile for Meng Haoyu. With these resources, surpassing Hongma would be a matter of minutes, right? Okay. The things you want are not a problem. Additionally, I will personally teach you the innate Qi Gong. From today on, you can be considered my disciple. Only my disciples are worthy of receiving my personal instruction in the innate Qi Gong, Li Chen said. Meng Haoyu nodded in understanding. The law should not be lightly passed on. Learning such a divine skill naturally required first paying respects to a master. Master, please accept my bow. Meng Haoyu immediately bowed to pay his respects. This guy had a bit of a wild streak, and with 90 pounds of rebelliousness, making him bow was also a form of restraint. The cost of betraying his master would be much higher. The teaching of the innate Qi Gong was really not difficult for an ability user of Meng Haoyu's level. After the evolution level increased, it wasn't just about gaining ability power in various attributes. His own cognitive abilities, memory, and learning capacity would also see significant improvements. Even achieving photographic memory was no longer difficult for high-level evolvers. Therefore, Meng Haoyu, familiar with acupoints and meridians, progressed very quickly. In his cultivation, he actually broke through to the innate realm in just 1 hour. After consuming a 5th level inner core, he smoothly broke through to the 5th level. Master, this technique is truly amazing. It turns out that after cultivating the technique, the efficiency of absorbing low-level crystal cores greatly increases, allowing for a more perfect utilization of evolutionary energy. In the past, every time I consumed a crystal core, I needed to eat a lot, and if I took several, I would feel incredibly hungry, so I had to keep eating, needing to consume a lot of food every day. Not only did digestion take time, but there was also the need for excretion, and the number of crystal cores I could consume each day was limited, especially after reaching a higher level. This phenomenon became even more pronounced. This might be the reason why my leveling speed has slowed down. but after practicing the technique, I found that I could directly absorb cosmic energy, allowing energy to enter my body directly. Not only does it alleviate hunger, but the number of crystal cores I can consume has also greatly increased, making my leveling speed more than 10 times faster. After practicing the innate 1 chi skill, Meng Haoyu truly felt that this exchange was extremely worthwhile. He had traded an 8th level inner core, which he currently had no use for such a divine skill manual. There were also enough resources for him to level up to level 7. It was simply a blood profit. Red-haired kid, are you ready to face the fear of being dominated by me? Meng Haoyu, from now on when there are no people around, you can call me master. When there are many people, you can just call me leader. Okay, master, your disciple understands. Meng Haoyu left the leader's office, feeling quite satisfied. Just as he closed the office door, a stunning beauty walked towards him, making it hard for him to look away. This beauty was tall, with an ethereal aura, snow-white skin, and a slight smile that bloomed like a lotus in a pond, truly a rare beauty. Just her approach made Meng Haoyu inexplicably feel a bit nervous. Hello, may I ask if the leader is inside? Yes, the leader is here. You are Ouyang Qingxue? Oh my god, it really is you. My name is Meng Haoyu. I used to be a member of your fan club. When you participated in the competition, I even helped you with the rankings. Meng Haoyu said excitedly. He had unexpectedly met the female star he once admired. Ouyang Qingxue was no third-tier artist, she was an international top star. A leading superstar. She had won the Best Actress award at the age of 19. She was hailed as one of the top 10 beauties in the world. Her status was extraordinary. Meng Haoyu, nice to meet you. I didn't expect you to still be my fan. Thank you for helping me with the rankings in the past. Although the entertainment industry is no more, I still appreciate your past efforts. Ouyang Qingxue said politely. Her tone was very official, but she had no airs about her. That was enough to make Meng Haoyu fall for her. So conflicted. Sun Yuhan may be my white moonlight, but Ouyang Qingxue is the goddess in my heart. Facing Ouyang Qingxue's gentle smile, Meng Haoyu was instantly mesmerized. Excuse me. Sure. Ouyang Qingxue pushed open the leader's office door and then closed it. Even her hair smelled good. Hello, leader. Miss Ouyang, it's you. What rings? You here? Li Chen asked, feigning surprise. Leader, I heard that with 10,000 level 1 crystal cores, I can exchange for the cultivation method of the innate 1 chi skill. Is this true? Ouyang Qingxue immediately asked. It is true. Li Chen nodded. This matter had already spread throughout the entire base and there was no need for him to hide it. I happen to have 10,000 level 1 crystal cores. Can I exchange them for the technique? It seems you haven't gone out to hunt zombies. Where did these crystal cores come from? Well, Brother Eagle, Fang Tianhua, and Brother Redhair all gave me some. Ouyang Qingxue said honestly. Goodness. Eagle, Redhair, and Fang Tianhua were actually all her sycophants? This woman was truly skilled. While several captains were out there working hard, she was directly reaping the benefits. Sure, you can naturally exchange for the cultivation method, but once you start practicing it, you will be considered a core member of my future base, completely bound to the base. If you dare to betray or privately pass on the technique, I will kill you. This is natural. From the day I joined the future base, I have been one of its people. Qingxue is willing to pledge loyalty to the leader and will never betray. Whatever the leader asks me to do, I will do it. Ouyang Qingxue said with a serious expression. Her tone was soft and sweet, carrying a hint of temptation, as if subtly suggesting that Li Chen could do anything to her. Yet, it also seemed like nothing was implied. Ambiguous. She fully released the leader's accessibility to her but left plenty of room for interpretation. It wasn't a direct seduction from the start. This ambiguity was intoxicating. Alright, in that case, I will have someone teach you the innate Qi Gong. Before long, Li Chen called Sun Yuhan over. He asked Sun Yuhan to teach Ouyang Qingxue the innate Qi Gong, as communication was generally easier between women. Especially when it came to some key acupoints, it would be better to point them out. If Li Chen were to teach her personally, it would inevitably involve physical contact. Wouldn't that be even more ambiguous? Ouyang Qingxue was too stunningly beautiful. Li Chen couldn't guarantee he wouldn't get carried away. What if she really was an undercover agent? Wouldn't that give her the chance to strike? So it was better to keep a distance. Li Chen never believed that a dignified level 5 evolver would willingly join his team, especially since he hadn't shown his strength just a few days ago. Therefore, Ouyang Qingxue's identity was worth questioning. But there was no evidence yet. Oh, does the leader not want to teach Qingxue personally? Ouyang Qingxue's tone was low, seemingly a bit aggrieved. She looked pitiful, making one feel sorry for her. Yes, this leader does not want to teach personally. Li Chen nodded. He wasn't buying her act at all. Ouyang Qingxue was instantly furious. This Li Chen was truly a steel-hearted man, impervious to her charms. She had given him the opportunity, yet he still refused? Clearly, she had created the chance for Li Chen to teach her cultivation, providing them with a private space to let the ambiguity heat up. Unexpectedly, this guy turned around and called Sun Yuhan over. You had your chance. And you still couldn't make use of it. Sister Ouyang, I'll teach you how to cultivate. In truth, Sun Yuhan didn't particularly like Ouyang Qingxue because ever since Ouyang Qingxue arrived at the base, the people who used to flatter her had all gone to flatter Ouyang Qingxue instead. Like Hong Mao. Like Fang Tianhua. Of course, she didn't like those two either, but it was a bit disheartening when her admirers suddenly went to admire someone else. It wasn't about liking or disliking. It was just a normal psychological reaction of feeling overshadowed by someone else's charm. Especially since Ouyang Qingxue's intentions seemed to extend beyond just Hong Mao, Eagle, and Fang Tianhua. She clearly wanted to seduce the leader. That was the main reason Sun Yuhan disliked Ouyang Qingxue the most. However, she was quite stubborn and wouldn't specifically target others. The leader asked me to teach you the technique, but he didn't say how many levels to teach. I will only teach you the 5th level of the innate Qigong. Without the 6th level, you won't be able to break through to the innate realm. This was Sun Yuhan's plan. This was probably the most she could do. Even when she really disliked someone, she would only teach a few levels less. If it were in the hands of some extremely cunning woman, she might even alter the technique, leading you to go astray and perish. Ouyang Qingxue also noticed that Sun Yuhan wasn't very keen on teaching her. She was quite suspicious about whether Sun Yuhan would tamper with the technique. So for a moment, she didn't dare to learn. Fine, I'll first write down the technique you taught me, and then I'll go find Eagle, Hong Mao, and the others to exchange insights on the technique. Those few should not deceive me. Here with Ouyang Qingxue, that group of sycophants is still more trustworthy. Women generally only envy her beauty. From childhood to adulthood, she has always been isolated by girls. Not a single girl liked to play with her, because the girls who played with her basically turned into supporting characters. Some even had their boyfriend's eyes glued to Ouyang Qingxue after meeting her. This ultimately led to ruthless breakups. Such cases are numerous. So gradually, she also didn't like making friends with girls. This time, after being frustrated by Li Chen, she felt extremely dejected. At the same time, this also ignited her competitive spirit. She couldn't believe it. Could she not tempt Li Chen? Had her charm failed? From noon to afternoon today, Li Chen patrolled the base. As of now, the number of survivors in the entire base has exceeded 18,000. Due to the landing of sea beasts, the human survivor base is becoming increasingly difficult to sustain. The conditions for survival are getting tougher. The space for survival is also being constantly compressed. Many small bases simply cannot guarantee the supply of resources. Large bases like the Jiangnan base have been directly occupied by the army of sea beasts. This has led to a significant increase in the number of survivors and evolved teams coming to join the future base in the past 2 days. The population of the base has begun to grow rapidly. Moreover, leader Li Chen has already gained a reputation. The resource exchange prices at his base are very favorable, and leader Li Chen himself is strong and willing to train new evolved ones. With all these favorable policies combined, naturally, more survivor teams will actively come to join. The base's population has welcomed a small explosion. At this moment, among the newly joined evolved teams, there are 3 level 3 evolved ones dressed like beggars, their eyes showing a hint of numbness. They are lining up to fill out personal information. Hey, isn't this Lin Longhui, Mu Zian, and Zhou Xiaoqian, the 3 famous evolved big shots? Are you here to join the future base? Yes, may I ask who you are? Lin Longhui asked, bowing slightly. Team Lin, you don't recognize me? I used to be one of your underlings, I'm Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu, is it really you? Lin Longhui exclaimed in shock. Zhang Hu used to be one of his subordinates, the most inconspicuous kind, and after the apocalypse broke out, he had always been bossed around by him. But now, Zhang Hu seems to have become a patrol team leader, commanding over 200 evolved ones, looking quite imposing. When they parted ways back then, Zhang Hu was one of the 37 team members who stayed behind. Yes, Team Lin, back then I had just awakened as an evolved one, my strength was very low, and I didn't dare to risk crossing the city, so I stayed behind and followed leader Li to fight. Now I've broken through to a level 4 evolved one and become one of the patrol team leaders. Brother Red Hair has even become a team leader, having broken through to a level 5 evolved one, now commanding over 2,000 people. Team Lin, Team Mu, and Sister Xiaoqian, if you hadn't left back then, you might have become team leaders too, commanding over 1,000 people, looking quite impressive. Every word Zhang Hu spoke felt like a dagger to the heart. This was just too painful. A former underling had become so formidable? They were still struggling, barely getting by. They had previously traveled to Jiangnan Base City, crossing a distance of 200 kilometers, enduring numerous hardships, thinking they could live a good life. But then Jiangnan Base was wiped out by a level 9 sea monster. They could only start a life of wandering. In the end, they followed a group of evolved teams and returned to their former starting point. After going in circles, even a former underling could now stand above them. It's really getting worse and worse. Xiao Lin, I didn't expect you to know Captain Zhang Hu. Good for you, kid. Quickly ask Captain Zhang Hu for a favor, let him assign us a better dormitory, preferably a decent position too. In this day and age, if you have connections, you should use them. It would be best if Captain Zhang Hu could introduce me to Captain Hongmao. I heard Captain Hongmao is very loyal and won't mistreat his brothers. If my brother Meng can become a small team leader under Captain Hongmao, we would be set. I'll level. For Evolver immediately patted Lin Longhui's shoulder, urging him to plead for help. They had come from the Jiangnan base city, struggling to survive. Although Meng was a level 4 Evolver, the current future base was not lacking in level 4 Evolvers. A level 4 Evolver, while qualified to be a small team leader and capable of managing 1 or 200 people, the position of team leader was not something just any level 4 Evolver could hold, especially since they had just joined. The chances were almost non-existent. But if there were connections, that would be a different story. Meng Ge, I feel a bit embarrassed to ask. Lin Longhui said awkwardly. Damn it, just go when I tell you to go, don't act like you're above it all. Do you think this is the past? You need to learn to adapt to the environment. They're doing better than you now, so what if you're not happy about it? What's wrong with lowering your head? What's your pride worth? Can it fill your stomach? Meng scolded immediately. Lin Longhui shrank his neck, not daring to retort at all. Zhang Hu's gaze also held a hint of disdain. This was once Captain Lin. How did he end up like this? TCH. What a piece of trash. Zhang Hu, you know me, right? I have a good relationship with your Captain Hongmao. Zhou Shaoqian stepped forward, trying to leverage connections. Zhou Shaoqian, who told you to be so familiar? Do you think Tiger Go won't mind? How dare you directly call out the name of a level 4 Evolver? You don't want to get by anymore, do you? Meng turned around and scolded again. Okay, Tiger Go. Reflecting on the past, Zhang Hu used to call her sister Shaoqian, trying to please her like a humble beggar. He wouldn't even bother with her. Who would have thought that not long after he had already become Tiger Ge, while she was now the humble beggar? Sister Shaoqian, didn't you fall out with Captain Hongmao? Isn't it a bit inappropriate to try to leverage connections? Now, I call you Sister Shaoqian out of respect for our past, but don't really think of yourself as a sister. Zhang Hu said with a face full of disdain. Right, Tiger Ge, you're right, your reprimand makes sense. Zhou Shaoqian nodded and bowed, no longer daring to retort. Suddenly, she saw a familiar figure atop the city tower. The person stood with one hand behind their back, looking down at the crowd with pride. All the Evolvers in the base saluted collectively the moment they saw this figure. Greetings, leader. All Evolver members salute to leader Li Chen. In an instant, thousands of Evolvers put down their work and began to bow and salute. Alright, everyone, get back to your own business. Li Chen casually waved his hand. His leadership style was evident. Even Guo Fugui, Yang Jian, Wang Chao, and others who followed him were surrounded by the crowd, with the Evolvers looking at them with deep respect. Did you see? Those are Captain Gui, Captain Yang, and Captain Huang. They are all level 5 Evolvers, the big leaders in the base and the favored ones by the leader. From now on, when you see these captains, you must be respectful. Is that understood? Understood, Tiger Gu. I didn't expect that the captains around the leader are all level 5 Evolver big shots. The strength of this future base is probably not much less than that of Jiangnan base, Meng Gu said with a face full of emotion. At this moment, Mu Zian's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Yang Jian and Huang Chao were once her underlings, weren't they? When she became a second-level Evolver, these two were only first-level, and now they have become fifth-level big shots, core high-ranking members of the entire base. Meanwhile, she, the former captain, was doing worse than a dog. After finally breaking through to the third level, she thought it would add some value, but now in the future base, third-level Evolvers were everywhere. Any random one was a third level. There were several thousand third-level Evolvers. How could she possibly stand out? Lin Longhui, I hate you. If it weren't for you insisting that I go to Longhai base, I wouldn't have been wandering around and ended up like this. I didn't want to leave back then. Mu Zishuan's mindset exploded. She was a bit broken. She regretted that choice immensely. If she had followed Li Chen back then, with her powerful lightning-type abilities, she definitely wouldn't be inferior to Yang Jian and Huang Chao today. She might even be a fifth-level Evolver. The difference between third and fifth levels seemed only 2 levels on the surface. But in reality, it was like heaven and earth. The higher the level, the harder it was to upgrade. A fifth-level powerhouse could thrive in the apocalypse. As for third-level Evolvers, any random mutated monster could be third-level, and the survival environment was even tougher than when they were second-level Evolvers. They were still wandering around, with no advantages to speak of. Humanity was evolving. Mutated monsters were also evolving. If you lagged in evolution, you would be beaten. Mu Zian, can you stop acting like a shrew and keep complaining? Was I the one who forced you to come with me at knife point? You chose this yourself. If you regret it, why do you keep blaming me? How many times have you complained? I didn't want to stoop to your level before, but you can't keep using this to blame me. Can you? Did I know things would turn out this way? I'm also very wronged. You all only care about yourselves. Who has ever cared about me? I don't have time. Abilities, how could I predict the past? We're all adults, we bear the consequences of our own choices. I'm not serving you anymore. Lin Longhui was also annoyed. After being complained at so many times, he finally exploded. Alright, Lin Longhui, you finally revealed your true self. You say you like me, but you're just a selfish little person. From today on, we are no longer teammates. Our ties are severed, and you are never to interfere with any of my decisions again. Mu Zian declared her complete break. In today's future base, even if she started as a small soldier, she didn't want to waste time following Lin Longhui, who had no clear goals. It was purely a waste of time. After practicing the cultivation method, Ouyang Qingxue felt incredibly magical. I was already at the peak of the 5th level, and there was still a bit of distance to upgrade to the 6th level. I didn't expect that after practicing the innate Qigong, my upgrade speed would accelerate again. At this rate, it probably won't be long before I can break through to the 6th level. Forget it, Li Chen's strength is unfathomable. Attempting an assassination. With my 5th level strength has too high a failure rate, and it's also difficult to control the entire future base. I'll wait until I break through to the 6th level. Moreover, this cultivation method seems incomplete. Li Chen is cunning and clearly has held back, not fully teaching the entire method. I must obtain the complete method to maximize my benefits. Ouyang Qingxue secretly made up her mind. This method was too important, even more so than Li Chen's head. Li Chen indeed did not fully teach the entire method. In fact, he only taught Hong Mao, Eagle, Sun Yuhan, and others up to the 7th level. Because this cultivation method, once it reaches the 8th level, has already deviated somewhat from the right path. It's easy to accidentally ruin oneself while practicing. Even Li Chen's breakthrough to the 8th level was somewhat due to luck. Therefore, he did not rashly pass it on. When the method reached Ouyang Qingxue, it underwent another round of cuts. Originally a 7-level method, by the time it got to her, it was reduced to only 5 levels. She couldn't even break through to the innate realm. Naturally, she felt it was incomplete. But even with just 5 levels remaining, she could still clearly feel the acceleration in her upgrade speed. Moreover, her food intake decreased. The efficiency of consuming crystal cores greatly improved. For a beauty, eating so much every day was indeed not very elegant. After practicing this method, she felt that she had become more refined. This is the self-cultivation of a beauty. In the urban dimension, 8 o'clock in the morning, several top tycoons from the Longxia Financial Circle were holding a video conference, their faces showing a hint of worry. Mr. Su, what's going on? Why did Mr. Niu suddenly withdraw the 50 billion reward for the beast inner cores? Not just Mr. Niu, even several family heads I had contacted before have all withdrawn their high-priced rewards. Now they are only willing to spend 8 billion to buy the beast inner cores? Are they dreaming? We bought them from Principal Li on Kunlun Mountain for 10 billion each. How could they possibly sell for 8 billion? Why is this happening? How did the price of beast inner cores plummet so much overnight? What else could it be? It must be that these wealthy families have all managed to buy them. Mr. Su pushed up his glasses with a wise expression. He quickly analyzed the crux of the problem. There must be an issue with the supply source. It seems that Principal Li does not only have 15 beast inner cores in hand, no one knows how many he actually has, but it must be quite a few. Based on my analysis, he might have already sold hundreds. In the circle of well-known wealthy individuals across the country, we basically know them all. The ones who can afford this price to buy beast inner cores are just those people, and they have basically been cleaned out. If we want to sell secondhand and extract high profits, this method is no longer feasible. As soon as Mr. Su said this, the other tycoons immediately showed expressions as if they had eaten something unpleasant. It was hard to bear. Mr. Su, I listened to your advice and, at all costs, sold my stocks to hoard 10 beast inner cores. What should I do now that I can't sell them? One tycoon said with a bitter smile. In fact, he had already consumed 2 beast inner cores and understood their miraculous effects. They could indeed awaken supernatural abilities, greatly enhancing his physical fitness. However, this enhancement was clearly limited. It could only be said to make his physical fitness several times stronger than an ordinary person, but to directly transform into an innate strongman was undoubtedly a pipe dream. Even consuming a dozen wouldn't reach that level. Therefore, selling the excess beast inner cores for a higher price was obviously more profitable. They were businessmen. It was precisely because they sensed the huge profits in this market that they were willing to spare no expense to mobilize funds, relinquish shares, and frantically purchase beast inner cores. Who would have thought that the price of these inner cores would drop so quickly? Why are you all panicking? Since I dared to let you buy, you will definitely not lose. Principal Li might be unwilling to let us second-hand dealers make money for some reason, which is why he sold the inner cores to major families, causing the price to plummet overnight. But he has only harvested the wealthy domestically, he hasn't harvested a single one from the wealthy abroad. You think the inner elixirs of exotic beasts are so miraculous? Do you think only the wealthy in our country need them? I've already contacted my old friend Soraf, who is over 80 this year and his health is declining day by day. I sent him a video of the entire process of taking the inner elixir and he was greatly shocked. Not to mention old Master Lu from Hong Kong, who at 90 can lift a 100-kilogram dumbbell with one hand. This news is not a secret. He'll find out as soon as he checks. So, I've already sold 2 inner elixirs to old Master Saraf, and he spent 10 billion miles yuan to acquire them. As soon as Mr. Su said this, everyone was undoubtedly stunned by the profit. In fact, they had considered selling to foreign tycoons, but they were unsure how much they could actually sell for. This stuff is just too expensive. They didn't expect Mr. Su to already have the answer. 2 inner elixirs sold for 10 billion miles yuan? That converts to over 50 billion longsha currency, right? Good. Mr. Su is indeed a pioneer. I'll mobilize my connections in the financial circle to start creating momentum in the international market. If we all work together, we can definitely drive the price of the inner elixirs to the highest point in the international market, and then we'll make a killing, one tycoon said sharply. He had already thought about how to make money and maximize profits. That's exactly what I mean, and to prevent chaos in the foreign market, I plan to contact all the wealthy in our country to push this matter together. Everyone can make money together. If we are scattered like sand, the price will be driven down. As long as we unite and raise the price together, each inner elixir can almost be sold for a sky-high price. This is the true maximization of profits. Brilliant. Mr. Su is indeed wise. However, the key to this issue is still to give a portion of the profits to Principal Li. He is the source of the supply, and we cannot privately pocket the money without letting Principal Li have his share. Moreover, I just heard that yesterday Principal Li displayed great power, slaying the second war god of North America, Brian George. Even the president of the Global Ability Association, the chief member of the War God Palace, the first to surpass War God Diana, was severely injured and fled. Principal Li's strength has already surpassed the realm of the War God. We cannot offend such a big shot just for the sake of making money. After some discussion, several tycoons ultimately decided to bring Li Chen into the fold. This was much safer. Soon, under Mr. Su's leadership, the wealthy from various families across the country, all worth over 50 billion, were pulled into a chat group. Mr. Su and others established a separate club. Only the top-tier tycoons were qualified to participate in this international harvesting feast. The tycoons, to varying degrees, had some business dealings with each other. Moreover, they had a wide circle of friends. It was quite normal for everyone in this circle to know each other. They easily formed a club of 100 people. While it can't be said that 100% of the wealthy joined, at least 90% did, with a few reclusive tycoons who preferred not to participate in any activities. Mr. Su detailed his plan. Everyone felt that there was enormous business potential in this. Perhaps they could really make a killing. Naturally, they agreed to join this harvesting plan. Mr. Lan, your son Lan Tianling is Principal Li's direct disciple. Your Lan family has benefited quite a bit from this. Why not have your son reach out to Principal Li and ask how many more inner elixirs he has? We can offer 2 proposals. First, we gather the entire club's strength and mobilize a large amount of funds to acquire the inner Dan from Principal Li. If Principal Li has only a few inner dawn, truly scarce in number, then we will proceed with the acquisition at a price of 10 billion each. Second, assuming that the number of exotic beast inner dawn in Principal Li's possession far exceeds our estimates and is not as scarce as we thought, we can invite Principal Li to become the first president of the Longsha Rich Club. We will voluntarily become employees of the club, and all the inner dawn provided by Principal Li will be packaged and promoted by our club, opening up international sales channels for distribution. Principal Li can take 70% of the profits from the sale of the exotic beast inner dawn, while we will handle the distribution channels in various countries and take 30% of the profits. This plan will be relayed to Principal Li by Mr. Lan's son to see if he agrees. If he doesn't, we can adjust the plan. Alright then, I'll have my son convey it first. Mr. Lan replied in the club's chat. Soon, he called his son, Lan Tianling, and detailed the benefits of this plan. It was a win-win situation for everyone. Everyone would make money, and Principal Li himself wouldn't have to go through the hassle of breaking into foreign markets. Of course, this plan was based on the premise that Li Chen indeed had a sufficient surplus of inner dawn. At 10:30 a.m., Lan Tianling found Principal Li, who had just finished a set of national radio calisthenics for primary and secondary school students. Master, I have something I want to consult you about. Speak up, just say it directly, no need to beat around the bush every time. Li Chen couldn't help but retort. Well, Master, the wealthy families have learned about your sale of exotic beast inner dawn. Although you always say there are only 15, you have actually sold several hundred in total. The families that are willing to bid have probably all bought some. So what? In my lifetime, why should I explain myself to others? Since they have bought them, I cannot accept returns. Li Chen raised an eyebrow. Such matters are all about the principle of once bought, it's yours. Even though the first-level crystal cores are indeed quite worthless and not as effective as advertised online, they bought them voluntarily. There is no 7-day no reason return policy here. Well, master, these wealthy individuals do not intend to return the goods. They have formed a club and want to recruit you, planning to sell some of the exotic beast inner dawn at a high price to wealthy foreigners. My father has also been pulled into this club, so he sent me to find out the truth and wanted to know how many exotic beast inner dawn you still have. If the number is indeed low, they are willing to continue spending 10 billion each for acquisition. If you still have a considerable number of inner dawn, they plan to nominate you as president and launch a global scheme to profit from the wealthy through promotion, controlling the supply, creating public opinion, and a series of operations to continuously inflate the price, maximizing profits. As president, you will also be the one providing the exotic beast inner dawn, allowing you to take 70% of the profits, while the other wealthy individuals will be responsible for global distribution and hype, taking 30% of the profits. I wonder if master agrees with these two proposals. Lan Tianling detailed the club's plan. Li Chen nodded. These guys are indeed all business-minded. I took advantage of them once, and they immediately ran off to take advantage of others. In fact, these exotic beast inner dawn are not scarce. They are just a type of strange fish crystal core from the deep Pacific Ocean. I still have about 10,000 of them, so letting them distribute some is not a problem. Cutting the leaks of foreign tycoons. Maybe it will earn even more. Selling alone, Li Chen is indeed just playing small. Distributing to global tycoons by himself is quite a troublesome task, but the wealthy in the country are not afraid of trouble. Since that's the case, giving them a portion of the profits is not a bad idea. After all, the leeks have already been harvested once. They also want to recoup their losses. Upon hearing this, Lan Tianling was immediately shocked. His face was filled with disbelief. He had actually thought that this kind of beast inner core might not be that rare. Otherwise, the master would never have taken out so many inner cores for sale. Is this thing really an inner core? It's worth questioning. The master might have exaggerated a bit. But even so, since this item can awaken supernatural abilities and break through cultivation, it must be a precious item. Even if the master has quite a few, it definitely wouldn't be too many. But unexpectedly, Li Chen casually said he had over 10,000? What the heck? Are inner cores that common now? If calculated based on global tycoons, wouldn't everyone be able to buy them? He even suspected that the 10,000 plus Li Chen mentioned might be a conservative number. Could it be that the master has even more? Just like the previous few times. Alright, master, with your more than 10,000 cores, our domestic tycoons would probably have to sell their underwear to buy them all. It seems we can only implement the second plan. Then does that mean you agree to be the president of the National Tycoon Club? Lan Tianling immediately asked. Yes, I agree. Let them add me to the group. Just tell them that all the tycoon members of the club, once I become president, they will not only be able to access the distribution channel and take a 30% profit, but also each tycoon can buy inner cores from me once a month with a maximum of 5 at a time at half price. They can buy one for just 5 billion. Li Chen didn't mind letting the tycoons earn a bit more money. After all, in the end, they would all be harvested by him. Just as Li Chen was reaping the tycoons at the Supernatural Bureau, the Genius Camp, in the past couple of days, a peerless genius suddenly emerged. His name is Chen Shulin. This person entered the Genius Camp to study alongside the SS-level genius supernatural being Shangguan Wanru. At just 15 years old, he had already broken through to the innate Grandmaster level. It was simply terrifying. He was more monstrous than the number one genius of the ancient martial arts world, Lan Tianling, by tenfold or more. Originally, everyone thought the first place in the military special recruitment of Genius Camp trainees would be Shangguan Wanru, but the result was beyond everyone's expectations. The first place in the competition was actually this 15-year-old boy named Chen Shulin. What was even more surprising was that Chen Shulin was not from an ancient martial arts family. He was just a child from an ordinary farmer's family. He dropped out of vocational school. He extorted pocket money from classmates in middle school. He started hanging out on the streets as a thug in his teens. A typical, spirited young man. He was recruited into the Genius Camp because he awakened S-level dual-element abilities of water and fire. Who would have thought that after entering the Genius Camp, he would successively display abilities in gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, later even showcasing the martial arts cultivation of an innate Grandmaster in the ranking competition of the Genius Camp. This was a bit terrifying. This Chen Shulin actually possesses all 5 elemental abilities, and he is also an innate Grandmaster of martial arts? He is actually a dual cultivation of martial and supernatural abilities. This result shocked the entire high-level leadership of Longxia on the spot. Chen Shulin was immediately given special attention and directly awarded the rank of colonel. He became a candidate for the next director of the Supernatural Bureau. This was just a 15-year-old boy. It was quite absurd, extremely against the heavens. His level of defiance is probably comparable to that of Principal Li from the High Martial Academy. Moreover, this Chen Shulin is a bit strange. Although he was very young, he always appeared quite mature for his age. He was neither pleased by external things nor saddened by his own circumstances. His gaze remained very calm, as if nothing could stir his emotions. Chen Shulin, step forward, here. Hearing the instructor's call, Chen Shulin lazily stepped out with his hands in his pockets. Chen Shulin, this is a beast core acquired at great expense by the military. As the first place winner of this genius camp competition, you are entitled to receive this core as a reward. I hope you can make good use of it. The instructor handed a square box to Chen Shulin. The corners of Chen Shulin's mouth lifted in a disdainful smile. A beast core? What a joke! Only a golden core level monster that has cultivated for over 300 years would produce a core within its body. This Earth is just a barren little planet where spiritual energy has only just begun to revive. How could it possibly give birth to golden core level monsters so quickly? If such a level of monster were to descend upon Earth, you might as well surrender and wait to die. There would be no need to struggle any longer. Chen Shulin was not an inexperienced native who had never seen the world. He opened the wooden box. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed not a core. He had seen cores before, and they did not look like this at all. Indeed, a bunch of ignorant natives mistaking such trash for a core. Although this thing contains a hint of energy compared to the vast spiritual energy contained in a beast core, it falls far short. Chen Shulin had no idea what this thing was. It was probably a type of low-level energy crystal native to Earth. Although this thing wouldn't help much in restoring his cultivation, it was better than nothing. Chen Shulin casually accepted it. Half an hour later, Chen Shulin returned to his single dormitory. He began to meditate and refine his cultivation. Although the spiritual energy on Earth is slowly reviving, it is still too thin. It will probably take some time to convert it into true essence power. The key point is that the cultivation aptitude of this body is really too poor. The spiritual root grade is only 3rd grade. How difficult it is to return to the peak. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures in this world can almost only enhance cultivation but are rarely able to improve aptitude. Divine objects that can enhance aptitude are extremely rare, even in a large domain, let alone on this small native planet. Chen Shulin shook his head and smiled bitterly. He took out the crystal core from the wooden box and swallowed it in one gulp. Ha! This feeling is so strange. The next second, Chen Shulin was incredibly shocked to discover that all the genetic cells in his body had actually begun to self-evolve. Even more surprisingly, his originally 3rd grade spiritual root also began to quietly evolve. In no time, it evolved to 4th grade. What the hell? How is this possible? My spiritual root grade actually evolved by 1 grade? Does this mean my cultivation aptitude has at least doubled? Spiritual roots are divided into 9 grades. 1st grade is the lowest and 9th grade is the highest. Generally speaking, a 1st grade spiritual root is roughly equivalent to a B-level ability user talent, which is the minimum standard for entering major cultivation sections. As 2nd grade spiritual root is equivalent to an A-level talent. A 3rd grade spiritual root is S-level talent. A 4th grade spiritual root is SS level talent, and a 5th grade spiritual root is SSS level talent. A 2nd grade spiritual root will have a cultivation speed about twice as fast as a 1st grade spiritual root. A 3rd grade spiritual root will cultivate about twice as fast as a 2nd grade spiritual root, and so on. The cultivation speed of a 9th grade spiritual root would theoretically be 256 times faster than that of a 1st grade spiritual root. Therefore, aptitude has already determined a person's upper limit. The better the talent, the faster the cultivation speed, the longer the lifespan, and the further one can go in the future. Poor talent results in slow cultivation speed, shorter lifespan, and thus it becomes impossible to break through to higher realms. Chen Shulin really didn't expect that such a small planet Earth would give birth to a miraculous crystal capable of evolving spiritual roots. This is simply incredible. Where on earth did this thing come from? If sold to the Zhongxian Great Domain, a single piece could be worth 100,000 spirit stones. The energy contained in this crystal, while not strong, is filled with a very special primitive dark matter, completely different from the spirit stones, inner elixirs, and heavenly materials I've encountered before. It seems this thing comes from another world. This is too special. After some inquiries, Chen Shulin confirmed that this inner elixir of the exotic beast came from Principal Li of the High Martial Academy. He decided to personally meet this Principal Li to ask if there were any surplus energy crystals available. Li Chen was unaware that a cosmic powerhouse who had taken over a body had already set his sights on him. He also did not realize that the apocalyptic world, this parallel world, might not be an ordinary parallel world. It could possibly be a parallel universe. 2 completely independent parallel universes had formed a special entanglement due to Li Chen's dreams, and the crystal core he exchanged was a product from another universe. Even the rules of the universe were different. Thus, a miraculous chemical reaction could occur. A very ordinary 1st-level crystal core could actually evolve the qualifications of cosmic cultivators. This was truly absurd. Soon, through his military Connections. Chen Chulin investigated all the information about Li Chen. Li Chen, male. Age 21. Background. Both parents deceased. Currently studying at Zhengcheng University, a junior student, and before the revival of spiritual energy he was just a loser, suddenly possessing immense wealth. Source of wealth unknown. After a personal investigation through the High Martial Academy's director Wang, it was discovered that he was a congenital grandmaster. His martial arts cultivation was unfathomable. He once severed a river with a single finger. He was then invited to join the High Martial Academy as a guest professor and honorary principal. Subsequently, he displayed extraordinary combat power, slaying the North American war god and presenting the inner elixir of an exotic beast, reaping shares from the wealthy. Just yesterday he defeated the strongest of the North American war god Pallas, Queen Diana, severely injuring her. His strength had already surpassed the realm of land immortals. Even the dragon Xia war god Zhao Yunfeng felt inferior. One could say he is now the undisputed strongest in Dragon Xia. Seeing this information, Chen Chulin smiled. These miraculous events seemed particularly bizarre, but if they happened to a reborn powerhouse it would be perfectly normal. He himself was a reborn powerhouse, how could he not be familiar with this process? Li Chen, it seems you and I are kindred spirits. You must also be a cosmic powerhouse who has taken over a body, right? Moreover, according to the information, you should still have quite a few of these energy crystals that can evolve cultivators' spiritual roots. To sell such treasures to these ordinary mortals is simply a waste. The improvement of qualification levels becomes increasingly difficult. If I want to elevate to a 5th grade spiritual root, I need at least 10 crystals. To reach 6th grade, at least 100, for 7th grade, 1000, 8th grade, 10,000, and for 9th grade, 100,000. Li Chen should have quite a few of these energy crystals, otherwise he wouldn't be selling them. If I could obtain 1000 special crystals, I could restore my 7th grade spiritual root, which would be comparable to my talent level in my previous life. As long as I can reach this talent level, I will have hope to return to the peak, and with my experience from my rebirth, I can avoid many detours. I also have no shortage of cultivation methods. Perhaps I will surpass my former self. Li Chen, you must not disappoint me. Chen Chulin thought carefully. Li Chen, being a reborn powerhouse with profound skills, would likely be difficult to deal with. Moreover, the other party's recovery speed was even faster than his. He was merely a congenital grandmaster, while the other was already a terrestrial immortal. With a small gap in realms, forcibly snatching would likely not be easy. If the other party were an indigenous person, it would be fine. He was confident in fighting above his level. But since the other was also a reborn powerhouse, Li Chen could also fight above his level, so facing Li Chen with such a tactic would definitely not work. The only option left was to offer some resources in exchange. But I came back through possession and rebirth. My starry sky spirit ring was destroyed, and I have nothing to offer Li Chen in exchange. Should I exchange techniques? Chen Chulin shook his head. First, he ruled out the correct answer. His techniques could be used for trading with the indigenous people of Earth, but exchanging with Li Chen might not work. Since Li Chen is a reborn person, in his previous life he must have been a powerful figure dominating a corner of the starry sky. He shouldn't lack techniques. If I present him with an ordinary technique, he might not even look at it. Should I offer my Tai Xian Emperor Sex top divine ability that suppresses the galaxy? Absolutely not. Well, it's not impossible. What else can I do? I've been reborn into a trashy 3rd grade spiritual root body. What can I do? If I don't recover my top tier talent, how can I seek revenge on the 2 scoundrels who betrayed me? I can only exchange for the Tai Xian Emperor scripture. Chen Chulin consumed his spiritual power. He condensed a spiritual jade slip and inscribed the Tai Xian Emperor scripture into it. Then he stood up and flew towards Kunlun Mountain on his sword. At 6:30 in the afternoon, Li Chen had just joined the Rich Club. He started typing and chatting on his phone. When he mentioned he would take out 10,000 crystal cores to fleece the foreign tycoons, all the wealthy members of the club were stunned. Was this what Principal Li referred to as the last 15 pieces? And yet you turned around and pulled out over 10,000? Impressive. Principal Li is indeed amazing. We capitalists bow down before you. There are actually so many beast inner cores? This matter must be kept under wraps. We can't let those foreign tycoons know. Otherwise, if they find out you have so many beast inner cores, who would still be willing to spend hundreds of billions to acquire one? Just as Li Chen continued chatting, suddenly, above the clouds, a young man in military training attire appeared, standing on a flying sword, approaching through the air. Li Chen was instantly astonished. The other students from the Martial Arts Academy were equally dumbfounded. Could this be a genuine cultivator? What the hell? Excuse me, are you Principal Li? The young man asked. Yes, I am Li Chen. Do you need something from me? Li Chen scanned with his spiritual power and found that he was just a congenital grandmaster, at most a peak grandmaster, not to be feared. Li Chen nodded in response. Such strong spiritual power at such a young age, you possess such formidable spiritual strength. How can you still claim you are not a reborn person? Fellow Daoist, you have already exposed yourself. Chen Chulin smiled calmly. Li Daoist, I am Chen Chulin, a fellow practitioner. Oh, so it's fellow Daoist Chen. At such a young age, you possess such strength. You are indeed extraordinary. Li Chen replied with a smile. It seemed this cultivator should consider him a cultivator as well. Li Chen did not rush to explain. Instead, he allowed this misunderstanding to deepen. Watch how I trick you into giving me your techniques. Li Daoist is joking, we are all the same. Chen Chulin felt that the conversation had reached this point and they both understood each other. They should both know the other was a reborn person, just not clear on each other's backgrounds. Fellow Daoist Chen, did you come to Kunlun Mountain for the crystal cores? Li Chen asked straightforwardly. Most of the people who come to Kunlun Mountain to find Li Chen are there to buy crystal cores, no need to say much. It's almost a given. Sure enough, as expected of a cosmic powerhouse reborn, he immediately saw through the inadequacy of my physical body's qualifications. It seems that this time, if I want to buy crystal cores, I must be prepared to spend a lot. Chen Chulin nodded. Brotherly, let's not beat around the bush. I came here specifically to evolve crystal cores. This time, I fell victim to a schemer and perished. When I was reborn, I broke through the void, which severely damaged my primordial spirit's power. The situation is extremely urgent and I could only randomly choose a body to possess. However, this body's qualifications are simply too poor. Even after I used my primordial spirit's power to cleanse it, I could only awaken a third-grade spiritual root. And the crystal cores you have, brotherly, can actually evolve the spiritual roots, so I specifically came to purchase them. I am willing to offer my sex supreme technique, the Tai Xian Emperor Scripture, in exchange for 10,000 crystal cores. I wonder if brotherly would be willing. Chen Chulin said earnestly. Agreed. He would definitely agree. Li Chen didn't lack this kind of thing. In the apocalypse, his little brothers could easily contribute 50,000 crystal cores in a day. He would even find the taste of chocolate unappealing. You say using a cultivation technique to exchange for crystal cores? How could Li Chen possibly refuse? Moreover, it was the top technique of a cosmic reborn powerhouse. But if he agreed too readily, it would seem like he had plenty to spare. That wouldn't be a good look. Low profile. Low profile is the best form of flaunting. The Tai Xian Emperor Scripture is an unparalleled divine ability that suppresses the galaxy, divided into two volumes, upper and lower. Even just the upper volume can increase one's cultivation speed by more than 10 times, and the depth of true essence far exceeds that of others at the same level, incomparable to other trash cosmic techniques. Li Chen was shocked at this moment. He didn't expect this guy to be a reborn powerhouse? This explains why he broke through to the innate grandmaster level at such a young age and spoke with such maturity. Li Chen thought he was just pretending to be mature. He didn't expect it to be genuine maturity. Li Chen quickly realized that this guy took him for a kindred spirit, perhaps thinking he was also a reborn powerhouse. Alright, since you've misunderstood, I'll just go with the flow. Li Chen said, surprised. Is it really the Tai Xian Emperor Scripture? You are actually a fallen reborn powerhouse of the Tai Xian Emperor sect. My apologies. I have also heard of the Tai Xian Emperor sect's reputation in that distant starry sky. Li Chen immediately showed a look of admiration. He looked up at the starry sky, seemingly reminiscing about the heroic figure that once traversed the galaxy. The glory of the past was long gone. Now, he had returned in a fallen state. Li Chen played along with Chen Chulin. Both were lost souls in the world. Then he revealed a troubled expression. Brother Chen, I know that Tai Xian Emperor Scripture is exceptionally precious, but I currently do not lack cultivation techniques. Obtaining the evolved crystal cores is also not easy. What I want is more cultivation resources so I can restore my peak as soon as possible. And I don't have that many evolved crystal cores. Li Chen sighed helplessly. Indeed, while the supreme technique is precious, it also depends on whether others have techniques of the same level. If others do, then why would they still want your Tai Xian Emperor Scripture? Chen Chulin was momentarily at a loss. Alright, brotherly, I only need 5,000 evolved crystal cores. In addition to the Tai Xian Emperor Scripture, I also have a Great Sun Burning Heaven technique to give you. I see that. Brotherly practices a Yang attribute technique, so the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique would be quite suitable. Okay, deal. Li Chen nodded, no longer dragging it out. In business, since the other party had already made a concession, he should take the opportunity to close the deal. Chen Chulin felt a surge of joy inside. He thought he would have to negotiate a bit more. In the end, even if it meant exchanging for 1,000 evolution crystals, he would have been willing. He never expected to actually receive 5,000, far exceeding his expectations. This transaction was a huge profit for Chen Chulin. After all, it was just a cultivation method. By passing it on, he wouldn't lose anything. Moreover, the Tai Xian Emperor Scripture is extremely difficult to cultivate, requiring a 9th grade spatial spiritual root talent to reach its peak. This threshold is set so high that even if you were given it, you wouldn't be able to practice it. At most, you could only grasp a little bit of the surface. The Taishan Emperor scripture has 6 levels in the upper volume, and being able to practice up to the first 3 levels would be quite impressive. With 5,000 evolution crystals, he could at least restore a 7th grade upper level spiritual root. What a huge profit! As for Li Chen, he was the real winner. Here, when he returned to the training room, he took out the 2 transparent, weightless spheres that Chen Shulin had given him. As his mental energy surged into them, in an instant, the 2 transparent spheres transformed into a massive stream of information directly flooding into Li Chen's mind. Li Chen began to receive the information. The Taishan Emperor scripture, it is divided into 12 levels corresponding to the 12 different realms of cosmic powerhouses. The first level, mortal realm. Even if one's internal cultivation reaches the peak of a martial emperor, they still belong to the mortal realm. A powerhouse at this level cannot survive in the vacuum of the universe even at their peak. The second level, Dan Star Realm, condensing star golden pills. 1 star golden pill corresponds to the first level of the Dan Star Realm, and 9 star golden pills correspond to the 9th level. At this level, one can survive in the vacuum of the universe for a month, but cannot stay for long. The third level, Void God Realm, able to traverse the cosmic starry sky with their physical body, becoming a planetary overlord. The fourth level, Star Eternal Realm, top experts in a star system, dominating a star system with a lifespan of 100,000 years. The fifth level, Indestructible Realm, overlords of star systems, high-level beings in the Milky Way, super strong beings who can suppress a star system for 1,000,000 years. The sixth level, Immortal Realm, peerless powers, able to crush a star system with one hand, serving as the ruler of a star system empire. The seventh level, Ganges Realm, powerhouses of the Star River Empire, pushing through 100,000 star systems, invincible and dictating the ages. The eighth level, Overlord Realm, indescribable. The ninth level, 10,000 Paths Realm, indescribable. The 10th level, Unity Realm, indescribable. The 11th level, Supreme Realm, indescribable. The 12th level, Cosmic Emperor Realm, hard to describe. A total of 12 realms left Li Chen feeling numb. Damn, he thought he was impressive. Who knew he hadn't even crossed the threshold of the first, most basic realm in the cosmic cultivation world? So pathetic. This upper volume of the Taishan Emperor scripture contains the cultivation methods for the first 6 levels, allowing one to cultivate to the immortal realm. This is already very complete. 5,000 first level crystals to exchange. For such an incredible divine level cultivation method, this is just too worth it. What a huge profit. Not a loss at all. Completely not a loss. As for the other work, the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique, it is a fire attribute body refining method. It can use the power of the sun to temper the physical body, making it incredibly strong. Although it is not as good as the Taishan Emperor scripture, it is still a very decent body refining method. After seeing the Taishan Emperor scripture, when he looked back at the 9 young divine skill, Li Chen felt it was shallow and lacking in value. Li Chen directly decided to cultivate the Taishan Emperor scripture. Cultivating this method requires a certain spatial talent, the ability to sense spatial power. By harnessing the power of cosmic space, one can develop every cell in their body into a spatial storage unit for cosmic energy. With a domineering spatial attribute, one can directly extract the spiritual energy of the universe and infuse it into themselves. Then, through a special operating mode, they can harmonize this energy. The most impressive point is that ordinary cultivation methods operate energy within the body, circulating through the meridians, while the Taishan Emperor scripture can actually operate energy outside the body, circulating through the meridians. Extraterrestrial Zhou Tian? Directly converting spiritual energy into true essence outside the body? This is indeed a bit against the heavens. Li Chen quickly began to mobilize the gray energy in his brain domain space, starting to cultivate the Taishan Emperor Sutra. Before long, a miraculous phenomenon of 3 flowers gathering at the crown and 5 energies returning to the origin appeared on him. The spiritual energy of the entire Kunlun mountain range began to swarm towards Li Chen. This doesn't seem too difficult, does it? According to the introduction of the cultivation method, isn't it? Said that cultivating the Taishan Emperor Sutra is extremely difficult, requiring at least 3 years to get started? How did I manage to get started in just 1 minute? Boom! Accompanied by the 3 flowers gathering at the crown, a large amount of true essence power directly poured into his body, solidifying the true essence within Li Chen and condensing a false Dan, allowing him to successfully break through to the martial emperor realm. He broke through effortlessly. This time, there was surprisingly no bottleneck or constraint. So, sometimes those bottlenecks might be due to the inadequacy of the cultivation method? Strange, why is the upper volume of the Taishan Emperor Sutra written in traditional Longsha characters? Was this translated by Chen Shulin? Or is it that Longsha ancient script was originally a universal language in the universe? Li Chen felt a slight doubt in his heart, but he didn't dwell on it too much. According to archaeologists, human civilization on Earth has only been recorded for a little over 10,000 years, and before that, there are no historical documents at all. Although Darwin's theory of evolution states that humans evolved from apes, this viewpoint cannot be substantiated. It is merely a hypothesis. This hypothesis is just popular, hence well known among the public, but in reality, scientists' hypotheses are always just speculations that cannot be proven. You haven't lived millions of years ago, how can you say humans evolved from apes? Did Darwin see it with his own eyes? That's simply impossible. Although humans have some physical similarities to apes, they are essentially two different species. Moreover, humans are quite different from any terrestrial creatures on Earth. Other terrestrial mammals generally have fur. However, human skin is directly exposed. Among all animals on Earth, only humans need to wear clothes. Ordinary humans cannot adapt to the various weather conditions on Earth. They can only cope with the diverse weather environments and temperature differences throughout the year by building houses, making clothes, and creating air conditioners and washing machines. Other terrestrial creatures, however, do not need any of these. Doesn't this suggest that if humans do not rely on science and technology, they are actually not well suited for survival in the wild? Humans have not evolved to adapt to the various environments of Earth. Humans might very well be aliens, immigrants from another planet. Of course, this is also just a hypothesis. Li Chen had no evidence to prove it. Moreover, proving whether his human ancestors were Earthlings has no real significance. After all, he has already lived on Earth for so many years. Who cares how humans came to be? There are so many unsolved mysteries in the world that simply cannot be answered. For example, does the creature known as a dragon really exist? The dragon is one of the 12 zodiac signs passed down from ancient times to the present. Yet, the other 11 zodiac signs can all be found as living creatures on Earth, and some of them are even pets kept at home. But the dragon is a creature that no one has ever seen. Therefore, some say that dragons are illusory beings that do not exist at all, but rather mythical creatures invented by ancient people. However, the other 11 zodiac signs are real. Why is it that only the dragon is considered an illusory creature? Why did the ancients create an illusory dragon among 11 real zodiac animals? Could it be that dragons are likely real, but no one has seen them for so many years that everyone thinks they do not exist? Just because they haven't been seen, they are assumed not to exist. This is actually similar to a frog sitting at the bottom of a well, looking up at the sky. From the perspective of an ordinary person viewing the mysterious universe, many opinions may have been wrong from the very beginning. The transaction between Li Chen and Chen Shulin. Unintentionally, it was seen by his two disciples. In fact, it wasn't just his two disciples who saw it, many students at the high Martial Academy also witnessed it, including a student who awakened the listening ear ability. They even heard a shocking piece of news. Oh my gosh, this secret is just too astonishing. I won't be silenced for knowing this, right? Little ear, hurry up and spill the beans. What is this earth-shattering news? Did you hear about Principal Li's unknown secret? It is indeed an unknown secret. I just heard Principal Li talking with that boy named Chen Shulin. Do you know? It turns out that boy is actually a cosmic powerhouse who has undergone reincarnation, and Principal Li also admitted that he is a cosmic powerhouse who has undergone reincarnation. Both of them are cosmic-level beings. What? No wonder Principal Li's cultivation speed is so fast. He broke through to the Earth Immortal at just 21 years old. Normally, even a genius powerhouse would need 200 years of cultivation to have a chance to break through to the Earth Immortal. Principal Li has only been cultivating for a few years, hasn't he? Finally, the mystery in my heart is solved. Principal Li is actually a cosmic powerhouse who has undergone reincarnation? If such a powerhouse could take me as a disciple, wouldn't I be on the path to leaving Earth? Don't even think about it, you don't have that fate. Look at Lan Tianling and Wang Guojun. These two guys are truly blessed with fortune. They get to encounter such good things. I've already found out that the boy named Chen Shulin is a genius trainee from the military special recruitment camp, and he is the top student. At just 15 years old, he is already an innate Grandmaster. 15 years old and an innate Grandmaster? He really is a reincarnated old monster. For normal cultivators like us, we should just be starting out. There's no point in comparing ourselves to someone who has cheat codes. Exactly. Even if Lan Tianling were to compare with such a reincarnated old monster, he would probably start doubting his life. In an instant, everyone was buzzing with discussion. Everyone, listen to me first. We are brothers in the same dormitory, so I told you this secret. You must not go around spreading it, otherwise, if this matter gets traced back, I definitely won't be able to bear the consequences. Little ear said with a worried expression. Seeing everyone so excitedly discussing, with gossip flames igniting on their faces, he regretted not keeping his mouth shut. Don't worry, as brothers, how could we sell you out? We will definitely keep the secret absolutely tight-lipped. Exactly. Our mouths are very tight, we definitely won't spread it around. Hey, Xiaoli, let me tell you a shocking secret, but you mustn't tell anyone else. It was unclear who leaked the news. Within a few hours, almost everyone at the High Martial Academy knew about Li Chen and Chen Shulin being cosmic powerhouses who had undergone reincarnation. This incident directly triggered a huge shock among the higher-ups of Longxia. Wang Qianquan felt increasingly respectful towards Li Chen. I originally felt a bit uncomfortable calling Principal Lee Sr. since he is much younger than me, but if he is a cosmic powerhouse reincarnated, calling him Senior is reasonable. Finally found a reason to become his disciple. After this news leaked, Li Chen quickly learned about it. However, he did not take any action, just smirking to himself. After all, he wasn't really a reincarnated being. Let them spread the news however they liked, it just provided cover for some of my secrets. As for whether someone would mind, that was unknown. In any case, Li didn't mind, so it didn't matter how they spread it. The end of the world. 10 o'clock in the morning. Hua Fugue brought over 20 bags of crystal cores. Leader, this is our harvest from yesterday, a total of 200,000 crystal cores, including 160,000 first-level cores, 38,000 second-level cores, 1,900 third-level cores, and 101 fourth-level cores. The zombies in the neighboring Hang City have basically been cleared out by us. Yesterday, our base team formed 180 hunting squads and nearly slaughtered 500,000 zombies. Those little brothers went crazy killing. Now that they know about the cultivation techniques, each of them is eager to collect 10,000 crystal cores to exchange for techniques with the leader. Today, a total of 15 little brothers have reached their collection goals. Here is the list of those contributing crystal cores. Hua Fugue took out a list and handed it to Li Chen. Li Chen glanced at the number of people on the list. Exactly 15. All of them were squad leader level players. Among them, several were particularly familiar to Li Chen, members of the original 37 evolution squads. Now, they had mostly become squad leaders, managing over 100 people each. As for Hongmao, Laoying, Enying, Hua Fugue, Fong Tianhua, and others, they had been promoted to team leaders, each managing over 1,000 little brothers. Hongmao even had more than 2,000 under him. Every day, many people joined the future base. The number of personnel managed by the team leaders was continuously increasing. Alright, you guys find some time to teach these 15 little brothers the techniques. Additionally, teaching techniques also comes with task rewards. Whoever first completes the technique teaching task for 10 little brothers will have the opportunity to receive the 8th level of innate Qigong from me. Whoever can teach techniques to 100 little brothers can receive the 9th level of innate Qigong from me. Of course, you cannot teach at will. You must have little brothers contribute 10,000 crystal cores to qualify for teaching. Li Chen set the rules and gave his orders. Upon hearing this, several team leaders, who had initially shown some reluctance, immediately widened their eyes. Teaching techniques was originally a thankless task, a bit of a waste of their time. Wouldn't it be better to use that time to level up? However, with the leaders' rules in place, the previously unwilling team leaders immediately became eager. Leader, let me have Hongmao teach this batch of little brothers their cultivation. You little brat, do you think you can take all the advantages? If you can teach, can't Fong Tianhua teach too? Fong Tianhua, don't argue with me, let me have this one, and next time I'll let you have it. You're full of crap, why should I give in this time? Did you sneakily deliver barbecue to Miss Ouyang Qinxue last night? Fong Tianhua said angrily. Hongmao, I had already considered you a brother, but you're starting to covet the woman I like? Looks like this brotherhood is over. Humph. Do you think I don't know you sent crystal cores to Ouyang Qinxue? She doesn't even like you, why are you always trying so hard to please her? Hongmao sneered disdainfully. Fong Tianhua was ambitious and not an honest person. You're probably already on the path to self-destruction. Alright, stop arguing. These 15 little brothers can choose who they want to teach them the techniques. Li Chen waved his hand, casually setting the plan. Upon hearing this, several team leaders immediately began to think, I might not be able to get one of these 15 teaching spots, but that doesn't mean I can't actively train 10 little brothers and submit 100,000 first-level crystal cores. Then wouldn't the 8th level technique be mine? Such a simple thing, why fight over it? You fools, your IQ is really concerning. Several captains almost simultaneously thought of this method. They all believed that the other party was a bit anxious. Wasn't it just 100,000 level 1 crystal cores? With their captain's strength, leading over 1,000 subordinates to the neighboring cities of Ma City, West City, and Guang City to slaughter a circle. Wouldn't 100,000 crystal cores be easily within reach? Moreover, if they encountered level 2 or level 3 zombies, one could counter 10 or even 100, making the task not too difficult. Perhaps the 10 subordinates cultivated this way would become even more loyal. This was a win-win situation. They benefited, and the subordinates would be grateful. The rules set by Li Chen undoubtedly greatly increased the enthusiasm of the captains in training their subordinates. In a team, most resources were actually occupied by the captain. A captain alone could almost seize more than half of the entire team's resources. This was a survival model unique to the apocalypse. The strong could occupy everything, while the weak deserved nothing. In Li Chen's future base, the captain only occupied half of the resources, which was relatively generous. In other bases, the captains exploited even more ruthlessly. If they allowed you to have a meal, treating you like a dog, it was considered the captain being merciful. If they encountered a heartless one, they would directly consume you. However, after Li Chen established this rule, the subordinates of the captains had ample room for growth. The captain would not suppress them, instead, they would actively cultivate them. Because the captain could obtain the 8th level of martial arts or even the 9th level, they would profit immensely. Li Chen's actions undoubtedly stimulated the hunting enthusiasm of the entire base. He didn't need to take action himself. A large number of crystal cores would continuously flow into his hands. Ultimately, over 80% of the hunting gains would likely end up in Li Chen's hands. This exploitation effect was no less than that of Yuan Tianyi. The only difference was that Yuan Tianyi's exploitation led to widespread complaints throughout the base, while Li Chen's exploitation was willingly accepted, filled with enthusiasm. Each one felt they had gained something. Soon, 15 subordinates were surrounded by 7 or 8 captains. Each one was very enthusiastic and proactive in wanting to teach them martial arts. This left the 15 subordinates flabbergasted, suspecting there might be some trap. Eventually, they learned that the leader had issued a new policy. This news spread quickly throughout the base. Nearly 20,000 evolvers in the entire base were discussing it. Have you heard? The leader has issued a new regulation. On the surface, it seems only related to the captains, but in fact, it concerns every one of us in the base. Do you know that all the captains have cultivated the martial arts taught by the leader, and their strength is terrifying? They have already broken through to level 5 evolvers. The leader said that whoever can teach martial arts to 10 subordinates will receive the 8th level of innate Qi martial arts. Once this regulation is out, the captains will definitely spare no effort in training their subordinates. Once the subordinates grow, they will also spare no effort in training us because they all want higher level martial arts. This means that before long, we low-level subordinates will also have the opportunity to learn martial arts. There might still be a chance for us to rise. Soon, some clever individuals analyzed the key to this policy. This was the leader Li Chen intentionally cultivating the lower levels. Using a strategy of open schemes, he made the captains willingly train their subordinates. After Ouyang Qingxue learned this news, she was also taken aback. This Li Chen had such deep schemes. Teaching martial arts is originally a costless endeavor. He doesn't need to pay any price and can reap all the hunting fruits of the 2,000 evolvers in the base. Everyone has no complaints about this. They even think Li Chen is a good leader. As the other captains began passionately training their subordinates, among the 10 captains, only Meng Haoyu chose to enter seclusion. With his ears closed to the outside world, he focused solely on cultivating his innate skills. This kid had an extraordinary talent. He also possessed a large number of high-level sea monster inner cores. Therefore, his cultivation speed was astonishing. In just one day, he successfully broke through to the innate Grandmaster level. His evolver rank also rose to the peak of level 5, just a step away from breaking into level 6. Then, Meng Haoyu took out a level 6 sea monster inner core and swallowed it in one gulp. A violent energy began to surge through his body. The innate Qi skill within him operated frantically. Boom! Meng Haoyu felt a loud rumble in his mind. The internal space within him expanded to 100,000 cubic meters. I've broken through. I've finally broken through to level 6. Now I am on the same level as the leader. Heaven did not give birth to me, Meng Haoyu. The void has lasted for eons like a long night. Meng Haoyu grinned. Suddenly, he activated spatial teleportation. In an instant, he teleported 3,000 meters away. Very good. With one teleport, I've actually exceeded 3,000 meters, and the energy consumed was only 1/25. This means that under extreme conditions, I can teleport 25 times in a row, each time covering a maximum distance of 3,000 meters. Calculating this, my current maximum escape distance has reached 75 kilometers. Who can catch me? Let's test the combat power of an innate Grandmaster. Meng Haoyu then struck out with his palm. Terrifying innate vigor surged forth, condensing into a handprint of over 10 meters. One palm slammed into a residential building. A 20-story residential building was directly collapsed by that one strike. The powerful innate vigor caused unparalleled destruction. Even the second building was left with a massive handprint of vigor. Awesome. Innate vigor. Terrifying indeed. I can do more than just run away now. Besides teleportation, I also possess powerful innate vigor. My combat power is not inferior to any level 6 evolver. With such an absurd life-saving skill and terrifying combat power, I just want to ask, who else is there? At this moment, Meng Haoyu was full of spirit and extremely arrogant. He was no longer the Meng Haoyu of the past. He was now the enhanced version, Max Meng Haoyu. As a level 6 powerhouse in this apocalyptic world, he belonged to the top tier of strong individuals. Even if he were to establish a base and become the boss himself, it would be completely unproblematic. He was no longer bound by anyone. Just as Meng Haoyu showcased his abilities, Proton Technology had already detected him on a small island deep in a certain sea area. Beep. Name, Meng Haoyu. Evolver Awakening level 6. Ability attribute, Space-type ability, Special Gas Energy, Dual-type ability Awakener. Blue Star Potential ranking, 100th. Meng Haoyu's personal information appeared directly on the large screen of the island base. Very good, this Meng Haoyu has quite a talent. A space-type ability evolver rising from obscurity without any faction's help has grown so quickly to reach the 100th rank. I see great potential for his future development. He should have a chance to become a vessel for a cosmic powerhouse. I have my eyes on this vessel as well. I hope he grows quickly. When he breaks through to level 10 and can physically break out of the planet, he will sadly discover that the whole world is just a cage and they are merely cultivated parasitic containers, nothing more. Jia, what's going on? Who is secretly spying on me? Meng Haoyu inexplicably felt a sense of being watched. He vanished in an instant. However, the feeling of being watched did not disappear. After scanning his surroundings again, he found nothing. It must be an illusion, right? There's nothing here? Maybe I'm just being overly cautious, or perhaps I've been too eager in my recent training, pushing myself too hard, and my mind is a bit hazy. Meng Haoyu shook his head. He returned to the base. Just as he got back, he heard some explosive news. What? Teaching 10 subordinates the NHE skill can earn you the 8th level of the technique? No wonder after I broke through to the 7th level, I had no idea how to continue. It turns out there's an 8th and a 9th level? It seems my master's strength is unfathomable. He can slay 12 level 7 sea monsters, so he must have already broken through to the 8th level of the terrestrial immortal realm. He is also a space-type ability user. My strength is still a level below his. I, Meng Haoyu, am determined to obtain this 8th and 9th level technique. Meng Haoyu had a rebellious spirit weighing 90 pounds. He had originally planned to establish his own faction. Suddenly, realizing he hadn't completed his training, he had only learned it halfway. He definitely couldn't leave now. Otherwise, if Hong Mao learned the subsequent techniques, wouldn't he surpass me? That absolutely cannot happen. Once I master the 9th level technique, it won't be too late to establish my own faction. A true man, residing between heaven and earth, how can he remain in the shadows for long? Once I finish the 9th level technique, it will be the time for me, Meng Haoyu, to dominate. It's just 1.1 million level 1 crystal cores, converted to high-level crystal cores. It's not much. I'll go recruit a few subordinates and train them. Meng Haoyu suddenly realized he was actually a lone commander? That was quite embarrassing. Although he was one of the 10 captains, the other captains had already recruited many subordinates and trained a lot of followers. Only he had been sent out by the leader as an undercover agent, so he hadn't recruited anyone. After returning, he focused solely on training and hadn't had the chance to gather subordinates. Hong Mao already had over 2,000 people under him. He didn't have a single subordinate. The difference was too stark. He could only start from scratch. Sigh, what a hassle. Here I am, a dignified captain of a base, having to personally recruit subordinates at the city gate. This is really degrading. Unlike Hong Mao, Shadow, and Eagle, who could command countless subordinates with just a word, he had to do everything himself. The hardest part is always the beginning. Meng Haoyu could only take matters into his own hands. He went straight to the city gate. At that moment, many unfortunate survivors from other bases were coming to sign up to join the future base. Meng Haoyu immediately shouted, "Is there anyone who wants to join my team? I am Captain Meng Haoyu of the 8th Squad of the base, and I'm giving you an opportunity to become my trusted subordinate. I will focus on your training. As long as you are a level 3 or above evolver, you can join my team." As soon as Meng Haoyu shouted, everyone exchanged glances. But soon, they went back to their own business. Not a single evolver expressed interest in joining his team. Who is this guy? Is he really a captain? A proper captain needs to personally recruit at the city gate? He can't possibly have no subordinates at all, right? Questioned a ragged survivor. Brother, don't say that. He really is a captain. It's just that Captain Meng Haoyu indeed doesn't have any subordinates yet, a base member immediately explained. This explanation only made everyone even less inclined to join Meng Haoyu's team. A proper captain, yet not a single subordinate by his side, speaks volumes. In this situation, either the strength is lacking or the character is lacking, or perhaps both the character and strength are inadequate. It's best not to step into such a pit. It's better to join red-haired brother's team. People say he values loyalty and has a great reputation. How can this be? Does no one want to join my team? I am the captain, you know. My strength is extraordinary. How can it be compared to those little captains? Meng Haoyu was a bit on edge. After all, he was a level 6 evolver. Wasn't he stronger than the other captains? You bunch of losers, you really have no eyes. At this moment, the strongest in Huadu base, Bai Gang subordinate Tyrannosaurus, disguised himself as a down-and-out base evolver and had already arrived at the base entrance, ready to test the specific strength of the future base. Bai Gang was ambitious. He was no longer satisfied with being the leader of a large base. He wanted to unify all bases across the country and become the supreme leader of the National Base Alliance. Now, he had already subdued quite a few bases. They all bowed to Bai Gang, including 3 large bases, 5 medium bases, and 18 small bases. In Tyrannosaurus's eyes. The future base was just a small evolver base with a total population of only 20,000. Generally, in their view, a base with a population of over 10,000 could be called a small base, a base with over 50,000 could be classified as a medium base, and only a base with over 100,000 could be considered a large base. A base with less than 10,000 people was just a rabble and couldn't be considered a real force at all. And the strongest in Huadu, Bai Gang, had established a super large base with a population exceeding 500,000. Now, with those bases that had already submitted, Bai Gang's power had reached an unimaginable level. He could truly be called the #1 base leader in the country. And Tyrannosaurus, he was a level 6 evolver. This was the foundation of Huadu base. "Excuse me, are you Captain Meng Haoyu?" Tyrannosaurus asked with a grin. "Yes, I am the captain of the 8th team. My name is Tyrannosaurus. If you can defeat me, I will join your team. If you can't defeat me, then you are not qualified to be this captain. Why not step down and let me, Tyrannosaurus, take over as captain?" Tyrannosaurus flashed a set of white teeth, his eyes carrying a hint of murderous intent. Today, he intended to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Killing a captain would establish his authority and make the leader of the future base silent. This would directly achieve the purpose of intimidation for Huadu base. It would be best if Li Chen could be sensible and obediently submit, offering half of the base's resource crystals. If anyone dared to resist, they would face violent suppression from Huadu base. Tyrannosaurus had done this several times before. "You want to challenge me? Interesting. A newcomer actually dares to challenge the captain? Don't you know that our future base's captains are all at least level 5? Meng Haoyu raised an eyebrow, almost laughing in anger. "Did I, Meng Haoyu, have no reputation at all? Even a newcomer dared to challenge me? Is level 5 really that impressive? How do you know I can't defeat you?" The murderous intent in Tyrannosaurus's eyes grew stronger. A level 6 against a level 5 was like bullying a weakling. Today, he would give the future base a little shock. "Meng Haoyu, consider yourself unlucky." The atmosphere was stifling and suffocating. A great battle was about to break out. Meng Haoyu was also filled with rage. Now, even the most insignificant people dared to provoke him? It seemed that if he didn't establish some authority today, everyone in the base would think he was the weakest captain. They only pick on the soft ones. If the tiger doesn't show its power, do you think I'm a sick cat? Kid, if you dare to provoke this captain, be prepared to be beaten to death. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down, knock your head 3 times, and shout, "Grandpa, I was wrong," 3 times. If you do that, I, the captain, might spare your worthless life. Otherwise, I will be very angry, and the consequences will be severe. Meng Haoyu's expression grew colder. He was clearly not joking. He really wanted to kill. Baolong found it amusing. "A mere level 5, are you addicted to showing off? Have you never seen the strong from Huadu base and really think you matter? A frog at the bottom of a well, a narrow-minded fool, dares to spout nonsense in front of me, Baolong? Bring it on. You won't be captain for long, because a corpse can't be a captain." Baolong boasted arrogantly. "You're seeking death. Innate vitality. Furious thunder. Boom." The two struck like lightning. Meng Haoyu condensed powerful innate vitality in his hand and punched out. Baolong also gathered purple lightning in his hand and punched out. Two incredibly strong energy shockwaves collided, instantly forming a powerful shockwave that knocked the onlooking evolvers 100 meters away off balance. The center of their energy clash was directly blasted into a massive pit. Baolong was sent flying 100 meters. Meng Haoyu was also sent flying 100 meters. This exchange was surprisingly evenly matched. "You're not level 5, you're level 6? Baolong exclaimed in shock. He thought he could kill Meng Haoyu in one hit, enough to intimidate everyone. But this Meng Haoyu was actually level 6? Is the foundation of the future base this strong? The 8th ranked captain is already a level 6 powerhouse. So the 7 captains ahead must all be level 6? At least in Huadu base, they are ranked by strength. Baolong is ranked 3rd among the top powerhouses in Huadu base. I was wondering how you dared to provoke the captain. Turns out you're a level 6 evolver, a fierce dragon crossing the river. Which base are you from? A dignified level 6 evolver can't just join another base at will. You're here to stir up trouble, aren't you? Meng Haoyu quickly realized. This Baolong definitely didn't come to join the future base because he couldn't survive elsewhere. Where can't a level 6 powerhouse survive? He was clearly here to provoke. Humph. I, the commander, do not change my name or my surname. I am the deputy commander of Huadu base, Baolong. Meng Haoyu, since you are level 6, you are qualified to see my true strength. I hope you won't disappoint me. Baolong grinned crookedly. The killing intent in his eyes surged. Killing a level 5 evolver is simply meaningless. Killing a level 6 powerhouse is what truly intimidates everyone. Baolong, ranked 3rd in Huadu base, is certainly not someone who earned his reputation without merit. Among level 6 powerhouses, he is definitely one of the best. Because he is a dual-element ability user, combining lightning and metal. He possesses both the abilities of Purple Storm Thunder and Steel Body. Not only is his defense astonishing, but his output is also explosive. He can take hits and deal them. He is a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. Speed, strength, defense, output. He is almost the best among his peers, with hardly any weaknesses. Meng Haoyu sneered disdainfully. You know I'm level 6 and still dare to be so arrogant. It seems you have some backing, but you won't be laughing for long. Teleportation. Meng Haoyu's figure suddenly vanished. In that instant, a strange figure flashed behind Baolong. A razor-sharp military bayonet covered in innate vitality thrust out unexpectedly. In the blink of an eye, things happened too quickly. Baolong could not have anticipated that Meng Haoyu would teleport behind him. At the critical moment, he hurriedly activated his steel body ability, but it was already too late. Meng Haoyu's ambush was simply too fast. Moreover, innate vitality has a built-in defense-breaking effect. Even though the steel golden body was ultimately stuck by a half-inserted dagger that innate vital energy had already pierced into his body, in an instant, it crushed one of his kidneys. The Tyrannosaurus Rex had lost a kidney right on the spot. Despicable, shameless bastard, you dare to ambush me. Boom! The Tyrannosaurus Rex released terrifying arcs of electricity all over his body. Purple lightning instantly spread out to a radius of 300 meters. He struck back in hatred, but he swung a punch into thin air. Meng Haoyu's figure had vanished again. He had directly teleported away, retreating to 500 meters outside. Humph! I've already ruined your kidney. The innate vital energy is enough to crush your kidney to pieces. Even a healer would find it hard to fix. You'll be a kidney-deficient man from now on. Kid, even if you don't die today, you'll be useless in the future. Meng Haoyu scoffed. He was a space-type ability user, able to teleport and remain invincible. There was no need to clash head-on with his opponent. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was not weaker than him, it was just that he didn't understand him, which led to the surprise attack. In this situation, he could let the Tyrannosaurus Rex's injuries worsen slowly. When the opponent was in a weakened state, he would go collect the kill. You're actually a space-type ability user and you have teleportation skills? Damn it, I've kicked a metal plate. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was truly speechless. Is Meng Haoyu really just the 8th-ranked captain of the base? How can someone rank 8th be this abnormal? Damn you! Thunder wings! The Tyrannosaurus Rex was already injured, realizing the situation was not right, and hurriedly retreated. Behind him, purple lightning gathered, and before long, it transformed into a pair of purple lightning wings. He flapped his wings and shot up like a cannonball, soaring into the sky. Trying to run? Dream on. I'll let you fly 3,000 meters first. In almost an instant, the Tyrannosaurus Rex had already soared over 2,000 meters high, his figure becoming smaller and smaller, about to disappear from sight. Instant teleportation. Meng Haoyu activated his teleportation skill. He appeared directly above the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Kid, where do you think you're going? Take this palm strike. Boom! A powerful and overwhelming vital energy palm print came crashing down from the air. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was caught off guard. He was slapped down once again. Boom! The Tyrannosaurus Rex's figure fell from over 2,000 meters high, crashing to the hard concrete ground like a cannonball. It created a deep human-shaped pit. The ground even cracked. The Tyrannosaurus Rex spat out blood, heavily injured on the spot. 7 or 8 of his ribs were broken. But his vitality was tenacious. He still didn't die and could get up from the ground. How could this be? He couldn't win. He couldn't even escape? Space-type ability users were too terrifying. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was truly panicking. Meng Haoyu, don't kill me. With your strength, you could easily become the second in command of our Huadu base. As long as you spare me, I can guarantee to recommend you to Commander Baigang to elect you as the leader of a large base, allowing you to command 100,000 people. Why would you want to be under Li Chen? Following Li Chen has no future. The Tyrannosaurus Rex began to tempt him. Humph! You dare to belittle my master, you're dead. You still dare to paint a beautiful picture for me? I haven't even fully learned my techniques. And you want me to betray? Do you think I'm stupid? What Baigang? Haigang, I've never heard of it. Meng Haoyu, you can't kill me. Commander Baigang won't let you go. You have no idea how terrifying a level 7 powerhouse is. That's a power you can hardly reach. If you kill me, Huadu base will surely flatten your future base and you will die without a burial place. The Tyrannosaurus Rex said in a panic while spitting blood. He had already sensed the killing intent in Meng Haoyu's gaze. Noisy! I have teleportation skills. What can a level 7 powerhouse do to me? Originally, I was in a bad mood today, and just when you showed up, I decided to kill a chicken to warn the monkey, letting all the evolvers in the base see whether I, Meng Haoyu, am truly the most useless captain. Today, I, Meng Haoyu, will clear my name. Killing you, a level 6, is enough to boost my prestige. Meng Haoyu's gaze sharpened. He swung his military knife and a surge of innate energy transformed into a blade of energy, slicing towards the Tyrannosaurus from afar. The Tyrannosaurus glowed with a golden sheen. Clang! The blade struck the Tyrannosaurus, producing a sound like metal clashing. It was incredibly loud. Under normal circumstances, the Tyrannosaurus would naturally not fear this blow. But it was already severely injured, and even with its abilities activated, it was still shaken, causing its blood to surge and spitting out another mouthful of old blood. You're quite resilient, you can't be killed with this? Take another hit from me. 2 hits, 3 hits, 58 hits, a total of 58 strikes. Meng Haoyu hacked at the Tyrannosaurus 58 times, finally killing it. The resilience of a level 6 powerhouse exceeded expectations. Damn it, I'm exhausted. This Tyrannosaurus has tough skin, it's really hard to kill. If it weren't for the sneak attack at the beginning and it took one of my hits, I might not have been able to win in a head-on fight. But in a life-and-death battle, the process doesn't matter, only the result. The result is that Meng Haoyu won. My god, Captain Meng Haoyu actually killed the Tyrannosaurus? I've heard of this Tyrannosaurus. It's known for being arrogant and domineering, relying on the support of the Huadu base to provoke other survivor bases, even killing 2 leaders from other bases and forcing others to submit or die if they refused. And the leader of Huadu base, Bai Gang, is a bloodthirsty person, extremely protective of his own, and once wiped out an entire base because one of his subordinates was beaten. A well-informed evolver said cautiously, "Who is Bai Gang? Is Huadu base really that impressive?" A clueless newcomer asked on the spot. Impressive. It's incredibly impressive. Huadu base is the largest base in the country and, so far, the only super-large base with a total population exceeding 500,000. If you include affiliated forces, the total population even surpasses 2 million. Even more terrifying is that over 90% of the survivors in Huadu base have already transformed into evolvers. There are more than 100 level 5 evolvers, and as many as 7 level 6 evolvers, known as the 7 deputy leaders of Huadu base. Not only that, but Huadu base has basically inherited the nuclear arsenal from before the apocalypse, possessing over 150 nuclear warheads and intercontinental missiles. Moreover, Huadu base has its own fleet of fighter jets. The strongest in the base, Bai Gang, is the first evolver in the country to break through level 7. Some speculate that Bai Gang's current strength may be close to level 8. As soon as this was said, the entire place fell silent. Everyone exchanged glances. Many people from the future base had actually never heard of Huadu base, because after the apocalypse began, information was transmitted quite poorly. But that didn't stop some from knowing about the existence of Huadu base, and they proceeded to give a wave of popular science. Originally, it was fine that everyone hadn't heard of Huadu base. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. But now that they had heard, the group of younger brothers who were originally eager to join Meng Haoyu's team, seeing him display such might, even fiercer than other captains, were suddenly doused with a bucket of cold water, feeling chilled to the bone. Calm down. Don't act impulsively. Captain Meng Haoyu killed the Tyrannosaurus. If Huadu base comes seeking revenge, Captain Meng will be the first to bear the brunt, and he definitely won't be able to handle it. If we join his ranks now and become his underlings, wouldn't we be targeted crazily by Huadu base? No way, I absolutely have to distance myself from Meng Haoyu, otherwise, I might not even be able to stay at the future base. If the rumors are true, the strength and foundation of the Huadu base are indeed many times stronger than that of the future base. The two are simply not on the same level. Meng Haoyu has stirred up big trouble. Killing a Tyrannosaurus is easy, but can you really withstand the wrath of the Huadu base? Just as the evolvers watching from all bases were feeling uncertain, a terrifying wave of energy suddenly surged from the villa area of the base. The invisible energy in the air transformed into a tangible energy vortex, wildly converging towards the villa area. The elemental energy of the 5 elements kept accumulating, and 3 golden flowers began to form above the leader's villa. 3 flowers gather at the top. 5 energies converge to the source. This was the celestial phenomenon created by Li Chen as he broke through to the martial emperor realm. What the hell is going on? Such a miraculous celestial phenomenon has appeared. It's in the direction of the villa area. Could it be that the leader has broken through? It must be so. Only when the leader breaks through and enters the ranks of level 7 evolvers will such a phenomenon occur. So, does that mean our future base has also given birth to a level 7 powerhouse? Then why should we fear Bai Gang? It's also possible that the leader has broken through the 9th level of the innate chi skill. The leader was already capable of slaying level 7 sea beasts. Now that he has broken through again, what is Bai Gang worth? The red-haired one said disdainfully. Today was the first time he had heard of the Huadu base. However, he was particularly confident in his own leader. Why should he boost others' morale while diminishing his own? At this moment, Li Chen had successfully cultivated the Tai Xian Emperor scripture to the entry level, reaching the peak of the first layer. Since he had laid a solid foundation before, entering the first layer meant reaching its peak. He successfully broke through to the martial emperor realm and condensed a false Dan. He also casually consumed a level 7 sea beast's inner Dan and easily broke through to level 7 as an evolver. Moreover, he discovered that after cultivating the Tai Xian Emperor scripture, the speed of energy absorption was incredibly fast, over 100 times faster than before. Unintentionally, he triggered a celestial phenomenon. Thus, he consumed 10 level 7 Inner Dawn in succession, pushing his evolver level to the peak of level 7, almost breaking through to level 8. But just then, a feeling of being watched surged into his mind again. He keenly sensed an unusual presence. Am I being monitored? This time, it's definitely not an illusion. Cultivating the Tai Xian Emperor scripture has made me extremely sensitive to any energy substance in space. Just now, there was a particle a million times smaller than dust, and its movement pattern showed a deviation in its orbit? It's this particle, a million times smaller than dust, that's making me uneasy. If it were before, I might have overlooked it, but now, it seems to reveal a hint of something strange. Deep in the sea area, at the alien island base. Beep beep. Name: Li Chen. Evolver Awakening level, level 7. Ability attributes: Space type ability, Ice type ability, Power type ability, Speed type ability, Water type ability, Mental type ability, 6 type ability Awakener. Blue star potential ranking, 6. Li Chen's personal information instantly appeared on a large screen at a certain base island. In an instant, several alien beings listed Li Chen as a key observation target. Li Chen's potential is even more astonishing than I imagined. He is actually a 6-type ability awakener, and his genetic potential has not yet undergone deep development, yet he has already mastered multiple types of abilities? Good, very good, excellent. To jump from over 90 to 6th place on the global evolution ranking, when Li Chen reaches level 10, he might even enter the top 3. The top 3 on the planet evolution rankings are qualified to be taken over and parasitized by king-level big shots. This guy is indeed a good seed. He. Li Chen had not yet broken through to the 8th level. He could have directly consumed the 8th level inner pill and made a breakthrough in one go. However, at a critical moment he stopped. He felt that something was off. At his level of strength, he had begun to ponder why this apocalyptic world had descended. Was it due to natural disasters or non-natural disasters? He always felt that there was a hidden hand behind it all, pushing everything forward. From a cautious perspective, if there really was a hidden hand orchestrating the apocalypse, what could their purpose be? Surely it wasn't just a simple love for slaughter and creating disasters? Of course, that could be one reason, but Li Chen felt it wouldn't be that simple. If I am really being monitored and the other party's technological means or true strength far surpasses mine, then from now on, I must start to hide my capabilities. I must conceal my own strength. Perhaps, under that mysterious power, I might not even be able to hide my strength, but the urban Li Chen absolutely can. I don't believe their methods can observe another version of me from a different world. So, from now on, I will allocate the vast majority of resources to cultivate urban Li Chen, allowing him to quickly break through to the second layer of the Tai Xian Emperor scripture, the Donqing realm, and even break through to the third layer, the Kongshan realm. This was the most effective defensive measure Li Chen could take, because apocalyptic Li Chen was being monitored at all times. It was no longer convenient for him to rapidly improve himself. It feels like being a chicken or duck in a farm, waiting to grow up only to be slaughtered. The fate of the turkey scientist ultimately cannot escape being served on the dining table. Li Chen stopped his cultivation. An extremely absurd thought appeared in his mind, but he felt that this thought was true. No matter how absurd this world was, once everything happened, you could only accept it. Not good, Chief. Meng Haoyu killed the deputy commander of the Huadu base, Tyrannosaurus. This incident may provoke the wrath of the Huadu base. Please decide, Chief. As soon as Li Chen stepped out of the villa, a subordinate immediately reported this matter to him. I already know. Don't panic. Li Chen nodded calmly. Although he was in closed-door cultivation, his consciousness enveloped the entire base, and he was fully aware of the ins and outs of the situation. Soon, Meng Haoyu arrived at the conference hall and directly knelt before Li Chen. I'm sorry, Chief, it's my fault. I acted impulsively and killed Tyrannosaurus. I, Meng Haoyu, am willing to accept punishment, Meng Haoyu said tentatively. He wanted to know whether Li Chen would protect him and choose to go to war with the Huadu base or abandon him and hand him over to the Huadu base to vent their anger. No matter how Li Chen chose, Meng Haoyu didn't care. After all, he was already prepared to teleport away at any moment. If Li Chen chose to abandon him, then his betrayal of the base would be justified, and he wouldn't have to suffer the condemnation of public opinion and morality. In the future, when recruiting subordinates, others wouldn't be able to attack him on this front either, because it was Li Chen who was unkind first. He was not loyal, and betraying the boss was reasonable. But if Li Chen chose to protect him, even going so far as to go to war with the Huadu base for his sake, then he would have no reason to betray. If Li Chen was so loyal and he still betrayed him, what would others think of him? What would Sun Yuhan think of him? What would Ouyang Qingxue think of him? It was best not to have such a reputation of being unkind and ungrateful, unfaithful, and unfilial. Otherwise, wouldn't he become a villain? To become a base leader, regardless of whether there are ruthless individuals behind the scenes or how many dirty deeds have been done, there must still be a facade of legitimacy. Meng Haoyu, you've really stirred up trouble this time. Killing the deputy commander of the Huadu base, how could Bai Gang let this go? Bai Gang is a peak level 7 powerhouse and he might have already broken through to level 8. Although Leader Li Chen is not afraid of him because of you, we now have to go to war with the Huadu base. How many brothers will die or be injured then? Can you bear that responsibility? The survival environment for humanity is already incredibly difficult. Now we have to turn on each other. When the sea monsters land, who will be able to stop them? Inside the base, before several captains could speak, a group of squad leaders began to blame Meng Haoyu. It wasn't intentional exclusion. The main reason was that Meng Haoyu was genuinely unlikable. Ever since this kid returned from being an undercover agent, he no longer allowed others to store their junk in his space. He didn't care at all about the logistics department. He was solely focused on whether he could break through. In fact, when he went undercover, he even took some of his brothers' and sisters' belongings with him. Expired snacks, pots and pans, shoes and clothes, and so on. He didn't return any of it after coming back. So, everyone had some grievances about his behavior, feeling that Meng Haoyu was a bit stingy. Both are space-type ability users. Leader Li Chen, on the other hand, was generous. Unlike Meng Haoyu, who was so stingy, afraid that other brothers would take advantage of him, he had no vision at all. Without comparison, there would be no harm. With Meng Haoyu's stingy demeanor as a backdrop, Leader Li Chen's image suddenly became even more impressive. The wave of criticism from the crowd made Meng Haoyu furious, but since Li Chen hadn't spoken yet, Meng Haoyu wanted to hear what he had to say. Meng Haoyu, you did very well this time. What reward do you want? As soon as Li Chen spoke, he not only did not blame him but instead praised him, which nearly moved little Meng to tears. Leader, I don't want any reward. You're not. Punishing me is already the greatest comfort. Meng Haoyu's voice almost choked up. Everyone, Meng Haoyu's killing of the Tyrannosaurus is not only without fault, but rather a merit. That Tyrannosaurus came to provoke us, which was clearly a demonstration of Huadu base's intention to annex us. The annexation of a small base by a large base is an irreversible historical process. Even if Meng Haoyu hadn't killed the Tyrannosaurus, we would still have to fight with Huadu base. Since that's the case, why should we place the blame on Meng Haoyu? His decisive killing of the Tyrannosaurus might even bring fame to our future base. Pass the order down. Captain Meng Haoyu, for killing the level 6 Tyrannosaurus, is awarded first-class merit for the base, with a reward of 500 pounds of rice, 20 barrels of cooking oil, 500 pounds each of beef, pork, and lamb, 50 cartons of cigarettes, 20 cases of beer, 30 pounds of level 7 sea monster fish meat, 50 bags of hot potato, 10 watermelons, and a commendation for the entire base. As soon as Li Chen finished speaking, Meng Haoyu was instantly moved beyond measure. The leader was still as loyal as ever. Saying loyalty is as vast as the sky would not be an exaggeration. In this cannibalistic apocalypse, having someone like Leader Li Chen who values loyalty is truly rare. Although others had their own complaints about Li Chen's praise for Meng Haoyu, they couldn't help but admire Li Chen's character. As a leader, being able to protect your subordinates will make more people willing to follow you. Otherwise, if there's even a slight disturbance, you would sell out your subordinates. How would the people below think of you? As for the threat from Huadu base, Li Chen was completely unconcerned. He could break through to level 8 at any time. With his cultivation of the Taishan Emperor scripture, his strength has reached the pinnacle of the mundane realm, making it difficult to assess his combat power using normal levels. Moreover, he is a 6-element ability user. His combat strength is enough to crush level 8 powerhouses, let alone that Bai Gang seems to have broken through to level 8. Even if he truly is level 8, so what? Meng Haoyu's commendation quickly spread throughout the entire base via the base's broadcast. As for why the base has electricity, it is naturally due to Muzian and the other 7 lightning-type ability users, who have become the human power generators for the future base. The future base has now preliminarily restored its power system. As long as Li Chen is given a little more time, once the power station and drainage system are completed, it won't be a problem. Everyone, since a great enemy is at hand, we must accelerate the development and construction of the base. Given the current situation, compared to Huadu base, we have too few people and too few evolved beings. Although we are all evolved beings, this little power is still not enough. The survivors near Haicheng have more or less already been absorbed by our future base. Those willing to join have long since joined, and those unwilling cannot be forcibly attracted. The base powers in major cities have gradually taken shape. The range we can influence from our future base is only Haicheng. We cannot attract survivors from other city bases any further away. Therefore, the method of increasing base power through natural attraction is already outdated. Now, there is only one way to quickly enhance the base's power. That is to annex other bases. Li Chen raised an eyebrow. He threw out a brick to attract Jade. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone instantly understood the leader's meaning. Indeed, given the current situation, annexing other bases is the fastest way to increase our power. Shadow nodded in agreement with Li Chen's statement. Leader, you should have said this earlier. My big knife has long been eager to taste blood, Hong Mao said excitedly. Finally, he could lead his little brothers to a brawl. He used to be a thug, and what he loved Most was fighting. What kind of thug doesn't fight? Leader, according to my eagle eye scan, there are a total of 5 base powers within a 200-kilometer radius. These 5 base powers each have a population of over 10,000 and can be considered established base powers. They are Quanlong Base, Sanjiang Base, Dayuan Base, Laojia Base, and Xinjianan Base. Among them, the leaders of Quanlong Base, Sanjiang Base, and Dayuan Base are all only level 5 evolved beings, while the leader of Laojia Base, Liamo, is a level 6 evolved being. As for Xinjianan Base, it was established by the uncle-nephew duo Yuan Xiong and Yuan Tianning and can be considered a medium-sized base. By the way, there's another piece of news that Yuan Tianning seems to have successfully broken through to level 6. Xinjianan Base also has thoughts of annexing other bases. Additionally, besides the few base powers I mentioned, there are a total of 21 small powers within this 200-kilometer radius, with the smallest being groups of 1 or 200 people and the largest gathering over 3,000. However, none of this poses any threat. The eagle immediately took out a hand-drawn map detailing the surrounding base powers with annotations. After breaking through level 5, his eagle eye ability can no longer be called eagle eye, it can be directly referred to as a god's perspective. Or it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it thousand-mile eyes. He casually scans around. The base powers within 200 kilometers of him hold no secrets at all. With someone like the eagle possessing such a special ability, Li Chen didn't even need to send in undercover agents. Reporting to the leader, I, Meng Haoyu, am willing to be the vanguard to attack the old street base to tear apart Li Mo. If I cannot subdue the old street base, I, Meng Haoyu, am willing to present my head. Meng Haoyu felt a surge of frustration inside. He had already killed a 6th-level powerhouse like the Tyrannosaurus, yet he found that not a single subordinate was willing to follow him. This left him feeling extremely defeated. He even began to doubt his own life. Did he really lack leadership talent? Why was no one willing to follow him? It was too absurd, since the base was actively expanding. This time, it was an opportunity for Meng Haoyu to show his merit. Attacking a base led by a 5th-level evolver was hardly a challenge. He wanted to strike at the 6th-level evolver base. Alright, Meng Haoyu, I will give you 2,000 men. If you can take the old street base within 3 days, I will teach you the 8th level of NHE skill. Li Chen promised immediately. Upon hearing this, Meng Haoyu's heart surged with joy. This is a sure thing, the 8th level technique. I must have it. Hong Mao, Fang Tianhua, the two of you go together to attack the Mad Dragon base. Huang Chao, Yang Jian, you two go together to attack the Sanjiang base. Gu Sisi, Shadow, Ouyang Qingxue, the 3 of you go together to attack the Dayuan base. Eagle, Guofugui, your job is to clear and subdue those insignificant small forces, integrating and subduing them all. This time, our goal is primarily to subdue. If they are willing to surrender voluntarily, the base leader will be willing to accept them under my command, and they will receive the position of captain as well as the cultivation method of NHE skill. If they are stubborn and unyielding, then you can handle it as you see fit. I only want one result. This time, I will reward you based on your performance. Whether it's supplies, food, cigarettes, or fine wine, or subsequent techniques, you can exchange them here based on your merits this time. Li Chen had already made his promise. He would not personally take action this time either. He wanted to take this opportunity to test the personal abilities of these captains under him. After all, he was supporting so many people, and it wasn't just for them to eat for free. He couldn't handle everything himself. Otherwise, what was the point of being the leader? As for the new Jiangnan base, Li Chen planned to deal with it last. The future base had a 7th-level powerhouse stationed there, enough to intimidate that group of small-time players. Soon, the entire future base was mobilized. Li Chen alone guarded the base. All other revolver members were sent out to fight. Speed was of the essence. After Li Chen issued the orders, the future base erupted with unprecedented fighting enthusiasm. Have you heard? This time, the external expedition has a dedicated supervision team to tally merit points. 1 merit point can be exchanged for 10 first-level crystal cores or other food supply rewards. If the merit points earned are sufficient, they can even be directly exchanged for techniques. The captains have all cultivated techniques, each one powerful in battle, evolving at a speed far beyond ordinary people. We, the lower ranks, are all envious to the point of turning purple. Now we finally have a chance to access techniques set a lower level. Evolver excitedly. This external expedition is definitely an opportunity for me, Mu Zian, to rise. I have fallen behind too much. If I perform well this time, there might be a chance for a comeback. I no longer want to be an electrician, I want to be a squad leader, Mu Zian said seriously. Soon, at the city gate of the future base, an army of 20,000 quickly gathered. This 20,000-strong army was divided into 5 teams. They split into 5 routes simultaneously, launching attacks on all forces except for the new Jiangnan base. Dividing forces for battle was clearly a major military taboo. If at this moment the new Jiangnan base chose to launch a surprise attack and take them down one by one, it would undoubtedly deal a significant blow to the future base. It might even leave the future base in a state of disarray. Therefore, Li Chen decided to head to the new Jiangnan base to intimidate them. Although he had already decided to conceal his true strength, this concealment was aimed at higher beings. It was still necessary to flex his muscles a bit for the new Jiangnan base. This time, I will use 1/3 of my strength to test the intensity of my martial emperor realm. Just after the 5 armies of evolvers set out, Li Chen flew into the air with one hand behind his back. He turned and headed towards the direction of the new Jiangnan base, soaring through the sky. A distance of 200 kilometers would only take him 5 minutes at his current flying speed. Li Chen's flying speed had already surpassed 670 meters per second. In just 5 minutes, he arrived above the new Jiangnan base. Who goes there? A powerful pressure swept over. The leader of the new Jiangnan base, Yuan Xiong, and his deputy, Yuan Tianyi, immediately sensed this unusual aura. Yuan Xiong quickly flew up, also hovering in the air, confronting Li Chen from a distance. He was already at the peak of level 6, not far from breaking through to level 7. The only one who could exert such immense pressure on him could only be a level 7 powerhouse. Humph. My name is Li Chen, leader of the future base. I have come today to inform you that within 3 days you must surrender the entire new Jiangnan base to the future base. Remember, you only have 3 days to consider, otherwise you will bear the consequences. As Li Chen's voice fell, his attitude was overwhelmingly strong. Yuan Xiong was nearly furious to the point of exploding. However, he hadn't lost his temper yet. He saw Li Chen gently extend a hand. With a press in the air, a terrifying force of true essence gathered in his palm, instantly transforming into a gigantic hand that struck down fiercely. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled. Mountains and rivers shook. The ground rapidly cracked. With this palm strike, Li Chen actually left a massive handprint with a diameter of 3,000 meters at the entrance of the new Jiangnan base. The depth of that handprint exceeded 50 meters. Terrifying indeed. The entire scene fell into silence. What the? Yuan Xiong's eyes widened, nearly scared to the point of his legs giving way, dropping to the ground. All the evolvers of the new Jiangnan base stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape. Shock. Utterly shocked. Is this a level 7 powerhouse? This is simply inhuman strength. One person could probably slaughter our entire base. Li Chen from the future base, I think. I've heard of him. There were rumors that he single-handedly held back 1,000,000 sea beasts with just one sword and killed 12 level 7 sea monsters by himself. I thought it was just bragging, but it turns out he's even more formidable than the legends. What should we do? Should we just surrender? No one can withstand a level 7 powerhouse. We don't need to make those meaningless sacrifices. I want to surrender, but I'm afraid that Yuan and his son won't agree. Yuan and his son? Aren't Yuan Xiong and Yuan Tianyi uncle and nephew? How did they become father and son? Shoo, this secret I only tell you. You mustn't tell anyone else. I used to work for the National Security Bureau and learn some high-level secrets. Rumor has it that Yuan Tianyi is not actually his father's biological son, but the result of an affair between Yuan Xiong and his sister-in-law. You understand, right? Damn, that's explosive. No wonder General Yuan Xiong dotes on his little nephew so much, always thinking of him first for resources even more than his own son. Turns out he really is his own son. At this moment, the Yuan father and son looked at Li Chen's retreating figure, already dumbfounded. What should we do, uncle? According to the latest news I've received, Li Chen has dispatched his team of evolved ones and decided to subdue all nearby base forces. They are splitting into 5 groups. I was originally thinking of leading a surprise attack, taking them down one by one like a mantis stalking a cicada, with the yellow sparrow behind. But Li Chen has already broken through to level 7, his strength is almost at the level of white steel, and no one can stop him. The consequences of angering Li Chen are simply too severe. We can't afford to offend him, Yuan Tianyi said with a frustrated expression. The future base has their undercover agents, so he was able to get the news immediately. But the problem is, having such confidential information is of no use. Li Chen's intimidation has made them too afraid to send troops. It's likely that his subordinates are starting to lose heart as well. In this apocalypse, strength is paramount. They can't possibly offend a level 7 powerhouse for the sake of the Yuan father and son. It's clear they can't win, so why would they go to their deaths? Unless I can also break through to level 7, otherwise it's hard to compete with Li Chen now. But submitting to Li Chen isn't a good choice either. They killed the deputy commander of the Huadu base, the Tyrannosaurus. How could Bai Gang let that go? I heard Bai Gang has already entered seclusion, preparing to break through to level 8. If Bai Gang really steps into level 8, Li Chen will surely die, and the future base will definitely perish. Submitting now might lead to facing the wrath of the Huadu base later. We cannot submit to Li Chen. Since we can't stand alone in the competition among major forces, then we should seek refuge with another, even larger force. Yuan Xiong analyzed, already having made a decision in his heart. Uncle, do you mean we should seek refuge with the Huadu base? Tianyi, I will personally write a letter. You must take my letter to the Huadu base immediately, explain the situation and express that our Xinjiang South Base is willing to actively pledge allegiance to Commander Bai Gang. With your speed as a level 6 evolved one, you can reach Huadu within half a day. At the Old Street base, the leader named Liam O is a level 6 plant type ability user. His ability is to manipulate plants. It is said that before the apocalypse broke out, Liam O was a PhD in botany, specializing in the diversity of plants. Because he studied a very obscure subject, coupled with his advisor's deliberate difficulties, he couldn't graduate after 5 years of his doctorate. In the end, to support his family, he became a gardener, trimming lawns for a living. Life was tough, and the PhD was selling his skills. Liam O often lamented that he was born at the wrong time and that fate was unfair. As a child, his parents taught him to study hard, saying that only through education could one change their destiny. Therefore, he worked very hard from a young age, achieving excellent grades. In the end, he reached the doctoral level only to end up as a gardener? Perhaps it was his bad luck. It could also be that his straightforward personality offended his advisor. Or maybe it was due to the times, with degrees losing their value. To make ends meet, he had to do a job he didn't like. In fact, he wanted to become a scientist. To save money, he lived in the most dilapidated part of the Old Street area. The rent for a month was 800. Then, the apocalypse arrived. The blood-sucking vine he had just bought underwent some unknown mutation, nearly killing him. But in the end, he consumed the mutated vine's larva and awakened his ability to manipulate plants. So, when the apocalypse first broke out, while others were fleeing in panic, fighting each other for a bit of supplies, he was already able to manipulate plants, set traps, and kill mutated zombies and beasts. Liam O quickly discovered that some mutated zombies had energy crystal cores hidden in their heads. Not only that, but some mutated wild dogs and wild cats also possessed energy crystal cores. Besides that, there was a type of evolved beast. This evolved beast is very different from the mutated zombies and beasts. The flesh of the evolved beasts is fresh and edible. Moreover, eating it can actually enhance one's abilities. Those zombie crystal cores can also increase ability levels when consumed. Liam O discovered this secret very early on, much earlier than other evolvers. Through his observations, he found that certain evolved plants are also edible and can similarly increase ability levels. However, about 90% of these plants, after mutating and evolving, contain deadly toxins. Eating them leads to death. Therefore, for many human survivors, consuming mutated plants is no different from seeking death. But Liam O is different. He has a deep understanding of most plants and has awakened plant-based abilities. He can accurately distinguish which mutated plants are toxic and which are not. With this special ability, he thrived in the apocalypse. While others were just awakening, he was already at level 2. By the time others reached level 2, he was already at level 3. When level 3 evolvers began to appear in large numbers, he had already reached level 6. As Liam O continued to grow stronger, he could provide a type of plant called meat vegetables, which could fill the stomach and serve as a staple food. Consequently, more and more people wanted to join his team. It was only natural that Liam O established the Old Street base. He began transforming the dilapidated Old Street area into a paradise. The entire Old Street base was enveloped by a layer of mutated plants. Huge vines, towering trees, and strange flowers and grasses merged completely with the Old Street base. It was both eerie and harmonious. A large number of zombie and mutated beast corpses were even used as fertilizer for the plants, aiding their growth. In truth, Liam O did not want to be the leader of this base. He only wanted to be a research scholar, peacefully studying the evolutionary process of plant mutations, exploring the marvelous mysteries of this world through plant evolution. However, since he could provide meat vegetables, news of this spread, and more survivors crazily wanted to join his team, simply because they could eat their fill here. Just this one reason led to the gathering of 27,000 survivors at the Old Street base. Liam O was thus exhausted. He had no choice. Although he could provide meat vegetables, a type of mutated plant that could grow indefinitely, it was not an unlimited supply. Every day, over 20,000 people were waiting for him to feed them. The pressure of supporting so many survivors was immense. He didn't have an infinite supply of resources. Those meat vegetables were also produced through evolutionary energy, and while the requirements were minimal, they couldn't withstand the sheer volume. Especially recently, a large number of ordinary survivors at the Old Street base began to gradually transform into evolvers. Their appetites grew larger. Each one could eat a lot. Their food intake increased several times over. Liam O was really on the verge of being unable to support them. However, he felt embarrassed to directly kick these people